After traversing into a fantastical realm for 18 years, I found myself devoid of spiritual roots and any extraordinary abilities. However, my wife was discovered to possess a rare holy-grade spiritual root and was subsequently taken to a sacred place. I initially believed I could bask in her glory, but to my dismay, the very first act upon her entry into the sacred domain was to abandon her husband and children. Just then, a system appeared, offering a monumental enhancement if I were to bind with a partner. Since you have chosen to forsake your family, do not blame me for my coldness. Lu Xunxian, let us part ways. As you can see, I have been accepted as a direct disciple by the elder of the Qingfeng sacred land. You are no longer worthy of me. Consider it for my own good. If my master learns of your existence, you will meet a grim fate. Before Lu Xunxian stood a woman with long hair cascading down to her waist, her features striking yet her expression was frigid, her words devoid of warmth. Hearing her heartless declarations, a bitter smile crossed Lu Xunxian's face, yet he still sought to persuade her. Qingyu, we have been married but a short time, and our son and daughter are still young. For their sake, can we not remain together? The woman, named Feng Qingyu, was indeed Lu Xunxian's partner, or perhaps more aptly, his wife, for Lu Xunxian was not a practitioner of the mystical arts. Faced with Lu Xunxian's plea, Feng Qingyu remained unmoved, her tone icy. They lack spiritual roots, they are not worth my stay. Besides, you wish for me to have a better life, do you not? If you truly care for me, do not impede my departure. Feng Qingyu's chilling words shattered Lu Xunxian's last glimmer of hope. At that moment, a notification rang out. Ding! The partner enhancement system has been bound to the host. A system? Stunned by the voice, Lu Xunxian wore a wry smile. After so many years of traversing, it was only now that he awakened to the system. Indeed, Lu Xunxian was not a native of this realm, but rather a traveler from the so-called ancestral star of countless transmigrators, Blue Star. He vividly remembered the reason for his crossing. On that fateful day, he was wrongfully accused of voyeurism by a fairy in the subway, leaving him speechless. In a bid to escape, he did not foresee the fairy seizing him with excessive force, ultimately leading to his demise. Upon awakening from that excruciating pain, he found himself in this new world, a baby adrift in a river, adopted by Feng Qingyu's parents. When Feng Qingyu's parents discovered him, a jade pendant hung around his neck inscribed with the name Lu Xunxian, thus he was named. Unfortunately, Feng's parents had passed away 3 years prior, entrusting Feng Qingyu to Lu Xunxian. Otherwise, their union might never have occurred. At the moment of binding, a translucent panel appeared before Lu Xunxian, seemingly visible only to him. Host, Lu Xunxian cultivation, none constitution, none partner. Feng Qingyu, unbound, system function. Upon binding with a partner, receive a myriad of rewards including, but not limited to cultivation, weaponry, medicinal pills, and insights. System, if I were to divorce, would the binding still be effective? A thought crossed Lu Xunxian's mind, filled with concern. His greatest fear was this very point. He knew Feng Qingyu had been accepted as a direct disciple due to her holy grade water spiritual root. If he were to part from her, he was uncertain he could find another partner with spiritual roots. Ding! Rest assured, the effects will remain even after divorce. In that case, bind me to Feng Qingyu. Without hesitation, Lu Xunxian chose to bind with her. To Feng Qingyu, it appeared Lu Xunxian was silently suffering at the thought of losing her. But what of it? Her resolve was firm. No one could deter her from leaving Songlin village to join the Qingfeng sacred land. As for Lu Xunxian, had she not known his character well, and acknowledged his honest nature as a suitable match, she would never have married him. Now, entering the Qingfeng sacred land was undoubtedly her best opportunity to leave Lu Xunxian behind. She would not stay for him and their children. Even if you weep, my heart will not soften. It is settled, do not contact me again. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to sever ties with you and the children, Feng Qingyu declared coldly before turning to leave. As Lu Xunxian watched her resolute figure depart, he said nothing, his expression placid. Since Feng Qingyu had made her choice, he would not voice any objections. He merely hoped she would not come to regret her decision. Even if she did, he would never take her back, for Lu Xunxian would never indulge in nostalgia. Master, I have completed my matters, let us depart. At the entrance of Songlin village stood several villagers who had come to witness the acceptance of a disciple. Their faces, however, were marked with disappointment, for it was evident they lacked spiritual roots. After all, those with spiritual roots were exceedingly rare. Songlin village was not large, with around 200 inhabitants. Apart from Feng Qingyu, only 2 others had been discovered to possess spiritual roots and accepted into the Qingfeng sect. As Feng Qingyu approached, an elder in a blue robe nodded. This was her master, Lin Chongkong, the second elder of the Qingfeng sacred land. He slowly extended his hand, a simple ring on his middle finger glimmering. A small blue ship appeared in his palm. With a thought, a surge of azure spiritual energy flowed from his hand into the vessel. In an instant, the tiny ship expanded at a visible rate, transforming into a grand vessel measuring 10 meters in height, 6 meters in width, and 20 meters in length. Lu Xunxian said nothing further, enveloping Feng Qingyu and the two other disciples who had been tested with spiritual roots in his spiritual energy, guiding them onto the spirit ship. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlooking villagers of Zonglin could not help but express their envy. There are rooms within the spirit ship. Rest for a while. It will take approximately half a day to reach the Qingfeng sacred land, Lu Xunxian announced. Yes, Master/Lin Elder, Feng Qingyu and the other two young villagers responded. Shortly thereafter, the two disciples found a room and settled in to rest. Feng Qingyu, however, stood at the edge of the spirit ship, gazing at the scenery outside. As Lu Xunxian channeled spiritual energy to navigate the ship, it slowly ascended, and Zonglin village shrank into the distance until it vanished from her sight. Watching this unfold, Feng Qingyu murmured to herself, "My choice was not wrong. Do not blame me. Blame your lack of spiritual roots. We exist in different realms. No one could hinder her pursuit of a brighter future, not even her husband and children." Chapter 2. The Ascendancy of the Holy King on the deck. Feng Qingyu approached Lu Xunxian with a request, expressing her desire to cultivate in advance so as not to bring disgrace upon her master upon returning to the Holy Land. Hearing this, Lu Xunxian stroked his beard with satisfaction. Indeed, we cultivators must seize every moment to refine our skills. Your awareness pleases me greatly. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to recall something and pointed a finger to Feng Qingyu's forehead. This tome, Tian Shui Xian Gong, is an otherworldly cultivation method, perfectly suited for your advancement. Engage in your practice, and should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. As a torrent of intricate techniques flooded her mind, Feng Qingyu felt as though she had been granted access to a new realm. Understood. She knelt, focusing intently on absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The first level of cultivation, known as the entry into spirit realm, involves attuning oneself to the celestial energies and drawing them within. Possessing a sacred water spiritual root, Feng Qingyu was an exceedingly rare existence on the vast Tianshan continent, revered by every faction and cultivated with utmost care. In less than a quarter of an hour, a formidable aura erupted from Feng Qingyu, a clear indication that she had entered the initial phase of the entry into spirit realm. Almost simultaneously, within the confines of the Zonglin village, a notification echoed in the air. Ding. Congratulations. Host partner has acquired the celestial cultivation method, Tian Shui Xian Gong. The host has received a billion-fold feedback of Tian Shui Xian Gong. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. Without hesitation. Lu Xunxian nodded in affirmation. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the chaotic method. Wu Shui Hong Ming Jing. Chaotic method? No. System, is this useful? Lu Xunxian recalled at that moment. Logically, the method would be of little benefit to him. After all, as long as Feng Qingyu practiced, he would receive an immense return. Ding. Not useful. As the system's voice faded, the fruits of Feng Qingyu's cultivation were transmitted back to Lu Xunxian in a billion-fold surge. Almost instantaneously, he soared through the stages, entry into spirit initial, mid, late, and peak. Unimpeded, he transitioned directly from an ordinary mortal to the ninth great realm of cultivation, the imperial realm, before finally coming to a halt. Is this the power of a cultivator? Lu Xunxian's expression was complex. It was precisely because of the path of cultivation that his wife had chosen to depart from him. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on the matter further. He was not one to be indecisive. Since Feng Qingyu had made her choice, he would no longer entangle himself with her. With a single step, Lu Xunxian returned home. Gazing at his two adorable children, a tender smile graced his face. Since his wife had left Zonglin village, he too had no intention of remaining in a place filled with memories of their time together. Children, let us depart. He cradled one child in each arm, not bothering to gather any belongings. In an instant, he vanished from Zonglin village. At that very moment, 1,000 miles away aboard the spirit vessel, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow. Master, what troubles you? Feng Qingyu noticed the peculiar behavior of her master and inquired. Lu Xunxian shook his head, assuring her it was nothing of concern, merely the emergence of a treasure. He attributed the earlier commotion to this occurrence, but chose not to pursue it. To him, the disturbance was likely due to a ninth-grade spiritual treasure, which held little value for one of his exalted status as a holy emperor. His immediate priority was to escort Feng Qingyu and the others back to the sacred land. Upon hearing his words, Feng Qingyu felt reassured, yet she did not voice her own unsettling emotions. There had been an inexplicable sensation akin to a profound sense of loss, reminiscent of the grief she experienced when her parents passed away. However, she chose not to dwell on it. As a cultivator, one must maintain a tranquil mind and remain unperturbed by the distractions of the external world. This principle was well understood by her. Consequently, she soon resumed her cultivation. Within the brief half-day journey back to the Qingfeng sacred land, Feng Qingyu's cultivation soared, advancing from the initial stage of spiritual entry to the latter stage. Had it not been for her master's counsel regarding the importance of establishing a solid foundation, she might have already reached the pinnacle of spiritual entry. Here we are. As Lin Chongkong spoke, Feng Qingyu stepped onto the deck to gaze outward. Instantly, a magnificent vista unfolded before her eyes. Countless islands floated within the Qingfeng sacred land, starkly contrasting in black and white, resembling chess pieces from afar. Throughout the scene, cultivators soared on their swords, embodying a carefree spirit. Continue your diligent practice. Once you attain the foundation establishment stage, you too shall be able to soar on a sword, Lin Chongkong remarked from behind her, observing the envy etched upon her countenance. Yes, master, Feng Qingyu replied, clasping her hands in respect. Deep within her eyes sparkled a glimmer of anticipation. The era belonging to her, Feng Qingyu, was finally approaching. So swiftly she had reached the pinnacle of the Holy King stage. As Feng Qingyu advanced to the latter stage of spiritual entry, Lu Xunxian concurrently attained the Holy King pinnacle. Yet, he remained indifferent to such accomplishments, believing it sufficient for his cultivation to suffice. More pressing matters occupied his mind. He needed to devise a means to complete the spiritual roots of his two children. The twins were born a year after Lu Xunxian and Feng Qingyu wed. Initially, Feng Qingyu had assumed that her innate holy-grade water spiritual root would be inherited by her offspring, bestowing them with spiritual roots. However, to her dismay, tests revealed the absence of any spiritual roots. This was what compelled her to venture alone to the Qingfeng sacred land. Lu Xunxian was convinced that in this vast world, there must exist a method to restore spiritual roots. If all else failed, he would defy fate and alter the destinies of his children once he reached a sufficient level of power. Soon, Lu Xunxian discovered a suitable location to settle within a grand mountain. This will do, he mused, nodding in satisfaction at the favorable environment. However, just then, a raging wind surged from behind him. A ferocious beast, its size reminiscent of a mountain, materialized behind Lu Xunxian, its gaping maw poised to strike. Kneel. As the creature prepared to strike, Lu Xunxian calmly uttered two words. In an instant, a wave of terrifying pressure erupted from his being, immediately subduing the great demon of the Wang realm. The demon's expression changed drastically, filled with profound dread. Spare me, esteemed elder. At that moment, it felt an overwhelming regret. It had underestimated the human before it, who was adept at playing the role of an innocent, only to reveal a fearsome strength. Had it known of his true power, it would never have dared to engage. Turning around, Lu Xunxian regarded the great demon with a curious expression, for this was his first encounter with a beast of such nature. Previously, the forest village had been under the protection of a cultivation sect, deterring any demon from causing trouble. However, his curiosity soon waned. You shall perish. Lu Xunxian was poised to strike it down with a single blow. The Wang realm demon, sensing imminent doom, hastily implored, esteemed elder, please show mercy. I still possess value. Oh, what value do you hold? Lu Xunxian inquired, his tone now tinged with intrigue. Should the demon fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would not hesitate to extinguish its life. The demon, frantically assessing every detail of Lu Xunxian, soon found its attention drawn to the infant cradled in his arms. A revelation struck, and it shouted, esteemed elder, I know the method to complete a spiritual root. You know the method to complete a spiritual root? Lu Xunxian's demeanor shifted, revealing his surprise. He had not anticipated that within this secluded mountain, a creature, no, a demon, would possess such knowledge. Seeing Lu Xunxian's reaction, the demon felt a sense of assurance. Esteemed elder, please retract your overwhelming pressure. It pleaded, wagging its tail in submission. Lu Xunxian relented, easing the pressure. After all, a mere Wang realm demon posed no significant threat to him. With his pinnacle of Saint King cultivation, eliminating it would be a matter of mere moments. As Lu Xunxian withdrew his oppressive aura, the demon cautiously rose, preparing to speak. However, Lu Xunxian frowned slightly. I prefer not to look up. The demon quickly understood, its immense form rapidly shrinking until it resembled a large domestic cat. With Lu Xunxian's nod, the demon hastily began. Esteemed elder, there are various methods to complete a spiritual root in this world, some beneficial and others detrimental. May I inquire which type you seek? Naturally, the finest. Lu Xunxian replied, casting a tender glance at the two children in his arms. Given his capabilities, he was determined to provide the best for them. The demon hesitated, its expression faltering momentarily, Yet it eventually spoke. Esteemed elder, you are likely aware that spiritual roots are classified into 7 grades. Based on my experience, I only know the method for completing a top-tier spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian's expression darkened. A top-tier spiritual root? What value does this hold for my children? While a top-tier spiritual root might be regarded as exceptional by ordinary standards, it was far from sufficient for his aspirations for his offspring. Yet, given his capabilities, he would naturally not be confined to something as trivial as an exquisite spiritual root. Sensing the impending surge of energy from Lu Xunxian, the great demon of the Wang realm hastily interjected, "Senior, please do not be hasty. Although I am unaware of the methods to enhance beyond an exquisite spiritual root, there exists a faction that undoubtedly possesses such knowledge. Pray tell," he continued, "it is the Wanbao Pavilion." Wanbao Pavilion? Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow. Observing the puzzled expression on Lu Xunxian's face, the great demon hesitated before speaking again. "Senior, are you not familiar with Wanbao Pavilion? Is it necessary for me to know?" Lu Xunxian replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the great demon, who quickly shook his head in response. After a moment, the great demon explained, "Senior, you may not be aware, but Wanbao Pavilion is one of the 3 major trading houses on the Tianshan continent. It is said that as long as the financial means are sufficient, even an immortal could be attained." A glimmer of longing appeared on the great demon's face as he spoke of immortals. After all, which practitioner does not yearn for ascension? Lu Xunxian, however, felt indifferent. As long as Feng Qingyu remained unscathed, his own ascension was merely a matter of time. In that case, I shall entrust you with the task of procuring the method to enhance the spiritual root from Wanbao Pavilion. The great demon was taken aback, and with a hint of reluctance, he replied, "Senior, I lack the funds. You, a great demon of the Wang realm, are devoid of wealth?" Lu Xunxian frowned. His face filled with skepticism. The great demon's heart sank. How could he be expected to utter such words? Indeed, he possessed wealth, but the means to enhance an exquisite spiritual root were far beyond what a mere Wang realm demon could afford. "Senior, are you not making this difficult for me? As far as I know, the method to enhance an exquisite spiritual root at Wanbao Pavilion costs at least 10,000 exquisite spiritual crystals. How could someone like me ever afford that? Is it truly so exorbitant?" Lu Xunxian's brow furrowed. Though he was unaware of the true value of 10,000 exquisite spiritual crystals, the fact that even a great demon could not procure them suggested that the cost was not trivial. Yet, pondering further, Lu Xunxian cast a dubious glance at the great demon. "Then from whom did you acquire the method to enhance the exquisite spiritual root?" Upon hearing this, a proud expression graced the great demon's face. "I obtained it from a junior who passed through the Tianshu Mountains after vanquishing him." "Do you not find it suspicious that a mere junior possessed such a method?" "That is precisely why I am being pursued," the great demon replied, a hint of frustration evident on his countenance. Lu Xunxian was not particularly surprised. After all, a junior without a powerful backing would struggle to acquire such valuable resources. What did bewilder him, however, was the realization that he, too, lacked the spiritual crystals. Meanwhile, within the Qingfeng's sacred land, Lin Chongyuan gestured grandly, handing Feng Qingyu a storage ring filled with cultivation resources meant for her use. On the Tianshan continent, resources utilized for cultivation are categorized from low to high as spiritual sand, spiritual stones, spiritual crystals, and spiritual liquid. However, the spiritual liquid is exceedingly precious, reserved solely for those of the Saint King realm and above. Were it not for Lin Chongyuan's esteemed position as the second elder of the Qingfeng's sacred land, he would not have permitted Feng Qingyu to utilize the spiritual liquid for her cultivation. "Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint you." Feng Qingyu accepted the storage ring, her face alight with excitement. At that very moment, the system chimed. Ding! Detected that the host's wife has been gifted inferior spiritual liquid of 10 trillion units, which has been reported back to the host. Ding! Detected that the host's wife has received a supreme grade storage ring, reported back to the host as 1 trillion units. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize the spiritual liquid, but do not synthesize the storage ring just yet. The voice of the system was like a timely gift, and without hesitation, Lu Xunxian chose to synthesize the spiritual liquid. However, he opted against synthesizing the storage ring, as it still had other purposes. Ding! The host has successfully synthesized 10 million units of supreme spiritual liquid. After the synthesis, Lu Xunxian extended his hand to retrieve a storage ring, which contained 10,000 units of supreme spiritual liquid, surely enough to procure the most precious spiritual root for cultivation. How much? The King Realm demon was suddenly agitated. It was important to note that this was spiritual liquid, and even more so, supreme spiritual liquid. 10,000 units of supreme spiritual liquid could not be produced even by a peak saint emperor. Yet, upon receiving the storage ring from Lu Xunxian, The King Realm demon realized the truth of his claims. The glances it cast at Lu Xunxian shifted significantly. To produce 10,000 units of supreme spiritual liquid without a change of expression indicated that Lu Xunxian possessed far more than that, coupled with an immensely powerful presence. The King Realm demon could no longer deny the situation. This was a formidable ally. Thus, upon this realization, the King Realm demon knelt without hesitation. If the Noble One does not abandon me, I am willing to serve as your subject. Having spoken, the King Realm demon immediately offered its life essence. For both cultivators and demon beasts, life essence is the most treasured possession. To surrender it to another is tantamount to relinquishing one's life into their hands. Gazing at the life essence floating before him, Lu Xunxian hesitated only for a moment before accepting it. He had no other choice. He truly required some subordinates, after all. It was impractical to handle everything personally. Chapter 4. A year after accepting the life essence of the King Realm demon, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have a name?" Replying to my master, "I do not possess a name," the King Realm demon quickly responded. "Since that is the case, allow me to bestow a name upon you. Given the appearance of your fur, I shall call you Wealthy." Lu Xunxian pondered for a moment, scrutinizing the King Realm demon's features, and decisively settled on the name Wealthy. Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's words, the King Realm demon felt a profound significance in the name. However, as it was bestowed by Lu Xunxian, it naturally accepted it with a nod, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, master, for the name." Then, recalling something, Lu Xunxian asked again, "What breed of demon beast are you?" Replying to my master, "I am a third-tier spirit class demon beast, the sky-devouring tiger." As it spoke, a trace of pride appeared on the sky-devouring tiger's face. As Lu Xunxian raised an eyebrow slightly, he pondered the significance of being a third-tier spirit beast. It was understandable that Lu Xunxian was unaware of such matters, for he was but a novice in the realm of cultivation. In the Holy Spirit continent, the classification of beasts was primarily determined by their bloodline rank. The higher the bloodline, the swifter the cultivation. The ranks range from the 9th to the 1st tier, collectively referred to as spirit beasts. Ascending further brings one to the realm of immortal beasts, while the bloodlines of holy beasts transcended even that. A level far beyond what the current sky-devouring tiger could aspire to. Indeed, a spirit beast of the 3rd tier, as long as it did not perish, was destined to attain the Emperor realm, a certainty. Is the Emperor realm formidable? Lu Xunxian inquired once more, which rendered the sky-devouring tiger momentarily silent. It had nearly slipped his mind that the individual before him was capable of effortlessly producing 1,000 units of exquisite spirit liquid without a hint of trepidation. Not only was his own 3rd-tier bloodline unimpressive in comparison, but even an immortal beast would likely pale in his presence. At that moment, however, the two infants in Lu Xunxian's arms began to wail uncontrollably. A wave of realization hit him. He had forgotten that the children had yet to be fed. Channeling a surge of spiritual power, the sensation of hunger dissipated, and the infants ceased their cries, their innocent eyes wide with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. "Go find me a female beast, one that is both powerful and capable of nursing." During their time together, Feng Qingyu had refused to breastfeed, leading the children to be raised on cow's milk. Now that Lu Xunxian possessed the means, he was determined to provide his children with superior conditions. "Yes, master." After the sky-devouring tiger departed, Lu Xunxian turned his gaze to the expansive area before him. With his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Holy King realm, he had gained complete mastery over the power within him. With but a thought, the ground trembled violently, and a massive rock protruded from the earth. As Lu Xunxian focused his mind, the rock began to transform under the influence of his formidable power. In no time, an exquisitely crafted dwelling emerged, destined to be the abode for Lu Xunxian and his son and daughter. The Qingfeng Sacred Land. As Feng Qingyu immersed herself in her cultivation, time slipped away unnoticed. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this time, her thoughts of Lu Xunxian and the children were scant. Nevertheless, her own cultivation level saw remarkable advancement, soaring from the late stage of spirit entry to the pinnacle of the earth realm in just a year. While Feng Qingyu's innate talent was undoubtedly impressive, Lin Changkong's guidance was equally pivotal. "Indeed, your efforts have not been in vain," Lin Changkong expressed with satisfaction, showering Feng Qingyu with generous praise. She, however, remained modest in her response. "It is all due to your excellent guidance, master." "Ah, but this is the fruit of your own diligence." Lin Changkong waved his hand dismissively, then seemed to recall something. "By the way, have you given any thought to the sun's pursuit?" Upon hearing her mentor mention this topic, a flicker of hesitation crossed Feng Qingyu's face. "Master, I intend to observe a while longer." "Observing is certainly acceptable. I understand your meticulous nature," Lin Changkong reassured her. "However, he is ultimately the Holy Sun. Even if your master imposes pressure, it is likely that in the end, you will still become a Tao partner with the Holy Sun. Furthermore, forming a bond with the Holy Sun could be considered a fortunate event for you. In any case, ponder this matter further. 6 months ago, the contemporary Holy Sun of the Qingfeng sacred land, Lu Xunxian, emerged from seclusion and became infatuated with Feng Qingyu after a chance encounter, launching a fervent pursuit. Had it been anyone else, they might have readily accepted. Yet, Feng Qingyu did not yield, for she understood that what is easily obtained is often quickly discarded. She intends to keep Lu Xunxian yearning, so he appreciates the difficulty of winning her affection, ensuring he cherishes her once they are together. By the way, how do you plan to deal with your husband and your 2 children? At that moment, Lin Chongkong suddenly spoke, causing Feng Qingyu's heart to tremble. Before she could respond, Lin Chongkong continued, "Do you truly believe that your master is unaware of your circumstances? Previously, I chose to overlook them for your sake. But now that the Holy Sun has taken an interest in you, it is imperative for you to address this situation. After all, should the Holy Sun discover the truth, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. Master, I understand." After a year of tempering, Feng Qingyu's resolve has become remarkably steadfast. She knows what she desires. In the face of the immortal path, Lu Xunxian and the 2 children must perish. Master, they are my family, thus. So, you intend to spare them? No, I plan to personally see them off. As she spoke these final words, a hint of reluctance appeared on Feng Qingyu's face. Observing this, Lin Chongkong stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. Disciple, you must realize that they are merely mortals. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, it is destined that you will no longer share the same world as them. Master, I understand. Therefore, I ask for a month's time to manage this matter. Very well. Then you may proceed. Do you require me to arrange for a protector? Lin Chongkong inquired. Although the Qingfeng sacred land is formidable, it is not without its enemies. If Feng Qingyu were to venture alone, she might encounter dangers beyond her capacity to handle. In light of her master's good intentions, Feng Qingyu accepted without demur. Then I shall trouble you, master. Soon, accompanied by an elder of the imperial realm, Feng Qingyu set off towards Lin village. Lin Chongkong watched this scene, hoping from the depths of his heart that all would unfold smoothly for her. Over the course of the year, he had come to understand Feng Qingyu's character, knowing that she would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Thus he harbored no concerns about her hesitating. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable unease lingered within him. In the Mountain of Demons, a golden-furred tiger was playfully engaging with 2 small children. "Oh dear, little masters, be gentle," Wang Kai said cautiously, fearing for the safety of the 2 children, while the children, oblivious to the danger, played joyfully without restraint. "Wang Kai, let us go?" The 2 children in question are none other than Lu Xunxian's offspring, named Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Lu Xiaoyao, with a slight exertion, leaped onto the back of the heavenly devouring tiger, commanding it with an air of authority. Faced with the young master, Wang Kai dared not resist. Just as it was about to spread its wings and take flight, a voice emerged from the side. "All right, Xiaoyao, Qingyun, cease teasing Wang Kai. It is time for a meal." Lu Xunxian stepped forward. Upon seeing their father, the once arrogant Lu Xiaoyao immediately subdued his demeanor and obediently descended from Wang Kai's back. "Yes, father. Wang Kai, you should join us for dinner as well." Glancing at the heavenly devouring tiger, Lu Xunxian spoke. "Yes, master," Wang Kai replied, his tone imbued with utmost respect. For who could fathom the trials he had endured over the past year? As the 3 of them, 2 children and 1 tiger, returned to the house, Lu Xunxian lifted his gaze towards the sky. There, 2 figures swiftly traversed the heavens. It was Feng Qingyu accompanied by her protective elder. In the air, upon noticing Feng Qingyu's sudden halt, the elder inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What is it?" "Nothing, merely an illusion," Feng Qingyu replied. Moments ago, she felt as though someone was observing her, but upon reflection, considering her companion was an elder of the emperor realm, if even he could not sense anything, then it was surely a figment of her imagination. Chapter 5. The destruction of Lin village. Without lingering, Lu Xunxian promptly returned home. Upon entering, he beheld a table adorned with a sumptuous feast, while 3 servants stood nearby. Master, young mistress, it is time to dine." These 3 individuals were those whom Lu Xunxian had fortuitously rescued, and since then, they had been unwaveringly loyal to him. "Indeed, Fu Bo, you should partake as well." With a wave of his hand, Lu Xunxian settled down to share the meal with his children. "Master, the young masters should also commence their cultivation," Wang Kai interjected. Half a year prior, accompanied by Lu Xunxian, Wang Kai had ventured to the treasure pavilion to obtain the method for completing their celestial grade spiritual roots. 3 months ago, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun had successfully completed their celestial grade spiritual roots. Hence, Wang Kai believed it was time for the young masters to prepare for their cultivation. With Wang Kai's suggestion, Lu Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly shook Lu Xunxian's arm. Father, I wish to cultivate. I long to soar through the skies. Beside him, Lu Qingyun, though silent, wore an expression brimming with anticipation. Lu Xunxian pondered for a moment before responding. If that is the case, let us visit some sacred sites to see if there are suitable cultivation techniques for you. Due to the constraints of the system, Lu Xunxian currently possessed only the Wu Shui Chaos Scripture. He had completed the Celestial Grade Fire Spiritual Root for his son and the Celestial Grade with Spiritual Root for his daughter, as the Wu Shui Chaos Scripture was not appropriate for them. Hearing his father's words, Lu Xiaoyao erupted with enthusiasm. Hooray! You are the best, father. Let us not delay. Let us set off at once. With Lu Xunxian's current prowess, there exists no contender within the vast expanse of the Tianshan continent. This is precisely why he possesses the audacity to approach those sacred places in pursuit of profound techniques. Uncle Fu, I entrust the household to you during my absence. Rest assured, my lord, I shall manage everything. Uncle Fu replied with utmost respect. Let us depart, Lu Xunxian instructed, casting a glance at Wang Kai. In an instant, Wang Kai comprehended the unspoken cue, and in the next moment, his form swelled, rapidly returning to his imposing mountain-like stature. However, compared to a year ago, the patterns on Wang Cai's body had undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding an even more domineering presence. After all, having been by Lu Xunxian's side for a year, his realm was bound to ascend. Watching Lu Xunxian and his entourage ride away on Wang Kai, Uncle Fu turned to the two maidservants, his expression grave. During the master's absence, be sure to avoid inciting any trouble. Understood, the two maidservants replied, their demeanor equally solemn. Meanwhile, from within the Lin village, Feng Qingyu addressed Elder Chun. You need not concern yourself with the upcoming matters. I shall handle them. After speaking, Feng Qingyu gazed at the Lin village, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions, yet ultimately resolved. Without hesitation, she swiftly made her way to the familiar courtyard. However, upon witnessing the state of the yard, her brow furrowed in dismay. The area was overrun with weeds, devoid of any signs of habitation. Realizing this, Feng Qingyu hurriedly entered, pushing open the door to the house. Where could they have gone? The table was coated with a thin layer of dust, and as Feng Qingyu brushed her fingers across it, she deduced that they had departed at least half a year prior. With little time to ponder, she quickly exited and moved to the neighboring yard of Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, do you know where Lu Xunxian and the children have gone? Inside, Aunt Wang squinted, taking a moment to recognize Feng Qingyu, her face lighting up with surprise. Little Feng, what brings you back? However, Feng Qingyu was not in the mood for pleasantries and pressed on about Lu Xunxian and the children's whereabouts. You mean Lu and those two kids? I don't know. They vanished after you left. Is that so? Feng Qingyu's expression turned grave, clearly taken aback by Lu Xunxian's decision to leave with the children. Ignoring Aunt Wang's invitation to stay for a meal, Feng Qingyu soared into the air. Swiftly arriving at a desolate area, she then produced a communication jade talisman. Master, something is amiss. My husband has taken the children and left Lin village, and their whereabouts are unknown. Within the Qingfeng's sacred land, Lin Changyuan was taken aback by Feng Qingyu's words, clearly surprised by this unforeseen turn of events. However, he quickly regained his composure. Do not fret, I shall teach you a method. By employing this technique, you will be able to trace the path of your bloodline. I am grateful, Master, Feng Qingyu responded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Soon, the method of bloodline tracing was transmitted to Feng Qingyu through a sound transmission jade talisman. After mastering this technique, Feng Qingyu gazed at Songlin village with a complex expression. After a considerable pause, she sighed deeply and struck down, obliterating Songlin village. Do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your insatiable curiosity. The villagers of Songlin, aware of her connection with Lu Xunxian, could not be spared. Tragically, the villagers would meet their end without comprehending the events that transpired. After completing this grim task, Feng Qingyu squeezed a drop of her essence blood from her fingertip and, following her master's teachings, employed the bloodline tracing method. Swiftly, the drop of blood darted away into the distance. Elder Chun, let us depart. Feng Qingyu ascended into the air and addressed Elder Chun, who merely cast a neutral glance at the annihilated village, withholding any words. To them, the lives of mortals were as inconsequential as blades of grass, hardly worthy of concern. Soon, the drop of blood soared into the depths of the Demon Mountain range. As she beheld the mountains before her, Feng Qingyu felt a twinge of confusion. Why would her beloved bring their child here? Yet, she did not dwell on it. Her foremost priority was to locate her husband and grant them liberation. Before long, she arrived at a house, where the blood ultimately came to rest. Before the house stood an elderly man, with no doubt in her heart. Feng Qingyu approached and produced an image of Lu Xunxian. inquiring, "Good sir, might you have seen this individual?" The man before her was none other than Fu Bo. Fu Bo scrutinized the portrait of the gentleman, his brow furrowing. "Who are you? Why do you seek him?" Upon hearing Fu Bo's words, Feng Qingyu quickly clarified. "This man is my partner. Due to certain circumstances, we became separated, but I must contact him now. If you know of his whereabouts, I implore you to share." "I am sorry, but I cannot divulge such information without my master's consent." Feng Qingyu's heart sank at his response. She could discern that Fu Bo possessed some knowledge. Otherwise, he would have outright refused her inquiry from the start. "If you are unwilling to share, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, Feng Qingyu suddenly lunged forward, aiming directly for Fu Bo's head, intending to extract his memories. Chapter 6. The First Under the Holy Emperor beside them. Elder Chen observed the unfolding scene with an impassive gaze, harboring no intentions of intervention. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Fu Bo snorted coldly. A formidable pressure emanated from him, instantly pinning Feng Qingyu to the ground, rendering her immobile. The calm demeanor of Elder Chen vanished entirely. "Senior, please cease. We are from the Qingfeng Sacred Land." "From the Qingfeng Sacred Land? What brings you to my humble abode?" Fu Bo did not relent. His brow furrowed as he turned his gaze toward Elder Chen. At this moment, Elder Chen inwardly cursed. In this desolate wilderness, where had such a formidable elder of the Holy King realm emerged? Previously, due to the elusive nature of Mr. Fu, his presence went unnoticed. However, as an overwhelming aura erupted, it became apparent that Mr. Fu was indeed a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. "I implore you, esteemed elder, to cease your actions. This individual is the favored disciple of our esteemed second elder of the Qingfeng Holy Land." Elder Chen gazed anxiously at Feng Qingyu, who lay suppressed upon the ground. Should anything untoward befall Feng Qingyu in his presence, returning to the Qingfeng Holy Land would be futile. He might as well find a place to self-destruct. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fu contemplated for a moment before retracting his oppressive aura. Feng Qingyu, possessing a keen sense of restraint, understood that this was not the moment for vengeance. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elder." Feng Qingyu stood, donning a semblance of a smile. Yet, Mr. Fu did not extend any courtesy to Feng Qingyu. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Elder Chen, his expression conveying a clear message. Unless a satisfactory explanation was provided today, neither would be allowed to depart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Elder Chen swiftly moved to shield Feng Qingyu behind him. "Esteemed elder, our visit today is to seek an individual named Lu Xunxian. He has some ties to my disciple, Feng Qingyu, and it is necessary for them to resolve matters face to face." Upon hearing this, Mr. Fu's brow furrowed as he replied, "I do not know this person. You may leave." Although he was unaware of the relationship between the two before him and his master, his instincts urged him to allow their departure. He would inquire about the matter upon his master's return and leave the decision to him. "Esteemed elder, I am quite familiar with that individual. I earnestly request you to inform me of their whereabouts," Feng Qingyu implored, displaying the urgency of a devoted spouse. Nevertheless, Mr. Fu remained resolute, shaking his head in refusal. "I regret to inform you that I truly do not know. I must insist that you leave. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." Feng Qingyu was about to articulate further objections, but Elder Chen intervened. "I apologize, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave at once." With that, Elder Chen forcibly led Feng Qingyu away, having recognized Mr. Fu's identity. Remaining would only culminate in their entrapment. As the two departed, Mr. Fu did not obstruct them. However, the two maidservants behind him appeared restless. "Master, are we truly allowing them to leave?" The maidservants were no ordinary beings. They were peak powers of the imperial realm. "Let them go. I can discern that the woman likely knows our master. We shall address this matter upon the master's return." Mr. Fu waved his hand, halting the two maidservants. Realizing the futility of pursuing, the maidservants reluctantly abandoned their intentions. Meanwhile, Elder Chen and Feng Qingyu fled in haste, soon reaching the outskirts of the Demon Mountain range. Once assured that Mr. Fu had not pursued them, Elder Chen's pace slackened somewhat. "Elder Chen, what was that person's strength? Why did you not intervene?" Feng Qingyu pressed, his tone laden with dissatisfaction. Elder Chen, however, bore an expression of lingering trepidation, recalling the earlier events, and refrained from treating Feng Qingyu with the same courtesy as before. "Wen Master, do you know who that individual was earlier? And who was just now?" Wen Qingyu inquired. Her mind clouded with confusion. Could it be that in front of her revered Qingfeng Holy Land, someone would dare to act recklessly? Elder Feng's expression turned grave as he articulated with precision. "The person you just encountered is a formidable being of equal stature to your master, known as Fu Qitian, renowned as the foremost figure beneath the Holy Emperor across the heavenly sacred continent. However, It is perplexing why his cultivation has diminished to the Holy King realm. As he recalled the scene from moments ago, Elder Chen felt a twinge of suspicion. Wen Qingyu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of trepidation. Clearly astonished that the seemingly unassuming Fu was such a powerful entity. Yet, as her thoughts progressed, a look of grave concern crossed her face. Why would Lu Xunxian, a mere mortal, be found in proximity to a being of the Holy King realm? She did not suspect that there was a flaw in her Master's bloodline tracing technique. Earlier, she had extended her consciousness but failed to detect Lu Xunxian's presence. Could it be that Lu Xunxian, accompanied by the two children, had inadvertently crossed paths with Fu Qitian and incurred his wrath, resulting in dire consequences? Apart from this explanation, Wen Qingyu could conceive of no other possibility. However, until she confirmed Lu Xunxian's fate, she would leave no stone unturned. Should Gu Tianxing learn of this, it could jeopardize her future prospects. Yet now, with Fu Qitian present, given her standing and Elder Chun's strength, she dared not return to question Fu Qitian. Elder Chun, let us depart. Very well, Elder Chun replied, eager to leave, and he swiftly whisked Wen Qingyu towards the direction of the Qingfeng Holy Land. Simultaneously, Lu Xunxian had brought the two children to a sacred site. Closing his eyes, he unleashed his consciousness, surveying the entire expanse of the holy ground. Almost instantaneously, multiple figures soared from the depths of the sacred place. Who dares to disturb my ancient holy land? After a brief moment, over 10 figures appeared before Lu Xunxian, their expressions fierce as they surrounded him. They were, in fact, the ancestors of the ancient holy land, each a powerful being at the holy emperor level. Faced with a dozen holy emperors encircling him, Lu Xunxian remained composed, his demeanor unfazed, as if a mountain had collapsed before him. The two little ones in his arms exhibited no fear, gazing curiously at the assembly of holy emperors. However, beneath Lu Xunxian's feet, the little creature, Wang Kai, trembled under the overwhelming presence of the holy emperors. Friend, who are you? Why have you come to cause a disturbance in my ancient holy land? The leading figure among the holy emperors stepped forward, demanding an explanation with an unwavering resolve. Naturally, he refrained from attacking outright. Given the strength Lu Xunxian had demonstrated through his consciousness, it was likely he too was a being of the holy emperor realm. Until they were certain they could vanquish a holy emperor, no faction would act recklessly. After all, to offend a holy emperor could yield unimaginable repercussions. Chapter 7. The Holy Lord and the Ancestors' Dilemma. Surrounded by numerous holy emperors, Lu Xunxian remained undaunted. Please, calm yourselves. I have not come to wage war against your ancient holy land. I merely seek the celestial scriptures of the heavenly emperor, as my son and daughter have reached the age of cultivation and are in dire need of guidance. Impossible. The heavenly emperor's scriptures are the very foundation of our ancient holy land and shall never be divulged. The speaker was Yi Wushuang, the holy lord of the ancient holy land, at the mid-stage of holy emperor cultivation. As Yi Wushuang spoke, the other holy emperors and ancestors echoed his sentiments, expressing their refusal. However, since Lu Xunxian had made his intentions clear, their refusals held little weight. Esteemed ones, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am merely informing you, not seeking your consent. Should you choose to surrender the heavenly emperor's scriptures, I shall owe your ancient holy land a favor. But should you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthless hand. With that, Lu Xunxian's aura suddenly sharpened, instilling a palpable sense of dread among the 10 or more holy emperor powerhouses before him. In an instant, they perceived him as a supremely exalted being, one they could not contend with. Yi Wushuang's countenance shifted dramatically. A peak holy emperor? When had such a young peak holy emperor emerged in the heavenly sacred continent? While it was known that some powerful beings might choose to restore their youthful appearance upon achieving mastery, it was evident to him that Lu Xunxian was truly youthful, not merely rejuvenated through cultivation. So what shall be your choice? Lu Xunxian inquired, pointing his sword at the assembly of holy emperors. Upon seeing the long sword in Lu Xunxian's grasp, Yi Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. This is a celestial artifact. He realized that even within his ancient holy land, there existed but a single celestial artifact. In the vast expanse of the heavenly sacred continent, holy lands were scarce, and those possessing celestial artifacts were even rarer. Yi Wushuang's expression fluctuated as he contemplated the situation, taking a considerable time before addressing Lu Xunxian with a congenial smile. Esteemed elder, it is not convenient to discuss matters here. Why don't we move into the holy hall to deliberate further? The other ancestors, observing their holy lord's demeanor, understood his intention to compromise. If they were in his position, they would likely make a similar choice. A peak holy emperor at such a tender age, coupled with a celestial artifact, naturally suggested he had formidable backing. Thus, They suspected Lu Xunxian might not be a native practitioner of this realm, but rather a gilded figure descending from above. After all, the celestial artifacts in their ancient holy land had been bestowed by powerful beings who had ascended to the celestial realm through extraordinary means. The difference in prestige between a being born in the celestial realm and one who had ascended from the lower realms was stark. They were eager to gauge Lu Xunxian's audacity, whether he would dare to enter the holy hall with them. Their expectations were not unmet. Upon witnessing their capitulation, Lu Xunxian ceased his aggressive stance and sheathed his celestial sword. Lead the way. Indeed, Lu Xunxian harbored no fear that they might deceive him after leading him into the main hall. Although he publicly appeared to possess only the peak cultivation of a holy emperor, in secret, he had long since transcended that level. Even before Feng Qingyu had advanced to the initial stage of Dan condensation, Lu Xunxian had already reached the pinnacle of holy emperor. It was needless to mention that Feng Qingyu was no longer at the initial stage of Dan condensation. Beneath the ancient holy land, a multitude of elders and disciples gazed at Lu Xunxian in the sky with expressions of fury. One could only say that the treatment within the ancient holy land was exceptionally generous, instilling a sense of belonging in every disciple. At this moment, confronted by Lu Xunxian's aggressive approach, they were unable to contain their indignation. Had it not been for their awareness of their own insufficient strength, they would have rushed to confront Lu Xunxian. Upon witnessing the ancestors encircling Lu Xunxian, they had already concocted various scenarios regarding his demise. However, to their astonishment, the Holy Master and the ancestors soon greeted Lu Xunxian with warm smiles and ushered him into the main hall. Surely, the ancestors intended to lure this young man into the hall and then quietly eliminate him. Such was the thought of some disciples. But swiftly, an elder descended from the heavens, his expression severe as he addressed them. What transpires today must not be divulged. Should it come to light, your cultivation will be abolished, and you shall be expelled from the Holy Land. Having uttered these words, the elder departed, heading towards the hall. The disciples and elders exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by the elder's intentions. Shouldn't the suppression of an external threat be widely publicized to elevate the prestige of the ancient Holy Land? Yet, soon a disciple stepped forward, his face reflecting a realization. The ancestors are indeed wise, he proclaimed. The remaining elders and disciples turned their gazes toward the speaking disciple. Though slightly intimidated by their attention, he cleared his throat and feigned composure. Consider this. Why would the Holy Master and the ancestors bring that individual into the hall? It must be for our safety. Our ancient Holy Land is renowned throughout the entire Tianshan continent. Who does not know of us? If the adversary dares to cause trouble here, they must at least be a holy emperor. Should they manage to escape, the Holy Master and the ancestors cannot always protect us. We will eventually have to venture outside. Thus, they have drawn him into the hall, which serves as the core of our protective formation. Once he enters, he will surely find himself trapped. The disciple spoke with heartfelt conviction. The other elders and disciples exchanged glances, and after a pause, one disciple echoed, "It does seem reasonable. The Holy Master and the ancestors are indeed illustrious and formidable. I have no regrets in joining the Holy Land. In my next life, I shall be one of the ancient people." To their astonishment, upon entering the hall, Yi Wushuang greeted Lu Xunxian with a smile, guiding him to a position of honor. The hall was resplendent with gold and jade, adorned with intricate and mystical runes. After all, the ancient sacred land is indeed remarkable, and the temple is certainly extraordinary. Noticing Lu Xunxian's gaze upon the surrounding ruins, Yi Wushuang smiled and spoke. "What? Esteemed elder, are you intrigued by the temple of our ancient sacred land?" "Not at all," came the reply. "I was merely captivated by the formations of your ancient sacred land. I had no idea that your ancient sacred land was so affluent, capable of setting up a 9-rank universal array that operates continuously." After a year of contemplation, Lu Xunxian's mastery of formations far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. With a mere glance, he discerned the formations laid out within the temple and even identified their weaknesses. However, he chose not to disclose such insights casually. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang's eyes brightened. It was evident that she had not anticipated Lu Xunxian's profound understanding of formations. What was most striking was that Lu Xunxian dared to enter the temple even after recognizing the presence of the 9-rank universal array. Such a person must possess either considerable confidence or be a fool. The former was evidently more plausible than the latter. Chapter 8. The Ancient Sacred Body and the Sacred Body of 10,000 Trees. Enough of this chatter. Holy Master Yi, I have made my intentions clear. Please allow my son and daughter to try their hand at the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. If they are suitable for its cultivation, I shall owe your ancient sacred land a favor. In the future, you may request my assistance once or propose a demand that I can accept. Having said little about the formations, Lu Xunxian returned to the matter at hand. However, to his surprise, Yi Wushuang displayed a troubled expression. After a long pause, she sighed and replied, "My dear friend, it is not that I am unwilling to impart the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra to your children. It is simply that the sutra has specific cultivation requirements. Only those with the ancient sacred body can practice it. Otherwise, everyone within our ancient sacred land would have long since cultivated the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra. Its power stems from the ancient sacred body. Without it, the sutra would be no more remarkable than any ordinary celestial level technique. In our ancient sacred land, celestial level techniques abound, rendering the specialized cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra unnecessary." "Is that so?" Lu Xunxian mused, for it seemed they had not yet tested for any extraordinary physiques. He recalled that after his wife had joined the ranks of the elders in the Qingfeng sacred land, she returned home to assess Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Upon discovering they lacked spiritual roots, she departed without delay. When he had later acquired the method to supplement spiritual roots, he had only completed theirs without checking for any special physiques. Now, prompted by Yi Wushuang's words, Lu Xunxian was reminded of this matter. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang retrieved a fist-sized azure crystal from her storage ring. "Esteemed nephew, place your hand upon the testing stone. If you possess any special physique, the stone will react." Beside her, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun glanced at Lu Xunxian with a hint of trepidation. "Go on, your father is here," Lu Xunxian encouraged, prompting Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun to step forward before Yi Wushuang. Supported by absolute cultivation, even in front of him, Yi Wushuang could do nothing to his son and daughter. "Little ones, who will come first?" Yi Wushuang inquired, donning a smile as gentle as possible. "Brother will go first," Lu Qingyun replied in a soft voice. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao stepped forward boldly and placed his hand upon the testing stone. The crowd was filled with anticipation, curious about what unique constitution the offspring of a formidable figure like Lu Xunxian would possess. In the next moment, the testing stone trembled, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky. "A sacred body!" Yi Wushuang gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening. Lu Xunxian, too, was taken aback, clearly not expecting that his son, who lacked spiritual roots, would possess a sacred body. In the realm of cultivation, special physiques are classified into 4 grades: spiritual body, immortal body, sacred body, and the most terrifying, divine body. Yet, for ordinary cultivators, even the lowest grade, the spiritual body, is a rarity. Those endowed with a sacred body, once they embark on the path of cultivation, will be invincible within their realm, unless they encounter another of the same level or a divine body that surpasses it. The commotion from the testing stone did not cease. Shadows of formidable beings projected from it, each exuding a terrifying aura, akin to war gods descending from the heavens. Upon their projection, these divine figures bowed respectfully to Lu Xiaoyao. "It is indeed an ancient sacred body." Yi Wushuang was even more astonished. Although the ancient sacred body is merely a type of sacred body, mastering it to perfection earns a reputation rivaling that of a divine body. "Ahem, esteemed elder, might you consider allowing your son to join our ancient sacred land? I would gladly designate him as our sacred son." Before Lu Xunxian could utter a word, Yi Wushuang interjected. He possessed foresight, an ancient sacred body, coupled with a father descending from the immortal realm, was certainly worthy of securing a sacred son position to forge connections. Moreover, such an ancient sacred body is seldom seen, even over a span of 1,000,000 years. The last ancient sacred body within their land had ascended to the immortal realm 300,000 years prior. Since then, no other ancient sacred body had graced their sacred ground. The elders around them shifted expressions but did not intervene. If the Lord could think of it, so could these ancient beings. However, Lu Xunxian did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he turned to Lu Xiaoyao and gently asked, "Xiaoyao, I wish to hear your thoughts." Lu Xiaoyao lifted his head and seriously inquired, "Father, if I become the sacred son of the ancient sacred land, does that mean I will have to part ways with you? If that is the case, I would rather forego the position of sacred son." "Dear nephew, that is unnecessary. You can still remain by the elder's side even as our sacred son," Yi Wushuang swiftly interrupted. He merely intended to use the title of sacred son to deepen the connection between the elder and their ancient sacred land. "Indeed, as long as you wish it. No one can separate you from your father," Lu Xunxian declared with a commanding presence. In the pursuit of becoming the holy son of the ancient sacred land, Lu Xiaoyao finally acquiesced after much deliberation. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Lu Qingyun, their curiosity piqued regarding the nature of her constitution. As Lu Xiaoyao, her elder brother, had detected the ancient sacred body within himself, it was only reasonable to assume that his twin sister would possess a similarly remarkable endowment. Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, Lu Qingyun placed her hand upon the testing stone. In an instant, a resplendent golden light erupted from the stone. causing a wave of astonishment to wash over the onlookers. Though they had anticipated such an outcome, the reality of it still took them aback. Once again, a sacred body was revealed. Yi Wuxuang stood agape, and in the next moment, the testing stone projected images of towering, verdant trees, each exuding an ancient aura as if they had withstood the test of countless years. It was the sacred body of 10,000 trees. With a discerning eye, Yi Wuxuang instantly recognized it as the legendary 10,000 trees sacred body. It was said that this body was born from a branch severed from the primordial tree during the ancient era, resulting in a bloodline that emerged after reaching the realm of the immortal emperor. Those who possessed the 10,000 trees sacred body could heal from any injury, provided it did not result in instantaneous death, as long as they reached the great completion stage of cultivation. Esteemed elder, our ancient sacred land lacks suitable techniques for the cultivation of the 10,000 trees sacred body. However, if you wish, I can request the Lord of the ancient wood sacred land to send over the 10,000 trees scripture, Yi Wuxuang offered. The camaraderie between the ancient sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land was strong, and the distance between the two was not insurmountable. With Yi Wuxuang's request, it was likely that the Lord of the ancient would arrive promptly. Then I shall trouble you, Lu Xunxian responded, appreciating the swift acquisition of suitable cultivation techniques for his daughter. Chapter 9. The residents prepared for distinguished guests before long. Yi Wuxuang sent a message summoning the Lord of the ancient wood. After stowing away the communication stone, he turned to Lu Xunxian with a flattering smile. Esteemed elder, should we not allow the Holy Sun to commence his cultivation? After all, it will take approximately a day for Gu Feng to arrive. Although Gu Feng, the Lord of the ancient wood sacred land, was a formidable immortal emperor, the journey between the two sacred lands was not one that even he could traverse instantaneously. What say you, Xiaoyao? Father, I wish to cultivate, Lu Xiaoyao replied eagerly. His constitution had become exceedingly powerful after refining his spiritual roots. Yet he lacked the cultivation necessary to soar through the skies. The sooner he began his training, the sooner he could take flight. Perhaps even retrieving Wang Kai from the skies when it was otherwise occupied. Having received Lu Xunxian's consent, Yi Wuxuang approached Lu Xiaoyao from behind. Esteemed nephew, I shall impart the essence of the technique into your being. In due course, you will cultivate according to this sensation. Though Yi Wuxuang himself did not possess the ancient sacred body and had not cultivated the heavenly emperor scripture as the lord of the ancient sacred land, he was well versed in its principles. Soon, as Yi Wuxuang transmitted the cultivation method of the heavenly emperor scripture into Lu Xiaoyao's mind, the latter's realm began to ascend at a visibly astonishing rate. He soared to the pinnacle of the spirit entry stage before finally pausing. Had it not been for his desire to lay a solid foundation for Lu Xiaoyao, enabling him to ascend even higher in the future, he might have directly reached the peak of foundation establishment. Father, look, I have broken through to the spirit entry pinnacle. As soon as the transmission of power concluded, Lu Xiaoyao excitedly rushed to Lu Xunxian's side, addressing his father. Lu Xunxian, with a look of fondness, gently ruffled Lu Xiaoyao's hair. You have done exceedingly well. Continue to strive. Beside them, Lu Qingyun gazed on with envy. Naturally, Lu Xunxian noticed this and lifted Lu Xiaoyao, bringing him before Lu Qingyun. Do not be disheartened. When the ancient wood saint arrives tomorrow, you too shall begin your cultivation. Lu Qingyun rested her little head on Lu Xunxian's shoulder, appearing rather downtrodden. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao, cradled in his father's arms, patted his chest. Sister, fret not. From this day forth, your brother shall protect you. Senior, considering that the ancient wood saint shall not arrive until tomorrow, why not stay here at my ancient land's sacred ground? Yi Wuxuang said with a flattering demeanor. After all, this was a splendid opportunity to forge a closer bond with Lu Xunxian. After some contemplation, Lu Xunxian did not decline. Lead the way. Soon, under Yi Wuxuang's guidance, they arrived at a grand estate. Senior, this is the residence we originally intended to use for our esteemed guests, yet it has never been occupied. Since you are here, let it become your exclusive abode. Upon entering the estate, they were greeted by 6 servants, all of whom were cultivators at the alchemy stage. Greetings, master. The 6 bowed in unison, showing utmost respect to Lu Xunxian. Prior to their arrival, Yi Wuxuang had already informed them of the impending guest. No need for formalities. You may attend to your duties. Lu Xunxian waved his hand and entered the residence with his 2 children. Glancing at Lu Qingyun in his arms, he noticed that after a day of exertion, she had begun to yawn. In contrast, Lu Xiaoyao appeared vibrant and full of energy, likely due to his recent breakthrough. Yi Wuxuang, perceptive to the atmosphere, recognized that Lu Xunxian and the children were ready to rest and decided not to intrude further. Senior, should you require anything, simply instruct those 6 alchemy cultivators. Once the ancient wood saint arrives, I shall bring him here. With that, Yi Wuxuang turned to leave. and the 6 alchemy cultivators dutifully commenced their tasks. As a residence designated for esteemed guests, the estate was undeniably luxurious. The materials used for its construction were such that even a formidable king-level entity would struggle to damage them. Upon pushing open the grand doors and entering the estate, Lu Xunxian encountered materials he did not recognize, yet their preciousness was apparent. However, he paid little heed to these possessions. To him, they were merely external trappings. Wang Kai, find a place to rest for yourself, and remember not to cause any trouble, Lu Xunxian said, glancing at the Tianhu following him. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai obediently sought a corner, settled down, and began his cultivation. However, the commotion he made was rather loud, prompting Lu Xunxian to swiftly send him flying with a slap. If you wish to cultivate, go outside and do so. After dealing with Wang Kai, Lu Qingyun in his arms had already begun to softly snore. Xiaoyao, your sister has fallen asleep. Let us not disturb her. Gently placing Lu Qingyun on the bed, Lu Xunxian spoke softly to Lu Xiaoyao. Although he could be somewhat arrogant at times, Lu Xiaoyao knew when to act appropriately. Nodding, he dashed outside, eager to test the strength he had gained. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian sat by, vigilantly watching over his daughter's slumber. System, open the panel. Host, Lu Xunxian. Cultivation, Peak Saint Emperor, suppressed. Physique, none. Partner, Feng Qingyu, bound. As he stowed away the panel, Lu Xunxian couldn't help but ponder the events of the day. How had Feng Qingyu happened to pass through the Demon Beast Mountain range? Moreover, judging by her direction, it seemed she was returning to the Lin village. However, Lu Xunxian did not dwell on this matter for long. Feng Qingyu's affairs had no bearing on him. Even if she intended to rekindle their past, he held no interest. Had it not been for their encounter that day, he would have long forgotten her name. Within the Qingfeng Holy Land, Lin Changyuan wore a serious expression as he addressed Feng Qingyu, an elder Chun, who stood before him, equally solemn. Before Feng Qingyu could speak, Elder Chen interjected. Indeed, we encountered Fu Qitian in the Demon Beast Mountain range. Yet, it is puzzling how he fell from the peak of Saint Emperor to that of Saint King. His visage and aura, however, are indelibly etched in my memory. Before breaking through to the Emperor realm, Elder Chun had had the fortune of meeting Fu Qitian. Clearly, Fu Qitian had not regarded Elder Chun with any significance. Otherwise, he would have recognized him earlier. This is indeed a curious matter. To my knowledge, 6 months ago, Fu Qitian was besieged by the 5 peak Saint Emperors, and a mysterious powerhouse intervened, annihilating them. Fu Qitian then vanished without a trace. Initially, I believed his fate to be dire, yet it seems he still lives. Nevertheless, even with this newfound knowledge, Lin Changyuan had no intention of acting against Fu Qitian. There was no enmity between them, and he had no reason to provoke him. Moreover, who could say whether Fu Qitian's fall to the Saint King Peak was a transient state? To offend him could potentially lead to trouble if he were to regain his peak Saint Emperor cultivation one day, which would pose a significant challenge for the Qingfeng Holy Land. Chapter 10. Who gave you the gall to threaten my daughter soon? Lin Changyuan exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Chun, who promptly withdrew. When only he and Feng Qingyu remained, Lin Changyuan finally spoke. So, how have matters with your husband and children been resolved? However, Feng Qingyu shook her head and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Lin Changyuan's expression reflected mild astonishment. Such a circumstance exists? They have actually traced it back to Fuqishan, yet there is no sign of them? Master, is it possible that Lu Xunxian and the 2 children have already been annihilated by Fuqishan? Feng Qingyu hesitated slightly, but still voiced her concern. Lin Changyuan, however, waved his hand decisively to indicate that it was impossible. If they had truly been exterminated, the bloodline tracking technique would not yield any results. If you are worried, you may invoke the bloodline tracking technique once more. There are no limitations to its use, as long as your power suffices. It can be employed countless times in a single day. Lin Changyuan stepped forward, extracting a drop of blood from Feng Qingyu's fingertip and immediately cast the bloodline tracking technique. Soon, the blood imbued with the spell soared beyond the Qingfeng sacred land. They are still alive. Feng Qingyu's expression darkened. Yet Lin Changyuan shook his head. They must have merely passed by Fuqishan. The direction of the blood's pursuit does not lead towards the mountain of myriad demons. Prepare yourself, my disciple. We shall set forth tomorrow. Yes, master. Feng Qingyu nodded in acquiescence and departed to make her preparations. After her departure, Lin Changyuan stood at the entrance of the cave, gazing outward, and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, what a tumultuous season this is. First, the grand sacred competition is imminent, and now my disciples' affairs remain unresolved. Not to mention Fuqishan is still alive. It seems the sacred continent will not know peace again. Resolving to prepare for seclusion and strive for the sacred emperor realm, Lin Changyuan was already at the pinnacle of the sacred emperor, merely a step away from the sacred emperor itself. Yet, This small step had ensnared him for 5,000 years. Should he fail to break through to the sacred emperor soon, he would be destined to sit in meditation for no more than 1,000 years before passing into oblivion. At this moment, within the ancient sacred land, Lu Xunxian, seated quietly beside his daughter's bed, suddenly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing. Who dares to employ magic against my children? He extended his hand, and a drop of blood, imbued with a spell, fell into his palm. Gazing at the blood in his hand and the magical aura entwined within it, he recognized the spell at a glance. The bloodline tracking technique? This is Feng Qingyu's blood. What exactly does she intend to do? With a mere pinch, Lu Xunxian extinguished Feng Qingyu's blood. After a moment's contemplation, he left behind a mark on both his son and daughter, cloaking their presence. Thus, Feng Qingyu would be unable to locate them using the bloodline tracking technique. Although he was uncertain of Feng Qingyu's intentions, Lu Xunxian no longer wished to meet her, nor did he want his children to encounter her. At that moment, Lu Qingyun, lost in slumber, murmured in her dreams. Father, don't go, I'm afraid. Father, one tea leave, Father, one tea leave. Lu Xunxian gently held Lu Qingyun's small hands, leaning in to softly reassure her by whispering in her ear. Gradually, Lu Qingyun, lost in her dreams, began to calm down. Observing his daughter and the nearby Lu Xiaoyao, who had also succumbed to slumber, Lu Xunxian displayed a pensive expression. Should he seek a stepmother for the children, to provide them with the maternal affection they so desperately lacked? Yet, Lu Xunxian quickly shook his head. The matter was of great significance and required careful consideration. Before long, the night passed. Early the next morning, Yi Wushuang arrived at the residence. Senior, are you awake? The ancient wood Saint Master has arrived. Noticing Yi Wushuang's respectful demeanor, an elderly man beside him, exuding an air of celestial grace, could not help but jest. Old Yi, you are the ancient Saint Master, a formidable being among the holy emperors, which senior in the heavenly holy continent could warrant such deference from you. This elder was indeed the ancient wood Saint Master, Gu Feng, a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the holy emperor realm. Despite their apparent age difference, both were, in fact, of a similar age. Thus, when faced with Gu Feng's teasing, Yi Wushuang remained unperturbed, sternly advising, let me remind you that senior has descended from above. Should you provoke him, I shall be unable to assist you. As Yi Wushuang's words concluded, the grand doors of the residence swung open. Clad in white, Lu Xunxian emerged, cradling Lu Qingyun, who appeared somewhat drowsy, leaning against his shoulder, yawning and rubbing her eyes. Fellow Taoist Yi, this must be the ancient wood Saint Master, Lu Xunxian approached, first casting a glance at Yi Wushuang before turning his attention to Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng disregarded Lu Xunxian, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Lu Qingyun in Lu Xunxian's arms. Truly the 10,000 wood sacred body. Old Yi, you didn't deceive me. Beside them, Yi Wushuang wore a dark expression. When have I ever deceived you? You have done so repeatedly. Previously, you claimed to have discovered a 10,000 wood sacred body, yet when I hastily arrived, you instead had me play chess with you. Recalling past events, Gu Feng felt a pang of irritation, as he had been on the verge of an epiphany regarding a 9th-grade spiritual formation, only to be abruptly interrupted by Yi Wushuang. Not only had he not encountered the purported 10,000 wood sacred body, but he had also lost the inspiration for his ancient formation research. Ahem. That is all in the past. To make amends, I have specifically found for you a genuine 10,000 wood sacred body. Yi Wushuang cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation to more pressing matters. Ahem, young friend, would you be willing to join my ancient wood sacred land? I can impart to you the secret teachings of the 10,000 wood sutra. Furthermore, I can appoint you as the Saintess of my ancient wood sacred land. Gu Feng regarded Lu Qingyun with a serious tone. Although the 10,000 wood sacred body may not be as formidable or rare as the ancient sacred body, it is indeed easier to manifest. His ability to sense Lu Qingyun's possession of the 10,000 wood sacred body stemmed from his own similar nature. Such sacred bodies have a mutual awareness. However, Lu Qingyun disregarded Gu Feng and instead raised her gaze towards Lu Xunxian. Go ahead, just like your brother. If you wish to stay beside your father, then do so, and if you wish to remain in the ancient wood sacred land, then stay there. Father, I want to be by your side, Lu Qingyun murmured, leaning against Lu Xunxian's shoulder. Before Lu Xunxian could respond, Gu Feng grew anxious. The 10,000 wood canon is a unique and untransmitted art of our ancient wood sacred land. Only those possessing the 10,000 wood sacred body can cultivate it. If you aspire to become a saintess, you must remain within the ancient wood sacred land. Senior, you wouldn't want your daughter to be unable to cultivate the 10,000 wood canon, would you? As Gu Feng finished speaking, Yi Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter a word, Lu Xunxian's countenance darkened, and an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from him. instantly forcing Gu Feng, who was at the peak of the sacred emperor, to the ground. Who gave you the audacity to threaten my daughter? Chapter 11. The heavenly sacred competition. Gu Feng lifted his head, astonished as he looked at Lu Xunxian. At that moment, he recalled Yi Wushuang's earlier warning. I must remind you that senior has descended from above with great prestige. If you provoke him, I cannot assist you. Senior, I realize my mistake. I beseech you to show mercy and spare me. Faced with the threat of death, Gu Feng did not hesitate to submit, lowering his head in supplication. If it were not for your potential usefulness, you would already be dead, Lu Xunxian remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Gu Feng. Just that one glance made Gu Feng feel as if he were under the gaze of an immense terror, as if he could perish in the next instant. Fortunately, Lu Xunxian did not press further, retracting his oppressive aura after delivering a warning. Gu Feng clumsily rose from the ground, no longer daring to display his former arrogance. Hand over the 10,000 wood cannon. I can owe your ancient wood sacred land a favor. Lu Xunxian understood the principle of giving a sweet date in exchange for a slap. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's expression turned bitter. Senior, may I propose that your daughter becomes the saintess of our ancient wood sacred land? Noticing Lu Xunxian's rising ire, Gu Feng hastily added, rest assured. It is merely a nominal title. She need not leave your side. Although there were also peak sacred emperors within the ancient wood sacred land, Gu Feng sensed that none would rival Lu Xunxian. Thus, he opted for the same course of action as Yi Wushuang, suggesting that Lu Qingyun take on the role of a nominal saintess to deepen the bond with Lu Xunxian. However, Lu Xunxian did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he looked down at the daughter in his arms and inquired, Qingyun, do you wish to become the saintess of the ancient wood sacred land? Lu Qingyun lowered her head in contemplation, then raised it again. Father, I want to, just like my brother. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be the saintess of the ancient wood sacred land, Lu Xunxian said, his face softening with affection. Beside them, Gu Feng was taken aback. He had yet to voice his thoughts, which left him in a precarious position as the holy master. However, recalling Lu Xunxian's utterly overwhelming presence, he silently chose to remain quiet. Now, I kindly ask you to impart your teachings to my daughter. Lu Xunxian gently set his daughter down and then turned to Gu Feng. Naturally, Gu Feng dared not decline, promptly approaching Lu Qingyun with a face that strained to adopt the most benevolent expression. Saintess, fret not. Shortly, I shall impart the cultivation method of the Wanmu canon into your mind. In the future, you may cultivate according to this sensation. Upon concluding his words, Gu Feng extended his index finger and touched Lu Qingyun's forehead. Instantly, a vast and intricate knowledge surged into her consciousness. However, due to Gu Feng's careful handling, Lu Qingyun felt no discomfort. At that moment, her cultivation soared visibly, mirroring Lu Xiaoyao, halting only upon reaching the peak of the spirit entry realm. As soon as the transmission of knowledge concluded, Lu Qingyun joyfully leaped in front of Lu Xunxian, twirling around. Father, look, have I changed in any way? Indeed. You have become even more beautiful, Lu Xunxian replied in kind. However, there was no actual change. Their physical forms had already been refined when their spiritual roots were completed. Thus, entering the spirit entry realm brought no further transformations. Hooray! The little girl, oblivious to the intricacies, simply cherished her father's praise. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao emerged from the estate, rubbing his eyes. Father, sister, where have you been? Brother, look, I've begun my cultivation too. Without waiting for Lu Xunxian to respond, Lu Qingyun excitedly ran before her brother to boast. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyao displayed little excitement, instead appearing somewhat disheartened. Sister, now that you've begun cultivating, will you still need your brother to protect you? Of course. I'm a girl. How could I possibly fight? Lu Qingyun replied, hands on her hips, her expression brimming with pride. With his sister's affirmation, Lu Xiaoyao leapt into the air. Hooray! Observing the heartwarming interaction between the siblings, a satisfied smile graced Lu Xunxian's face. Yet, this satisfaction was soon interrupted by Gu Feng from behind. Ahem, senior, there is a matter I wish to discuss in detail with you. Might you have a moment? Gu Feng coughed, his expression somewhat awkward. Nearby, Yi Wushuang recalled something and hastily interjected. Senior, I too have matters to discuss with you. Please, do grant your consent. Observing the two, Lu Xunxian felt an uneasy premonition and furrowed his brow. If there is something to discuss, just state it plainly. Senior, may I inquire if you have heard of the Celestial Saint competition? Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng exchanged glances, with Yi Wushuang being the one to pose the question. Lu Xunxian's face reflected confusion as he responded. The Celestial Saint competition? What is that? The Celestial Saint competition was held 1,000,000 years ago by an unparalleled Saint Emperor, intending to inspire the cultivation aspirations of all practitioners within the Celestial Saint continent. Over time, It evolved into a contest among the most gifted disciples of the continent's various factions. Presently, the competition is hosted by 30 sacred grounds and occurs every 500 years, allowing any practitioner under the age of 500 to participate. Anyone who ranks among the top in the Heavenly Saint Grand competition is entitled to rewards bestowed by the 30 sacred lands. Yi Wushuang explained this to Lu Xunxian. The 30 sacred lands refer to the total of 30 sanctuaries located within the Heavenly Saint continent. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian quickly deduced their intentions. So, you intend for my son and daughter to participate in the Heavenly Saint Grand competition? His expression darkened instantly. How could they possibly consider sending them to partake in such a brutal contest at their tender age? Was this not an outrageous act of bullying? Noticing Lu Xunxian's reaction, Yi Wushuang realized there had been a misunderstanding and hastily clarified. Please, senior, remain calm. The Heavenly Saint Grand competition will not take place until 18 years from now. We merely wish to inform you of this matter. Given the talents of your son and daughter, they are bound to achieve commendable results when the time comes. Gu Feng chimed in. Indeed, we hope you will consider this carefully. Upon learning that the competition was 18 years away, Lu Xunxian's impending fury began to dissipate. However, he shook his head resolutely. I do not wish for my son and daughter to participate in the Heavenly Saint Grand competition. I only desire for them to grow up safely. As a father, he could not bear the thought of his children being placed in perilous situations. After exchanging glances with Gu Feng, Yi Wushuang spoke with a hint of resignation. Senior, I understand your concerns for the safety of the saint's son and saint daughter. Yet, they must eventually grow up. Do you truly wish for them to live their lives forever sheltered under your wings? Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian fell into silence. But soon he shook his head again. I will inform them of this matter when they come of age. And whether or not they choose to participate will be entirely up to them. However, I will not allow them to register now. Seeing this, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng sighed, hoping that in the future, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun would agree to participate in the Heavenly Saint Grand competition. With their exceptional talents, they would undoubtedly represent their respective sacred lands and secure prominent rankings. Chapter 12. A few moves in chess now that their objective had been achieved. Lu Xunxian had no intention of lingering longer. By the way, may I ask how to address you, senior? It was only at this moment that Yi Wushuang realized a pressing matter. He seemed to be unaware of Lu Xunxian's name. Gu Feng also cast a curious glance. Furthermore, how shall we contact you? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xunxian replied, you may simply refer to me as Xianxian. As for how to reach me, you can use this communication jade talisman. Upon finishing his words, 2 azure jade talismans floated towards Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng. They hurriedly stored them in their storage rings, fearful of misplacing them. As for our conversation, we shall meet again if fate allows. Wang Kai, let us depart. In the corner of the courtyard, the previously coiled heavenly devouring tiger promptly responded to Lu Xunxian's command, swiftly advancing to the estate's entrance. The heavenly devouring tiger soon transformed into its true form, larger than the entire estate. Before leaving, Lu Xunxian recalled something and turned to the 6 nascent soul cultivators. In the future, I anticipate that I shall seldom return here. So you need not be overly formal, simply conduct your affairs. Yes, my lord. The 6 condensation Dan practitioners respectfully bowed their heads in response. Soon, Lu Xunxian mounted the devouring tiger, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingjun, as they hastened back towards the direction of the Demon Mountain Range. Before the estate, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng stood together, and it was only after the silhouette of the devouring tiger vanished that Gu Feng turned to Yi Wushuang, his expression grave as he inquired, how did you come to know this great deity? Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang's face reflected a hint of bitterness as she recounted the events of the previous day without reservation. Listening to her account, Gu Feng could not help but show surprise. Extremely young, and possessing some celestial artifacts? Indeed, considering his circumstances, reaching the peak of the Saint Emperor realm in less than 10,000 years is quite remarkable, and those are indeed celestial artifacts. Aside from being bestowed from above, where else could one acquire such treasures? Unless a sanctum possessing such artifacts was annihilated, but information of that magnitude could hardly be concealed from us. Thus, the most plausible explanation is that he descended from above, gilded in glory. Gu Feng fell into deep contemplation, taking a considerable time before he raised his head, stating earnestly, you are right. Aside from descending from above, there exists no other possibility. Which power do you think he might represent? The ancient sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land possess legacies in the celestial realm, thus they are naturally aware of the general circumstances above. I cannot say, as he has not disclosed his true name, likely intending to conceal his real identity. However, the fact that he has reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm within 10,000 years is a testament to his formidable talent. Such individuals merit our goodwill without excessive scrutiny. Yi Wushuang's demeanor was solemn as she remarked. Even he, upon breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm, was already over 10,000 years old, let alone at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. By my estimation, attaining the peak by the age of 30,000 would already be considered quite impressive. Nonetheless, in the annals of the ancient sacred land, his talent would undoubtedly rank among the elite. In comparison, one can discern just how terrifying Lu Xunxian's talent truly is. Gu Feng nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Well then, since matters have been resolved, I shall take my leave. Having said this, Gu Feng intended to turn away, but was halted by Yi Wushuang. Wait, now that you are here, why not indulge me in a few games of chess? Gu Feng was taken aback, yet upon seeing the eager expression on Yi Wushuang's face, he ultimately could not bring himself to refuse and acquiesced. Very well. Let us play a few games. More than that, I shan't. All right, let us begin. Within the Qingfeng's sacred land, Elder Chun, let us depart. Feng Qingyu addressed Elder Chun, then drew a drop of blood from her fingertip to invoke the bloodline tracking technique. However, to her astonishment, the technique that had functioned last night was now rendered ineffective. It has failed? Beside her, Elder Chun recognized the bloodline tracking technique upon witnessing this scene, his brow furrowing in concern. My dear niece, the bloodline tracking technique only activates in the presence of bloodline. There are only two possibilities in the current situation. Either you have no blood relatives alive, or a powerful entity has concealed the presence of your kin. Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, Feng Qingyu's heart became tumultuous, prompting her to hasten to her master's cave. Master, I have urgent matters to discuss. As her words fell, the barriers before the cave responded and opened. Come in. Soon, Feng Qingyu found herself before her master. Master, it is dire. The bloodline tracking technique has failed. What? The bloodline tracking technique has failed? Lin Changyuan's expression shifted from dissatisfaction to alarm as he quickly approached, drawing forth a drop of blood from Feng Qingyu's fingertip. Watching her master employ the bloodline tracking technique, Feng Qingyu felt an overwhelming tension. If it were true that a formidable being had masked the aura of Lu Xunxian and the children, then with her master's strength, such a powerful entity would surely be unveiled. However, to Lin Changyuan's astonishment, even with all his might, the bloodline tracking technique yielded no results. It appears that your husband and two children have likely encountered misfortune, unless a peak Saint Emperor or a Saint Sovereign has intervened to obscure their presence. The bloodline tracking technique would not fail. The more powerful the practitioner, the greater the effectiveness of the technique. Since even a peak Saint Emperor like myself cannot locate them, it is highly probable that Lu Xunxian and the children have perished. At this thought, Feng Qingyu involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. Master, if they are indeed deceased, I shall return to my cultivation. With that, she intended to retreat for her training. Having been at the pinnacle of the earth realm for some time, she was prepared to attempt a breakthrough to the celestial realm. As she turned, Lin Changyuan halted her. Prepare yourself. I have already registered you to participate in the Heavenly Saint Grand Tournament in 18 years. The Heavenly Saint Grand Tournament? Feng Qingyu's face reflected confusion, while Lin Changyuan leisurely elucidated the details of the event. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyu's eyes gleamed. A competition involving the entire Heavenly Saint continent? Wouldn't this be her moment to shine? With her innate talent, she was confident that within 18 years, she could at least break through to the Emperor realm, a feat that few under 500 years of age could achieve. Seemingly perceiving Feng Qingyu's ambitions, Lin Changyuan shook his head, dousing her enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Do not harbor dreams of winning this Heavenly Saint Grand Tournament. The Saint Sun will also participate, and he is already at the Emperor realm. Do you truly believe you can defeat the Saint Sun? At her master's words, Feng Qingyu felt a weight in her heart, but still replied, I understand, master. I will diligently cultivate and strive for a commendable position in the Heavenly Saint Grand Tournament. With that, she turned to leave. Watching Feng Qingyu's retreating figure, Lin Changyuan couldn't help but sigh. He could only hope that a defeat in the Heavenly Saint Grand Tournament would not shatter her resolve. Feng Qingyu had experienced an unbroken string of successes in her cultivation over the past year, and Lin Changyuan worried that a setback in the tournament might impact her determination. Upon reflection, who among practitioners has not encountered defeat? A singular failure does not define the entirety of one's journey. I hope she can mentally prepare herself in advance. Chapter 13. Moving. A fear governed by Lu Xunxian within the Demon Mountain Range. Uncle Fu diligently managed every aspect of Lu Xunxian's residence. Suddenly, a colossal figure descended from the sky, landing firmly before the estate. As Lu Xunxian descended, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, Uncle Fu hurried to greet them. Master, you have returned. Indeed, has everything at home been in order during my absence? Lu Xunxian's expression remained neutral. However, Uncle Fu shook his head. Master, a young lady came seeking you yesterday, but I sent her away. At these words, Lu Xunxian's countenance shifted slightly as he conjured an image of Feng Qingyu. Was it this person? Yes, Uncle Fu nodded swiftly. Do not concern yourself with her. Simply ensure she is turned away. Lu Xunxian received this news with little emotional upheaval. Upon observing Feng Qingyu's approach to Zonglin village and employing the bloodline tracking technique, he understood she was searching for them. Regardless of her intentions, Lu Xunxian had no desire to meet her. Yet, a troubling thought lingered in Lu Xunxian's mind. Since Feng Qingyu had found her way here, it was plausible she might return in the future. After living here for a year, Lu Xunxian had grown quite fond of this life. The prospect of leaving was indeed disheartening. However, if it would alleviate some troubles, perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea. Thus, Lu Xunxian approached his son and daughter. Kneeling before them, "Children, how would you feel about moving?" "Moving? Hooray! We finally get to move." Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted with excitement. Seeing his son's enthusiasm, Lu Xunxian was somewhat surprised. "What? Do you not like this place?" "Indeed, I dislike it here, for I truly do not enjoy this place," Lu Xiaoyao admitted, his face falling. Lu Qingyun, standing nearby, displayed no trace of joy either. "Then why did you not tell me sooner?" "Because you seem to like it here, and I did not wish to upset you," Lu Xiaoyao replied, his gaze cast downwards, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian embraced both Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. "I apologize, I assumed you both enjoyed this place. Since you do not, we shall move. From now on, if you encounter anything that brings you unhappiness, remember to share it with me." "Yes, father, we understand." Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun spoke in unison. Without hesitation, Lu Xunxian lifted both children and turned to Uncle Fu. "Uncle Fu, prepare for our move." "Of course, master," Uncle Fu responded with a nod. Before long, everything within the estate was neatly packed, prepared, and ready. Uncle Fu and two maidservants approached Lu Xunxian and nodded. "Master, everything is in order." "Very well." At that moment, Lu Xunxian recalled an important matter. Where should they relocate? "Uncle Fu, do you have any suggestions?" Faced with Lu Xunxian's sudden inquiry, Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and pondered thoughtfully before responding. "Master, since we must accommodate both young masters, I propose we move near the Wandao Academy. This way, both young masters can enroll there and further their education. Although you possess formidable strength, it is unlikely you are proficient in all areas. The Wandao Academy offers a wealth of knowledge that can greatly benefit them. Moreover, the academy is filled with peers of their age, allowing them to forge friendships." Upon hearing this, a look of resignation crossed Lu Xunxian's face, as if he had just recalled something significant. "If that is the case, let us proceed to the Wandao Academy. It has been a while since I last saw the academy's headmaster. Let us go." With his words, Wang Kai immediately understood and carried them towards the direction of the Wandao Academy. The Holy Saint Continent is home to numerous academies, with the Wandao Academy standing out as a prominent institution, its power rivaling that of Sacred Grounds. At this moment, as the enrollment period commenced, Lu Xunxian did not intend to rush the young ones into school, given their tender age. Suddenly, the massive form of the sky-swallowing tiger soared swiftly overhead, causing those below who were enrolling to pause and gaze upwards in awe. However, in the next instant, a figure appeared before the sky-swallowing tiger, halting its advance. Flying is prohibited above the Wandao Academy. The one who blocked Lu Xunxian's party was a teacher from the academy, a formidable figure at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. Upon seeing the figure, a familiar expression crossed Lu Xunxian's face. "What? Has it been only half a year, and you no longer recognize me?" Hearing the familiar voice, the peak Saint Emperor shuddered and slowly raised his head, only to be met with the sight of a figure he dreaded encountering for the rest of his life. "Ah, headmaster, it's terrible. That man has returned." With the terrified exclamation from the peak Saint Emperor, several figures swiftly emerged from the Wandao Academy, surrounding Lu Xunxian and his companions. Observing the commotion, Lu Xunxian felt a sense of exasperation. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss over his previous visit, merely to demand 3 12th grade spiritual treasures, during which he had bested everyone at the academy? Before long, the headmaster of the Wandao Academy, Su Ruoshan, appeared before Lu Xunxian, his expression difficult to describe. "Elder, did we not agree that after you took the 3 12th grade spiritual treasures, you would not return to our academy?" Su Ruoshan, with his graying hair and stooped figure, nonetheless exuded an inexplicable pressure as he gazed at Lu Xunxian. Though his words were laced with arrogance, the underlying fear was palpable. After all, 6 months prior, Lu Xunxian had approached the Wandao Academy, demanding 3 12th grade spiritual treasures, leading to a direct confrontation between them. Despite being a peak Saint Emperor and accompanied by 6 other Saint Emperors from the Wandao Academy, they were unable to withstand even 3 moves from Lu Xunxian and faced defeat. It was during this encounter that Su Ruoxian was struck with fear. When he next beheld Lu Xunxian, his heart was filled with trepidation. The surrounding instructors at Wandao Academy were also reminded of the terror they experienced 6 months prior at the hands of Lu Xunxian. This scene left Lu Xunxian with a sense of helplessness. However, for the sake of the two children, he spoke to reassure them. There is no need for haste. My purpose in coming here is to settle at your Wandao Academy. Coincidentally, my two children have reached the stage of learning, and I intend to enroll them in your esteemed institution. Chapter 14. Residence at Wandao Academy. Is what you say truly the case? Su Ruoxian initially froze at the words, then his breath quickened. Unlike 6 months ago when Lu Xunxian had come demanding 3 12th grade spirit treasures and departed without hesitation. This time he sought to leave his son and daughter to study at Wandao Academy. If handled wisely, this could forge a favorable relationship with this esteemed elder, potentially securing a powerful ally for their academy in the realm of immortals. Yi Wushuang had contemplated such a possibility, and naturally, Su Ruoxian shared the same thoughts. Such youth, coupled with the possession of an immortal artifact, would lead many to speculate that he was favored by those above. Although Wandao Academy was formidable within the heavenly Saint continent, it lacked any support in the immortal realm. Yet, Lu Xunxian had achieved the pinnacle of Saint Emperor at such a young age, wielding an immortal artifact that indicated his extraordinary talent, suggesting that his connections would be equally formidable. Cultivating a friendship with him would undoubtedly benefit Wandao Academy. Indeed, it is true. In return, I can assist your academy should you face peril. After all, 6 months prior, due to their resistance, Lu Xunxian had seized 3 12th grade spirit treasures without owing them any favor. Now, if he wished to have them willingly mentor his children, he needed to offer them a sweet deal. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxian's eyes brightened, and he readily agreed. It is a deal. The surrounding instructors were left in astonishment at the dean's unexpected compliance. Did he not remember the humiliation he faced 6 months ago? Yet, the fear that once marred Su Ruoxian's countenance had vanished, replaced by a look of excitement. Esteemed elder, shall we proceed? Su Ruoxian eagerly approached with a welcoming smile, ushering Lu Xunxian and his entourage into the academy. This scene left the instructors of Wandao Academy speechless. Was this truly the dean they remembered? One who was indifferent to life and death. Now, he resembled a sycophant. They dared only to voice their thoughts internally, refraining from uttering them aloud. Lu Xunxian's arrival did not stir significant waves. Soon, Wandao Academy returned to its usual state. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxian warmly led Lu Xunxian to the academy's rear mountain. Before the majestic peaks of the rear mountain of the Wandao Academy, a cluster of opulent residences stood, serving as the abodes for the esteemed instructors of the institution. However, Su Ruoxian did not linger in the teacher's quarters. Instead, he escorted Lu Xunxian deeper into the mountain's heart. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before a lavishly adorned mansion, where Su Ruoxian graciously proclaimed, Elder, since you have chosen to dwell within our Wandao Academy, I bestow this residence upon you. I hope you accept it with pleasure. Observing the mansion before him, Lu Xunxian waved his hand dismissively. This abode will suffice. Yet, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance down at Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, inquiring, Do you find this place to your liking? The two children gazed at the mansion with gleaming eyes and exclaimed, Father, we wish to reside here. With their approval granted, Su Ruoxian turned to the 2 maidservants beside him, who promptly entered the mansion to arrange accommodations for Lu Xunxian and his companions. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxian approached with a hint of obsequiousness, asking, Elder, did you not mention the intention of enrolling your children in the Wandao Academy? Should we not prepare for their admission? Lu Xunxian shot Su Ruoxian a cold glance, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. Despite their shared status as peak holy emperors, Su Ruoxian was acutely aware that he would be no match for Lu Xunxian, even in 100 lifetimes. They are still quite young. Let us wait a couple more years, Lu Xunxian responded. In the Tianxin continent, it was customary for those possessing spiritual roots to be tested and subsequently enrolled in cultivation academies by the age of 4 or 5. After their studies, they could join other sects as they wished. Presently, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were merely over 2 years old, and Lu Xunxian was reluctant to hasten their entry into the academy. It is not too late. We must ensure the children have a head start, Su Ruoxian insisted anxiously. However, Lu Xunxian remained resolute, unfazed by his words. Are you attempting to instruct me? He queried. Certainly not, Su Ruoxian quickly replied, recalling the formidable presence of the man before him. Very well, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave. With that, Lu Xunxian stepped into the mansion. Although Su Ruoxian desired to follow, he ultimately refrained, contemplating that continuing further might yield undesirable results. Upon entering the mansion, Lu Xunxian noted the presence of 4 Dan condensation realm cultivators, mirroring the atmosphere of the ancient sacred land. In unison, they greeted him, "Master. This is my steward. From this day forth, you shall heed his commands," Lu Xunxian instructed, gesturing towards Fu Qitian. Yet, Fu Qitian hesitated, as if contemplating whether to speak. "What troubles you?" Lu Xunxian inquired, having sensed his unease. "Master, I wish to enter seclusion for a period to restore my former cultivation level," Fu Qitian finally confessed. Lu Xunxian recalled their previous encounter, where Fu Qitian had been beset by the attacks of 5 peak holy emperors. Originally, Lu Xunxian had no intention of intervening. However, he could not ignore the 5 peak sacred emperors seeking their own demise. Upon encountering Lu Xunxian, they resolved to eliminate him, and thus they met their end. It was during this battle that Fu Qitian sustained a significant injury, causing him to fall to the peak of the Sacred King realm. Having stayed by Lu Xunxian's side for nearly 6 months, he had largely recovered from his wounds and intended to strive for the restoration of his Sacred Emperor peak. "Go ahead. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." Lu Xunxian did not impede him, as Fu Qitian's recovery would also be beneficial to him. Having received permission, Fu Qitian retreated, assigning matters within the estate to 2 maidservants before he began secluding himself to recover his Sacred Emperor peak. As for the 2 little ones, they were already excitedly exploring every corner of the estate. Observing this scene, Lu Xunxian felt a mix of emotions. Realizing that they would likely be residing at the Wan Dao Academy for an extended period, he pondered when his son and daughter, endowed with such talent, would ascend to immortality. Although he could ascend already, he had chosen to suppress his cultivation for the sake of his children. If he were to cease this suppression, he would be immediately targeted by the ascension tribulation and would ascend without delay. He contemplated when he might break through to a level where even the heavenly Tao could not forcibly compel his ascension. Lu Xunxian mused, hoping that Feng Qingyu would train with greater diligence and expedite his path to invincibility. Chapter 15. Fu Qitian breaks through to Sacred Emperor as seasons changed. 2 years swiftly passed. Within the Wan Dao Academy, Lu Xunxian sat cross-legged, absorbing the power of heaven and earth. A year prior, after much contemplation, he decided to complete his spiritual roots. After all, should anything happen to Feng Qingyu, he would need to rely on his own cultivation. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, clad in the academy's student attire, approached him. Over the course of 2 years, the siblings had matured significantly. In terms of cultivation, they had both broken through to the initial stage of the Earth realm. Lu Xunxian was never short on cultivation resources. And with Feng Qingyu also receiving ample resources over the years, it resulted in an abundance of resources for Lu Xunxian. Moreover, the siblings possessed considerable talent, making their breakthrough to the Earth realm a natural progression. "Father, we are heading to school. Will you accompany us?" Perhaps due to their mother's absence. Despite being only 4 years old, they exhibited a maturity beyond that of their peers. "Go ahead. You have explored the Wan Dao Academy thoroughly over the years. Just be cautious." Although Lu Xunxian advised them thus, he had secretly placed protective restrictions on the children, ensuring that even a peak sacred emperor could not harm them in the slightest. Watching the 2 children depart, Lu Xunxian could not quell his concern and stealthily followed them. Within the academy, all the teachers had been informed by Su Ruishan of the arrival of the 2 little prodigies, heightening their vigilance upon seeing Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, anxious to prevent any mishap involving the 2 young masters. If anything were to happen to the little demon king, then the Wan Dao Academy would surely be in turmoil. Fortunately, everything unfolded smoothly, and both youngsters successfully enrolled. At that moment, a formidable aura emanated from the back mountain. Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow and, with a single step, arrived at the source of the aura. Could it be that Uncle Fu has achieved a breakthrough? Lu Xunxian murmured to himself. Moreover, judging by the aura, it seemed that Uncle Fu had not only restored his peak as a Saint Emperor, but had also inadvertently ascended to the realm of the Saint Emperor. The instant Uncle Fu broke through to the Saint Emperor, a terrifying presence swept across the 600 states of the central domain. Countless powerful beings suddenly opened their eyes and gazed towards the direction of the aura. What a fearsome aura! Has someone broken through to the Saint Emperor realm? And it appears that this is no ordinary Saint Emperor. Quickly, find out who has achieved the breakthrough and ensure to befriend them. That direction? Could it be the Wan Dao Academy? Dispatch individuals to investigate the news at once. In an instant, the entire central domain stirred with hidden currents due to the breakthrough of a Saint Emperor. After all, the last time someone ascended to the Saint Emperor realm was 3,000 years ago. Within the Wan Dao Academy, it was not long before Su Ruishan, the dean, approached Lu Xunxian, his expression grave as he looked towards the cave dwelling before them. "Elder, congratulations on your subordinate's breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm." Lin Changyuan was well acquainted with Fu Qitian, and Su Ruishan knew of Fu Qitian's seclusion within the cave dwelling. Thus, it was not difficult to deduce that the one who had achieved the breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm was indeed Fu Qitian. Lu Xunxian, however, did not respond to his words, maintaining a serene expression as he observed the commotion emanating from the cave dwelling. Due to possessing the system, he had not caused any similar disturbances upon his own breakthrough to the Saint Emperor. In contrast, the breakthrough of Fu Qitian had caused the heavens to change color. Ominous dark clouds of tribulation had already spread across 90,000 miles. Elder, we should leave at once. If we remain here, we may be affected by the tribulation clouds. Seeing the storm clouds taking shape, Lu Xunxian grew anxious. Even at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, one would not dare to act recklessly in the face of such a thunderous tribulation. Interfering could lead to being struck down and obliterated. Lu Xunxian pondered for a moment, casually tossing a piece of celestial artifact into the cave dwelling, and conveyed a message to Fu Qitian. Take this celestial artifact to withstand the tribulation. It shall belong to you from now on. Having accompanied Lu Xunxian for many years, Fu Qitian's dedication had not gone unnoticed. Thus, at this moment, Lu Xunxian was generous, bestowing upon him a celestial artifact. For Lu Xunxian now, celestial artifacts were not particularly precious. However, this scene left Lu Xunxian utterly astonished. Had he truly seen correctly? Was that a celestial artifact? This esteemed individual had casually gifted his subordinate a celestial artifact? Yet, before he could voice his inquiries, Lu Xunxian turned and departed. Seeing this, he had no choice but to follow suit. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, not a soul remained. Even the students of the Wan Dao Academy had been urgently evacuated. At this moment, outside the Wan Dao Academy, countless cultivators gazed upward in awe, their hearts filled with envy. The figure before them was none other than a holy emperor, a terrifying existence that they might never hope to surpass in their lifetimes. Additionally, numerous holy kings and holy emperors, sensing the commotion, hurriedly arrived. The sight of a peak holy emperor breaking through to become a holy emperor amidst the thunder tribulation would be immensely beneficial for them. When Lu Xunxian and Lu Xunxian reached the area untouched by the tribulation, they beheld hundreds, even thousands, of holy kings and holy emperors observing Fu Qitian's thunder tribulation. Within the cave, Fu Qitian gazed at the celestial blade before him and extended his hand to grasp it. In the next moment, he surged upward from the cave, standing tall in the sky, wielding the blade in one hand, defiantly facing the rolling thunderclouds above. Upon reaching the heavenly realm, each breakthrough into a higher level necessitated enduring the trials posed by the heavenly thunder. Only by successfully navigating these tribulations could one advance. Failure would lead to death and the return of one's spiritual essence to the cosmos. The transition from holy emperor to holy emperor was particularly daunting, encompassing not only the heavenly tribulations but also the trials of inner demons and the 5 declines faced by celestial beings. The heavenly tribulations consisted of 81 strikes, each one increasingly potent, culminating in a force that could rival a true holy emperor's blow. The trial of inner demons would ensnare the cultivator in a realm of illusions. Within this illusion, the cultivator would be subjected to deceptive visions capable of distorting reality. Should they fail to discern the truth and remain steadfast in their resolve, they would be eternally trapped within the inner demon trial. As for the 5 declines, they included the decline of spirit, the decline of soul, the decline of body, the decline of fortune, and the decline of lifespan. The decline of spirit rendered one's spiritual power inaccessible, relying solely on the physical form. The decline of soul indicated a weakening of one's spirit, making them vulnerable to attacks from spiritual artifacts. The decline of body implied physical frailty, where excessive use of spiritual power could lead to bodily disintegration. The decline of fortune was simpler, representing a downturn in luck, which varied per individual. A severe decline could lead to an unfortunate encounter with a powerful adversary, while a minor decline might merely result in an occasional stumble. Lastly, the decline of lifespan involved a reduction in one's lifespan. Surviving this decline could restore one's original lifespan, whereas failing would lead to demise. Upon successfully overcoming the trial of inner demons, one would be considered to have ascended to the realm of Holy Emperor. The subsequent 5 declines would unfold within the Holy Emperor's domain. Thus, it was customary for an ordinary Holy Emperor to employ significant measures to conceal their breakthrough from potential enemies. Yet, Fu Qitian remained unperturbed. After all, he was now an ally of Lu Xunxian. Who would dare challenge him? Chapter 16, Misjudged? It begins. As a stunned cultivator voiced their surprise, the long-anticipated thunder tribulation descended from the heavens. However, its force was not particularly overwhelming. Even a peak Holy Emperor could withstand it, let alone Fu Qitian, who was among the elite of Holy Emperors. With a swift and decisive stroke, Fu Qitian effortlessly deflected the initial strike of thunder. Following that, The second and third bolts of lightning came crashing down in rapid succession, but for Fu Qitian, they posed little challenge. With the celestial artifact in hand, Physician felt an unshakable confidence. Soon, the final bolt of heavenly tribulation, comparable to a strike from a holy emperor, descended, prompting Physician's previously serene expression to turn serious. He took a deep breath, shifting from a one-handed grip on his blade to a two-handed stance. In the next moment, his gaze became fiercely penetrating. Divine Path Blade Slash. Physician bellowed, unleashing a powerful stroke. Empowered by the celestial artifact, the force of this strike was magnified. Even a mid-tier holy emperor would find it daunting to withstand. Accompanied by this blow, the most terrifying bolt of tribulation was obliterated. Yet, the blade's energy soared skyward, cleaving the oppressive tribulation clouds in two, which subsequently dissipated. At that moment, Physician closed his eyes tightly, seemingly enveloped in an enigmatic state. The heart demon tribulation. Lu Xunxian, knowledgeable in such matters, immediately recognized the severity. His expression tightening. The heart demon tribulation showed no mercy, regardless of one's might. Once targeted, the chances of downfall exceeded 80%. Throughout history, countless renowned prodigies had perished at this critical juncture. Turning to Lu Xunxian, one observed his calm demeanor. He placed his faith in Physician. Should Physician fail to break through, it would simply indicate a misjudgment on his part. Physician did not disappoint Lu Xunxian. Shortly, he abruptly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Multiple rings of light radiated outward, creating ripples that spread across an expanse of 1,000,000 miles. This marked his ascension to the Holy Emperor realm. Witnessing this, numerous holy kings and holy emperors knelt in reverence, congratulating the elder on his breakthrough. However, Physician paid them no heed. Upon locating Lu Xunxian, he intended to return the celestial artifact. Just as he prepared to act, Lu Xunxian's voice resonated in his mind. Do not approach me just yet. Though uncertain of his master's reasoning, Physician complied obediently, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Lu Xunxian's request stemmed from the overwhelming number of onlookers. He wished to avoid drawing undue attention, as that would inevitably invite countless troubles. Even when he had previously subdued Lu Xunxian and others, it was under the guise of disguise. Should Physician hand over the celestial artifact now, Lu Xunxian feared his existence would soon be known throughout the entire Tianxin continent. As Physician departed, the surrounding cultivators recognized that the newly ascended Holy Emperor likely wished to avoid them. Despite their disappointment, they gradually dispersed from the scene. Witnessing this, Lu Xunxian also vanished. Among the crowd, Lin Changyuan and Feng Qingyu made their presence known, having witnessed a Holy Emperor's breakthrough. Lin Changyuan could not help but laugh heartily. So that is how it is. I understand now. If I do this, and then that, I too can ascend to the Holy Emperor realm. At a critical juncture in his pursuit of the Holy Emperor realm, he felt the stirring of Fu Qitian's breakthrough and, without hesitation, chose to observe this momentous event. Concurrently, he encountered Feng Qingyu upon exiting his seclusion, and considering that a preparatory experience would be beneficial for her, he decided to bring her along. After witnessing Fu Qitian's advancement, Lin Changyuan brimmed with confidence, certain that he would breach the Holy Emperor realm within a century. Although he could not discern the countenance of the newly ascended Holy Emperor, it mattered little. The experience was already invaluable. However, when he turned to gauge Feng Qingyu's insights, he found her lost in thought. Qingyu, what troubles you? Lin Changyuan inquired, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction, prompting her return to awareness. Master, I am well. I must have misperceived something, she replied. What did you see? Lin Changyuan questioned, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite her hesitation, Feng Qingyu recounted the vision she had experienced. You mean to say you thought you saw your husband? Yes. Impossible. The attendees here are predominantly cultivators. Lin Changyuan asserted without a hint of doubt. Your husband lacks spiritual roots. How could he possibly be present? That is true. I must have been mistaken. At his words, Feng Qingyu exhaled in relief, though an inexplicable sensation lingered in her heart. After sharing a bed with Lu Xunxian for 2 decades, surely she would not be so mistaken, would she? Very well. Let us return. Without allowing Feng Qingyu further contemplation, Lin Changyuan whisked her away towards the direction of Qingfeng's sacred land. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian had sensed Feng Qingyu's arrival and had chosen to depart without hesitation. At the back mountain of Wandao Academy, upon Lu Xunxian's return, Fu Bo presented the celestial blade to him. Yet, Lu Xunxian did not accept it. Take it. After all these years by my side, consider this celestial artifact a reward for you. However, Fu Qitian resolutely shook his head, insisting on returning the artifact to Lu Xunxian. Were it not for my master, I would have perished long ago at the hands of those 5 peak holy emperors. Now, to have advanced to the Holy Emperor realm is a blessing. I implore you to reclaim the celestial artifact. Seeing Fu Qitian's earnestness, Lu Xunxian sighed, resignedly accepting the artifact. Very well, if you do not wish to keep it. So be it. At that moment, Lu Xunxian sensed an enigmatic force acting upon Fu Qitian. In the next instant, Fu Qitian's realm plummeted, until he reverted to the state of an ordinary mortal. It was indeed the phenomenon of spiritual decline. At this juncture, Su Ruoshan approached Fu Qitian. How long will the spiritual decline last? Lu Xunxian inquired, his brow furrowed. Having never experienced it, he was unaware of the duration. With good fortune, it may last but a day. With ill fortune, it could extend for a century, Su Ruoshan replied. However, despite being unable to wield spiritual power, Fu Qitian has nonetheless broken through to the Holy Emperor realm, rendering his physical form immensely formidable. No ordinary peak Holy Emperor would stand a chance against him. In light of this, may you swiftly transcend the 5 declines of heaven. Lu Xunxian spoke, for he himself had never experienced the 5 declines, and thus could not fathom the sensation. As his words fell, the enigmatic force dissipated in an instant. Su Ruoshan stood by, utterly astonished. Is it truly gone? This surely must be a momentous event in the annals of the Holy Land of Tianshang. According to the records of the Holy Land, the emperor who traversed the declines in the shortest time took an entire day. Yet here stands Fu Qitian, who has not even taken 10 breaths. This left Su Ruoshan questioning whether Lu Xunxian had covertly intervened. However, Lu Xunxian felt wronged, for he was entirely oblivious to the circumstances, having merely spoken casually. As the decline of the spirit passed, the decline of the soul followed closely behind, and in but a few breaths, that too was overcome. Within the brief span of half a stick of incense, Su Ruoshan witnessed the remaining 3 declines successively descend upon Fu Qitian, each passing after a mere few breaths. Su Ruoshan felt numb, wishing for the world to swiftly meet its end. Chapter 17. Truly, she is the woman I admire. Thank you, Master. The moment he transcended the 5 declines, Fu Qitian hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lu Xunxian. He was not foolish, despite his formidable talent. It was inconceivable that he could overcome the 5 declines in such a short time. Moreover, Lu Xunxian had just wished him a swift passage through the declines, suggesting that was when the intervention occurred. Observing the expressions of both men, Lu Xunxian realized they had misconstrued the situation. Yet, he refrained from clarifying, allowing them to ponder as they wished. At that moment, 2 figures dashed in, rushing to Lu Xunxian's side, bursting with excitement. Father, we learned so much today. Oh, what did you learn? Tell me all about it, Lu Xunxian said, taking his son and daughter by the hand as they descended. Although Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun had reached the pinnacle of the earth realm over the past 2 years, they remained blissfully ignorant of other facets of cultivation. Their ascension to the pinnacle of the earth realm was merely a result of sporadic training. Friend Fu, you have acquired an extraordinary master, Su Ruoshan remarked, casting an envious glance at Fu Qitian. If he could, he too would wish to acknowledge Lu Xunxian as his master, but alas, the time had passed. To be a servant of such a master is a fortune I cherish across 3 lifetimes, Fu Qitian affirmed, his expression one of unwavering loyalty. Shaking his head, Su Ruoshan did not dwell on it further and turned to leave. The breakthrough Fu Qitian achieved at the Academy of 10,000 Paths had stirred quite a commotion, and as the principal, he needed to address the ensuing disturbances. Within the sacred land of Qingfeng, upon returning with Feng Qingyu, Lin Changyuan entered seclusion, striving to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. This time he felt confident. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was certain to achieve this within a century. As for Feng Qingyu, she shook her head, dismissing thoughts of Lu Xunxian. They were likely dead. Otherwise, how could her master have failed to locate them? Perhaps she had simply misjudged due to exhaustion from her own cultivation. Upon turning, she intended to retreat into seclusion to break through. Having remained at the pinnacle of the royal realm for an extended period, it was time to embark on her breakthrough. However, at that very moment, a youth clad in white approached from a distance, a gentle smile adorning his face as he addressed Feng Qingyu. Qingyu, how are you? Have you given thought to accompanying me for dinner at Heyu Tower in half a month's time? The surrounding disciples, upon catching sight of the white-clad youth, changed their expressions, respectfully greeting him. We pay our respects to the Holy Son. Yet, in the face of their salutations, Gu Tiansheng appeared indifferent, his gaze solely fixed upon Feng Qingyu. Unlike the other disciples who sought to curry favor with Gu Tiansheng, a hint of disdain surfaced on Feng Qingyu's exquisite face. Thank you for your kind offer, Holy Son, but unfortunately, I have plans to enter seclusion and strive for a breakthrough in the imperial realm. I must decline. Oh, is that so? How unfortunate. Gu Tiansheng feigned regret before swiftly changing the subject. It is a pity that I had specially procured a 10-rank Tantian herb for you. intending to present it during our dinner. However, since you are unwilling, it seems I must reluctantly bestow it upon another." Upon hearing Gu Tianxing's words, Feng Qingyu's breath hitched. The Tantian herb was a rare spiritual herb that, when consumed, could greatly assist cultivators in breaking through, akin to the effects of a breakthrough elixir. The herb itself was extraordinarily precious, a rarity among spiritual treasures. And a 10-rank Tantian herb could fetch an exorbitant price of 100,000 premium spirit crystals in the market. After all, possessing such a herb could elevate the success rate of those below the imperial realm to over 90%. Thus, upon hearing of the 10-rank Tantian herb, Feng Qingyu admitted to feeling tempted. Yet, she resolutely shook her head, signifying her refusal. "I appreciate the Holy Sun's kind intentions, but I cannot accept this 10-rank Tantian herb without merit. Please forgive me as I take my leave." With that, Feng Qingyu hurriedly turned to depart, fearing that Gu Tianxing might perceive the reluctance evident on her face. To accept such a gift would lead him to believe her a woman driven by vanity. By rejecting Gu Tianxing, she aimed to maintain a semblance of allure, ensuring he understood the difficulty in winning her over, thus preventing any future change of heart. How intriguing. She is indeed the woman I have set my sights on. Watching Feng Qingyu's graceful figure depart, Gu Tianxing could not help but lick his lips, murmuring to himself. Beside him, a junior disciple looked on in confusion. "Holy Son, with your esteemed position in the Qingfeng Holy Land, is there any woman you cannot have? Is it truly necessary to pursue someone like Feng Qingyu to this extent? What do you know? There is no thrill in conquering a woman who readily flocks to my bed. It is only with a tenacious and unyielding woman like Feng Qingyu that the conquest becomes meaningful." Gu Tianxing's eyes gleamed with ambition. Feng Qingyu was a prize he was determined to claim. Unbeknownst to Feng Qingyu, upon returning to her cave dwelling, she activated her formation and began her efforts to break through to the imperial realm. Throughout her years in the Qingfeng Holy Land, she had gradually come to understand the scarcity of saintly spiritual roots within the Tianxing continent. It can be said that had there not been a Holy Sun already present in the Holy Land, she might have ascended to that esteemed position. As for the ancient heavenly saint, she had only heard rumors, claiming to be the most formidable talent in the Qingfeng Holy Land over the past 1,000,000 years, yet remained ignorant of any further details. 16 years hence would witness the grand tournament of the heavenly saints, and she was confident that within that time frame, she could strive to reach the imperial realm. Approaching the age of a century within the imperial realm, she was certain her ranking in the tournament would not fall behind. At the Wandao Academy, time flowed silently, with everything remaining unchanged until a year later. Master, Wang Kai approached Lu Xunxian, coiling at his feet. Observing Wang Cai's demeanor, Lu Xunxian couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Wang Kai displayed a fawning smile and began, "Master, have I not been at the pinnacle of the imperial realm for quite some time now?" Having been by his side for 4 years, Lu Xunxian immediately discerned Wang Cai's intent. "So, you seek me to provide you with some treasures to elevate your bloodline tier?" With Lu Xunxian's assistance, Wang Kai's bloodline had remarkably ascended from the 3rd tier to the 1st tier in merely 4 years. Coupled with the abundant use of top-grade spiritual liquid, it was no wonder Wang Kai had reached the zenith of the imperial realm in such a short span. However, he was not content with this achievement. Currently, he was the weakest in the household, and how could he possibly remain without a sense of urgency? A year prior, those 2 maidservants had successfully broken through to the Saint King realm. Only the 2 young masters were comparatively leisurely, still at the royal realm. Yet, how could he compare himself to the 2 young masters? Their growth was merely a matter of time. Faced with such anxiety, it was this very reason that prompted Wang Kai to seek out Lu Xunxian. Chapter 18. The Thief of the Heavenly Demon. The cultivation speed of a 1st-tier spirit beast bloodline was already exceedingly formidable. As long as one adhered to a structured training regimen, a breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm was virtually assured. Throughout the entire Heavenly Saint continent, it was estimated that the number of spirit beasts possessing a 1st-tier bloodline would not exceed 20, and even among them, not all could achieve a breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm. Thus, it could be said that the bloodline of the devouring Heavenly Tiger was among the most elite within the Heavenly Saint continent. Should it advance further, it would reach the realm of the immortal beast bloodline. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian looked at Wang Kai and inquired, "Do you possess a method to enhance the immortal beast bloodline? Isn't that something one could procure at the treasure pavilion?" Wang Kai replied, clearly not intending to cover the cost of the spiritual liquid himself. Observing this, Lu Xunxian felt a sense of helplessness. This fellow remained as frugal as ever. Just as he was about to refuse, 2 figures rushed in from outside. "Father, take us out to play." It was none other than Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. At this moment, the 2 of them had already taken on a semblance of little adults, continuously coaxing Lu Xunxian. With a raised brow, Lu Xunxian asked, "What is this?" Don't you have school at the academy? Over the past 2 years, under the guidance of Lu Xunxian, the two little ones had learned much at the academy and had made numerous friends. Thus, Lu Xunxian was pleased with their progress. The teachers at the academy remarked that even in the pursuit of cultivating immortality, one must balance work and leisure. Thus, they granted us a 2-month holiday. Lu Xiaoyao excitedly shook Lu Xunxian's arm. Father, will you take us out to play? Very well, I shall take you on an outing, Lu Xunxian replied, unable to refuse the pleas of his son and daughter. After a moment's contemplation, he added, let us first visit the Wanbao Pavilion to procure some items, as Wankai requires them. Hooray, let Wankai take us out, the two little ones exclaimed, jumping in delight. Lu Xunxian turned to Wankai, who immediately understood and swiftly enlarged his form before the estate. Soon, the group was soaring towards Wanbao Pavilion, carried by Wangsai's rapid flight. As one of the 3 major merchant associations on the Heavenly Saint continent, Wanbao Pavilion boasts branches throughout various states. However, the items Lu Xunxian sought were exceedingly rare, necessitating a journey to the heart of the central region, specifically to the prosperous Qingtian state among the 3,000 states. At this moment, the devouring tiger possessed peak imperial strength and made no effort to conceal its aura. Consequently, as they flew, several powerful beings looked up in curiosity at the sight of such a formidable creature. While Lu Xunxian listened to the two little ones sharing amusing tales from the academy, he initially thought they would encounter no troubles. However, unexpectedly, the devouring tiger suddenly halted. With a furrowed brow, Lu Xunxian gazed ahead. Before them stood a figure cloaked in black robes, exuding an incessant stream of dark energy. Demonic energy? Is this a demon cultivator? He pondered, recognizing the individual as a peak Saint Emperor-level demon cultivator. In an instant, the entirety of the opponent's being was laid bare before Lu Xunxian's eyes. The demon cultivator wore a jubilant expression, eyeing the devouring tiger with a sinister grin. I never anticipated encountering a peak imperial devouring tiger here. Since it has come to this, you shall serve as my medicinal catalyst. This demon, known as the thieving demon sovereign, was on a quest for materials to concoct a blood elixir potent enough to elevate him to the Saint Emperor realm. The devouring tiger was precisely what he sought. Previously, he had encountered numerous devouring tigers, yet most possessed insufficient strength to meet his requirements. Cultivating one to the desired level would require substantial resources, and he lacked the time for such endeavors. Just when he felt hopeless, fortune smiled upon him, leading him to a peak imperial devouring tiger, which, from his perception, seemed to possess a remarkably high bloodline quality. As for the 3 individuals on the back of the devouring tiger, he dismissed them as inconsequential. 2 were merely at the initial stages of the Emperor realm, and the 3rd was an ordinary mortal, easily transformed into a medicinal pill to aid his cultivation. The commotion attracted the attention of many cultivators nearby, but upon realizing a demon cultivator was present, they fled in terror. After all, demon cultivators were feared. The celestial and demonic forces were at odds on the Heavenly Saint continent, with no room for coexistence. Wherever a demon cultivator roamed, calamity followed, leaving desolation in their wake. Moreover, this was a peak Saint Emperor-level demon, and it seemed that only a Saint Emperor could contend with him. The fleeing cultivators silently mourned for the devouring tiger and the enigmatic Lu Xunxian behind him, realizing that once targeted by demonic practitioners, their only fate was death. However, just as the attack was about to commence, the thief demon sovereign noticed that the devouring tiger and the 2 children before him exhibited not a trace of fear. Instead, they regarded him with a playful expression. Could it be that they had a powerful backing? Yet, I find myself with no alternative. If I do not refine the Emperor pill soon, I shall perish from the depletion of my lifespan. The thief demon sovereign pondered, dismissing his doubts and striking first. As a demon cultivator, he had already attracted the attention of numerous righteous cultivators nearby. If he did not act swiftly, he would find it impossible to escape once the holy emperors arrived. At that moment, however, the thief demon sovereign sensed something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the thick clouds were parting at an astonishing speed, revealing an immensely thick finger descending from above. The previously fleeing cultivators felt the terrifying aura emanating from this phenomenon, halting in their tracks, astonished as they looked skyward. What a dreadful presence! Is this the handiwork of the Holy Emperor? Yet those fortunate enough to have witnessed the Holy Emperor in action turned pale, shaking their heads in denial. No, this is certainly beyond the Holy Emperor. I have had the privilege of witnessing the Holy Emperor's prowess, but the aura here pales in comparison, like a mere star beside the full moon. As mere spectators, they were overwhelmed by such an imposing presence, let alone the thief demon sovereign, who felt his entire being stiffen, frozen in place. No, it cannot be. Who are you? The thief demon sovereign gazed at Lu Xunxian, his face a mask of terror. He had realized that the finger in the sky was indeed a manifestation of Lu Xunxian's power. Yet, Lu Xunxian remained impassive, choosing not to speak. There was no need to explain anything to a dead man. In desperation, the thief demon sovereign began to plead for mercy. Senior, my elder brother is the lord of the southern wilderness demon sect. I beg you to spare my life for his sake. Lu Xunxian remained unmoved. Even if his brother were the lord of the demon sect, it would not deter him from executing justice. Just as the colossal finger descended upon the thief demon sovereign, a veil of darkness appeared around him, revealing a figure within. However, before the figure could utter a word, it was annihilated beneath the weight of the gigantic finger. Having completed this act, Lu Xunxian spoke in a calm tone. Let us depart. In the next instant, the devouring tiger led them toward the Wanbao Pavilion in Chengtian Prefecture. Around them, countless cultivators had overheard the thief demon sovereign's final words, their faces now etched with fear. Is that demon sect the same one I know? If so, the entire heavenly saint continent may very well face upheaval. We must leave at once. If we linger, we too shall perish here. Soon, the atmosphere returned to its previous desolation, save for the imprint left by Lu Xunxian, which was the only remnant of the recent chaos. Chapter 19. The birthday gift in the vast expanse of the 3,000 Dao states within the Tianxin continent. The land is further subdivided into 5 major regions: the eastern domain, the northern desert, the western heavens, the southern wasteland, and the central state. Among these, the central state stands as the most formidable, while the other 4 regions possess comparable strengths. The southern wasteland, due to its harsh environment, has seen most powers migrate to the other territories once they have grown stronger. However, within the southern wasteland lies a fearsome force known as the Tianmo sect. It is said that the sect derives its lineage from powerful demonic cultivators from the celestial realm, which accounts for its current formidable status. At this moment, within the Tianmo sect, all disciples were engrossed in their own affairs, but suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over them, prompting them to gaze in horror towards the central area of the sect. There, a dense plume of black demonic energy surged skyward, seemingly intent on obliterating the heavens and the earth. Who is it? Who has slain my brother? In the heart of the Tianmo sect, a white-haired youth sat cross-legged, an aura of fury surrounding him, causing his white locks to flutter wildly. He was none other than the sect leader, the brother of the notorious thief of the heavenly demons, the Tianmo Holy Emperor. Just moments ago, he had sensed the demise of his blood-related brother, an unbearable blow for him, as his brother was his sole kin in this world. Regardless of who was responsible, he vowed to exact vengeance for his brother's death. Without a moment's hesitation, the Tianmo Holy Emperor soared into the sky, heading towards the central state, where he sensed his brother's presence had last vanished. Yet, just as he was about to leave the Tianmo sect, several figures emerged from the depths of the sect, blocking his path. Upon seeing the 5 figures before him, the Tianmo Holy Emperor furrowed his brow. What? Do you intend to stop me? The figures were none other than the ancestors of the Tianmo sect, all 5 of whom were powerful beings at the Holy Emperor level. No, we merely wish to offer a word of caution, sect leader. The righteous and demonic forces in the Tianxin continent are at odds. If you proceed to the central state with such fervor, it may provoke the displeasure of those in the sacred lands. One elder stepped forward, his appearance unremarkable, yet in his youth, he had been a formidable demonic cultivator renowned across the Tianxin continent. Indeed, we hope you will reconsider, echoed the other 4 holy emperors in unison. However, the Tianmo Holy Emperor, consumed by rage, was in no mood to heed their counsel. What fear do those worthless fools inspire? If they are displeased, let them act. I shall vanquish them all. Now stand aside. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the Tianmo Holy Emperor, the 5 ancestors sighed in resignation and stepped aside. Soon, the Tianmo Holy Emperor vanished from their perception. Surely, the sect leader will not encounter any mishap this time? One of the elders expressed his concern. That is unlikely. The sect leader is a peak Holy Emperor himself, and with a celestial artifact in hand, he should be safe, another elder reassured him. The remaining elders, upon hearing this, allowed their worries to subside. Within the entire Tianxin continent, there were likely no more than 5 individuals capable of contending with the sect leader. The individual who harbors the desire to slay the sect leader's brother is unlikely to be one of these 5. Soon, the heavenly demon sect returned to a state of tranquility. After a brief period, the sky-devouring tiger finally carried Lu Xunxian and his family to the realm of Chengtian Prefecture. Upon entering the territory of Chengtian Prefecture, Lu Xunxian instructed the sky-devouring tiger to revert to its normal size. After all, he was not one to seek the limelight. He preferred to maintain a low profile whenever possible. The Wanbao Pavilion of Chengtian Prefecture is situated within a city known as Chengtian City. although referred to as a city. In Lu Xunxian's eyes, its size could rival that of some remote Dao prefectures. Father, I have heard that Changtian City connects to the immortal realm. Is that true? At this moment, Lu Qingyun tugged at Lu Xunxian's sleeve and inquired. Oh, who told you that? Lu Xunxian asked, intrigued. It was my teacher from the academy who mentioned it. The teacher stated that Changtian City is built upon the immortal Ascension Mountain, and that there lies a path to the immortal realm atop it. Lu Qingjun blinked and replied. Realization dawned upon Lu Xunxian, yet he shook his head and said, regrettably, there is indeed no connection to the immortal realm here. Is that so? A look of disappointment crossed Lu Qingyun's face. Nearby, Lu Xiaoyao, unable to bear the sight, patted his chest and assured, Sister, if you truly desire it, I promise you that one day I will connect Changtian City to the immortal realm. Upon hearing her brother's vow, Lu Qingyun's face lit up with joy. Brother, you are the best. You must cultivate diligently so that you can connect Changtian City to the immortal realm sooner. Lu Xunxian observed the interaction between the two siblings, a smile gracing his features. But then he was reminded of something and could not help but shake his head, even with his current strength. Establishing a link between Changtian City and the immortal realm would not be a trivial task. Perhaps with further progress, it may become feasible. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Lu Xunxian took the hands of the two little ones. All right, let us first go inside and buy something for Wang Kai, and then I will take you both to explore Changtian City. With that, Lu Xunxian led the two children towards the city gates, with Wang Kai trailing behind. After paying 4 medium-grade spirit crystals, they were granted entry into Changtian City. The moment they stepped into the city, Lu Xunxian subtly furrowed his brow. However, before he could ponder it further, his daughter excitedly tugged at his sleeve. Father, look, it's a white jade horse. Not far away, a horse of translucent beauty strolled by, its body appearing as if crafted from shimmering jade, looking extraordinarily resplendent. If you like it, Father will arrange for you to have one, Lu Xunxian said softly. Although the white jade horse was somewhat precious, if his daughter desired it, he would gladly procure it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun appeared somewhat conflicted, clutching her skirt and lowering her head. But father, what will happen to Wang Kai if I have a white jade horse? Nearby, Wang Kai felt deeply moved by her words, not expecting that his young master would consider him. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Xunxian, in a rather discouraging tone, began to speak. It is of no concern. You have acquired the white jade steed, and there is no need to send it away. Simply accept it. Moreover, your birthday is fast approaching, making it a perfect gift for the occasion. How delightful. I adore my father. Lu Qingyun leaped up and placed a kiss on Lu Xunxian's cheek. What about me? What about me, father? I also desire a birthday gift. Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed, suddenly anxious, while Lu Xunxian chuckled and lifted him into his arms. You shall have one too, indeed. Upon hearing this, the worry on Lu Xiaoyao's face dissipated. Yet, before long, the white jade steed appeared before them. I have heard that someone dares to covet my white jade steed. Sitting atop the magnificent creature was a young man clad in white, perfectly complementing the steed, a striking figure indeed. He was none other than Qin Ziyuan, the son of the Lord of Changtian City. Chapter 20. Gratitude for the birthday gift from a good friend. Let us rewind the clock a bit. Qin Ziyuan was currently riding the splendid white jade steed, a birthday gift from his father, parading through the city with an air of exuberance. Just then, a figure rushed to his side, a sycophantic expression adorning his face. Young master, over there, someone audaciously claims they wish to take your white jade steed. The speaker was Qin Ziyuan's trusted aide, leading him to believe the words without doubt. As the son of the Lord of Changtian City, Qin Ziyuan had grown accustomed to flaunting his authority, and even disciples from powerful factions dared not offend him. Thus, upon hearing from his aide that someone had the gall to demand his white jade steed, he could hardly contain his indignation and rode forth to confront them. Upon raising his gaze to Qin Ziyuan, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow. Who might you be? I am Qin Ziyuan, he declared, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Once you enter Changtian City, none dare claim ignorance of my name. Yet Lu Xunxian merely shook his head. I do not recognize you, and furthermore, I prefer not to look up at others, so I suggest you remain on the ground. With that, a tremendous pressure descended from the heavens, pinning both the white jade steed and Qin Ziyuan to the ground. Naturally, those accompanying him were not spared and obediently lay beside Qin Ziyuan. The commotion attracted numerous onlookers, and upon realizing that the one being suppressed was the Lord's son, their expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to flee the scene. Given the Lord's protective nature, should he discover that they witnessed his son's humiliation, they feared they would be eradicated alongside him. Qin Ziyuan, once so arrogant, was now engulfed in fury. This was the first time in his life he had experienced such disgrace. Boy, do you not know who I am? Must I be informed of your lineage? Lu Xunxian frowned, then replied, regardless, You have offended me today, and thus, this white jade steed shall serve as compensation for your transgression. As for you all, you may remain here, subdued, for a while." With that, Lu Xunxian turned his attention to the white jade steed, which was now filled with trepidation. Though Qin Ziyuan's cultivation was insufficient for him to sense it, he could distinctly perceive that Lu Xunxian was undoubtedly far more formidable than Qin Ziyue, the lord of Qingtian City, who had previously subdued him. If the lord of Qingtian City could be tamed, it was only natural that Lu Xunxian could do the same. "Senior, although I yearn to submit to you, Qin Ziyue has left a restriction within my soul. Should I dare to betray him, he would erase me in an instant." The white jade steed, wary of Qin Ziyuan beside it, conveyed through spiritual communication to Lu Xunxian, "It is but a minor issue." Lu Xunxian, with an unperturbed expression, waved his hand and effortlessly dispelled the restriction left by Qin Ziyue within the white jade steed's soul. This divine act left the white jade steed utterly astonished. After all, Qin Ziyue was a genuine peak saint emperor. To so casually eliminate his restriction, just how powerful was this new master? However, before it could ponder further, Lu Xunxian spoke. "Now, lead us to the Wanbao Pavilion." The white jade steed dared not hesitate, given the current circumstances. It was evident that the new master surpassed Qin Ziyue by a significant margin. If it failed to obey his commands, it would likely meet a fate akin to that of Qin Ziyuan. Furthermore, it could no longer endure being in Qin Ziyuan's presence, as it felt utterly mistreated. With this newfound opportunity, it was determined not to let it slip away. Soon, the white jade steed approached Lu Xunxian and his companions, respectfully bowing its limbs. Lu Xunxian turned to his daughter, Lu Qingyun, and softly said, "My dear, this is a birthday gift I have prepared for you. Go on, mount it." Lu Qingyun gazed at the white jade steed with sparkling eyes, then turned to hug Lu Xunxian and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Yay, you are the best, Daddy." After exclaiming, she dashed towards the white jade steed. The white jade steed gleaned from the father-daughter exchange that henceforth, its master would be none other than Lu Qingyun. "Master, please mount," it respectfully invited. Lu Qingyun gently leaped and landed gracefully on the back of the white jade steed. This scene evoked a twinge of envy and jealousy in Lu Xiaoyao. Yet he recalled that he was the elder brother and that their father had also promised to prepare a birthday gift for him, which alleviated his jealousy. On the ground, Qin Ziyuan watched in anguish as Lu Qingyun mounted the white jade steed. "No, come down this instant. That is mine, my white jade steed," he exclaimed. "White jade steed, I am your master. How can you betray me?" Lu Xunxian cast a cold gaze at Qin Ziyuan, rendering him speechless and hesitant to utter another word. He realized that should he continue, he might truly face immediate demise. "Just wait. The news here will likely reach my father soon. And then I shall ensure they have no place to rest in death." Qin Ziyuan thought malevolently, watching Lu Xunxian and his companions vanish with his beloved white jade steed. As they journeyed towards the Wanbao Pavilion, Lu Qingyun, seated atop the white jade steed, shyly remarked, "Daddy, did Qingyun cause you any trouble?" Lu Xunxian paused, then chuckled softly, gently patting Lu Qingyun's head. "As long as you and Xiaoyao desire it, I could pluck the stars from the heavens for you. Moreover, this hardly constitutes a trouble." Upon hearing these words, Lu Qingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Lu Xiaoyao felt a warmth spread through his heart. The Wanbao Pavilion, as one of the three major merchant associations of the Tianshan continent, is indeed grand beyond description, and being the headquarters, it is even more magnificent. As they approached the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, Lu Xunxian wore a somewhat complex expression. The last time he visited Wanbao Pavilion was for the sake of two little ones, to complete their celestial-grade spiritual roots, which had caused quite a stir. He hoped this time would pass without incident. The previous commotion was of no consequence. After transforming Wang Kai and Bai Yuma into human forms, Lu Xunxian led them into the Wanbao Pavilion. For reasons unknown, the pavilion master had decreed that all guests entering Wanbao Pavilion must assume human form. Should anyone enter in the guise of a beast, they would be expelled. It is said that when this rule was first established, it incited the wrath of countless powerful beings among the demon race, with several demon emperors even clashing with Wanbao Pavilion. Ultimately, it is said that the pavilion master personally intervened, leading several guest elders to firmly establish this rule among the demon race. As Lu Xunxian and his companions entered, a smiling envoy from Wanbao Pavilion approached him with a face full of apologies. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" "Oh, do you not recognize me?" Lu Xunxian wore a warm smile, yet his words left the envoy frozen in place. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted, exclaiming in shock, "Master, it's bad. That person has returned." Chapter 21. A Clash of Fates. Before long, Lu Xunxian was welcomed into the most prestigious private chamber within Wanbao Pavilion. "Esteemed guest, Please hold on for a moment. We have already informed the pavilion master, who will be here shortly. The attendant who had previously been a Dan Condensation Realm envoy had now transformed into a Saint Emperor Elder. It's quite all right, we can wait. Lu Xunxian replied with a smile, gesturing for the Saint Emperor Elder to leave. The Elder, visibly relieved, promptly closed the door behind him. Upon entering the chamber, the two little ones began to explore their surroundings. Father brought you here once before. You were too young to remember, Lu Xunxian remarked, glancing at the two children with a smile. Daddy, have we truly been here before? Lu Xiaoyao asked curiously, momentarily forgetting his playful explorations. Recalling the past, a hint of nostalgia crossed Lu Xunxian's face. Indeed, back then you were small and cradled in my arms when we visited. With this mention, the children grew intrigued about their early years. Lu Xunxian patiently recounted tales from their childhood, and the two little ones listened intently, their attention fully captured by the stories of their past. What? You say that person has returned? Wanbao Pavilion is a magnificent palace, atop which lies the pavilion master's retreat. At this moment, he was deep in meditation, striving to ascend to the realm beyond the Saint Emperor. The so-called realm of immortals is the transformation of all the spiritual energy contained within one's body into celestial power. The greater the conversion of spiritual energy, the more formidable one's strength becomes. Once the spiritual energy is completely transformed into celestial power, one can transcend and ascend on the spot. Abruptly interrupted, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Wangu, furrowed his brow, displaying his dissatisfaction. However, upon learning that the visitor was Lu Xunxian, he could no longer remain seated. Are you certain? Absolutely. He is already waiting in the realm of immortals, replied an elder of Wanbao Pavilion with a serious demeanor. Hearing this, Chen Wangu dared not delay and promptly rose to head towards the realm of immortals. Before long, at the entrance of the realm of immortals, Chen Wangu adjusted his attire and, with a smile, pushed open the door. Taoist Lu, it has been a long time. I have missed you dearly. Chen Taoist, let us skip the pleasantries. I require these items, Lu Xunxian replied, having no time to indulge in idle chatter, especially as their relationship was not particularly close. Observing Lu Xunxian's distant demeanor, Chen Wangu couldn't help but sigh, feigning hurt. I have been thinking of you day and night, Taoist Lu. Enough of this. Do you wish to spar with me? Hearing Lu Xunxian's words, a shiver ran down Chen Wangu's spine, prompting him to hastily accept the list of materials from Lu Xunxian's hands. Years ago, when Lu Xunxian had come to purchase the method for completing celestial-grade spiritual roots, he had offered ample spiritual liquid. However, the issue lay in the fact that the materials were exceedingly rare throughout the entire heavenly sacred continent, often having a price but no market. As one of the three major trading associations in the heavenly sacred continent, Wanbao Pavilion naturally possessed these materials. Yet they were not for sale. Thus, to acquire the materials for completing the celestial-grade spiritual roots, Lu Xunxian had unhesitatingly chosen to act, compelling Chen Wangu to willingly sell the materials to him. This was also why the previous alchemy envoy had exhibited such fear upon seeing Lu Xunxian, as it was he who had entertained Lu Xunxian during his first visit. After receiving the list of materials, Chen Wangu's expression grew serious at a glance. Taoist Lu, some of the materials you require may be challenging to procure. Challenging? Then do not bother. Lu Xunxian's expression darkened, and he appeared ready to take action. This immediately reminded Chen Wangu of the dark days when he had been subdued by Lu Xunxian, prompting him to wave his hands in haste. It is not difficult at all, not at all. Just give me a little time, and I will gather everything you need as quickly as possible. Seeing Chen Wangu's agreement, Lu Xunxian tossed him a storage ring. The contents here should suffice to cover the purchase of the materials. Upon receiving the storage ring, Chen Wangu inspected it. As he discerned the items within, his breath quickened, and he looked at Lu Xunxian in disbelief. Are you truly so trusting? What if I abscond with this spiritual liquid? Lu Xunxian offered no reply, instead casting Chen Wangu a look of incredulity. It was then that Chen Wangu suddenly realized who was standing before him, the one who had once pressed him to the ground and rubbed his face in the dirt. Moreover, whether it is merely a figment of his imagination, Chen Wangu could not shake the vague sensation that Lu Xunxian had grown stronger. This thought sent a shiver down his spine. It is well known that for an ordinary holy emperor, even the slightest enhancement in strength requires decades, if not centuries, of arduous effort. In stark contrast, Lu Xunxian appeared almost monstrous in his rapid ascendance. However, Chen Wangu chose not to dwell on it. After their last battle, he had transformed their enmity into camaraderie. Thus, he refrained from further pressing Lu Xunxian. Summoning an elder at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm, he instructed him to relay the materials in his possession before taking a seat amidst the celestial beings. What are you lingering for? Lu Xunxian inquired. rising only to find Chen Wangu seated, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Chen Wangu, with unabashed confidence, replied, "What is the matter? We have fought together. Surely that counts us as friends?" "I cannot count you as such a friend," Lu Xunxian retorted, shaking his head before grasping the hands of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, preparing to depart. At that moment, Chen Wangu noticed the two young ones, his expression turning thoughtful. "I never imagined these two little ones would have grown so much. Come, Uncle has prepared gifts for you." With that, he seemingly conjured a 12th grade spiritual sword and a pink 12th grade spiritual armor. Upon witnessing the strikingly handsome sword and the charmingly pink armor, the two children were instantly captivated, unable to move. Observing this scene, Lu Xunxian let out a sigh and looked down at them. "Since it is the heartfelt gesture of this uncle, you should accept it." With their father's approval, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun eagerly approached Chen Wangu to receive the sword and armor. The moment Lu Qingyun donned the spiritual armor, she rushed to Lu Xunxian, exclaiming, "Father, look how beautiful I am." "Indeed, my dear Qingyun is like a little fairy," Lu Xunxian praised generously. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao was busily flaunting his spiritual sword, radiating sheer delight. However, Chen Wangu's attention was drawn to the side, where the white jade horse stood. Although it had taken human form, he recognized its true identity at a glance. Chen Wangu's expression grew solemn as he turned to Lu Xunxian, asking, "Lu, is this white jade horse the one belonging to Qin Guyue? Oh, you know him?" Lu Xunxian raised an eyebrow. Though unfamiliar with Qin Guyue, he was keen to hear what Chen Wangu had to say. Chapter 22, The Three Great Attractions. Dreaming back to antiquity. Observing Lu Xunxian's interest, Chen Wangu sighed. "This white jade horse was procured for a considerable sum by Qin Yuan. Since it has appeared in your possession, it seems you must have crossed paths with Qin Yuan. Wait, why should I be worried about you? I ought to be concerned for Qin Yuan." As he reached this realization, Chen Wangu suddenly understood that his concern should lie with Qin Yuan, rather than with Lu Xunxian before him. After all, even he himself had been overwhelmed by Lu Xunxian, let alone that fellow Qin Yuan. Beside them, Lu Xunxian wore a contemplative expression, pondering whether he should eliminate Qin Yuan first to avert any future complications. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it, as he preferred to remain low-key. It would not be too late to deal with him when he came seeking trouble, and it might even save him the effort of pursuing Qin Yuan himself. Enough of this matter. Do you know of any interesting places around Qingtian City? Lu Xunxian inquired, shifting his focus toward Chen Wangu. In response, Chen Wangu lowered his head in thought and curiously asked, "What do you intend to do? Isn't the Wandao Academy on break? I promised two children I would take them out for some fun." Lu Xunxian was candid with Chen Wangu, as he had come to regard him as a friend, especially after the generous gifts he had given to his son and daughter. "Is that so? I happen to have 3 places in mind. It's up to you to choose." Chen Wangu revealed his 3 options for Lu Xunxian. Listening intently were Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. "The first destination is the Rainbow Bee Kingdom. It is filled with vibrant rainbow bees, and I believe you are familiar with them. The environment is beautiful and relatively safe, attracting many cultivators each year. The second place is the Skyward Ancient Land. Due to its lack of gravity and the presence of docile magical beasts, it is also considered a suitable recreational area. The final destination, which is my favorite, is the Land of Auroras. In this realm, it is perpetually night, yet the sky is adorned with splendid auroras, creating an exquisite sight. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy, it is my preferred location. So, which place do you plan to visit, old Lu?" Chen Wangu asked, his curiosity piqued. However, Lu Xunxian looked at him as though he were simple-minded. "Can I go to all 3? Chen Wangu paused for a moment before breaking into a sheepish smile. "That is indeed a possibility." "Very well. How long do you think the material collection will take?" Lu Xunxian queried before preparing to depart. After consulting with the elder he had spoken to earlier, Chen Wangu replied, "If all goes well, a month should suffice." "A month, is it? That works," Lu Xunxian murmured. He planned to dedicate 10 days to each of the 3 attractions within the month, then return to the Wanbao Pavilion to collect the items for enhancing Wansai's bloodline, before returning to the Wandao Academy for a month of training, followed by a return to school. Having spoken, Lu Xunxian intended to ask Chen Wangu for a map to the 3 attractions, but Chen Wangu confidently patted his chest and declared, "Why do you need a map? I will take you there myself." "Are you certain?" Lu Xunxian raised an eyebrow. "I am absolutely certain," Chen Wangu affirmed. "Very well, since you are so willing, I shall rely on you as our guide." Lu Xunxian did not hesitate to accept his offer. Indeed, one finds oneself in need of companions, otherwise the specter of monotony may loom excessively. Upon receiving Lu Xunxian's affirmative response, a flicker of joy danced across Chen Wangu's face. Whatever thoughts Yi Wushuang could conceive, it was inconceivable that Chen Wangu would be oblivious to them. Even he, wielding an immortal artifact, had succumbed to Lu Xunxian, a testament to the latter's formidable prowess. Furthermore, considering Lu Xunxian's youth, cultivating a friendship with him evidently presented a myriad of advantages without any detriment. Who is it who dares to humiliate my son? At the city gates of Chengtian City, a desolate expanse stretched for several kilometers, devoid of life, as all had evidently received word and vacated the premises in advance. A middle-aged man in black, his countenance dark, gazed upon the unconscious Qin Ziyuan who lay before him. He was none other than the lord of Chengtian City, Qin Ziyuan's father, Qin Yuan. Indeed, Qin Ziyuan had fainted in a fit of rage. Shortly after Lu Xunxian and the others departed, Qin Ziyuan, consumed by impotent fury, collapsed. Beside Qin Ziyuan, his attendants perceived Qin Yuan as a beacon of hope, crying out for salvation. Lord, save us. Qin Yuan had only just received the news and rushed to the scene immediately. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his internal fury threatened to erupt. Qin Ziyuan was the sole heir bestowed upon him by his late wife. The torment inflicted upon Qin Ziyuan was akin to a direct assault on himself. Should he fail to exact revenge, how was he any different from a feckless husband? With a sweeping gesture, Qin Yuan unleashed the power that Lu Xunxian had left behind, thereby facilitating the timely rescue of Qin Ziyuan and his companions. As Qin Yuan extended his hand, Qin Ziyuan was drawn to him. And infused with a pure essence of spiritual energy, Qin Ziyuan gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing his father, he burst into tears. Father, you have finally come. They have bullied me. Qin Ziyuan had never endured such humiliation throughout his life. Upon the sight of his father, he found solace and could no longer contain his tears. Observing this poignant scene, Qin Yuan's heart ached deeply, and he embraced Qin Ziyuan, offering comfort. Fear not, Ziyuan. Whoever has wronged you, I shall exact vengeance on your behalf. But first, you must elucidate what transpired. Qin Yuan had hastened to the scene upon receiving news, and was yet unaware of the specifics. Qin Ziyuan, understanding the gravity of the situation, recounted the events with embellishments. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's fury intensified, enveloping Chengtian City in an oppressive atmosphere. All cultivators, from the spirit realm to the sacred emperor, gazed in horror towards the city gates. Such audacity! Not only did they steal my son's horse, but they also dared to humiliate him, disregarding my authority. Dreaming back through the ages, with a thunderous roar, Qin Yuan unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, causing everything around him to tremble under the weight of his magic, as if the very fabric of space had solidified. Soon, the surrounding scenery began to reverse. Employing Qin Yuan's ultimate technique, dreaming back through the ages. After the technique was unleashed, it allowed for a brief reversal of time within a certain area, enabling the observer to witness past events. Were it not for the profound humiliation inflicted upon his son, Qin Yuan would not have resorted to such a tactic so readily. Moreover, although Qin Yuan was engulfed in fury, he did not succumb to irrationality. The white jade horse was indeed a legitimate pinnacle of the Saint King realm. To wrest it from Ziyuan's grasp without affording him the opportunity to utilize his own methods suggested that the assailant possessed at least the strength of a Saint Emperor, or perhaps even that of a Saint Sovereign. Thus, if the adversary had regained their composure, they would likely have already fled from Chengtian City. In his quest for vengeance for his son, Qin Yuan was willing to employ the technique of dreaming back to antiquity. Otherwise, if word got out, his reputation as the Lord of Chengtian City would be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 23. Overwhelming pressure. Soon, the surrounding scenery flowed back 6 hours in time. Qin Yuan was eager to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to lay hands on his progeny. Dreaming back to antiquity was not merely a means to observe the past. It could also retrieve elements from bygone times into the present. Naturally, it could not reclaim items of significant value. Exceeding certain limits would result in severe backlash, which even Qin Yuan might struggle to withstand. Yet at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Qin Yuan's eyes. Within the vision, a void appeared, concealing the assailant's true visage. What? Qin Yuan's expression turned to one of horror. It was crucial to note that dreaming back to antiquity was a genuine celestial art, one he had fortuitously acquired. After mastering it, he had conducted experiments and determined that as long as the opponent did not exceed the Saint Sovereign realm, they could not evade the scrutiny of dreaming back to antiquity. However, now he faced an inexplicable inability to perceive. At that moment, Lu Xunxian seemed to sense something amiss, furrowing his brow and snorting disdainfully. How dare one attempt to pry into my essence? They seek death. With that, Lu Xunxian pointed towards the void before him, suppressing it from a distance. Meanwhile, Chen Wangu appeared to have discerned some clues, pondering thoughtfully. If I am not mistaken, it must be Qin Yuan employing dreaming back to antiquity. Although Qin Yuan regarded this technique as his trump card, claiming it was unknown to all, A top-tier saint emperor like Chen Wanggu could easily surmise its nature. Dreaming back to antiquity, Lu Xunxian, having just engaged Qin Yuan, inquired with curiosity. Chen Wanggu nodded. Dreaming back to antiquity is Qin Yuan's unique skill. It is said that he ascended to the summit of Chengtian Mountain and obtained the legacy of an immortal, which enabled him to learn this technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian began to ponder as well. With his current prowess, he could indeed reverse time. Achieving such a feat required a minimum of true immortal realm strength, utilizing unparalleled power to manipulate the laws of time. Furthermore, it was a brief reversal. The fact that Qin Yuan, merely a peak saint emperor, could accomplish such a feat demonstrated the profundity of dreaming back to antiquity. It seems I must pay a visit to the Lord's mansion upon my return. Previously, he refrained from killing Qin Yuan, merely taking half of his life. After all, he was not one to be tyrannical and deemed it necessary to afford the other party a chance. Should he remain obstinate and continue on his perilous path, he can hardly blame others for the consequences. Before the gates of Chengtian City, Qin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. In the next instant, a colossal finger descended from the heavens, aiming to crush him. Qin Yuan dared not show any sign of slackness. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the giant digit, his countenance grave and foreboding. He could not evade, for Ziyuan was still below. Should he choose to flee, it would be Ziyuan who would suffer the repercussions. Moreover, he discerned that the might of the immense finger was hardly sufficient to claim his life. At most, it could take half of it. To evade the probing gaze of dreams from antiquity and to perceive his actions from such a distance, while wielding such formidable powers, indicated an extraordinary level of strength. It was likely a lesson meant for him. He could only swallow this bitter pill, lest the true master of that gigantic finger arrive shortly thereafter. He invoked the Tongtian spirit armor. With a flourish of his hands, a verdant spirit armor soared from his storage ring, swelling to the size of a mountain with the infusion of spiritual energy. Yet, Qin Yuan understood that a mere 11-grade spirit armor would not suffice to withstand this strike. Thus, gritting his teeth, he summoned 3 additional 11-grade armors, feeling a sense of security only after completing this task. At that moment, the gigantic finger descended with a resounding crash upon the Tongtian spirit armor. In an instant, terrifying shockwaves radiated outward. "Come forth and assist me," Qin Yuan bellowed, and 2 figures emerged from the city lord's palace, swiftly arriving at the scene. They were the 2 vice city lords of Chengtian, both possessing the strength of a saint emperor. Upon their arrival, they began to shield against the shock waves unleashed by the descending finger. Otherwise, the force of those waves could easily devastate a significant portion of Chengtian City. Battles at the saint emperor level were potent enough to obliterate an entire Dao prefecture. Consequently, whenever a clash between saint emperors occurred, it was customary for other saint emperors to intervene quickly to prevent greater calamities. Though both were mid-stage saint emperors, resisting this overwhelming force proved exceedingly arduous. With a resounding crack, the Tongtian spirit armor shattered. Soon after, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th armors fell in succession, unable to withstand even 10 breaths of time. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yuan's face was filled with anguish. Those armors had been procured through his frugal efforts, yet they were destroyed in such a brief span. However, he had no time for further lamentation. Thunderous fist of the immortals, Qin Yuan roared, as spiritual energy surged around him. A massive green apparition emerged behind him, resembling a celestial emperor or an invincible deity of war. With his furious shout, the apparition echoed his movement, unleashing a fist of its own. In but a moment, the phantom's punch collided with the descending finger, the overwhelming force nearly overwhelming the 2 vice city lords. Soon, the gigantic finger shattered the apparition and continued its descent towards Qin Yuan. With a thunderous crash, Qin Yuan was struck by the finger, plummeting into the depths of Chengtian City. City Lord. The 2 vice city lords' expressions changed drastically as they rushed to the pit created by the city lord's fall. In the depths of the pit, Qin Yuan found himself in a state of utter disarray. His breath slightly labored, yet he remained unscathed. "Father, are you all right?" Qin Ziyuan exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight. Although he often exhibited a brash and domineering demeanor, the welfare of his father ignited a sense of urgency within him. "I am fine," Qin Yuan replied, clearing his throat. "Let this matter end here." He settled down to recalibrate the chaotic energies within his body and shook his head at Qin Ziyuan. Despite being a prodigal son, Qin Ziyuan understood the gravity of the situation. "I understand, father. Let us return, and remember, this incident must not be divulged." Qin Yuan rose, but then paused, contemplating. Perhaps it has already spread sufficiently. Let this episode serve as a lesson. With that, he swiftly enveloped Qin Ziyuan and headed back toward the Lord's manor. Meanwhile, Qin Ziyuan's loyal subordinates stood frozen before the vast pit, clearly astonished that the seemingly invincible lord had faced defeat. They swallowed hard and murmured, "Let us depart. This matter must remain confidential, or we risk incurring the lord's wrath." "Agreed, let us hurry." In moments, they dispersed, leaving behind only the immense pit at the city gate. Chapter 24. The history of 472 million years. Is this the place? In the heart of the mountains, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor descended. Enveloped in a thick aura of malevolence that betrayed his fury, gazing at the chasm before him, his tone was calm. Yet the surging power radiating from him revealed his inner turmoil. He sensed his brother's presence fading away in this very spot. Just then, several figures descended from the sky, directing their gaze at the heavenly demon Saint Emperor. "Heavenly demon Saint Emperor, you have breached the rules by leaving the southern wilderness." The leader spoke with a detached tone, seemingly unfazed by the Emperor's presence. Those hovering above were the Saint Emperors from the other 4 domains, and upon closer inspection, their numbers exceeded 10, 3 of whom had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm. Upon hearing their words, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor erupted into laughter, which put them on high alert, ready to act at a moment's notice. However, it was evident that the heavenly demon Saint Emperor had no intention of engaging them in battle. "I am currently disinclined to eradicate you. My purpose here is solely to confront the one who harmed my brother. Once this matter is resolved, I shall depart. However, should you seek to obstruct me, I shall not hesitate to annihilate you all." With that declaration, a tempest of demonic energy surged from him, shrouding an area of 1,000,000 miles in a foreboding atmosphere. The 18 Saint Emperors above were momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the revelation of the heavenly demon Saint Emperor's brother's demise in the central region, leaving them at a loss for action. Soon after, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor closed his eyes to attune himself to the surrounding energies, absorbing every trace of aura within several kilometers into his being. He was now prepared to seek out the source of those energies. He firmly believes that they must have witnessed the identity of the one who murdered his brother. His brother, possessing considerable strength, stood at the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm, just a step away from transcending to the Saint Sovereign level. To have slain him, one must at least be a Saint Sovereign. After executing his plans, the demon Saint Sovereign paid no heed to the assembly of Saint Sovereigns above and departed directly. Once the demon Saint Sovereign had left, the group of Saint Sovereigns finally spoke. How should this matter be resolved? It should be left as is, after all. It took considerable effort to drive the demon sect to the South Wasteland. If this incident were to compel the demon sect to abandon the South Wasteland, it could potentially incite turmoil across the entire Heavenly Saint continent. Your reasoning holds merit, yet it is surprising that the demon lord was slain in such an obscure location. Without our notice, it is likely that the one who killed the demon lord is also a Saint Sovereign, but given the circumstances, we can only sacrifice him. Thus, the matter concerning the demon Saint Sovereign's entrance into Central Continent was swiftly glossed over by the 18 Saint Sovereigns. After all, they had once paid a heavy price to expel the demon sect to the South Wasteland, and were reluctant to plunge the Heavenly Saint Continent back into chaos over such a trivial matter. At this moment, Lu Xunxian remained unaware that the demon Saint Sovereign had begun his search for him. After 2 days of travel, the group finally arrived at the location of Chunwangu, situated in the eastern region's Rainbow Bee Kingdom. "Old Lu, since we are entering the Rainbow Bee Kingdom, let us maintain a low profile," suggested Chunwangu, glancing at the creature beneath them. Lu Xunxian felt indifferent and nodded in agreement. As they dismounted from the creature, it transformed into human form and accompanied Lu Xunxian. However, for reasons unknown, the creature cast a gaze filled with profound resentment towards the white jade horse. Perhaps due to the latter's ability to avoid carrying burdens while still being capable of being ridden. As they approached the Rainbow Bee Kingdom, Chunwangu began to explain its origins. It is said that the Rainbow Bee Kingdom was established by a beast master whose companion was a rainbow bee, and over time, they developed a deep bond and became partners. Ultimately, for the sake of his beloved, he created this splendid realm. Chunwangu narrated with a serious demeanor, while the 2 young ones listened with rapt attention. Lu Xunxian, however, wore an expression of skepticism. "Are you certain this is true?" "Indeed, it is true. This is recorded in the annals of the Heavenly Saint Continent's history." Upon concluding, Chunwangu produced an immense tome from his robes, towering at a height of 10 zhang, filled with accounts of significant events throughout the history of the Heavenly Saint Continent. As Lu Xunxian beheld the tome, he raised an eyebrow and extended his consciousness, absorbing the history of the Heavenly Saint Continent within mere breaths. However, the historical records only span 472 million years, with no accounts prior to that. "Old Chun, why are there only 472 million years of records?" Lu Xunxian inquired with curiosity. Suddenly confronted with this question, Chunwangu paused, then shook his head. "Why do you ask me? I do not know. Even the Chitzaibi kingdom was founded nearly 300,000 years ago, was it not? Lu Xunxian murmured to himself, though he did not dwell on it further. This matter held no significance for him. He remained in the heavenly sacred continent solely because his two children had yet to reach the ascension stage. Despite Lu Xunxian's current prowess allowing him to escort them directly to the celestial realm, he preferred that they ascend through their own efforts, as this would genuinely strengthen them. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Chitzaibi kingdom. Despite its grand title, the kingdom was not particularly vast, measuring at most half the size of Qingtian City. You must ensure that your little ones exercise restraint and do not wreak havoc within the Chitzaibi kingdom. Chen Wangu expressed his concerns. The children's naturally energetic disposition, combined with their formidable strength, made Chen Wangu genuinely apprehensive about them unintentionally causing chaos. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian bent down to offer them a few words of caution before looking up at Chen Wangu. All right, it will be fine now. Very well, Chen Wangu agreed. Recognizing Lu Xunxian's capabilities, he held no doubt that Lu Xunxian could create a Chitzaibi kingdom if he so desired. As they stepped into the Chitzaibi kingdom, Lu Xunxian felt an invisible force acting upon them. Chen Wangu explained, "This is the formation set by the kingdom's sovereign. Upon entering, one becomes subject to its constraints, designed to protect the Chitzaibi from harm by cultivators." Is that so? Lu Xunxian felt little effect. His strength was beyond the suppression of such a minor formation. The formation could only restrain the two little ones and Wonkai. Chapter 25. The Celestial Drunken Tavern Father. Look, how beautiful. Upon entering the Chitzaibi kingdom, Lu Qingyun exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the sky. The group followed her gaze to see a dazzling swarm of colorful bees dancing above, a spectacle of utmost brilliance. They were called Chitzaibi because their exteriors constantly shifted among 7 colors. "Father, I want to ride one." Lu Qingyun pouted sweetly at Lu Xunxian, as the plump, multicolored bees were immensely appealing to a little girl. Not to be outdone, Lu Xiaoyao chimed in, "Father, I want one too." "Very well. Both of you shall have your wishes. Let us go and join the queue." Despite his formidable strength, Lu Xunxian did not take advantage of it, and instead patiently queued with his children. In the Chitzaibi kingdom, the bees could indeed be used as mounts, and there were numerous establishments renting them out. While Lu Xunxian and his two little ones stood in line, Chen Wangu took the initiative to seek out accommodations for them. After all, they intended to stay in the Chitzaibi kingdom for 10 days. They certainly needed a place to rest. Although the children no longer required sleep, Lu Xunxian still insisted that they must rest at night. There is no other reason. Lu Xunxian feels that if one were to remain sleepless day and night, what would be the difference between oneself and a mere machine? Although the pursuit of immortality is aimed at gaining greater power, losing one's humanity would render the endeavor rather dull. Soon, Chen Wangu found a reasonably decent inn within the realm of the rainbow bees and booked 3 private rooms in one go, one for himself, one for Lu Xunxian and his family, and one for Wonkai and the white jade horse. After resolving the accommodation issue, when Chen Wangu returned to the previous location, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Xunxian's family joyfully perched upon a rainbow bee, radiating warmth and camaraderie. This scene stirred a restlessness within Chen Wangu, who yearned to join in as a bee knight himself. However, due to his own status, he ultimately chose to don a different visage before mounting a rainbow bee. It must be said that the sensation of riding a rainbow bee is exceedingly comfortable, soft, and soothing, akin to receiving a massage. Unfortunately, its speed leaves much to be desired, slower than the flight of cultivators of the same realm, and its appearance lacks a certain majesty. Hence, it was not favored by many cultivators as a mount. Before long, a day of amusement came to an end. After their excursion, Lu Xunxian turned to Chen Wangu and inquired, "What now?" Chen Wangu appeared perplexed. "Food. Did you not arrange a place to eat?" Lu Xunxian asked, somewhat puzzled. "Oh, if only you had mentioned it earlier." "Of course, I have made arrangements," Chen Wangu replied. "But tell me, do you still require sustenance?" He added, somewhat troubled, for it was commonly understood that those who had transcended the mundane no longer needed to eat. Ordinary cultivators, seeking to avoid impurities in their bodies, seldom partook of food, with a few exceptions. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Even if Lu Xunxian had no use for it, he was at least ready, lest Lu Xunxian find himself in need later. Thus, they soon arrived at the most renowned tavern in the realm of rainbow bees, the Immortal Intoxication Tavern. As Chen Wangu gazed upon the bustling establishment, a sense of pride graced his countenance. This Immortal Intoxication Tavern is famed throughout the entire Tianshan continent. It is said that even immortals can become inebriated from its exquisite brews. However, its culinary delights are what truly distinguish it. Rumor has it that the head chef has inherited the culinary arts from the realm of immortals, crafting dishes that are not only delectable, but also beneficial for cultivation. Yet, as he concluded his statement, A hint of disappointment crossed Chen Wangu's face. Alas, for us holy emperors, it holds little utility. Nevertheless, you must indulge with me in a hearty drink later, old Lu. Chen Wangu thought that since he could not best Lu Xunxian in combat, perhaps he could triumph in the realm of drinking. After all, he had once outdrunk several holy emperors in his younger days. With the prospect of reclaiming a modicum of face before Lu Xunxian, he couldn't help but chuckle. Observing Chen Wangu's amusement, Lu Xunxian curiously tugged at her father's hand. Father, what is the matter with Uncle Chen? Oh, nothing. Perhaps it is simply that this tavern is quite difficult to secure a reservation at, he replied. Lu Xunxian shook his head. Perhaps Chen Wangu did not realize that the current Lu Xunxian was not someone who could be easily subdued. Not to mention just one Lu Xunxian. Even if all the inhabitants of the entire Tianshan continent were to join forces, they could not bring him down. Soon, upon entering the immortal drunken pavilion, Chen Wangu announced his name, and the waiter's demeanor instantly transformed into one of utmost respect. President Chen, please follow me. The waiter respectfully guided Chen Wangu and his companions to a private room. Once inside, Lu Xunxian curiously inquired, do they know you? Chen Wangu had been anticipating this question, a proud smile gracing his face. Naturally, I have a close relationship with the owner of the immortal drunken pavilion, which is why I have a designated private room here. Otherwise, one could queue for 3 days and still not secure a meal at the immortal drunken pavilion. I see, Lu Xunxian responded thoughtfully, concealing any expression. Chen Wangu widened his eyes in disbelief. Come on, shouldn't you display a hint of astonishment? Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed all too reasonable. This individual was incredibly formidable. Perhaps no one on the entire Tianshan continent could rival him. If old Su were not familiar with him, he could easily force old Su to become acquainted. Achu, who is speaking ill of me? Beneath the immortal drunken pavilion lay a cave, the secluded abode of its proprietor. Although the culinary delights crafted by the head chef bore no effect on the holy emperor, there were indeed holy emperors who sought to seize control of them for their own gain. Hence, the owner of the immortal drunken pavilion required extraordinary strength to safeguard the head chef. The proprietor, Su Tianxian, was a veritable holy emperor of the late stage, currently in seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of holy emperor status. Slightly vexed, he opened his eyes after a sneeze, pondering who might be whispering his name. Su Tianxian did not dwell on this trivial occurrence. He adjusted his focus and prepared to continue his cultivation. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Master, President Chun has arrived with several friends. What? Su Tianxian could no longer remain seated, abandoning his training to hastily exit his seclusion. This was no trivial matter. He shared a deep camaraderie with Chen Wangu. 50 years prior, Chen Wangu had informed him of his intent to enter seclusion to pursue the Ascension realm. And now that he had come to the immortal drunken pavilion, it was likely he had succeeded. Chapter 26, Drunken Immortal's Daddy, when can we eat? I'm hungry. Lu Xunxian pouted, her expression somewhat sullen. Although those in the royal realm no longer needed sustenance, under Lu Xunxian's guidance, the two little ones still adhered to a routine of 3 meals a day. Of course, their meals consisted solely of spiritual food, ensuring no impurities lingered within their bodies. Just as Lu Xunxian finished speaking, the door to the private room opened, and moments later, several attendants entered, bearing exquisite dishes. Placing them upon the table before Lu Xunxian and his companions. Esteemed guests, please enjoy your meal. One can only marvel at the renowned Xianzue restaurant. Famed throughout the entire Tianshan continent, even the attendants are of considerable cultivation. Of course, this exceptional treatment might be attributed to the fact that this is a private room belonging to Chen Wangu. Gazing at the delectable dishes before them, exuding both aroma and flavor, and even radiating spiritual energy, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun could not help but salivate. However, they refrained from indulging immediately, instead turning their attention to Lu Xunxian. Please, eat, Lu Xiaoyao urged as his father spoke. The moment the food touched his palate, he was engulfed by a sensation of exquisite taste that soared to the heavens. This flavor surpassed anything he had ever experienced before. Yet, noticing his sister remained still, he curiously glanced over. There, Lu Qingyun was lifting a piece of meat from the platter, a chunk of flesh from a formidable imperial beast, and presenting it to Lu Xunxian. Father, you should eat first. Oh, I'm not hungry. You go ahead, Lu Xunxian replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling. However, Lu Qingyun shook her head, resolutely offering the meat to her father. No, you must eat first. You've worked so hard to take care of us. If you don't eat, then neither will I. Hearing this, Lu Xunxian felt a swell of emotion. Truly, his little cotton-padded jacket showed concern for him. All right, I shall eat now. Upon seeing Lu Xunxian take a bite, Lu Qingyun finally revealed a satisfied smile and began to enjoy her meal. Unbeknownst to Lu Xunxian, Lu Xunxian cast a sly glance at Lu Xiaoyao. Forgive me, brother. The contest for the heir has always been this way. Lu Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to reconcile this with the behavior of his usually obedient and charming sister. However, he quickly realized that if he did not take some action, would their father still care for him? With this thought, Lu Xiaoyao imitated her earlier gesture, picking up a piece of meat and approaching Lu Xunxian. Father, do try mine as well. Contrary to his expectations, Lu Xunxian chuckled and shook his head. Thank you, Xiaoyao. But I am already full. You and your sister should eat. No, father must eat. He bears too much for this family. Xiaoyao needs to be more understanding and help bear the burden. Given his son's earnestness, Lu Xunxian could hardly refuse and smiled as he took a bite. Internally, he was deeply moved. His son had indeed grown, capable of expressing such sentiments to lighten his father's load. Returning to his seat, Lu Xiaoyao exchanged a look with his sister that conveyed, if you can do it, so can I. Lu Xunxian, however, paid little heed to the sibling rivalry, viewing it merely as a normal interaction between brother and sister. At that moment, the door to the private room had yet to open when a hearty laugh echoed from outside. Ha ha ha, Brother Chun. Is your visit to my Xianzue restaurant without notifying me a sign of your disregard for our friendship? As he spoke, the door swung open, and Su Tianxian strode in with great energy. However, upon seeing Lu Xunxian, he paused slightly, turning to Chun Wangu and inquiring, Brother Chun, who might this be? Ahem. My dear friend, this is my close companion. All you need to know is that his prowess is on par with mine. Chun Wangu coughed softly and turned to Su Tianxian, conveying the gravity of the matter. Upon hearing this, Chun Wangu's composure wavered. He was well aware of his own formidable strength, and he doubted there were many in the entire Tianshan continent who could match him. While he had heard of many renowned emperors in the realm, the name Lu Xunxian was unfamiliar to him. Perhaps he was a newly emerged figure. Nonetheless, given Chun Wangu's endorsement, he had no reason to doubt. Esteemed friend, I am Su Tianxian, the proprietor of the Immortal Drunken Pavilion. You may call me Su Tianxian. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Simply Lu Xunxian will suffice, Lu Xunxian replied, his demeanor contingent upon the treatment he received from others. Su Tianxian, before him, was worthy of his earnest attention. Ah, so it is Taoist friend Lu. Since we are now acquainted, we must indulge until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Su Tianxian mused internally, as he had not heard of any emperor named Lu Xunxian. However, he trusted Chun Wangu's integrity and, with a grand flourish, produced several bottles of exquisite liquor from his storage ring. The strength of one's prowess would soon be revealed through their capacity for drink. This elixir could even inebriate the peak emperors. Upon seeing the fine wines, Chun Wangu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Ah, Su Tianxian, you have finally brought forth the immortal drunken wine. Aren't I doing you a favor? Come, Brother Lu, let us drink together. Su Tianxian poured a generous bowl of the immortal drunken wine for Lu Xunxian, and the rich aroma wafted through the air. Noticing this, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow and conjured a barrier around the two small creatures, isolating them from the intoxicating fragrance. However, Wang Kai and Baiyuma, upon inhaling the scent, fell into a deep slumber. Father, what has happened to Wang Kai and Baiyuma? Lu Qingyun inquired curiously, observing the sleeping figures. They are likely just exhausted and have fallen asleep, came the response. Lu Qingyun accepted this explanation and continued to enjoy the feast before her. Old Lu, you must savor this immortal drunken wine. Even I, at one point, could not endure more than 5 bowls before succumbing to inebriation, Chun Wangu boasted to Lu Xunxian, eager to witness how many bowls the formidable Lu could consume. This immortal drunken wine was no ordinary brew. It was crafted from a plethora of precious spiritual treasures found within the Tianshan continent, taking a full 5,000 years to perfect. Even Su Tianxian had limited stock on hand. Had it not been for Chun Wangu's arrival, he might not have been inclined to part with it. Indeed, I am eager to partake, Lu Xunxian remarked, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the wine before him. It had been quite some time since he last indulged, and he was curious whether he could still become intoxicated. Come, Brother Lu, let us drink. Su Tianxian filled his own and Chun Wangu's bowls to the brim, then clinked his bowl against Lu Xunxian's before downing it in one swift motion, his expression one of sheer delight. Seeing this, Lu Xunxian lifted his bowl, contemplated briefly, and then followed suit, drinking it all in one go. In an instant, a sharp sensation coursed through Lu Xunxian's throat, while the rich aroma of wine permeated his very being. Simultaneously, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy attempting to enhance his cultivation. However, for one who had transcended even the status of the Saint Emperor, such an endeavor was evidently futile. Brother Lu, come, let us drink. At this moment, Chun Wangu and Su Tianxian, already inebriated, beckoned to Lu Xunxian. Having not experienced such joy in a long while, Lu Xunxian naturally did not decline and indulged in copious amounts of wine with them. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun contemplated sampling the divine intoxication, but were halted by Lu Xunxian. Are you joking? Did you not see how Wang Kai and Bai Yuma were knocked out merely by the aroma of the wine? Were it not for Su Tianxian's barrier in the private room, the entire clientele of the immortal drunken pavilion would likely succumb to the intoxicating scent and remain in slumber until spring. Chapter 27. Encountering Feng Qingyu again after consuming 3 bottles of the divine intoxication, Chen Wangu and Su Tianxian could drink no more and collapsed within the private room. Yet, even in their stupor, they raised their wine bowls, exclaiming, "I am not yet drunk. Come, Brother Lu, let us continue. Brother Lu, I refuse to believe that I cannot outdrink you. Let us drink." In stark contrast to the drunken duo, Lu Xunxian remained remarkably clear-headed. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun exchanged curious glances at the inebriated Chen Wangu and Su Tianxian, inquiring, "Father, what has happened to them?" "Ah, they simply succumbed to this drink," Lu Xunxian teased, brandishing several bottles of divine intoxication at the 2 youngsters. As anticipated, both children shivered and promptly shook their heads. "I do not wish to end up like them." "Well then, having feasted sufficiently, let us return to rest." Lu Xunxian, glancing at Wang Kai and Bai Yuma, decided it was time to retire. Earlier, he had wisely inquired about an inn from Chen Wangu. Otherwise, he would have had to expend spiritual energy to aid Chen Wangu in recovering from his drunken state. After Lu Xunxian departed with his son and daughter, Chen Wangu and Su Tianxian fell into a deep slumber within the private room. The aftereffects of the divine intoxication were potent, and it would take them some time to regain consciousness. After all, unlike mundane wine, the divine intoxication could ensnare not only the body but also the spirit. Nevertheless, countless individuals were drawn to it, for it was said that consuming the divine intoxication could enhance one's strength. Meanwhile, as Lu Xunxian pushed open the door to the private room, he sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing slightly as he hastily led Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun away from the immortal drunken pavilion. Shortly after their departure, a familiar silhouette emerged from around the corner of the establishment, Feng Qingyu. However, she was not alone. Standing beside her was Gu Tianxing. "Qingyu, you have finally consented to accompany me to the immortal drunken pavilion for dinner." Gu Tianxing gazed at Feng Qingyu, wearing a self-satisfied smile that he believed to be irresistibly charming. Although Feng Qingyu felt a twinge of disdain within, she maintained a courteous smile and replied, "The saint is jesting. I merely heard that the 7-colored bee kingdom is quite beautiful, and coupled with the exquisite cuisine of this immortal drunken pavilion, I decided to visit. It matters not, so long as you are willing to join me for dinner," Gu Tianxing declared, dismissing her words with a wave of his hand as he led Feng Qingyu into the private room he had reserved. "Why is Feng Qingyu here?" Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow, though he only pondered the thought internally. He was indifferent to the reasons behind her presence or the identity of her companion. His only concern was the potential trouble that might arise should Feng Qingyu discover him. Moreover, the 2 little ones had no recollection of Feng Qingyu since they began to form memories. This left him somewhat anxious, fearing that if they encountered her, they might choose to leave his side for hers. With this in mind, Lu Xunxian deemed it necessary to gradually inform the 2 little ones about past events. Should they choose to seek out Feng Qingyu, he would respect their decision. However, he would not welcome them back into his life. From that point forward, aside from their blood ties, they would have no further connection. The 2 little ones, oblivious to his thoughts, curiously inquired, "Daddy, are we in such a hurry to return and rest?" "Yes, it is getting late. We should retire early," Lu Xunxian responded, glancing at his daughter. Lu Xiaoyao, however, wore a contemplative expression, yet ultimately said nothing. Upon arriving at the inn and announcing the name Chen Wangu, the innkeeper respectfully escorted Lu Xunxian to the reserved private room. Once inside, Lu Xunxian quickly lulled the 2 little ones to sleep. As for himself, he contemplated whether to leave Zhongzhou with them and seek a new life elsewhere. After all, the Qingfeng sacred land was also located in Zhongzhou. If they continued their lives there, it was possible they might encounter her one day. Although he doubted Feng Qingyu would recognize the grown-up Xiaoyao and Qingyun, one could never be too sure. He could not afford to take any risks. That night, Lu Xunxian did not rest, his mind consumed with thoughts of Lu Qingyun and Lu Xiaoyao. The following day, within the immortal drunken pavilion, Chen Wangu gradually awoke, rubbing his aching head. "Alas, I truly cannot indulge an immortal drunken anymore." Despite having reached the realm of the Holy Emperor, he still succumbed to drunkenness, illustrating the potency of the immortal drunken. Each time he found himself inebriated, he made a similar declaration, yet whenever Su Tianxian offered the immortal drunken, he could not resist partaking once more. After mentally chiding himself, Chen Wangu surveyed his surroundings. aside from Su Tianxian, who was also inebriated, and the unconscious Wang Kai and Bai Yuma, who had inadvertently succumbed to the aroma of the immortal drunken the previous day. There was no one else present. Indeed, Brother Lu is formidable. Not even the immortal drunken one could contend with him. It is hard to fathom that Brother Lu truly resides within the realm of the Saint Emperor. Recalling the events of last night sent a shiver down Chen Wangu's spine. Last night, he and Su Tianxian took turns pouring wine for Lu Xunxian. He had improved compared to before, managing to drink 6 bowls, while Su Tianxian consumed 4. In total, Lu Xunxian had downed 10 bowls. Yet it seemed to have no effect on him. He even vaguely recalled Lu Xunxian leaving, looking completely sober, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Shaking his head, Chen Wangu dismissed further thoughts, settling into a meditative posture to dispel the effects of the alcohol within him. Soon, as the intoxication dissipated entirely, he regained full clarity. Glancing at the sleeping Su Tianxian beside him, Chen Wangu sighed, gently propping Su Tianxian up and placing his palms on his back, channeling pure spiritual energy to aid in dispelling the lingering effects of the alcohol. With Chen Wangu's assistance, Su Tianxian awakened shortly thereafter, rubbing his aching head. The newly awakened Su Tianxian looked at Chen Wangu and inquired, "Old Chen, how long has it been?" "Not long, merely a day," Chen Wangu replied. "And Brother Lu?" As he recalled the events of yesterday, Su Tianxian scanned the surroundings in search of Lu Xunxian, but found no trace of him. "Stop looking. Brother Lu's strength far surpasses ours. He has long since awakened and departed," Chen Wangu interjected, shaking his head, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Su Tianxian turned to Chen Wangu and asked, "Old Chen, what exactly is Lu Xunxian's background? I have never heard of an individual of his caliber emerging from the heavenly saint continent." At these words, a fleeting expression of melancholy crossed Chen Wangu's face. "Do not inquire of me. I am just as eager to uncover the origins of Brother Lu as you are." Before long, Su Tianxian learned from Chen Wangu the tale of their acquaintance, though Chen Wangu had embellished the account, transforming his defeat at Lu Xunxian's hands into a grand battle that lasted 3 days and nights, culminating in their eventual camaraderie. "Ah, I see." Su Tianxian accepted this without skepticism, believing that Chen Wangu did not possess a deceitful nature. Choosing not to linger on the topic of Lu Xunxian, Su Tianxian redirected the conversation. "By the way, did you not mention previously that you intended to enter seclusion to strive for ascension? Now that you have emerged." "What of that?" Chen Wangu, however, merely smiled wryly and shook his head. "It is not so simple. It will be quite some time yet. I have been in seclusion for a full 20 years, and I have yet to sense any progress toward ascension." Upon hearing this, Su Tianxian fell silent. After a while, Chen Wangu patted his shoulder and said, "Do not dwell on such matters. Focus on your cultivation. Everything is predestined." "Indeed," Su Tianxian replied, suppressing his disappointment. "Why fret over things beyond our control? No amount of worry will grant you ascension." "Now what of those two?" Gazing at the still unconscious Wang Kai and Bai Yuma, Su Tianxian felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, those two were Lu Xunxian's beasts. Should they be taken along? Chen Wangu, with a wry smile, remarked, "What else can we do? It seems we must handle this ourselves." Since Lu Xunxian had not taken Wang Kai and Bai Yuma with him, it was likely that he intended for them to manage the situation, especially as they had succumbed to slumber due to the intoxicating aroma of the immortal's drunkenness. Furthermore, since it was Su Tianxian who had procured the immortal's drunkenness, it fell upon them to address the matter. As Chen Wangu stepped forward to assist Wang Kai, channeling spiritual energy to help him refine the effects of the wine, Su Tianxian, with a resigned sigh, approached Bai Yuma to aid in dissipating the intoxicating vapors. With their intervention, it was not long before Wang Kai and Bai Yuma gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, they looked around in confusion, taking some time to recollect the events that had transpired. "Where's my master?" Wang Kai inquired. "He should be at the Wangshu Inn," Chen Wangu replied, noting that it was the finest inn he could secure within the 7-colored Bee Kingdom. "All right, let's depart and rendezvous with Taoist Lu," Su Tianxian urged. At that moment, however, as Wang Kai stood in astonishment, he was struck by the revelation that his cultivation level had surged from the pinnacle of the Emperor realm to the initial stage of the Saint King realm. "What is happening? How did I break through? I didn't even feel a thing." "That is only natural. After all, it is the immortal's drunkenness. Consuming it yields tremendous effects even for those beneath the Saint Emperor. Though you merely inhaled the fragrance, your breakthrough from the Emperor realm's peak is quite understandable," Su Tianxian remarked, a hint of pride illuminating her face. Hearing this, Wang Cai's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he stared fixedly at the immortal's drunkenness on the table. "If merely inhaling it can propel me from the Emperor realm's peak to the Saint King, what would happen if I drank an entire bottle?" Would I not ascend directly to the Saint Emperor? However, sensing Wang Cai's thoughts, Su Tianxian promptly interrupted his musings. Do not entertain such notions. If you were to consume an entire bottle, you would be courting death. The spiritual energy contained within the immortal's drunkenness is beyond your capacity to refine as a mere Saint King. One bottle would surely lead to your demise. At her words, Wang Cai felt a chill run through him, dispelling any reckless thoughts. Well then, let us find our master, Bayuma suggested. As the group opened the private room door. Preparing to depart, another door adjacent to them swung open, revealing Feng Qingyu and Gu Tianxing stepping out. Gu Tianxing wore an expression of profound loss. But upon catching sight of Chen Wangu, he froze momentarily, disregarding Feng Qingyu at his side, and hurried to stand before Chen Wangu. Younger generation pays respects to President Chen, he said, bowing respectfully. Chen Wangu furrowed his brow at the sight of the Reverend Gu Tianxing, while Su Tianxian teased, Old Chen, you seem to know him? Go on. Go on, I do not recognize him. Chen Wangu retorted curtly before turning to Gu Tianxing, inquiring, and you are? President Chen, I am Gu Tianxing. The holy son of the Qingfeng Holy Land. Gu Tianxing quickly raised his head to respond. Hearing this, Chen Wangu's memory began to stir. Ah, it's you, my young friend. What brings you and your companion to the celestial drunken pavilion to revel in the spring night? Chen Wangu teased, casting his gaze towards Feng Qingyu, who stood gracefully at a distance. After all, the Qingfeng sacred land possessed considerable strength, and with the exceptional talents of Gu Tianxing, the holy son, it was only fitting to extend some courtesy. Gu Tianxing, upon hearing this, offered a modest smile. This is Feng Qingyu, a direct disciple of our second elder from the Qingfeng sacred land, and she is yet to respond to my courtship. I see. Very well. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave from you, dear nephew. I shall visit the Qingfeng sacred land when the opportunity arises. After exchanging polite words, Chen Wangu departed with his companions. Meanwhile, Wang Cai cast a glance at Feng Qingyu in the distance, having recognized her. He recalled the events from years ago in the Chuanyao mountain range and understood that Feng Qingyu had sought his master. However, he deemed it unnecessary to mention such matters idly. Once Chen Wangu and his entourage had left, Gu Tianxing returned to Feng Qingyu's side with a serious expression. Feng Qingyu appeared puzzled, clearly unaware of the significance of those individuals who warranted such deference from Gu Tianxing. In light of her curiosity, Gu Tianxing readily provided an explanation. Upon learning that the other party was the president of the Wanbao Pavilion, Feng Qingyu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The president of the Wanbao Pavilion, truly? All right, Qingyu. Let us return. We have already spent quite some time in the colorful Bee Kingdom. Gu Tianxing shook his head, attempting to take Feng Qingyu's hand. However, she subtly evaded his grasp. Your Highness, if you are in a hurry, you may return first. I still have matters to attend to. Ah, Qingyu. How can you say that? Your concerns are my concerns. Since you wish to remain in the colorful Bee Kingdom a while longer, I shall accompany you, Gu Tianxing declared, patting his chest. Although he seldom practiced, his cultivation had not waned, and he now stood as a formidable figure at the peak of the Emperor realm. From his master, Feng Qingyu had learned just how astonishing Gu Tianxing's talents were, possessing a divine-grade spiritual root and breaking through challenges with ease. Most importantly, he was of the same age as her. Given that, I shall trouble you, Your Highness. Feng Qingyu did not refuse. As a woman, she understood how to wield her charm and keep a man intrigued. Chapter 29. The unpleasant past. When Chen Wangu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Wangshu Inn, they encountered Lu Xunxian and his group, just emerging. Since you are awake, let us proceed together, Lu Xunxian addressed them. Having pondered throughout the night without arriving at any conclusions, he decided to let things unfold naturally. Chen Wangu had no objections, but glanced at Su Tianxian, who was following them, and frowned. What are you doing here? Why are you tagging along? Well, as the host, I am thoroughly familiar with the colorful Bee Kingdom. Am I not entitled to join? Su Tianxian retorted with a look of righteous defiance. In jest, he had indeed witnessed the formidable strength of Lu Xunxian, and naturally, he sought to cultivate a cordial relationship with her. Although, given his innate talents, ascending was not an insurmountable task. One must have a solid backing once they reached the higher realms. Observing this, Chen Wangu did not prevent him any further. He could discern the ulterior motives swirling within the man's mind. As they journeyed, taking advantage of the moment when Chen Wangu and Su Tianxian accompanied the two little ones to play, Wang Cai approached Lu Xunxian and spoke. Master, I have seen that person. Startled, Lu Xunxian paused for a moment before responding. Do not concern yourself with her. Keep your distance whenever she is near. I understand, Master. Wang Cai nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, his mind was racing with speculation about the identity of this woman who could instill such trepidation in his master. casting a glance at the two little ones nearby. He felt he was beginning to form a vague hypothesis. However, he chose to remain silent. If his master had decided on this course of action, there was no need for him to voice his thoughts. Soon enough, their vibrant journey through the kingdom of colorful bees came to an end. Following this, Lu Xunxian intended to lead the two children to their next destination, the ancient and ethereal Feitian in the northern desert. Standing at the exit of the kingdom of colorful bees, Su Tianxian gazed at them with a hint of melancholy in her voice. It is truly unfortunate that I have other matters to attend to, or I would accompany you to Feitian. Do not flatter yourself. We can manage just fine without you. I have friends in the northern desert, Chun Wangu retorted without a shred of hesitation. Su Tianxian shot him a glare before turning to Lu Xunxian, saying, Lu, should you return to the kingdom of colorful bees, do remember to contact me. I wish to extend my hospitality then. Certainly, Lu Xunxian replied graciously, accepting the communication jade slip offered by Su Tianxian. After completing this exchange, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun simultaneously waved farewell to Su Tianxian. Goodbye, Uncle Su. Ah, farewell. When you next visit, Uncle Su will prepare delicious treats for you, Su Tianxian said, her frown dissipating. She then watched as Lu Xunxian and her party set off towards the northern desert aboard Wankai. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu and Gu Tiansheng had also concluded their time in the kingdom of colorful bees. Upon their arrival, they happened to witness the departure of Lu Xunxian and her companions. However, due to Wang Sai's swift pace, Feng Qingyu only caught a fleeting glimpse of Lu Xunxian. Yet, that single glance was enough to cause her brow to furrow with concern. Could it be that I am mistaken? That figure seemed to be Lu Xunxian. But that cannot be. Were they not supposed to be dead? Feng Qingyu pondered inwardly. Over the years, whenever she had the chance, she would occasionally employ the bloodline pursuit technique, fearing that Lu Xunxian and her companions might still be alive. Yet, the technique had yielded no results. Gradually, she had come to find solace, believing that her tumultuous past was behind her. But now, it seemed that this might not be the case after all. Noticing Feng Qingyu's unusual demeanor, Gu Tiansheng approached her with concern etched on his face. Qingyu, what troubles you? I am well. I suppose I have simply been a bit wearied from our recent adventures in the kingdom of colorful bees. Feng Qingyu cast a gentle glance at Gu Tiansheng and lightly shook her head. Although their relationship had deepened during their time spent together, Gu Tiansheng had yet to win her heart. After all, it is the unattainable that is cherished most. Once acquired, affection can easily wane. Her belief that Gu Tiansheng would not easily relinquish his pursuit stemmed from another significant reason, her formidable talents, which rendered her far from a mere ornament. She possessed extraordinary beauty and an alluring aura of a mature woman. Coupled with her status as the second elder, Gu Tiansheng would not easily give up, and she intended to keep him firmly within her grasp. Yet, upon seeing Lu Xunxian, her heart fluttered with anxiety. If Gu Tiansheng were to uncover her troubled past, she feared he might abandon her. My apologies, Qingyu, it is my fault. I shall be more cautious next time, Gu Tiansheng said, his expression filled with regret as he hurried to reassure her. Very well, let us return, Feng Qingyu responded, momentarily setting aside her concerns, as she needed to find her master before making any decisions. However, her master was currently in seclusion, striving to attain the status of Saint Emperor, making it difficult for her to reach out. On the Shitian Tiger, Lu Xunxian sensed Feng Qingyu's presence but paid it little mind. If they were to meet, so be it. Could he possibly evade her? After much contemplation, Lu Xunxian came to understand that one day he would have to explain matters regarding their mother to the children, leaving it to them to decide their feelings. Concealing the truth was not for their benefit. It was merely that they lacked the discernment to comprehend the complexities of the situation. Meanwhile, in Zhongzhou, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor suddenly intercepted a king-level cultivator. Before the individual could react, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor swiftly struck, seizing the man's head and commencing a soul search. In no time, the events of that day unfolded before his eyes. However, upon glimpsing Lu Xunxian in the vision, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor's brow furrowed in confusion. Who is this person? Why have I never encountered him before? The intelligence network of the heavenly demon sect was notoriously formidable. Any Saint Emperor emerging would have their information delivered to the heavenly demon Saint Emperor's hands within a decade. Yet, he had never seen this individual. Could he be a newly emerged Saint Emperor? Nevertheless, judging by the techniques employed, it did not seem like the capabilities of a novice. At the very least, he possessed the strength of a seasoned Saint Emperor. No matter who you are, since you dare to slay my brother, I shall see to it that you pay the price, even if you are the lord of a sacred land. With that, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor's figure flickered as he set off towards the various sacred lands. He intended to enlist their aid in locating his brother's murderer. Whether they would assist him was of no concern. Should they refuse, he would not hesitate to lead the heavenly demon sect back into Zhongzhou. Surely, with such leverage, they would be more than willing to help him find the one who had taken his brother's life. Chapter 30. The Wicked Bandit. Saint Emperor of Yellow Sands. The Northern Desert, as the most remote region of the heavenly sacred continent, boasted an environment far more inhospitable than the southern wilderness. Upon entering the Northern Desert, one is greeted by an expanse of sand stretching for thousands of miles, with only a handful of sparse woodlands dotting the landscape, albeit in limited areas, and water sources are scarce. Father, how do they survive without water? Father, is the Northern Desert truly nothing but sand? Along the journey, Lu Xunxian incessantly questioned Lu Xunxian. At that moment, Lu Xunxian had already mastered the history of the Tianshan continent, effortlessly addressing her inquiries. After finally alleviating his daughter's concerns, Lu Xunxian stepped aside to gaze outward. The surrounding desolation was palpable. Even the traces of human habitation were few and far between. Yet, this was to be expected. In the Northern Desert, as night fell, the howling winds and swirling sands obliterated any signs of human presence. However, before Wang Kai could soar for long, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the distance, followed swiftly by a barrage of sword qi. Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow, instinctively conjuring a barrier that deflected the incoming strikes. Chen Wangu, a bit slower to react, also rose to his feet, his expression darkening with dismay. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to assail them. Did they not recognize who he was? Soon, several figures clad in tattered yellow robes, their bodies tightly wrapped, emerged before them, blocking their path. Halt! Surrender all your possessions. Upon seeing their attire, Chen Wangu's anger transformed into a sardonic smile, as he instantly recognized their identities. The notorious bandits? What audacity you possess to rob us! The notorious bandits were a well-known gang infamous for preying upon travelers in the Northern Desert. However, due to their formidable strength and rumored backing from the Holy Emperor, no one had successfully dealt with them thus far. Yet this time, their fortunes seemed to have run dry, as they had dared to rob Lu Xunxian and his companions. It was evident that they failed to grasp the gravity of their error. The leader of the bandits was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. Having perceived the affluent demeanor of Chen Wangu and his companions, along with the ferocious Tianhu beneath their feet, they unhesitatingly chose to strike. Even if they were to encounter resistance, they were undeterred, confident in the backing of the Lord of the Northern Desert. What audacity do I possess? Hand over your belongings, or else the men will be killed, and the women will be rendered incapacitated and sold into brothels. The leader's gaze fell upon Lu Xunxian, and although she was heavily wrapped, it was not difficult to discern the lewd expression etched upon his face. Lu Xunxian, terrified, hid behind Lu Xunxian, unable to face the bandits. Meanwhile, Chen Wangu felt a surge of pity wash over him upon hearing the bandits' words. Poor wretches, after spending time with Lu Xunxian, he had come to understand just how much the latter treasured the two children. Had they heeded his earlier warning, they might have had a slim chance of survival. Now, however, death was inevitable, and it would be a death marked by excruciating pain. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure erupted from Lu Xunxian, swiftly suppressing the 5 notorious bandits before him. Feeling the oppressive force upon him, the leader of the vile bandits turned to Lu Xunxian and shouted, "Senior, please spare us. We were unaware of your formidable strength and have inadvertently offended you." However, Lu Xunxian remained indifferent, intensifying the pressure until 3 of the 5 nefarious bandits were crushed to death by his overwhelming might. Yet, those 3 were not particularly strong, merely at the Saint King level. As for the remaining 2, who were at the Saint Emperor rank, they began to hear the ominous cracking of their bones under the mounting pressure, their faces contorted in agony. The leader of the vile bandits threatened, "Senior, I implore you to show mercy. We have the backing of the North Desert Lord, the Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand. Please consider sparing us for his sake." At this moment, Lu Xunxian finally spoke. "If you had kept silent, it would have been better. But now that you have mentioned it, rest assured, the Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand will soon come to join you." With that, the terrifying pressure suddenly obliterated the remaining 2 vile bandits, reducing them to mere pulp. Their souls extinguished. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were well protected by Lu Xunxian and thus did not witness this horrific scene. Nearby, Chen Wangu exclaimed in astonishment, "You truly are formidable. To be able to slay peak Saint Emperors solely through pressure is no small feat." Although Chen Wangu himself was at the peak of the Saint Emperor level, he could not achieve such a feat, which was as challenging as causing someone to explode with just a glance. This realization highlighted the gap between him and Lu Xunxian, proving that one cannot generalize the abilities of individuals. However, recalling the words of the vile bandit before his demise, a look of surprise crossed his face. He had merely heard rumors before, but to think that the Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand was indeed backing those scoundrels. Nevertheless, a mere peak Saint Emperor stands no threat. If he resists, let him perish. Qin Huanggu mused silently, feeling a twinge of disbelief. Are you really going to kill someone, and yet not allow them to fight back? He dared to voice this thought only within the confines of his mind, fearing he might meet the same fate if he voiced it aloud. Shall we seek out the Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand now? Perhaps it is better to wait until we finish our business at the Flying Ancient Ruins. After speaking, Lu Xunxian gave Wang Kai a knowing glance, and their group set off once more towards the Flying Ancient Ruins. Shortly after their departure, a figure emerged from the sands, gazing in terror at the direction where Lu Xunxian and the others had vanished. I must report this to the master immediately, he murmured before disappearing back into the sands. Making his way towards the domain of the Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand, too fearful to even collect the bodies of his fallen companions, lest Lu Xunxian and his group return and discover him, leading to his demise. So, that loose end is left untied? Wang Kai asked, turning to Qin Huanggu. Lu Xunxian did not look back, his tone indifferent. Someone must carry the message. After all, if one must die, it should be done with clarity. I have given him time. Now we shall see how he chooses to respond. In the realm of the sacred kings, how could one possibly evade the grasp of Lu Xunxian and his companions? From the very outset, he had been discovered. However, Lu Xunxian chose to spare him, intending instead to leave a messenger to inform the Huangsha sacred emperor. Yet, his days were numbered. For Lu Xunxian had insidiously embedded a force within his body that would lead to his explosive demise in 3 days. Even the mightiest of sacred emperors would be unable to intervene in his fate. As for Qin Huanggu, Lu Xunxian remained silent. And thus Qin Huanggu had no grounds to speak up. Observing the situation unfold, Qin Huanggu ceased his concerns. At that moment, Lu Qingyun, brimming with excitement, rushed to Lu Xunxian's side, tugging at his hand and pointing towards the distance. Father, look. Following her gesture, they beheld a colossal chasm before them, appearing as if it had been meticulously carved by an extraordinary being. This marked the second destination for Lu Xunxian and his companions, the Flying Ancient Wilderness. Chapter 31. The origin of the Flying Ancient Wilderness from the annals of history concerning the Tianxin continent. Lu Xunxian gleaned that the Flying Ancient Wilderness had materialized abruptly 533,000 years prior. Those who were privy to the event had either ascended to the celestial realm or been lost to the inexorable flow of time. As Lu Xunxian extended his consciousness to probe the full extent of the Flying Ancient Wilderness, he found his spiritual awareness immediately suppressed upon entry. For reasons unknown, the Flying Ancient Wilderness exerted a dampening effect on both spiritual consciousness and the prowess of cultivators. Even a being as powerful as a sacred emperor would find their strength halved within its confines. At this juncture, Qin Huanggu spoke up, perceptive of Lu Xunxian's actions. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Xunxian had long transcended the so-called sacred emperor realm, possessing power that dwarfed that of a sacred emperor by countless magnitudes. The suppression he experienced did not hinder his ability to discern the vastness of the Flying Ancient Wilderness, which revealed itself as an immense canyon. Gazing down from above, it appeared as though a tremendous force had violently carved it out. Is there no record of how the Flying Ancient Wilderness came into being? Lu Xunxian inquired, casting a questioning glance at Qin Huanggu. None, Qin Huanggu replied gravely. It is said that those who witnessed the event went mad or perished, leaving no one with knowledge of its emergence. Reflecting on this matter, Qin Huanggu's expression turned somber. Over the past 533 millennia, numerous cultivators had ventured forth to unravel the mysteries of the Flying Ancient Wilderness, yet all had returned empty-handed. Consequently, interest in it had waned over time. Upon hearing this, a playful expression crossed Lu Xunxian's face, prompting a surprised response from Qin Huanggu. Do not tell me you have uncovered the secret of the Flying Ancient Wilderness? Just a few hints. Come along, Lu Xunxian replied, glancing toward the distance where 2 small figures had approached the precipice of the Flying Ancient Wilderness and, without hesitation, leapt into the abyss. In an instant, a wondrous scene unfolded as the 2 children began to float uncontrollably. This phenomenon exemplified the enigmatic nature of the Flying Ancient Wilderness. Any being entering its designated realm would lose all sense of gravity, as if severed from the world entirely. Even the mighty Holy Emperor, upon entering the celestial wilderness, could merely stabilize his form. Soon, both Lu Xunxian and Qin Huanggu entered the celestial wilderness together. The moment they crossed the threshold, an enigmatic force enveloped them. Qin Huanggu unleashed his energy, barely managing to maintain his composure. However, upon glancing at Lu Xunxian, he was astonished to see him moving with the ease of walking on solid ground, seemingly unaffected. Unexpectedly, he encountered an artifact from the celestial realm here. Though its nature remained a mystery, he contemplated retrieving it on his way out. Lu Xunxian mused inwardly, for there was nothing within the Holy Land that could elude his perceptive scrutiny, even the treasures of the celestial realm. Yet, to discern its true essence, he would need to approach it more closely. Observing the children playing joyfully, Lu Xunxian resolved to wait until their amusement concluded before claiming the mysterious object. If all went according to plan, the current state of the celestial wilderness was likely a result of that artifact's influence. Upon entering the celestial wilderness, Lu Xunxian and his companions beheld countless cultivators practicing their arts, floating aimlessly in the air, a sight that was undeniably peculiar. However, Lu Xunxian was not surprised. For historical records of the Holy Land indicated that cultivation within the celestial wilderness granted unique enhancements, allowing many cultivators to achieve remarkable results, thus drawing the attention of the Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand. To enter the celestial wilderness, whether for cultivation or recreation, one must pay 10 high-grade spirit crystals for a single day's access. Not long after Lu Xunxian and his companions had entered, 2 cultivators approached them. "Hey, you lot. You haven't paid the spirit crystals to enter the celestial wilderness. You cannot remain inside." Upon hearing their words, Chen Wangu furrowed his brow and retorted, "I am not He. I am Chen Wangu. I don't care what you're called. Just pay the entry fee or get out." The 2 men, subordinates of the Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand, spoke with confidence, unafraid of any potential trouble from Chen Wangu and his companions. The last individual to cause a disturbance in the celestial wilderness was a scion of a sacred place, who ended up being compelled by his elders to apologize to the Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand. Although they could discern that Lu Xunxian and the others were of extraordinary lineage, they felt no fear. In the celestial wilderness, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must abide by the rules. How amusing. If that is the case, let the Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand come personally to demand from me. Lu Xunxian scoffed. And in an instant, the 2 cultivators were propelled away by his overwhelming aura, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Chen Wangu sighed and shook his head, feeling pity for the 2 cultivators. Why provoke anyone? But you chose to challenge me. I could have merely caused your death. Yet you had to draw the ire of this fiend. Fiend, I have scarcely taken a life. Lu Xunxian raised an eyebrow, questioning. Chen Wangu paused, reflecting, and realized the truth in those words. Moreover, the 2 monks, Lu Xunxian, did not eliminate them. They merely acted in accordance with the regulations set forth by the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor. If there were to be any killings, it would necessitate confronting the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor himself. Now, setting aside this matter, since I am to entertain these 2 young ones, I shall devote myself fully to the play. Observing not far away, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were engrossed in their frolic. Lu Xunxian soared over. Although Lu Xunxian possessed formidable strength to assist Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun in maintaining their balance, it was deemed unnecessary. The paramount aspect of visiting the ancient floating sky was to relish in the sensation of weightlessness. Without this, the ancient floating sky would hold little allure. In the northernmost reaches of the northern desert, fierce winds howled and sand swirled. This locale was the closest point on the holy celestial continent to the boundary wall, rendering the space exceedingly unstable and prone to spatial turbulence. Even a holy king approaching this area must exercise utmost caution, lest they be ensnared by the chaotic forces of the spatial currents, sustaining injuries at best, or at worst, being cast out beyond the holy celestial continent, leading to demise. The peak holy king, who had previously escaped from Lu Xunxian and his companions, fled desperately until he arrived at the extreme north. Amidst this desolate expanse stood a towering edifice. Unlike the tumult outside, a 100-mile radius around the tower was enveloped in tranquility, devoid even of a whisper of wind. "Master, I have urgent matters to discuss." The peak holy king knelt upon entering the windless domain, addressing the tower with utmost reverence. After a prolonged silence, a voice echoed within his mind. "Speak." The voice belonged to the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor, granted permission by his master. The peak holy king finally dared to recount the events that had transpired. Upon concluding his account, he bowed his head in terror, unable to gaze toward the tower. At that moment, he heard footsteps upon the sands, drawing nearer with each breath until they materialized before him. In his paralyzing fear, a force lifted him, compelling him to raise his head and behold. Standing before him was an imposing figure, approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a yellow robe, with a countenance reminiscent of a sly rat. He was none other than the Lord of the Northern Desert, the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor. Chapter 32. The wrath of the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor before him. The expression of the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor was one of extreme displeasure. "Did you dare to utter my name?" "Yes, I spoke of it, but they claimed that even if you were to come in person, they would show no respect." The peak holy king stammered. As if fearing the disbelief of the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor, he swore several oaths to the heavens. The Yellow Sand Holy Emperor's demeanor darkened. He was utterly taken aback that anyone within the holy celestial continent would dare to disrespect him. It is known that even those from the Holy Lands grant him a modicum of deference when they visit the northern desert. Their audacity knows no bounds. With a sudden, fierce motion, the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor seized the head of the Peak Holy King, unleashing a terrifying probe of his soul. This was the art of soul-searching. To the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor, a mere Peak Holy King was insignificant. What truly mattered was his reputation. Now, he seeks to extract the soul. Determined to identify that individual, regardless of whether they are the Holy Emperor, he will not hesitate to strike them down. Soon, the visage of Lu Xunxian and others emerged vividly in his memory. Upon seeing Chen Wangu, a flicker of wariness crossed the face of the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor. Yet this trepidation dissipated almost instantaneously. What of the president of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? He would show no mercy to those who dared provoke him. However, upon gazing at Lu Xunxian, a look of perplexity surfaced. When did a pinnacle Holy Emperor arise in the heavenly sacred continent? Judging by Lu Xunxian's demeanor, he too was evidently a pinnacle Holy Emperor. Otherwise, Chen Wangu would not have treated him with such deference. Nevertheless, even if both were pinnacle Holy Emperors, he felt no fear whatsoever. At that moment, two figures rushed towards him. Master, trouble is brewing. Someone is causing a ruckus in the flying ancient ruins. The newcomers were the two holy kings who had been previously repelled by Lu Xunxian. Upon hearing their words, the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor's previously furrowed brows deepened further. Soon, he gleaned the details of the situation from the two holy kings. However, these two, the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor extended his hand, projecting the images of Chen Wangu and Lu Xunxian. Upon recognizing them, the two holy kings' eyes brightened, and they nodded eagerly. Indeed, Master, it is these two. Humph, Chen Wangu. What audacity you possess to dare bully me. If I refrained from intervening today, would you truly consider me a soft target? The expression on the Yellow Sand Holy Emperor's face darkened. If he did not act today, his reputation would surely be tarnished. In the next moment, he soared skyward, hurrying towards the direction of the flying ancient ruins. The two holy kings were momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, their eyes widening. Wasn't Chen Wangu the name of the president of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? They sensed impending turmoil across the entire northern desert. At this moment, within the flying ancient ruins, as twilight descended, Chen Wangu led them to an inn located within the ruins. After 53 millennia, they had yet to uncover the true origins of the flying ancient ruins, yet they had devised a means of habitation therein. By embedding iron chains into the ground and spreading them across a significant portion of the ruins, they could rely on these chains for shelter. Unfortunately, the Wangshu Inn had not been established within the ruins, though Lu Xunxian was quite satisfied with the accommodations at Wangshu Inn. Nonetheless, the inn chosen by Chen Wangu was not lacking in quality. After their meal, the two little ones gradually fell asleep in Lu Xunxian's company. Observing their slumber, Lu Xunxian quietly rose and departed the inn. Outside, he stood in midair, gazing towards the northern end of the flying ancient ruins. With a mere thought, he vanished in an instant, heading towards the northern expanse of the ruins. At the very moment when Lu Xunxian vanished, Chen Wangu's figure subtly emerged. Gazing towards the direction in which Lu Xunxian had departed, his face adorned with an expression of foreseen anticipation. Brother Lu, I knew you would leave. Wait for me. I shall follow. With that, Chen Wangu hastened towards the northern edge of the flying ancient ruins, albeit at a significantly slower pace than Lu Xunxian. Though it was night, numerous cultivators roamed the expanse of the flying ancient ruins. Yet, none possessed the acuity to detect Lu Xunxian's presence. In no time, Lu Xunxian reached the northernmost point of the ruins. Despite the apparent desolation around him, he paused, glancing down at his feet. In that instant, his thoughts descended, and he seamlessly submerged into the earth below. Before long, Lu Xunxian arrived in a vast, open space where gravity abruptly intensified, causing him to plummet rapidly. He soon landed upon the ground. Once he steadied himself, he surveyed his surroundings and spotted a luminous source not far away, its brilliance illuminating the entire cavernous expanse. That must be it, Lu Xunxian mused inwardly. Upon entering the flying ancient ruins, he had sensed something amiss. The other sacred emperors had failed to notice it, likely due to their inferior strength. After all, who could have imagined that the catalyst for the anomalies within the ruins lay not at the center, but at its northernmost edge? Yet, everything comes at a cost. As the gravity within the entirety of the flying ancient ruins dissipated, all of it was concentrated in this diminutive cavern. Lu Xunxian could feel that the gravity here exceeded that of the heavenly sacred continent by over tenfold. Even a sacred king would find it arduous to navigate this space. However, a sacred king is still a sacred king, while Lu Xunxian is no mere sacred king. Within the cavern, Lu Xunxian strolled leisurely until he approached the source of light. Through its radiance, he discerned the essence contained within, a core, the essence of a formidable being. Intriguing. Lu Xunxian pondered. What could possibly cause the essence of such a powerful entity to descend into the mortal realm and manifest here? Moreover, it belongs to a celestial king. Lu Xunxian sensed that this was indeed the essence of a celestial king. Ascending to the realm of the celestial requires a sacred emperor to transform all their internal power into celestial energy to achieve ascension to the celestial realm. Beyond the celestial lies the true celestial, necessitating the comprehension of the laws of power to attain that status. As for the celestial king, they exist above the true celestial, wielding tremendous power capable of effortlessly obliterating the entirety of the heavenly sacred continent. Furthermore, upon breaking through to the rank of celestial king, one transcends the river of time. Unaffected by the constraints of lifespan, unless annihilated by enemies, they would not fall. Evidently, the celestial king before him had suffered an assault from another or several celestial kings, leading to the loss of all but its essence, which plummeted to the heavenly sacred continent. Additionally, the peculiarities of the flying ancient ruins stem from the opponent's cultivation laws being rooted in the laws of gravity, resulting in the gravitational imbalance within the ruins. As for the enhancement of cultivation, it was due to proximity to the essence of a celestial king, which naturally yields substantial benefits. How could it not? Chapter 33. Subduing the immortal king of 10,000 layers, it would be prudent to wait until the two young ones have finished their play before seizing the essence of the immortal king. Otherwise, one could only imagine the troubles that may arise. Lu Xunxian mused to himself. With this thought, he intended to depart immediately. However, at that moment, a voice echoed within his mind. Young friend, please pause. Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow, turning his attention to the essence of the immortal king before him, scrutinizing it closely. He had not anticipated that a trace of true spirit still lingered within the primal force, seeking an opportunity for revival. This trace of true spirit was exceedingly well concealed, without the slightest hint of its presence, thus eluding Lu Xunxian's detection. At that moment, the voice continued to resonate in Lu Xunxian's mind. Young friend, do not be alarmed. I reside within this essence of primal force. I wish to bestow upon you an opportunity. If you assist me in reconstructing my corporeal form, I can aid you in transcending to the true immortal realm. Inside the essence, the immortal king of 10,000 layers appeared anxious, communicating with Lu Xunxian. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian contemplated briefly before responding. What if I decline your offer? A mere true immortal was of little interest to him. Moreover, should he refine the essence of the immortal king before him, he could potentially forge another immortal king. Young friend, should you refuse, do not blame me for resorting to seizing your body. The immortal king threatened menacingly. Were it not for his dire circumstances, he would have no intention of usurping another's body, as he was inherently benevolent. However, if Lu Xunxian did not acquiesce, he would be left with no choice but to temporarily take control of Lu Xunxian, restoring his own corporeal form before eventually relinquishing Lu Xunxian's freedom. Though he now possessed only a remnant of true spirit, he did not believe that a peak holy emperor like Lu Xunxian could evade his grasp. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that his true spirit was on the verge of collapse, destined to dissipate. While the immortal king was immortal in his prime, his current state, reduced to a mere trace of true spirit, was precarious and fading with the passage of time. Once his true spirit vanished, the essence of the immortal king would fall into utter chaos, leading to the potential destruction of the entire heavenly saint continent. You may attempt it, Lu Xunxian replied, a hint of amusement on his face, devoid of fear. Seeing this, the immortal king gritted his teeth and surged forth from the essence, entering Lu Xunxian's body in an instant. Throughout this process, Lu Xunxian made no effort to resist. He wished to observe how the immortal king intended to seize his body. Upon entering Lu Xunxian's form, the immortal king aimed to locate Lu Xunxian's soul and confine it, thereby gaining dominion over his physical vessel. Yet, at that moment, the immortal king discovered an imposing golden wall before him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. In the next instant, he felt a sharp sensation locking onto him. As he fearfully raised his gaze, he beheld a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. Before him stood an immensely colossal golden giant. The previously perceived golden wall merely a fragment of its being. This is true spirit. Who are you? You are certainly not merely a diminutive holy emperor. Upon closer inspection, the true spirit before me unmistakably resembles Lu Xunxian. The so-called true spirit is the manifestation of an immortal transcending to the realm of the immortal king. Having escaped the river of time, its essence bears similarity to that of the divine soul, yet it possesses a far more formidable nature. A true spirit is indestructible, and the physical body is imperishable. At this moment, Lu Xunxian's expression remained placid as he slowly uttered several words. Submit, or perish. At this juncture, the heart of Wan Chong, the immortal king, sank into despair. He had initially perceived Lu Xunxian as a harmless little rabbit, only to discover he was, in fact, a five-clawed golden dragon. It is crucial to note that even during his peak, Wan Chong's true spirit did not possess the strength of Lu Xunxian, which unequivocally attests to the latter's mastery being above that of an immortal king, possibly even at the level of an immortal emperor. Contemplating this, Wan Chong gritted his teeth and knelt before Lu Xunxian. Predecessor, if I choose to submit, upon my return to the immortal realm, shall I be permitted to seek vengeance? The demise of Wan Chong had occurred during his ascension to the immortal emperor level, betrayed by his own disciple and simultaneously assaulted by the enemies of three immortal kings, resulting in his end, leaving only a fragment of his true spirit intertwined with his primal energy to escape. For Wan Chong, this vendetta must be avenged, otherwise, his thoughts would remain unfulfilled, and he would be forever barred from attaining a higher realm. After a considerable pause, Lu Xunxian finally released a single word. Observing this, Wan Chong felt no further hesitation and bowed deeply in acknowledgement of his new master. I am Lin Chongtian, and I pay my respects to you, my lord. With Wan Chong's declaration, Lu Xunxian raised his hand and inscribed a restriction within Wan Chong's true spirit. Should he ever betray his word, Lu Xunxian would be able to annihilate him with but a thought. After securing Wan Chong's allegiance, Lu Xunxian's first act was to channel a pure essence of immortal energy to assist Wan Chong in stabilizing his divine soul. I currently lack the immortal treasures needed to reconstruct your physical form, but I shall procure them for you when I ascend to the immortal realm. Lu Xunxian promised Wan Chong. Although one could acquire treasures for reconstructing the body within the Wanbao Pavilion, Wan Chong was an immortal king. Allowing him to rely on such treasures to rebuild his body would render it uncertain when he could once again cultivate to the immortal king level. Therefore, Lu Xunxian intended to ascend to the immortal realm and utilize the treasures therein for Wan Chong's reconstruction. Indeed, my lord, Wan Chong replied without any dissent. For the present circumstances were already the most favorable. With the backing of an immortal emperor, even should the three vengeful immortal kings discover his whereabouts, they would undoubtedly be unable to harm him. Unless, of course, they managed to break through to the immortal emperor level within these 530,000 years. Then, remain here for now. I shall return for you in 9 days. And do not alter the environment of the flying ancient, Lu Xunxian instructed with a serious expression. After all, his son and daughter had yet to fully enjoy themselves. They needed to play to their heart's content before any further actions could be taken. Wan Chong naturally raised no objections and nodded in agreement. Having completed all necessary arrangements, Lu Xunxian departed that realm and returned to the surface. Once Lu Xunxian had left, Wan Chong found himself still enveloped in a sense of surrealism, unable to fathom that he had encountered an immortal emperor in the lower realm. Moreover, he is a benevolent elder among the celestial sovereigns. Were it another celestial emperor, they would likely not hesitate to extinguish his life and seize his essence of the celestial king. Just wait, Chongshui, Renfeng, Qihua, and my esteemed disciple Sukuan. When I return to the celestial realm, you shall undoubtedly pay the price. Chongshui, Renfeng, and Qihua are the three celestial kings who conspired against him, while Sukuan is the one who betrayed his own disciple. Upon his return to the celestial realm, an inevitable fierce confrontation awaits these four. Previously, the celestial king Wan Chong might have harbored concerns, but now, bolstered by his master's support, he fears nothing. Chapter 34. The Battle of Chunwangu against the Emperor of Yellow Sand. When Lu Xunxian returned to the ground, he fortuitously encountered the hurried Chunwangu. What brings you here, you rascal? Lu Xunxian inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. He had sensed Chunwangu's presence trailing behind him upon his departure, yet he feigned ignorance. Chunwangu, however, responded with a mischievous expression. What about the secret? Don't think I don't know you are seeking the secrets of Feitianhuangu. There is no secret. You shall know in 9 days, Lu Xunxian replied, refraining from revealing the truth, for it involved a celestial king, far beyond Chunwangu's current understanding. Feigning disappointment, Chunwangu sighed. I had thought we were friends, but it seems I still do not hold that status in your eyes. Enough of that. The matter is beyond your comprehension. In 9 days, you shall understand, Lu Xunxian stated, glancing at the sky where dawn was gently breaking. He chose not to indulge Chunwangu's antics any longer and swiftly returned to the inn. Chunwangu stood dumbfounded for a moment, finally regaining his senses. Hey, what about me? You didn't take me along. Yet, he could only grit his teeth and begin the arduous journey back to the inn. At that moment, he secretly noted Lu Xunxian in his mind, vowing to repay the slight when Lu Xunxian would eventually seek his assistance. Unbeknownst to Lu Xunxian, even if he were aware, he would not concern himself with it. Upon returning to the inn, he found the two children still peacefully asleep, and he lay down beside them, succumbing to slumber himself. Although he was in deep sleep, any slight disturbance would rouse him immediately. When he awoke, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Xunxian had already risen. "Father, you're awake. Let us go out and play." The two little ones tugged at Lu Xunxian's arms, vying for his attention. Naturally, he readily agreed. After finishing breakfast at the inn, just as Lu Xunxian was about to accompany his son and daughter for an outing, he sensed something amiss, and his brow furrowed slightly. Beside him, Chen Wangu's frown followed a moment later. "Old Chen, shall you handle it, or shall I? I will take care of it. You just enjoy your time with Xiaoyao and Qing Yun." Chen Wangu waved his hand dismissively. He had not engaged in combat for quite some time. His last encounter with Lu Xunxian hardly counted as a fight, more akin to being utterly overwhelmed. Thus, now faced with the Sand Emperor, he felt a long-lost sense of battle intent. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyao looked puzzled and inquired, "Father, where has Uncle Chen gone?" "Oh, Uncle Chen has gone to resolve some minor troubles," Lu Xunxian replied with a smile, swiftly diverting the topic. "Let us depart, while time permits. I shall take you to explore more wonders." Outside the ancient realm of the flying sky, the Sand Emperor did not enter but sat cross-legged in the air, exuding an aura that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The cultivators passing by, upon sensing the terrifying presence of the Sand Emperor, were struck with fear and dared not approach, lest they incur his wrath. Yet, their hearts brimmed with curiosity about what had transpired to provoke the Sand Emperor to such a degree. However, none possessed the courage to inquire. For who would dare provoke a peak emperor of the saints? At that moment, the Sand Emperor slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Chen Wangu approaching him. "President Chen, to kill my people on my territory is rather audacious, wouldn't you agree? It was your people who first offended us, was it not?" Chen Wangu stood his ground, brimming with battle intent, causing the very heavens to shift in hue. "Even if my people were at fault, they are still mine and should be dealt with by me. I demand an explanation. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to engage you in battle." "Very well, then there is nothing left to discuss. Let us fight." Chen Wangu scoffed and charged at the Sand Emperor. Aware of the Sand Emperor's formidable strength, Chen Wangu held nothing back, summoning the 12th grade spiritual weapon, the Xianyuan spear, to thrust at the Sand Emperor. Yet, the Sand Emperor, bold enough to confront Chen Wangu with such resolve, showed no fear. Before him, the sand surged, and a massive yellow blade erupted from beneath, gripped firmly in the hands of the Sand Emperor, who then swung it fiercely downward, directly countering Chen Wangu's strike. As both were peak emperors of the saints, their clash transformed the very fabric of the world. However, the ripples of their battle were neutralized by an unseen force before they could reach the ancient realm of the flying sky, sparing it from devastation. Outside, however, the consequences were dire. The shockwaves from their fierce duel extended at least 100,000 miles, causing the powerful beings of the northern desert to feel this overwhelming presence, all gazing in terror towards the direction of the flying sky. Among these energies, one was familiar, the Sand Emperor, while the other remained unknown. Yet, anyone capable of battling the Sand Emperor had to be of equal standing. Within the vast expanse of the heavenly saint continent, there were only a handful of peak emperors of the saints. In an instant, countless saint kings, saint emperors, and powerful emperors surged towards the flying sky, eager to witness the clash between the Sand Emperor and this mysterious adversary. "You have indeed improved, Sand," Chen Wangu remarked, his expression grave, his battle intent surging, tightening his grip on the Xianyuan spear. "You are not lacking either. At the very least, you are my worthy opponent." The Holy Emperor of Yellow Sand wielded the holy blade of yellow sand with relentless strikes. The two combatants engaged in a fierce battle that stretched from the fringes of the ancient sky to the yellow sand region, neither yielding an inch. This left Chen Wangu utterly astonished, for it was evident that the strength of the Holy Emperor had significantly increased compared to their previous encounters. 5,000 years prior, he had faced the Holy Emperor in battle, yet back then, the adversary was far less formidable, having succumbed to defeat within half an hour. Now, the Holy Emperor's power was so overwhelming that it felt almost alien to him, compelling Chen to summon his true capabilities. With a thunderous roar accompanying his thrust that forced the Holy Emperor back, Chen Wangu became enveloped in a golden radiance, his aura surging in intensity. Before him, the Holy Emperor remained undaunted. In an instant, the surrounding sands surged forth, merging into the Holy Emperor's being, augmenting his already formidable presence. The two resumed their clash, and for a time, the outcome remained indeterminate. However, it was undeniable that both had transcended the ordinary pinnacle of Holy Emperors, their powers subtly edging towards that of the celestial realm. As the battle raged on, countless powerful figures gathered at the periphery, too intimidated to approach. The might of these two had long surpassed the typical holy emperor, and the aftershocks of their conflict were insurmountable for those beneath that threshold. Thus, they could only observe from a safe distance. Soon, a holy emperor recognized Chen Wangu's identity, exclaiming in disbelief, "Isn't that the esteemed Chen Wangu, president of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. But why would he engage in battle with the holy emperor of Yellow Sand? They decided it was best not to ponder such matters and simply watch the spectacle unfold. At that moment, the holy emperor of Yellow Sand and Chen Wangu ascended into the sky, their battle shaking the very heavens and earth, even obliterating the Tao itself. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, the ancient sky remained tranquil, shielded by the primordial power of the myriad celestial kings, rendering the external tumult inconsequential. "Are we done? If so, let us depart," said Lu Xunxian. Grasping the hands of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, his gaze turning cold as he looked beyond the ancient sky. Outside, the holy emperor and Chen Wangu hovered in the air, exchanging glances, both panting and visibly strained, astonished at the other's formidable prowess. The holy emperor, in particular, regretted his decision to engage Chen Wangu, the weight of his mistake growing heavier with each exchange. Had he known Chen would be such a tenacious opponent, he would have swallowed his pride. Moreover, it was his subordinates who had instigated this conflict. The thought of them made the holy emperor wish he could resurrect them just to punish them again. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind Chen Wangu. "Old Chen, I must say, you're not doing so well. It's been 9 days and the conflict remains unresolved." As Lu Xunxian slowly approached from behind Chen Wangu, he extended his hand, pulling Chen Wangu behind him. At that moment, Lu Xunxian wore a mask, and had he not spoken, Chen Wangu might not have discerned his identity. True to his nature, Lu Xunxian was an exceedingly low-profile individual. Upon sensing the presence of numerous formidable beings around him, he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, hence the mask. The gathered powerful figures, intrigued by Lu Xunxian's appearance, began to speculate on his identity. To dare address the president of Wanbao Pavilion, as Old Chen implied, he was likely a peak holy emperor. However, the holy emperor of Yellow Sand, upon seeing Lu Xunxian, felt an inexplicable surge of trepidation. "Esteemed friend, who might you be? This is a matter between Chen Wangu and myself. Your interference feels rather inappropriate." "Oh, do you not recognize me? Well, allow me to introduce myself," Lu Xunxian replied, casting a glance at the holy emperor of Yellow Sand. The murderous intent reflected in his eyes caused the holy emperor to break into a cold sweat. By the time the holy emperor regained his composure, Lu Xunxian had grasped Chen Wangu's Xianyuan spear, its tip barely a hair's breadth from his throat. The onlookers were astounded, unable to fathom Lu Xunxian's overwhelming strength, contrasting sharply with the earlier back and forth between him and the holy emperor of Yellow Sand. The latter, drenched in cold sweat, felt the profound power of the man before him. If Lu Xunxian desired his death, it could be accomplished in a single strike, leaving him no chance to react. "Were you not here for me? What? Are you at a loss for words now that you see me?" Lu Xunxian spoke with an unruffled tone. The holy emperor of Yellow Sand, eyes wide with shock, gasped, "You are that person. I hope this matter concludes without further repercussions. I also require you to inflict a wound upon yourself, thereby descending from the peak of holy emperor. Furthermore, I do not wish to hear of any vile bandits in the northern desert again, understood?" Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's demands, the holy emperor instinctively wished to refuse. Yet, feeling the Xianyuan spear pressing against his throat, he ultimately swallowed hard and acquiesced. "I understand, senior." With that, the holy emperor decisively inflicted a wound upon himself, causing his realm to plummet from peak holy emperor to the lower realm. However, for the holy emperor, such a sacrifice seemed trivial in the face of life and death. As long as he drew breath, hope remained. At merely 70,000 years of age, he possessed nearly 30,000 years of lifespan left, and with prior insights, it would not be long before he regained his peak. Following the holy emperor's self-inflicted wound and subsequent descent in rank, Lu Xunxian chose not to pursue the matter further. He returned the Xianyuan spear to Chen Wangu and prepared to depart with him. Meanwhile, his son and daughter had been placed aside to await their return. Just as Lu Xunxian and Chen Wangu were about to leave, the holy emperor of Yellow Sand could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name? What, do you intend to seek revenge in the future?" Lu Xunxian did not turn back as he replied, "I would not dare. I merely wish to know your name to avoid any future offense." The holy emperor responded, "You need not concern yourself, should you err again. I shall not grant you another opportunity for self-retribution." With that, Lu Xunxian and Chen Wangu vanished before the Huangsha holy emperor. Once they departed, the countenance of the Huangsha holy emperor darkened. Where had such a formidable elder emerged from? Cursed fate. It would take him another 3 millennia to reach the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm. The Huangsha Holy Emperor mused inwardly. Yet he dared not seek vengeance against Lu Xunxian. What folly! Even at his zenith, he had failed to perceive the means by which Lu Xunxian had acted. Even should he cultivate back to the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, seeking revenge would merely be an invitation to his own demise. Soon, the Huangsha Holy Emperor transformed into a pool of yellow sand, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. The mighty beings present felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information they had to digest, their minds struggling to accommodate it all. First, they had witnessed a fierce battle between the Huangsha Holy Emperor and Chen Wangu, with no clear victor. Then, an unknown peak Holy Emperor had emerged, effortlessly defeating the Huangsha Holy Emperor with a single strike. The peak of the Holy Emperor stood as a paragon on the Tianshan continent, and Chen Wangu was indeed among the elite. The Huangsha Holy Emperor, who had fought Chen Wangu to a stalemate, was dispatched in an instant. To what extent, then, did Lu Xunxian's prowess extend? They dared not contemplate it, nor did they wish to. At the very least, within their understanding, such a formidable presence did not exist within the vast expanse of the Tianshan continent. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian had reunited with Chen Wangu and Lu Xiaoyao. With a grave expression, Chen Wangu regarded Lu Xunxian and inquired, "Old Lu, can you divulge your true realm? Is it truly merely the peak of the Holy Emperor?" Given Lu Xunxian's display today, it was evident that his power far transcended that of an ordinary peak Holy Emperor. In response, Lu Xunxian shook his head. "Do not dwell on this. I have indeed only harnessed the strength of a peak Holy Emperor. The current Tianshan continent cannot accommodate power beyond the Holy Emperor realm. Thus I have kept my cultivation restrained at its pinnacle. However, despite this limitation, my understanding of realms and combat experience far exceeds that of a mere peak Holy Emperor. This is why I could effortlessly defeat the Huangsha Holy Emperor with a single strike, even with my power constrained to that level. For me, even the strength of a nascent Holy Emperor would suffice to vanquish the Huangsha Holy Emperor." Chen Wangu, keenly perceptive, caught the essence of Lu Xunxian's words, his eyes widening in astonishment, breath quickening. In his understanding, a Holy Emperor who ascended to the celestial realm would be forcibly elevated by the heavenly Tao, and returning to the mortal realm would necessitate at least the cultivation of a celestial king. Did this not imply that Lu Xunxian before him must possess the realm of a celestial king? In an instant, Chen Wangu's demeanor towards Lu Xunxian underwent a subtle transformation. No longer casual, as it had been before. After all, a celestial king could easily obliterate the entire Tianshan continent. Should there come a day when Lu Xunxian chose to dispense with pleasantries, would he not face a most dire fate? Yet, Lu Xunxian remained solemn, stating, "Old Chen, you are one of the few friends I have in the Tianshan continent, so I hope you will not distance yourself from me due to my realm. Let everything remain as it was before." Upon hearing this, Chen Wangu fell silent. Observing this, Lu Xunxian chose not to disturb him, and instead gazed towards the northern end of the flying sky ancient, and spoke, "Come forth." Chapter 36. Subduing the source of the immortal king. The heavenly demon Saint Emperor approaches as Lu Xunxian's words echoed. A violent tremor suddenly swept across the entire flying sky ancient. Countless cultivators, who were immersed in their training within, abruptly emerged from their meditative states, sensing that the beneficial aura they had been experiencing had vanished. Moreover, the inexplicably absent gravity within the flying sky ancient had returned. Beneath the northern end of the flying sky ancient, nourished by Lu Xunxian's celestial power, the strength available to the immortal king of 10,000 layers had significantly recovered. Hence, upon hearing Lu Xunxian's command, the immortal king wasted no time and propelled himself towards Lu Xunxian using the source power. Before long, he stood directly before Lu Xunxian. Upon witnessing the source of the immortal king, everyone's breath quickened involuntarily. An inner voice whispered to them, indicating that what lay before them held immense benefits. However, this sensation dissipated shortly thereafter, as Lu Xunxian sealed it away. The source of the immortal king, once absorbed and refined, would greatly benefit any cultivator. Though it may not guarantee the ascension to an immortal king, it would at least facilitate a breakthrough to the true immortal realm. Were it not for the true spirit of the immortal king of 10,000 layers still residing within him, and given that absorbing and refining the sources of other immortal kings would lead to stagnation, Lu Xunxian would have long since crafted an immortal king puppet from the source of the immortal king of 10,000 layers. "Old Lu, what exactly was that?" Chen Wangu swallowed hard and asked with some difficulty. "That was the source of the immortal king. However, I would advise against you absorbing or refining it, as doing so would likely confine you to the immortal king realm," Lu Xunxian replied candidly. At this point, he considered Chen Wangu a friend and felt no need for concealment. Above the realm of immortals, there is a focus on the singular path of development. Absorbing another source only serves to muddle one's own path, preventing further advancement. Thus, it is rare for immortals in the celestial realm to grow stronger by plundering the powers of others. Upon hearing about the source of the immortal king, Chen Wangu's breath quickened once more. The ability to subdue a fragment of the immortal king's source made Lu Xunxian's realm self-evident. Realizing this, Chen Wangu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. No wonder I couldn't prevail. It turns out you are not merely a saint emperor. Seeing this, Lu Xunxian patted Chen Wangu on the shoulder, offering words of consolation. It's all right, old Chen. Even if I were a saint emperor, you would still not be my match. This was not an empty boast from Lu Xunxian. The enhancement bestowed upon him by Feng Qingyu was not only a myriad-fold elevation in realm, but also an exponential increase in combat experience. Thus, even while at the Saint Emperor level, he could effortlessly overpower Chen Wangu. Upon hearing this, Chen Wangu's heart grew increasingly heavy with frustration. However, through this incident, he discerned that Lu Xunxian genuinely did not care about his identity. He no longer needed to cower in fear due to Lu Xunxian's cultivation, as he had in the past. Enough of this matter. Thus, old Lu, shall we proceed to the land of the Auroras? Let us go? You must still be gathering your supplies, correct? Not yet. A bit more time is required. Chen Wangu shook his head and replied. Most of the materials have been collected, but 3 exceedingly rare items remain, which even the Wanbao Pavilion cannot procure in the short term. Observing this, Lu Xunxian said nothing, for this was a matter concerning Wang Kai, not himself. Giving Wang Kai a knowing glance, everyone mounted his back and soared towards the west. Meanwhile, within the ancient ruins sacred land, Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor, what is it that you truly desire? Yi Wushuang gazed at the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor, whose black aura billowed forth, and his expression darkened. At the same time, he retrieved the sacred artifact of the ancient ruins sacred land, preparing himself for battle. Yet, the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor maintained a calm demeanor and spoke slowly. I have come not to wage war against your ancient ruins sacred land, but to request your assistance in locating my brother's murderer. Yi Wushuang was naturally aware of the incident involving the theft of the Heavenly Demon Lord's life. Yet he was unaware that it was Lu Xunxian who had committed the act. Since time immemorial, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. If I were to acquiesce to your request today, would that not imply that I am colluding with your demonic sect? How would the world perceive the ancient ruins sacred land? You may as well abandon this line of thought, for I shall not comply. Humph. You have no choice in this matter. Other factions have already agreed to assist me in finding my brother. Should you refuse, I will personally lead the Heavenly Demon sect back to Zhongzhou. The ensuing devastation will be catastrophic. Do you think Yi Saint Lord can bear the consequences of such calamity? The Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor's tone remained unperturbed, yet his words were laced with veiled threats. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang's expression darkened further. Although he longed to suppress the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor, this individual was terrifyingly powerful, far beyond what one would expect from a peak Saint Emperor. Even if he summoned all the Saint Emperors of the ancient ruins sacred land along with the sacred artifact, they would be unable to contend with the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor. Unless he could lure the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor into the sanctum of the ancient ruins sacred land and activate the formation. Perhaps then he might have a chance to subdue him. With this thought, Yi Wushuang took a deep breath, his mind already formulating a strategy. I shall agree to this matter. However, the specifics must be discussed within the sanctum. Originally, he presumed the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor would follow him without hesitation upon hearing this. Yet he did not anticipate the cold laugh that escaped the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor's lips, as he regarded Yi Wushuang with an expression of contempt. What? Do you think I am unaware of the great formation that lies within your sacred sanctum? You wish to deceive me into entering, and then activate the formation to crush me? At these words, Yi Wushuang's countenance fell. He had not expected the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor to be privy to their trump card, who had leaked this information. In the next moment, the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor, unwilling to wait any longer, extended his hand and projected the image of Lu Xunxian. This individual is the one who has slain my brother. I shall grant you the time to seek him out. However, should you fail to locate him within 3 years, I will lead the Heavenly Demon sect back to the central continent, and what awaits the realm will be unspeakable suffering. Having uttered these words, the Heavenly Demon Emperor intended to depart for the next sacred site, the Qingfeng sacred land, oblivious to the astonishment reflected in Yi Wushuang's eyes. Soon, Yi Wushuang regained his composure and, after clearing his throat, addressed the Heavenly Demon Emperor with a tone of utmost seriousness. Are you certain that this person is responsible for the death of the thief demon sovereign? Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Demon Emperor paused, but did not turn back. Naturally, I witnessed everything through the memories of the cultivator on that day. At this moment, Yi Wushuang silently mourned for the Heavenly Demon Emperor. astonished that this individual had provoked Lu Xunxian. Clearing his throat once more, Yi Wushuang, with a grave expression, declared, "I know who this person is. I implore you to grant me a brief period. I shall summon him to the ancient wilderness sacred land, and then you may confront him directly to resolve your grievances." Upon learning that Yi Wushuang was acquainted with Lu Xunxian, the malevolent energy enveloping the heavenly demon emperor intensified. "I shall afford you half a month's time. If this person does not present himself before me at the end of this period, I will lead the heavenly demon sect to wreak havoc upon the heavenly saint continent." The heavenly demon emperor stated coldly, before striding away from the ancient wilderness sacred land, leaving Yi Wushuang with no opportunity to intervene. Shaking his head, Yi Wushuang retrieved the communication jade talisman that Lu Xunxian had previously given them, murmuring, "I wonder if the elder can resolve matters with the heavenly demon emperor? Very well. I shall inform him." With that, Yi Wushuang infused spiritual energy into the jade talisman. It soon shimmered with a verdant glow, and before long, Lu Xunxian's voice resonated from within. "Master Yi, what brings you to seek me?" Cough. "Esteemed elder, did you happen to slay an individual known as the thief demon sovereign?" Meanwhile, upon the back of the devouring tiger, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow, rummaging through his memories until he finally recalled this particular figure. "Indeed, what troubles you?" Troubles are perhaps too strong a word. However, his brother is the leader of the heavenly demon sect, the heavenly demon emperor, a formidable force, who seeks my assistance in apprehending you. Yi Wushuang replied bitterly, feeling the humiliation of being governed by a demonic cultivator as a righteous practitioner. In response, Lu Xunxian's tone took on a teasing quality. "What? Cannot your ancient wilderness sacred land contend with a mere heavenly demon sect?" Understanding the historical might of the heavenly demon sect, Lu Xunxian merely intended to jest at Yi Wushuang's expense. "Please refrain from jesting, esteemed elder. While our ancient wilderness sacred land can indeed confront the heavenly demon emperor, it would exact a grievous toll, potentially leading to widespread devastation across the central continent." Thus, Yi Wushuang inquired, "I would like to ask if you could spare some time to visit our ancient wilderness sacred land and address the situation with the heavenly demon emperor?" With a wry smile, Yi Wushuang continued his plea. Noticing his serious demeanor, Lu Xunxian chose not to continue his lighthearted banter. "I require approximately half a month to find the time to venture into the ancient sacred land." To Lu Xunxian, the demon emperor is but an insignificant figure, easily dealt with. Far more important is the company of his son and daughter. Yi Wushuang hastily agreed, stating, "Very well. I shall strive to secure half a month for you, esteemed senior, and I hope you will arrive promptly." This span of half a month coincides precisely with the timeline demanded by the demon emperor, thus Yi Wushuang readily acquiesced. Chapter 37. The Land of Aurora. How intriguing it is to ponder who might emerge victorious between the esteemed senior and the demon emperor. Yet, I believe the senior holds the advantage. The demon emperor is renowned throughout the realm, and since the senior dares to confront him, it stands to reason that he possesses the confidence to prevail. However, given the gravity of the situation, it is imperative to summon Old Gu to witness this encounter. Yi Wushuang's mind raced with countless thoughts as he retrieved a communication jade talisman to send a message to Gu Feng. Simultaneously, he prepared thoroughly, knowing that should Lu Xunxian hypothetically face defeat, they must ensure his safety. After all, Lu Xunxian is the father of their sacred son of the ancient sacred land, and the holy maiden of the ancient with sacred land. Nothing must go awry. In stark contrast to the tension enveloping the ancient sacred land, Lu Xunxian remained unperturbed. Next to him, Chun Wangu, upon hearing the transmitted message, expressed his astonishment. "Old Lu, you have actually provoked the demon emperor? It is not I who instigated this. Rather, he initiated it with me," Lu Xunxian replied with a shake of his head. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao chimed in, vividly recounting the events of that day. Upon hearing this, Chun Wangu could not help but offer a moment of silent lament for the demon emperor. "Why did you choose to provoke him of all beings? It seems the entire demon sect is destined for ruin, and even their celestial backing may suffer severe repercussions." Although others might be oblivious, Chun Wangu had some inkling of the situation. Curiosity flickered across his face as he inquired, "Old Lu, the demon sect indeed has support in the celestial realm. Can you truly handle this?" However, Lu Xunxian waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. "What of it? As long as the conflict reaches my doorstep, be it anyone, I, Lu Xunxian, shall strike them down with a single sword." His words ignited a fervor within Chun Wangu, who ceased further inquiries. Given Lu Xunxian's confidence, it was evident that his prowess was of a caliber recognized throughout the celestial realm. The matter concerning the demon emperor was merely a trivial interlude. Before long, darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility non-existent, even at such a close distance. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Xunxian could not see Lu Xunxian. Had it not been for their father's grip, the children would have succumbed to fear. Fear not, my children. This is a characteristic of the land of Aurora. It is shrouded in darkness, and only by traversing this void can one reach the land of Aurora, Chen Wangu explained, soothing the anxious hearts of the two little ones. Soon, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance, growing ever closer. Before long, the radiant light appeared before them, causing Lu Xunxian to furrow his brow. Before Lu Xunxian and his companions stood two cultivators of the Saint King realm, blocking their path. A few of you must halt. To enter the land of Aurora, each individual is required to pay 10 medium-grade spirit crystals per day. Lu Xunxian turned to Chen Wangu, curiosity evident in his eyes. Is it customary in the heavenly Saint continent to charge for entry to any notable location? Apart from the colorful Bee Nation, even the ancient sky must impose fees. And now the land of Aurora as well? Chen Wangu shook his head and produced 600 medium-grade spirit crystals, handing them to the two cultivators, who then allowed Lu Xunxian and his companions to proceed. Once they had departed, Chen Wangu began to elucidate. This place is the closest to the western heavenly barrier, where the spatial structure is exceedingly unstable, posing a constant risk of collapse. The land of Aurora was established by a powerful emperor saint to stabilize the collapsing barrier. It soon became apparent that many cultivators were drawn here, particularly as the land of Aurora facilitates the comprehension of spatial power, attracting numerous practitioners. To manage this influx and maintain the stability of the land of Aurora's array, that formidable emperor saint decreed the fee of 10 medium-grade spirit crystals per person per day. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian refrained from further comments, recognizing that the land of Aurora was not akin to the ancient sky, but rather a creation of the Emperor of the Void. In a moment, Lu Xunxian seemed to notice something and, brimming with excitement, pointed upwards. Father, look. Following her gaze, they beheld a myriad of lasers crisscrossing the sky, appearing chaotic yet intricately connected, exuding an artistic beauty. The entire night sky, adorned with the aurora, appeared even more resplendent. Most notably, upon entering the land of Aurora, they felt a warm and comforting sensation enveloping them, emanating from the spatial power. Lu Xunxian was taken aback, clearly unprepared to discover that an emperor saint within the heavenly saint continent could achieve such a feat. The heavenly saint continent maintained its own realm due to the barrier that repelled the chaotic spatial currents beyond its borders. Such turbulent spatial flows were lethal to any existence below the Saint King level. Even a Saint King would suffer severe injury upon contact. Only the Emperor Saints could withstand such forces. Lu Xunxian was astonished to realize that someone could, relying solely on their Emperor Saint status, channel the chaotic spatial currents from beyond the barrier into the heavenly Saint continent and transform them through arrays into a gentle spatial force for cultivators to absorb and comprehend. This would greatly enhance their understanding of spatial laws, potentially allowing them to ascend to the immortal realm through the mastery of spatial principles. However, Lu Xunxian merely cast a fleeting glance, for he had been capable of this at the Saint Emperor level. Upon entering the land of Aurora, they observed a multitude of cultivators, all representatives from powerful factions, gathered within its borders. After all, not everyone can produce 10 pieces of mid-grade spirit crystals daily. And comprehending the power of space is not something that can be accomplished in a short span of time. With a stroke of good fortune, one might achieve this within a century. However, with misfortune, it could take a millennium, or even an entire lifetime, without any realization. Thus, in the land of Aurora, it is rare to find individuals like Lu Xunxian who come solely for sightseeing. Old Chun, make the arrangements. All right, follow me. I know the most picturesque spots in the land of Aurora. Chen Wangu was brimming with confidence. Before he ascended to the status of a Saint Emperor, he had visited the land of Aurora several times, albeit without successfully grasping the power of space. Nevertheless, those visits allowed him to discover the most beautiful locations within the realm. However, upon seeing the already crowded Falling Star Cliff, both Chen Wangu and Lu Xunxian fell silent. Chapter 38. The Saint Emperor of the Extreme Void. It wasn't long before Chen Wangu led them to an inn, where they settled in. It's strange. The land of Aurora seldom attracts visitors, so why are there so many people now? Chen Wangu pondered, feeling perplexed. In his recollection, although the land of Aurora indeed facilitates the comprehension of spatial power, very few cultivators had managed to achieve this over countless years. Therefore, those who ventured to the land of Aurora were either affluent individuals or the prodigious offspring of powerful factions. Such a large gathering of people was indeed rare. At that moment, a voice interjected from the side. Gentlemen, you may not be aware, but it is said that the boundary of the land of Aurora has become increasingly unstable lately, significantly enhancing the probability of successfully comprehending spatial power. Thus, many have come upon hearing this news. The speaker was the inn's attendant. Ah, that explains it. I was wondering why there were so few visitors before. Yet so many now, Chen Wangu remarked, realization dawning upon him. After the attendant finished speaking, he departed, and Chen Wangu turned to Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Xunxian. How about I take you to comprehend the power of space? Great. The two youngsters readily agreed, allowing Chen Wangu to lead them away from the inn. Lu Xunxian was not particularly concerned. The safety of the two children was assured. Even if the land of Aurora were to collapse and they were swept into chaotic spatial currents. He approached the window, gazing calmly at the brilliant auroras above. Deep within, he understood that the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it can be. While the auroras were enchanting, they concealed the terrifying chaos of spatial turbulence. Capable of sweeping even a saint emperor away with a moment's carelessness, Lu Xunxian withdrew his gaze and looked at his son and daughter, who were being guided by Chen Wangu to comprehend the power of space, a gentle smile gracing his face. However, at that moment, his brow furrowed slightly, and with a swift motion, he found himself deep within the land of Aurora. There, in the vicinity closest to the auroras, an elderly man adorned with twinkling stars was manipulating a compass. As he turned the compass, streams of colorful light emanated from it, forming barriers around the auroras to prevent their overflow. At this moment, the elderly man's expression was one of great exertion, and as the aurora continued to clash, the barrier composed of vibrant, ethereal light began to show signs of fissures, struggling to withstand the onslaught. It was at this juncture that Lu Xunxian appeared by his side. The elder's face registered astonishment, just as he was about to speak. He was taken aback by the overwhelming force of spatial energy that surged forth from Lu Xunxian's raised hand, swiftly suppressing the chaotic turbulence of the spatial realm. Greetings, esteemed elder. The Supreme Emperor of the Extreme Void offered a deep bow, his heart pounding with trepidation. He was acutely aware that the chaotic spatial turbulence was no trifling matter. He had only dared to confront it due to the assistance of his spatial compass and the Grand Formation. Yet, he had still been unable to quell it. The elder before him, however, effortlessly subdued the turmoil with a mere gesture, starkly highlighting the disparity in their abilities. In response to the Supreme Emperor's salutation, Lu Xunxian raised his hand to assist him to his feet. This action left the Supreme Emperor even more astounded, pondering the identity of this remarkable individual. Was there truly such a figure in the heavenly sacred continent? The Supreme Emperor of the Extreme Void was indeed formidable. Recognizing the Supreme Emperor's identity at a glance, Lu Xunxian understood he was the architect of the country of Aurora, who had transformed the chaotic spatial turbulence into spatial energy through intricate formations. Upon realizing this, the Supreme Emperor tentatively inquired, "Esteemed elder, do you know me?" "I do not know you personally, but I have heard tales of your exploits," Lu Xunxian replied, shaking his head. Regardless, the individual before him possessed undeniable prowess, making it prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship. In an instant, the Supreme Emperor's eyes glimmered with excitement as he hurriedly asked, "May I know your esteemed name? Your curiosity is admirable. Yet my name is not for you to know at present. Fate shall bring us together again," Lu Xunxian stated before vanishing without a trace, leaving the Supreme Emperor unaware of how he had departed. Once Lu Xunxian had gone, the Supreme Emperor's expression turned solemn. Who was this individual? Regardless, since he had intervened to stabilize the chaotic turbulence, it was reasonable to assume he was a person of righteousness. Contemplating this, the Supreme Emperor felt a sense of relief and settled down to meditate. Meanwhile, after aiding the Supreme Emperor in calming the spatial turbulence, Lu Xunxian returned to the sides of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, observing them as they delved into the comprehension of spatial energy. Lu Xunxian pondered for a moment before deciding to extend his assistance. He firmly believed that, given their innate talents, his son and daughter would inevitably grasp the principles of spatial law. He was merely expediting the process. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xunxian infused the spatial energy he had comprehended into their bodies, aiding them in their understanding. With Lu Xunxian's support, combined with their natural gifts, it was merely a matter of time before they would grasp the essence of spatial energy. After completing this act, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed towards a certain direction within the country of Aurora. "Qingyu, we must strive to comprehend the spatial energy this time, as we have finally received a lead," ancient heavenly saint stated, leaning against Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu nodded in agreement, though her mind appeared somewhat preoccupied, for reasons unknown. Upon her arrival in the land of Aurora, she felt a persistent sense of unease. As a prodigy of the sacred land of Qingfeng, she was naturally privy to the news that the power of space within the land of Aurora was on the verge of upheaval. Although the likelihood of death was significantly heightened, the probability of comprehending the power of space was equally increased. In other words, the risks were considerable, yet the potential rewards were substantial. Thus, upon witnessing Gu Tiansheng close his eyes, basking in the auroras while absorbing the power of space. Feng Qingyu resolved to embark on her own journey of understanding. However, for reasons inexplicable, her mind drifted back to a certain scene from days past. Regrettably, she had no opportunity to inform her master of this matter, as she was hastily drawn to the land of Aurora by Lu Xunxian. Shaking her head to dismiss the thought, Feng Qingyu began her meditation on the power of space. How is it that wherever I go, she seems to appear? Lu Xunxian mused. Nevertheless, the land of Aurora is vast, and having deliberately avoided her, I should be safe from encountering her. Yet, a flicker of doubt arose within him regarding whether he should inform the two children about their mother. After much internal conflict, Lu Xunxian sighed, resolved to find a suitable moment to disclose the truth to the children, lest they be beguiled by Feng Qingyu when they eventually crossed paths, necessitating his preparation in advance. Before long, a formidable presence surged forth from Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. The terrifying aura startled the surrounding cultivators, who were also attuned to the power of space, causing them to open their eyes wide and gaze towards Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Chapter 39. The Power of Spatial Laws. All we need as Father is someone comprehending the laws of space? Can it be that someone has grasped the power of laws even before transcending to immortality? Their future must be boundless. Quick, let us discover who it is. Sensing the gathering crowd, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow and, with a wave of his hand, whisked Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun away, leaving only Chen Wangu alone at the scene. As Chen Wangu opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of countless cultivators encircling him. Confused, he frowned and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" At that moment, the cultivators surrounding him recognized Chen Wangu's identity and gasped in astonishment. Gasp. President Chen, I cannot believe you have comprehended the power of spatial laws. President Chen, surely you must be on the brink of ascending to the immortal realm. President Chen, your ability to grasp the power of spatial laws is truly enviable. Listening to their words, Chen Wangu felt a buzzing in his head, somewhat bewildered. However, a moment of clarity struck him as he glanced towards the spot where Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun had been, only to find it empty. Memorize this matter. Lu Xunxian's voice echoed in his mind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Wangu could no longer feign ignorance and forced a smile, acknowledging the circumstances. Indeed, it is I who has comprehended the power of spatial laws. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian had already returned to the inn with Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Upon returning to the inn, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun opened their eyes, gazing at their father with immense excitement. Father, we have comprehended the laws of space. Although it is said that only by grasping the power of the laws can one transcend to the true immortal realm, this does not imply that only true immortals can wield the power of the laws. Those beneath the true immortal rank can similarly perceive the power of the laws. However, the difficulty is extraordinarily daunting, which is why so few can comprehend the power of the laws before breaking through to the true immortal realm, even in the immortal world. Indeed, your talents have not disappointed me, Lu Xunxian said with a smile, kneeling slightly to pat the heads of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. In that moment of enlightenment regarding the laws of space, their realms surged from the initial stage of the Emperor realm to its pinnacle. Most significantly, with the enhancement of the space laws, even those a full realm above them might struggle to defeat them, unless they too had comprehended the power of the laws. Observing the contentment on their faces, Lu Xunxian pondered deeply before deciding to reveal the truth to them. With a serious expression, he turned to them and spoke. My dear son and daughter, I have something of great importance to share with you, and I hope you are prepared. However, before Lu Xunxian could divulge the matter concerning Feng Qingyu, Lu Qingyun had already surmised it. Father, is it about mother? She asked. How did you know? Lu Xunxian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Because I see that others have mothers, yet we are only accompanied by you. At this point, Lu Qingyun's voice carried a hint of sadness. Within the myriad paths of the academy, she had made many friends, all of whom had mothers, while she alone did not. Although she had often contemplated asking her father where their mother had gone, witnessing his diligent care for them had held her back from doing so. Now that her father had mentioned an important matter, her intuition led her to the answer. Sensing the disappointment in his daughter's tone, Lu Xunxian gently embraced her. I am sorry, my dear. I indeed need to speak to you about your mother. Soon, Lu Xunxian recounted the events of that fateful year to his son and daughter. Thus, the reason I have kept this from you is due to this circumstance. If you wish to see your mother, I can take you to her. Upon saying this, Lu Xunxian felt a twinge of anxiety. Though he spoke thus, the thought of his children choosing to seek their mother would surely sadden him for an extended period. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun shook their heads in unison. We only want you, Father, we do not want mother. Since she has chosen to abandon us, we shall also forsake her. The innocence of children is profound, They had been raised by Lu Xunxian, who had shown them unwavering love and care, and thus they recognized only him as their father, dismissing Feng Qingyu as their mother. While there could be reasons for her departure, abandoning her family was inexcusable in their eyes. You too, my efforts have not been in vain, Lu Xunxian said, deeply moved. As he embraced Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, after holding them for a while, he finally released them, his tone remaining serious. Aside from matters regarding their mother, there was another significant issue that father wished to discuss. Soon enough, Lu Xunxian revealed the upcoming Heavenly Sacred Tournament. Moreover, if father was not mistaken, their mother would likely participate as well, thus he respected their choices. He sensed that Feng Qingyu was at the initial stage of the Emperor realm, and with a decade remaining until the tournament, there was ample time for her to ascend to the Emperor realm. When that time came, she would undoubtedly partake in the Heavenly Sacred Tournament. As Lu Xunxian concluded his words, Lu Xiaoyao spoke without hesitation. Father, there is no need for further discussion. I shall participate in the Heavenly Sacred Tournament. I wish to convey to mother how erroneous her decision was to abandon us. Forsaking father was her gravest mistake. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyun did not hesitate for long either. Father, I shall claim the top 2 positions in the Heavenly Sacred Tournament alongside my brother. Very well, strive hard. But do not overexert yourselves, Lu Xunxian replied, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. At that moment, Chen Wangu, who had been dealing with a group of cultivators outside, finally returned to the inn and immediately began to express his grievances to Lu Xunxian. Why can't you allow Xiaoyao and Qingyun to showcase their talents outside? This is a splendid opportunity for fame. Even if you wish to shield them from notoriety, you could at least take me along. Lu Xunxian shook his head. They are still young, and I intend for them to gain recognition at the Heavenly Sacred Tournament. If I were to take you along, they would inevitably be questioned about who comprehended the laws of space, and you would bear the brunt of that scrutiny. Upon hearing this, Chen Wangu shot Lu Xunxian an exasperated glance, but chose not to press further. Soon, he approached Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, grasping their hands to gauge their conditions. After a lengthy moment, an expression of envy surfaced on Chen Wangu's face. I cannot fathom how you have managed to raise 2 prodigies who have grasped the laws of space at such a tender age. Even I, at this moment, have yet to comprehend any laws. It is merely luck, Lu Xiaoyao humbly replied. However, Chen Wangu shook his head, recalling Lu Xunxian's earlier words, his demeanor growing serious. So, you intend for them to compete in the Heavenly Sacred Tournament? Indeed, the Heavenly Sacred Tournament is in 14 years. By then, they will be of age. And their participation is not a concern, Lu Xunxian stated calmly. Everything was within his control. In 14 years, his son and daughter would possess the strength to stand independently. He also planned to cultivate them to at least the Saint King realm within that time frame. A 20-year-old Saint King cultivator would be an exceedingly rare sight across the entire Heavenly Sacred Continent. Yet, Lu Xunxian possessed the confidence to achieve this. Upon hearing this, Chen Wangu contemplated and refrained from further comments, instead offering a silent tribute in his heart for the young cultivators participating in the upcoming Heavenly Sacred Tournament. With such remarkable talents in the competition, it seemed the chances for others would be exceedingly slim. Subsequently, he pondered something and tentatively inquired. Since Xiaoyao and Qingyun had already grasped the principles of spatial laws, was there still a need to linger in the land of Aurora? Originally, Chen Wangu had chosen this realm with the intention of allowing the 2 young ones to experience the essence of spatial laws. He did not anticipate their swift comprehension of such forces. In light of this, continuing their stay in the land of Aurora seemed devoid of purpose. Lu Xunxian refrained from responding to Chen Wangu, instead casting his gaze towards Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Father, we wish to return, we wish to cultivate, declared Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, their expressions resolute as they brandished their small fists. Very well, let us depart. Lu Xunxian smiled, leading the group outside the inn. Wang Kai, displaying remarkable awareness, enlarged its form. Once the group had climbed onto its back, it soared towards the direction of Chengtian City. After their departure, Feng Qingyu and Gu Tiansheng received the news, their expressions gravely serious. They had not expected that President Chun had comprehended the principles of spatial laws. It seemed imperative for the Holy Master to venture to Chengtian City upon their return. Gu Tiansheng spoke slowly. His strength as the Qingfeng Holy Master was not insignificant, rivaling that of Chen Wangu. Thus he need not cultivate a friendly rapport with him. However, given that Chen Wangu had grasped the spatial laws, it was only natural to reconsider the relationship between the Qingfeng Holy Land and the Wanbage. Beside them, Feng Qingyu appeared somewhat unsettled. What troubles you? Gu Tiansheng inquired with genuine concern. Yet, Feng Qingyu merely shook her head, asserting, I am fine. Observing her reluctance to speak, Gu Tiansheng hesitated briefly before solemnly promising her. Qingyu, in 14 years, the Tiansheng Grand Competition will take place. At that time, I shall secure the top position, and subsequently, I shall request the Holy Master to bless our union on the grand stage. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyu managed to muster a faint smile. Tiansheng, let us diligently cultivate. I hope we can soon comprehend the principles of spatial laws. Indeed, we shall achieve this. Why should Chen Wangu succeed where we cannot? Our talents far exceed his. Gu Tiansheng proclaimed with fervor, confident that he could accomplish what Chen Wangu had. As Gu Tiansheng resumed his meditation to grasp the spatial laws, Feng Qingyu remained visibly restless. She had not disclosed to him the unsettling sensation she had just experienced, akin to a pulse from her very bloodline. How could this be? The bloodline tracing techniques had failed to locate her son and daughter. How could they then suddenly re-emerge? If they were indeed alive, would that not imply that a formidable holy emperor had intervened to protect them? This notion was utterly unacceptable to Feng Qingyu. She could not bear the thought of anything jeopardizing her future. Although possessing a divine root could secure a promising future within Qingfeng Holy Land, her aspirations were far grander. She yearned to ascend alongside Gu Tiansheng, drawing strength from him, thereby enhancing her own power. However, in the present moment, the most crucial matter lies in comprehending the power of the laws of space. If one can grasp this power before ascending to the celestial realm, then that ascent will undoubtedly attract the attention of the various formidable factions within the heavenly domain. Indeed, to Feng Qingsong, the Qingfeng Holy Land merely serves as a stepping stone, should she have the opportunity to join a more potent force. She would not hesitate to depart from the Qingfeng Holy Land, just as she had once forsaken her husband and child for the sake of her path to immortality. The speed of the demonic beasts at the Sage King level is astonishing, particularly that of the sky-devouring tiger, which excels in swiftness. In merely 3 days, it returned from the Aurora Nation in the west to the city of Qingtian. Meanwhile, the efficiency of the Wanbao Pavilion was equally remarkable. With the ample supply of top-tier spiritual liquid provided by Lu Xunxian, they had already gathered the spiritual treasures sufficient to facilitate the sky-devouring tiger's transformation into a celestial beast by the time Lu Xunxian and his companions returned. Old Lu, please take stock of the items. Chen Wangu sighed with relief as he handed the storage ring to Lu Xunxian. Yet, Lu Xunxian did not even glance at it, but accepted it nonetheless. Old Lu, aren't you going to check it? No need. I trust you, Lu Xunxian replied earnestly, leaving Chen Wangu profoundly moved, clearly taken aback by such unwavering trust. However, before he could express his gratitude, Lu Xunxian continued, You wouldn't dare deceive me. If you did, I would expose the Wanbao Pavilion. Chen Wangu's moment of emotion faded. By the way, where are you currently residing? If you have some free time, may I visit you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian pondered for a moment and decided to be candid. We are currently residing within the Wandao Academy. Wandao Academy? Did you manage to bring down old Su? Chen Wangu's eyes brightened with surprise. This revelation astonished Lu Xunxian. You know that old Kutsu Ruoshan? Of course. Our relationship is fairly amicable, so I am aware that 4 years ago, old Su and his group of teachers were defeated by a mysterious powerhouse. I was quite curious about who it was. Never did I expect it would be you. Nonetheless, it makes sense. While old Su does tend to boast, he is indeed quite formidable, Chen Wangu remarked, his expression one of dawning realization. At that moment, Lu Xunxian turned to Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. All right, we should take our leave and bid farewell to Uncle Chen. Goodbye, Uncle Chen. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun obediently waved their hands in farewell, which delighted Chen Wangu to no end. From his storage ring, he retrieved 2 12th-grade spiritual artifacts and presented them to the children. For Chen Wangu, who had the backing of the Wanbao Pavilion, 2 12th-grade spiritual artifacts were not particularly precious items. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun hesitated as they beheld the artifacts before them. Believing they were concerned about the value, Chen Wangu hastened to reassure them. Are you worried they are too valuable to accept? Fear not. For Uncle Chen, these are nothing of consequence. However, to his surprise, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun shook their heads. No, Uncle Chen. What we meant to say is that the gifts you provide seem less impressive compared to what our father has given us. Having spoken, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun retrieved 2 celestial artifacts from their storage rings, seemingly poised to rend the very fabric of the universe. Chapter 41. The Esteemed One is Reasonable. Ultimately, however, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun did not refuse Chen Wangu's generous offer and accepted the 12th-grade spiritual artifacts. According to Lu Xunxian, while they may not be necessary, their absence is not an option. Even now, Lu Xunxian possesses only a handful of 12th-grade spiritual artifacts, the majority being celestial artifacts. True to his words, he is a modest individual, preferring to forego celestial artifacts whenever possible in the heavenly sacred continent. After bidding farewell to Chen Wangu, Lu Xunxian did not return to the Wandao Academy with his children, instead directing his gaze towards the city lord's mansion. He had not forgotten his intention to seek insights from Qin Yuan regarding the matter of dreaming back to the ancient times. Inside the city lord's mansion, Qin Yuan was in seclusion, recuperating. Several days prior, he had sustained an injury from Lu Xunxian's assault, which had occurred from a great distance, and his wounds had yet to heal, with even a mere tenth of his recovery still unachieved. Who exactly was that person? Such terrifying power. Qin Yuan opened his eyes, filled with apprehension. As a peak Saint Emperor, adept in celestial techniques, he had been gravely wounded by this individual, leading him to question whether they were a practitioner from the celestial realm. However, descending from the celestial realm would require at least the strength of a celestial king or possession of a treasure capable of concealing one's aura. Moreover, one could not exert power beyond the Saint Emperor realm, lest they be forcibly returned to the celestial realm by the heavenly Tao. Qin Yuan did not believe the individual was indeed from the celestial realm. If they were, they would hardly deign to covet a mere white jade horse. Thus, he concluded that this person was likely a somewhat more formidable peak Saint Emperor. Yet, he could not fathom the existence of such a figure within the heavenly sacred continent. Shaking his head, Qin Yuan resolved to think no further on the matter and was about to continue his recovery when a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Come out and meet me." "Who is it?" Qin Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance, preparing for a potential confrontation. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found no one present, causing his brow to furrow deeper. This was his secluded dwelling. Even the divine consciousness of a Saint Emperor could not penetrate it, only able to notify him at the entrance. Just as Qin Yuan began to suspect it was an illusion, Lu Xunxian's figure materialized before him. With a slight frown, Lu Xunxian spoke, "You must be Qin Yuan. I have come specifically to request dreaming back to the ancient times from you. Rest assured, I am not a tyrant. I shall offer you a reward for your assistance." Yet, before Lu Xunxian could present the promised reward, Qin Yuan's anger flared. "Who dares to insult me?" he bellowed. "You shall perish." In his fury, Qin Yuan unleashed a devastating palm strike towards Lu Xunxian, a blow so formidable that it would undoubtedly spell doom for anyone below the Saint Emperor rank. However, Lu Xunxian merely let out a cold snort, and the force of his palm dissipated into the air. The impact was far greater than that. The mere sound of his disdain made Qin Yuan feel as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon him, forcing him to the ground. This overwhelmingly familiar sensation instantly recalled the day he had been subdued by Lu Xunxian, allowing him to recognize the identity of the person before him. His face paling in terror as he spoke. "You are the one who suppressed me that day." "Indeed," Lu Xunxian replied without denial, nodding in acknowledgement. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the oppressive force that had weighed down on Qin Yuan. Seeing this, Qin Yuan trembled as he rose to his feet, repeatedly apologizing to Lu Xunxian. "Senior, I apologize. I failed to recognize your esteemed identity. I hope you can forgive me." At that moment, Qin Yuan feared that Lu Xunxian had come to settle a score with him. From the earlier display of power, he understood all too well that he was no match for Lu Xunxian. Even if he were to unleash all his might, he would likely be unable to withstand even 3 moves. Observing Qin Yuan, Lu Xunxian wasted no words and got straight to the point. "I have come specifically for your dream of the ancients." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a pang of reluctance, yet he knew that the matter was beyond his control. It would be a question of either handing it over to Lu Xunxian with dignity or facing death at his hands, ultimately learning the dream of the ancients from his own memories. "Senior, this is the dream of the ancients, which I inadvertently obtained from a hidden realm atop Qingtian Mountain." Qin Yuan's expression turned bitter as he retrieved an ancient tome exuding an archaic aura from his storage ring. It was indeed the method for cultivating the dream of the ancients. Lu Xunxian reached out, taking the tome in his grasp, and upon a mere glance, he displayed a hint of surprise. Clearly, the dream of the ancients exceeded his expectations. "I am not unreasonable. I shall gift you this celestial weapon as compensation for acquiring the dream of the ancients. Do you have any objections?" Lu Xunxian produced a long spear, addressing Qin Yuan in a calm tone. The instant Qin Yuan beheld the celestial weapon, his breath quickened, and he hastily responded, "Senior, I accept." With Qin Yuan's agreement, Lu Xunxian promptly and decisively handed over the celestial weapon to him. Qin Yuan accepted the spear with an expression of unrestrained joy. Despite his formidable strength, he possessed not even a few 12th grade spiritual weapons, let alone a celestial one. With such a weapon, he felt confident in standing against the masters of the Holy Lands without yielding. As for the dream of the ancients, to him, it was merely an auxiliary skill, offering no direct aid in combat. Just as Qin Yuan lifted his head to express his gratitude to Lu Xunxian, he realized that the figure of Lu Xunxian had vanished without a trace. Moreover, not only had the celestial spear disappeared, but even the injuries he had sustained from Lu Xunxian's suppression had inexplicably healed. It dawned on Qin Yuan that Lu Xunxian must have acted. With this thought, Qin Yuan bowed deeply in the direction where Lu Xunxian had been. Qin Yuan, thank you, senior. I shall diligently cultivate and strive to match your esteemed footsteps. At that moment, Qin Yuan firmly believed that Lu Xunxian was undoubtedly a celestial being descended from the heavenly realm. Otherwise, how could one casually produce an artifact of immortality to exchange for the dream of traversing the ages? Moreover, within the realm of the celestial saints, even the holy emperors wielding such artifacts are aware that none among them is Lu Xunxian. This clearly indicates that Lu Xunxian is undoubtedly a formidable being descended from the celestial realm. Chapter 42. Lin Chongkong defeats the holy emperor. Lu Xunxian remained oblivious to Qin Yuan's conjecture about him. Upon arriving outside the city of Qingtian, he turned to Wang Kai and spoke of a journey to the ancient sacred land. He had not forgotten the matter concerning the heavenly demon holy emperor. Since the latter had come to confront him, it was only reasonable, both in logic and sentiment, that he should extinguish this threat. As he sat upon Wang Sai's back, the two little companions had already begun their cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian closed his eyes and commenced his practice of the technique of traversing the ages. However, given his formidable prowess, he found that although it posed some challenges, he mastered the technique in under an hour. So it is, indeed, a marvel of profundity. Lu Xunxian mused, his face reflecting an expression of unexpected surprise. The iteration of traversing the ages that Qin Yuan had employed was merely superficial. Had it been Lu Xunxian executing it now, he could trace back 5 millennia and extract remnants of the past with minimal backlash, regardless of their size. It could only be described as terrifyingly formidable. At that moment, within the ancient sacred land, Yi Wushuang was entirely absorbed in a game of chess with Gu Feng. General, Gu Feng declared with a piece placed, signaling Yi Wushuang's defeat. Faced with the deadlock, Yi Wushuang's face contorted with frustration. He should not have made that move. It was a miscalculation. No more. No more. Having lost 25 consecutive games, Yi Wushuang's composure shattered, and he packed away the chessboard. Observing this, Gu Feng shook his head in resignation and changed the subject. Do you think Elder Lu will truly come? As they discussed serious matters, Yi Wushuang's expression grew solemn. He should, indeed. We are both aware of Elder Lu's strength. He can undoubtedly best the heavenly demon Holy Emperor, if not decisively, at least on even terms. Having bested him 7 times within 3 hours, although he had not directly battled Lu Xunxian, Yi Wushuang's observations led him to believe that defeat was unlikely for Lu Xunxian. Gu Feng considered this and seemed to find merit in his reasoning. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian and his companions were en route. Outside the ancient sacred land, the heavenly demon Holy Emperor sat cross-legged high in the air, a dense aura of demonic energy shrouding the area for miles, casting a stifling shadow. Numerous righteous cultivators had gathered outside the ancient sacred land, beseeching it to take action. In response, Yi Wushuang felt a headache coming on. It was not that he was unwilling to intervene. Had it been feasible to easily annihilate the heavenly demon Holy Emperor, he would have acted long ago. However, the situation was exceedingly precarious. Any confrontation with the Holy Emperor would inevitably lead to widespread devastation. Thus, he resolved to leave the matter in Lu Xunxian's capable hands, while they would cheer him on and mitigate the aftershocks, ensuring that the inhabitants of Zhongzhou would not suffer calamity. Within the Qingfeng sacred land, the elders turned to the solemn figure of the Qingfeng sacred lord, dressed in a green robe, seated in the position of authority. Sacred lord, shall we take action? They inquired. The arrival of the celestial demon Saint Emperor in the central continent was not a secret among the sacred lands. They were already aware of it, yet had refrained from taking action. However, the presence of the celestial demon Saint Emperor lingering outside the ancient sacred land has incited panic among the cultivators of the central continent. Hence, the elders within the Qingfeng sacred land convened to seek the opinion of their leader. The expression of the Qingfeng Saint Master was grim as he spoke. Take action? With what means shall we act? That is the celestial demon Saint Emperor. Even if our Qingfeng sacred land were to double its strength, we would still be no match for him. But, esteemed Saint Master, we could unite with the other sacred lands. As the leaders, we would surely gain an advantage in the central continent, one elder hesitantly suggested. Yet, the Qingfeng Saint Master snorted coldly, releasing a wave of oppressive energy that left the elder pale with fear. Such matters should not be uttered again. I do not wish to hear them. The Saint Master had contemplated the elder's proposal, but his considerations extended far beyond those of his colleague. A confrontation with the celestial demon Saint Emperor would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll on the Qingfeng sacred land. Moreover, he was aware that the celestial demon Saint Emperor had powerful allies in the celestial realm. even causing trepidation among the Qingfeng sacred land's own patrons. Should they attempt to eliminate the celestial demon Saint Emperor, it would only bring catastrophic consequences upon them. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Qingfeng sacred land shifted dramatically. The Qingfeng Saint Master's countenance changed, and he swiftly appeared above the sacred land, his expression grave as he gazed towards the secluded area of Lu Xunxian. He hadn't anticipated that the second elder would be on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Emperor level so soon. Transmit my order. Everyone must retreat to a distance of at least 1,000 miles from the second elder's cave. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Qingfeng sacred land. But they managed to evacuate the vicinity of the second elder's cave just in time before the thunderous tribulation descended. As they departed, the lightning bolt struck. The second elder emerged from the cave, sword in hand, undeterred by the impending tribulation, and resolutely ascended to confront it. May the second elder successfully navigate the tribulation. The Qingfeng Saint Master thought, his heart heavy with concern. If Lu Xunxian were to achieve a successful breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm, the Qingfeng sacred land would gain yet another formidable Saint Emperor, bringing their total to 12. Meanwhile, at the ancient sacred land, Lu Xunxian and his companions had traveled for some time and finally arrived at its entrance. Glancing at the dense demonic energy in the distance, Lu Xunxian recognized the identity of the figure. It was the celestial demon Saint Emperor. However, he had no intention of engaging in battle with him at that moment, as his son and daughter were by his side, and he did not want them to witness anything too gruesome. Upon entering the ancient sacred land, Lu Xunxian encountered Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng, who were speculating whether he would indeed arrive. I told you so. How could Elder Lu possibly not come? Yi Wushuang exclaimed, a triumphant expression on her face upon seeing Lu Xunxian. Elder Lu, Gu Feng quickly stood up and clasped his fists in greeting. Yet, Lu Xunxian merely waved his hand, entrusting his children to Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng. Father, where are you going? Lu Xunxian's face was etched with concern as he hurriedly inquired. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Father has gone to deal with a minor inconvenience and will return shortly. Yi Wushuang and the others quickly surmised the nature of the trouble Lu Xunxian referred to, their expressions instantly turning grave. Elder Lu, do you possess the confidence to defeat the heavenly demon Saint Emperor? Just a sliver, came the reply. In that case, I advise against killing the heavenly demon Saint Emperor. To my knowledge, he has a formidable ally in the immortal realm. Should you slay him, it may invite considerable trouble. Yi Wushuang warned, his face betraying apprehension, clearly aware of the terrifying force behind the heavenly demon Saint Emperor. This was precisely why the Emperor had remained unscathed for so long within the heavenly sacred continent. However, Lu Xunxian waved his hand dismissively, no matter. If his ally seeks retribution, we shall eradicate them together. Watch over my son and daughter. I shall return shortly. Chapter 43. The Great Defeat of the Heavenly Demon Saint Emperor. Meanwhile, outside the ancient sacred land, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor lingered. Countless cultivators stood at a distance, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they gazed upon him. These were individuals who had suffered at the hands of demonic cultivators, fully aware that the heavenly demon Saint Emperor was the most formidable among them, thus harboring an intense hatred towards him. Yet, they were not foolish, recognizing his strength. They dared only to remain at a distance, casting their vengeful glares. At that moment, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the distant cultivators, and spoke. Dare to look upon me? You seek death. Instantly, a surge of black flames erupted from the bodies of those cultivators, the excruciating pain eliciting agonized cries. In mere moments, those who had dared to meet the Emperor's gaze were swiftly dealt with. Having completed this task, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of half a month, at which point he would directly confront the ancient sacred land to demand his prize. Yet, at that very moment, Lu Xunxian's figure appeared before the heavenly demon Saint Emperor in an instant. I have heard you have been seeking me during this time. Is it never ending? The heavenly demon Saint Emperor's eyes widened with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Xunxian. It is you. You dare to kill my brother? You have chosen your path to death. Now, waste your own cultivation, kneel before me, and apologize, and I may grant you a swift end. Why waste words with you? Let us hasten your departure, Lu Xunxian replied, shaking his head, convinced that conversing with the heavenly demon Saint Emperor was futile and that he should simply end him. With that, Lu Xunxian appeared before the heavenly demon Saint Emperor in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch that shattered the Emperor's form. Yet, in the next moment, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor violently retreated, his fragmented body rapidly regenerating before the eyes of onlookers, soon returning to its previous state. However, his complexion had turned pale, no longer bearing the arrogance of before, as he gazed at Lu Xunxian in disbelief. Who on earth are you? Such a powerful figure does not exist within the heavenly sacred continent. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to perish." Upon finishing his words, Lu Xunxian once again launched an attack, confident that he need not resort to weapons to confront a heavenly demon Saint Emperor. Faced with Lu Xunxian's relentless onslaught, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor could only wearily defend himself, his spear continuously parrying, yet he found no opportunity to counterattack. He couldn't even perceive Lu Xunxian's movements. Enough! The heavenly demon Saint Emperor suddenly erupted, causing Lu Xunxian to momentarily falter. The Saint Emperor glared at Lu Xunxian in fury, proclaiming, "My master is a celestial king of the immortal realm. If you comply and take your own life now, I shall only take yours." It was evident that he had not grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Xunxian regarded the heavenly demon Saint Emperor with a look of disdain, as his tempestuous assaults continued to sap the Saint Emperor's strength. At this moment, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor could no longer restrain himself. He reached into his storage ring and retrieved a jade talisman, intending to shatter it immediately. This talisman, bestowed upon him by his master, was his trump card, capable of unleashing a power surpassing that of a Saint Emperor, rivaling that of an immortal. He was certain that it would turn the tide, forcing Lu Xunxian to meet his demise. However, before he could crush the talisman, a long sword appeared in Lu Xunxian's hand. In a flash of cold light, the hand grasping the talisman was severed. By the time he reacted, the talisman was already in Lu Xunxian's possession. "Is this your trump card?" Lu Xunxian mused, examining the black jade talisman, no larger than his thumb. He could sense the immense power contained within it. Had the heavenly demon Saint Emperor shattered it, he would have had to exert himself considerably to defeat him. "Return it to me." The heavenly demon Saint Emperor became frantic, his severed right hand miraculously regrowing, as demonic flames erupted around him, charging toward Lu Xunxian. "Enough! I shall not indulge you any longer." Observing the agitated heavenly demon Saint Emperor, Lu Xunxian decided to test the celestial technique he had recently mastered, the dream of ancient times. As he spoke, he formed a hand seal, unleashing a terrifying force that halted time itself across the entire central continent. Even the formidable Lu Xunxian and others were oblivious to the temporal stasis. Only the slightly more powerful heavenly demon Saint Emperor sensed it, yet he was unable to break free, struggling to articulate his disbelief. "Impossible. Who are you? There is no being of your caliber in the heavenly Saint continent. Who I am is of no concern to you. You need only understand that you are about to die." Lu Xunxian advanced slowly toward the heavenly demon Saint Emperor. As he drew closer, the Saint Emperor's fear became palpable, and he invoked his backing. "You cannot kill me. My master is the bone demon immortal king of the immortal realm. If you slay me, you shall not survive." "Who says so? If your master arrives, I shall not hesitate to kill you." Lu Xunxian cast a cold glance at the heavenly demon Saint Emperor, and in that moment, the Saint Emperor felt as though he were in the presence of an unparalleled sovereign, one capable of suppressing all. By the time he comprehended the situation, his soul had already been obliterated by Lu Xunxian, leaving no trace of life behind. Simultaneously, atop a mountain peak in the immortal realm, where demonic energy had thoroughly corrupted the land, a gaunt, seemingly lifeless elder suddenly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, a surge of tumultuous magical energy erupted forth, causing the beasts within the mountains to awaken, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed towards the summit. Who has slain my cauldron?" He was none other than the master revered by the celestial demon Saint Emperor, the Bone Demon Immortal King. However, from the way the Bone Demon Immortal King referred to the celestial demon Saint Emperor, it was evident he did not regard him as a disciple. At this moment, the Bone Demon Immortal King was filled with rage, and with a flick of his fingers, he sought to divine the identity of the one who had murdered his cauldron. He had intended to cultivate the celestial demon Saint Emperor, to absorb his power and strengthen himself in an attempt to ascend to the realm of the immortal emperor. With the celestial demon Saint Emperor now dead, it was only natural that his master would seek vengeance. Yet, after attempting to divine the culprit, the Bone Demon Immortal King furrowed his brow slightly, unable to discern the existence of the one who had slain his cauldron. Could it be that there existed a celestial treasure capable of concealing one's aura? Regardless, this vendetta must be avenged. Devour the heavens and earth. With these words, two figures rushed up from the foot of the mountain, soon kneeling before the Bone Demon Immortal King. They were his trusted subordinates, two formidable demonic cultivators at the pinnacle of true immortal power. "My lord, allow us to venture to the celestial Saint continent to investigate who killed the celestial demon Saint Emperor." He had placed a restriction on the celestial demon Saint Emperor. Once he ascended to the immortal realm, the Bone Demon Immortal King would sense it. However, since he had not sensed anything, it was likely that the death had occurred within the celestial Saint continent. Regardless, the Bone Demon Immortal King had already decreed a death sentence upon the celestial Saint continent. He demanded the entire continent to accompany his cauldron in death. Chapter 44. Contacting the main sect of the immortal realm. Yet Lu Xunxian remained blissfully unaware. After dealing with the celestial demon Saint Emperor, he gazed at the jade talisman in his hand and stored it within the system's space. The talisman contained an immensely powerful force. Shattering it would grant the wielder a significant elevation in realm for a brief period, albeit limited to those below the true immortal level. Moreover, the talisman harbored an influence over the mind, albeit subtle and difficult to detect. For Lu Xunxian, this talisman was of no use. At that moment, within the ancient sacred land, Yi Wushuang and his companion sensed the fluctuations of battle nearby, their expressions turning grave. However, before they could contemplate their concern for too long, Lu Xunxian appeared before them. Observing Lu Xunxian, unscathed and exuding an air of calm, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng widened their eyes in disbelief and inquired, "Senior Lu, what of the celestial demon Saint Emperor?" "He is dead," Lu Xunxian replied nonchalantly. Delivering the news of the celestial demon Saint Emperor's demise, which caused Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng to become increasingly agitated. It was well known that the celestial demon Saint Emperor was a formidable figure, although many hesitated to act against him due to the bone demon immortal king. The celestial demon Saint Emperor's strength was not to be underestimated. Lu Xunxian had only been gone for a brief moment, yet he had managed to eliminate the celestial demon Saint Emperor so swiftly. However, knowing Lu Xunxian's character, they understood he was not one to lie, leading them to ponder, had the celestial demon Saint Emperor truly met his end? With this thought, Yi Wushuang turned towards Lu Xunxian, his expression grave. "Senior Lu, it is prudent for you to prepare yourself. The heavenly demon's sacred emperor's backing will undoubtedly not rest idle, and they may well be en route to the heavenly sacred continent as we speak. Fear not, for should they arrive, I shall not hesitate to send them down to reunite with the heavenly demon's sacred emperor." Lu Xunxian paid little heed to the bone demon immortal king, and after speaking, he took the hands of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, Yi Wushuang recalled something and hastily inquired, "Senior, I have heard that you intend to allow the sacred son and sacred daughter to participate in the heavenly sacred grand competition?" "Indeed, since they have aspirations, I shall naturally lend my support," Lu Xunxian replied candidly. Presently, his son and daughter were cultivating the esoteric techniques of the primordial sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land, respectively, and he intended for them to represent their respective lands in the competition. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly asked, "Then, Senior, do you not think it wise to have the sacred son remain in our primordial sacred land for cultivation? This would allow him to fully harness the potential of the primordial sacred body." Not to be outdone, Gu Feng chimed in, "Senior, do not forget that Xingyun is our ancient wood sacred land's sacred daughter. Only we can truly cultivate her innate talents to their fullest." Faced with their earnest invitations, Lu Xunxian shook his head. "They are currently studying at the 10,000 Paths Academy. We shall revisit this matter once they come of age. They will still have 2 years before the heavenly sacred grand competition, during which time they can remain in the primordial sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land." Realizing that pressing the issue would be futile, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng sighed in resignation and proposed, "Then, Senior, may we promote the talents of the sacred son and sacred daughter to create some momentum for them?" Lu Xunxian appeared contemplative, and shortly thereafter acquiesced, albeit with one stipulation: their names must remain undisclosed. He wished to shield his son and daughter from undue attention until they reached maturity and possessed the agency to handle such matters. Seeing this, both Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng readily agreed, and then Yi Wushuang invited, "Senior, since you have come so rarely, why not stay with us in the primordial sacred land for a while?" Yet, Lu Xunxian waved his hand in refusal. "I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." As he watched Wang Kai carry Lu Xunxian and his family into the skies, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng exchanged glances, sighing deeply. It seemed that the heavenly sacred continent would soon be engulfed in turmoil. With the death of the heavenly demon's sacred emperor, the bone demon immortal king would certainly not rest easy. Although their several sacred lands were fortified by peak immortal kings, the bone demon immortal king was formidable. They could at best safeguard the heavenly sacred continent from annihilation and no more. Thus, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng could only place their hopes on Lu Xunxian, praying that he truly possessed the strength to contend with the bone demon immortal king. Enough of this. I must return and inform the main sect of the immortal realm, Gu Feng concluded before hastily departing. Lest the main sect remain unaware of the situation and be caught off guard by the bone demon immortal king's nefarious actions against the heavenly sacred continent. After the departure of Gu Feng, Yi Wushuang hastily summoned the formidable saints within the ancient sacred land. Upon learning that Lu Xunxian had managed to vanquish the celestial demon Saint Emperor, disbelief washed over their faces. What? Senior Lu has actually defeated the celestial demon Saint Emperor? One exclaimed. Master, this matter is exceedingly grave. My suggestion is to promptly contact the main sect of the celestial realm and inform them of the situation. Indeed, Master. Swift action is imperative, another echoed. Listening to the concerns voiced by the saints, Yi Wushuang nodded solemnly. Indeed, I share this sentiment. However, as you are all aware, to contact the main sect of the celestial realm, we must harness the power of 5 Saint Emperors to activate the formation, which will allow us to reach out. The barrier between the mortal realm and the celestial realm is formidable. Only upon ascension can one access the passage that leads to the celestial realm. Once one has ascended, it becomes exceedingly difficult to influence affairs in the mortal realm, as only those who attain the true immortal status can exert such influence. To descend upon or obliterate the mortal realm, one must surpass the realm of the celestial king. Thus, even if we wish to contact the main sect, we must gather the strength of 5 Saint Emperors to breach the barrier with the aid of the formation. Upon hearing this, the 5 Saint Emperors stepped forward without hesitation. Given the urgency of the situation, although activating the formation would severely deplete their energy, it was a far better alternative than allowing the Bone Demon Celestial King to annihilate the Celestial Holy Continent. Soon, as the 5 venerable ancestors of the sacred land positioned themselves at the edge of the formation and channeled their power into it, a dazzling blue light erupted from the formation, sending a beam soaring skyward, aimed directly at the celestial realm. Meanwhile, within the ancient sect of the celestial realm, it was only those of exceptional strength who could be deemed as the pinnacle of their realm. As such, the ancient sect, at present, could not be classified as a sacred land. A disciple tasked with guarding the communication array was meditating when he suddenly sensed the activation of the formation. He swiftly retreated to inform the elders within the ancient sect. Before long, the elders of the ancient sect gathered before the communication array, where the projection of Yi Wushuang materialized. Chapter 45. A debt of gratitude. Shortly thereafter, the sect master of the ancient sect, Su Long, arrived at the communication array upon receiving news. Gazing at the projection of Yi Wushuang, he inquired, "What has transpired in the mortal realm that compelled you to activate the communication array?" Su Long, a prodigy imbued with the ancient sacred body, had ascended to the celestial realm after 1,000,000 years of cultivation on the celestial holy continent, subsequently founding the present-day ancient sect. Thus, after his ascension to the realm of the celestial king, he invested great resources to construct a communication array linking to the celestial holy continent. Junior pays respects to the sect master of the celestial realm. Yi Wushuang, recognizing Su Long, quickly clasped his hands in salute. However, Su Long gestured dismissively, urging, "First, please convey the urgent matter at hand." The duration of the communication array significantly impacts the 5 holy emperors maintaining its operation in the lower realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang did not hesitate to reveal the matter of Lu Xunxian's elimination of the heavenly demon Holy Emperor. "Master, the Bone Demon Immortal King will undoubtedly seek revenge on our heavenly saint continent, so I hope you can prepare a strategy in advance." Yi Wushuang's expression was grave. Yet Su Long furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who is this Elder Lu?" In response to the master, Elder Lu wields an immortal artifact and appears remarkably youthful, seemingly having emerged abruptly. Thus I boldly speculate that he has descended from the immortal realm to gain prestige. Yi Wushuang did not dare to withhold any details and spoke promptly. Upon hearing this, Su Long fell silent, his expression shifting several times. After a long moment, he took a deep breath as if making a resolute decision. "I will naturally intervene to stop the heavenly demon Holy Emperor. However, I can only ensure his safety while he remains on the heavenly saint continent. Should he ascend to the immortal realm, I cannot guarantee his protection. As long as Lu Xunxian remains on the heavenly saint continent, he can leverage the fact that it is his homeland to deter the Bone Demon Immortal King's actions. Yet, if Lu Xunxian ascends to the immortal realm, Su Long would be powerless to safeguard him. Furthermore, since Yi Wushuang mentioned that Lu Xunxian possesses an immortal artifact and is exceedingly young, it is likely that he has some backing." Su Long was merely curious. If someone had descended from the immortal realm to the heavenly saint continent for the purpose of gaining prestige, he should have received some news about it. However, he had no information whatsoever, which led him to question Lu Xunxian's origins. "Thank you, master. I shall take my leave now." Yi Wushuang expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture before promptly severing the communication array. Once Yi Wushuang disconnected, Su Long waved his hand, summoning 2 peak true immortal elders. "You two, proceed to the ascension node of the heavenly saint continent. If you encounter any followers of the Bone Demon Immortal King, prevent them from acting. Inform them that should they insist on attacking the heavenly saint continent, they must be prepared to face my wrath." Yes, master. The two peak true immortal elders, having received their orders, made their way toward the ascension node of the heavenly saint continent. In the immortal realm, each descent to the lower realm has a designated ascension node. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, such as encountering spatial turbulence during the ascent, one ascends to the immortal realm from these nodes. Likewise, to descend to the heavenly saint continent, one must come down from an ascension node. If the bone demon immortal king wishes to strike at the heavenly saint continent, he can only do so from the ascension node. After the two elders departed, the remaining elders dispersed, leaving Su Long with a somber expression. Yet, he ultimately did not dwell on it. He was not afraid of the bone demon immortal king. Both were peak immortal kings, and the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. However, he lacked the confidence to eliminate the bone demon immortal king. And if the latter managed to escape, the ancient sect would undoubtedly face retribution. This was the reason he refrained from taking action against the bone demon immortal king for the time being. Within the ancient sacred land of the heavenly saint continent, the surrounding holy emperors approached anxiously after the communication array was severed. Master, what did the main sect say? Yi Wushuang waved his hand dismissively and replied. The head of the main sect has agreed to take action, so everyone can rest assured. The bone demon immortal king poses no threat to our heavenly sacred continent. Upon hearing this, they finally exhaled in relief. It is essential to remember that an immortal king, when enraged, can lead to the annihilation of an entire realm, a notion not to be taken lightly. Well, esteemed elders, I appreciate your efforts. Please return to your abodes and recuperate. Yi Wushuang stated, rising to his feet. The transmission array had also taken a significant toll on him. Yet he still approached the 5 elders who had been sustaining its operation. The 5 elders appeared exceedingly pale, their internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. Following Yi Wushuang's remarks, they nodded in agreement and retreated to their respective chambers for cultivation. As for the other powerful holy emperors, they were dismissed with a wave of Yi Wushuang's hand. Once they departed, Yi Wushuang took out the transmission jade talisman to send a message to Lu Xunxian. Elder Lu, I have established contact with the main sect of the immortal realm. The leader of our sect can ensure your safety within the heavenly sacred continent. But once you ascend to the immortal realm, that protection will no longer extend to you. At that moment, Lu Xunxian, perched atop Wang Kai, listened to Yi Wushuang's message with astonishment, clearly not expecting him to go to such lengths. However, being a person of great loyalty and sentiment, he felt compelled to remember this kindness, even though he did not require it. I am grateful. This favor will remain in my heart. With that, he ended the communication. Not long after Yi Wushuang, Gu Feng also sent a message, offering the same assurance from the ancient Wood Sacred Land's main sect to protect Lu Xunxian's safety until his ascension. Lu Xunxian accepted this kindness as well. Despite not needing it, he reflected on nurturing the 2 young ones, hoping they would ascend to the immortal realm soon. As his gaze fell upon the nearby Wandao Academy, he returned to find the 2 children clamoring to enter seclusion for cultivation, promptly darting off to their respective rooms. Lu Xunxian welcomed their enthusiasm and retrieved the 12th grade spiritual treasures purchased from the treasure pavilion, handing them over to the sky-devouring tiger. With these treasures, you should be able to enhance your bloodline without my protection, correct? Wang Cai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the alluring treasures, and he quickly shook his head. Thank you. Master, I can handle the enhancement of my bloodline myself. Beside them, the white jade horse observed with a tinge of envy but remained silent. Lacking the audacity to ask Lu Xunxian for bloodline enhancement treasures, having already attained a 1st-grade demon beast bloodline, it knew that with sufficient resources, reaching the Holy Emperor level was merely a matter of time. Unlike Wang Kai, it had not been by Lu Xunxian's side for many years. Hence it felt no entitlement to request such treasures. Chapter 46. Lin Shangkong's bold speculation within the Qingfeng's sacred land. All the elders were fixated on the figure seated cross-legged in the sky, eyes closed. At this moment, the thunder tribulation had ceased, and Lin Shangkong was now facing the trial of the heart demon. Among the observing disciples was Feng Qingyu, who looked exceedingly worried. After all, this was her master. Should he perish during the tribulation, it would severely impact her standing within the Qingfeng's sacred land. Although Feng Qingyu has developed a relationship with Gu Tiansheng and has him firmly within her grasp, she understands that external factors are ultimately transient. Only by cultivating her own strength can she find true reliance. Do not worry, Qingyu. Elder Second possesses profound strength and unwavering resolve. He will undoubtedly overcome the tribulation without succumbing to inner demons, Gu Tiansheng reassured her, clasping her hands tightly upon noticing her concern. Feng Qingyu nodded gently. Yet the worry etched on her brow remained unvanquished. In the midst of the air, Lin Shangkong, who was ensnared by the heart demon tribulation, suddenly opened his eyes. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, dispersing the ominous clouds of tribulation above. Congratulations to Elder Second on achieving the title of Saint Emperor, exclaimed Qingfeng's Saint Emperor as he soared to Lin Xiankong's side, joined by the other elders of Qingfeng's sacred land, all eager to offer their felicitations. Lin Xiankong received their praises with a calm demeanor, raising his hand in a gesture of gratitude. I appreciate your concern, but I wish to retreat for a time. Although I have traversed the lightning and heart demon tribulations, I still face the formidable trials of the 5 declines of heaven and man throughout history. Countless prodigies have fallen to this trial, and I do not intend to leave Qingfeng's sacred land until it has passed. Qingfeng's Saint Emperor understood Lin Xiankong's intentions and waved his hand in acquiescence. Soon, Lin Xiankong returned to his cave abode to prepare for seclusion, only to be intercepted by Feng Qingyu. Upon witnessing her breakthrough to the imperial realm, a flicker of appreciation crossed Lin Xiankong's face. But it quickly faded as he heard her words. Master, I believe I have seen Lu Xunxian. What? Lin Xiankong's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Qingyu did not withhold the details of her encounter in the 7-colored bee kingdom. Could it be a mistake? He queried. Impossible. I lived with him for 20 years. I could never be mistaken, she asserted, shaking her head resolutely. Having shared 2 decades of life with Lu Xunxian, she could discern his thoughts merely by observing his expressions. Lin Xiankong felt a twinge of frustration. He had thought the matter of Lu Xunxian resolved, only to discover it was not. Do you know where Lu Xunxian is now? I do not. I only caught a glimpse before he vanished, seemingly alongside another powerful figure. Feng Qingyu replied, her brow furrowing with concern. When she had realized it was Lu Xunxian, she had attempted to pursue him, but he had already slipped beyond her senses. As an imperial realm cultivator, only a Saint King could elude her perception so swiftly. Furthermore, she sensed that Lu Xunxian had been in the company of a formidable being, prompting her daring speculation. Lin Xiankong pondered deeply, a grave expression settling on his face. I see. It seems he has attached himself to some powerful entity, thereby concealing the presence of your son and daughter. It is precisely for this reason that during the first 2 attempts to employ the bloodline pursuit technique, success was achieved. However, during the 3rd attempt, it was noticed by that formidable being, who subsequently concealed the auras of your son and daughter. Thus, subsequent applications of the bloodline pursuit technique yielded no results. Moreover, if my conjecture is correct, that formidable being is likely Fu Qitian. This explains why the first attempt led us to Fu Qitian's location. A single thread allowed Lin Xiankong to weave all the pieces together. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu widened her eyes, pondering for a while, and it seemed that this explanation was the only plausible one. Otherwise, it would mean she had mistaken the identity of the person, or that Lu Xunxian had a twin brother, though the likelihood of that was exceedingly slim. Master, if Lu Xunxian has indeed aligned himself with Fu Qitian, what are we to do? Feng Qingyu's expression turned urgent. She was well aware of Fu Qitian's formidable strength, and with 4 years having passed, she wondered whether he had restored his powers. Fear not, for I have now ascended to the realm of the Holy Emperor. Even if Fu Qitian has recovered and is known as the strongest beneath the Holy Emperor, he is still merely a holy king. Should he refuse to surrender Lu Xunxian and the others, I would not hesitate to take his life, Lin Xiankong declared with an unyielding resolve. He was eager to test the strength of this so-called strongest beneath the Holy Emperor, but just then, a wave of weakness emanated from him, a sign of the spiritual decline associated with the 5 declines of humanity. It appeared that his master would not be able to venture to Fu Qitian's side anytime soon. Seeing this, Lin Xiankong shook his head in resignation. During the period of spiritual decline, he could not harness spiritual power. Although he possessed the physique of a holy emperor, most of his abilities relied on spiritual energy. Without the ability to use it, his strength was significantly diminished. If he were to recklessly venture out, he would likely become a target for enemies. Master, when do you think you will overcome the 5 declines of humanity? Feng Qingyu inquired anxiously. Upon hearing her, Lin Xiankong shook his head and replied, I am uncertain. However, I can send a peak holy emperor elder from within the sect to accompany you. If Lu Xunxian is indeed in Fu Qitian's company, he would likely relinquish an untalented mortal for the sake of our Qingfeng's sacred land. With that, Lin Xiankong took out a communication jade talisman and shattered it. Shortly after, a white-haired elder clad in a blue robe hurriedly arrived. It was Elder Wu Wujing, a 5th elder of the Qingfeng's sacred land, who shared a good rapport with Lin Xiankong. Old Lin, did you summon me for something urgent? It seems you are experiencing the 5 declines of humanity. Upon arrival, Wu Wujing immediately sensed Lin Xiankong's unusual state and spoke with surprise. Yes, but it is of no consequence. I shall not be going out for the time being. I have a matter to entrust to you. Lin Xiankong nodded and subsequently revealed the entire situation to Wu Wujing. Concealing anything from him would serve no purpose. For once Wu Wujing encountered Lu Xunxian and Feng Qingyu's children, he would undoubtedly sense their bloodline connection. Chapter 47. Su Ruoxian's request. Are you serious, old Lin? If the Holy Sun finds out, we may not fare well. Wu Wuji gasped in shock upon learning the situation. He could readily discern what Lin Chongkong was contemplating. Should the Holy Sun become aware of their actions, given his temperament, they would not face death, yet they would undoubtedly become targets of his ire. However, Lin Chongkong shook his head. This matter is known only to us. As long as no one informs the Holy Sun, he will remain oblivious. Should misfortune befall us, and he discovers the truth, we can always claim that Qingyu was merely young and naive, deceived by Lu Xunxian. Besides, considering the Holy Sun's fondness for Qingyu, this issue should be easily resolved. Wu Wuji remained apprehensive, but Lin Chongkong reassured him. If the Holy Sun learns of this, I shall take full responsibility. Given our friendship, could you truly refuse to assist me in this matter? With Lin Chongkong expressing himself so candidly, Wu Wuji felt compelled to acquiesce, sighing in resignation. Yet, suddenly serious, he interjected, I can assure the safety of your disciple. But do not expect me to engage in a conflict with Fu Qitian. Rest assured, my disciple encountered Fu Qitian 4 years ago, at which time he had inexplicably fallen to the peak of the Saint King realm. In these brief 4 years, he surely has not fully recovered. You may proceed with confidence, Lin Chongkong declared with conviction, patting his chest. He had faith in Wu Wuji's abilities, even if he could not best Fu Qitian. Escaping his grasp would require only a modest sacrifice. What Lin Chongkong did not anticipate, however, was that Fu Qitian had since ascended to the Saint Emperor realm. Although Fu Qitian's breakthrough had caused quite a stir across the central continent, it had occurred at Wandao Academy under Su Ruoxian's strict orders to keep it hushed, leaving them unaware of his advancement. Seeing this, Wu Wuji chose not to press further, turning to Feng Qingyu. Cousin, let us depart. Yes, thank you, Elder Wu. Feng Qingyu responded with a respectful bow. She was promptly swept up by Wu Wuji as they made their way toward the Mountain of Beasts. Once they had left, the relaxed expression on Lin Chongkong's face vanished, replaced by a heavy solemnity. For years had elapsed, and he wondered whether Fu Qitian still lingered within the Mountain of Beasts. One could only hope. With that thought, he turned and returned to his cave dwelling, preparing to enter seclusion and swiftly navigate the trials of the heavenly man's 5 declines. Meanwhile, within Wandao Academy, the 2 young prodigies had resumed their studies, while Wang Kai was engrossed in seclusion, refining spiritual treasures and evolving his bloodline. This left Lu Xunxian feeling somewhat bored. Fortunately, Su Ruoxian would occasionally visit, alleviating some of his ennui. I see your cultivation seems poised for ascension to the celestial realm, Su Ruoxian remarked during yet another visit to Lu Xunxian's residence. With merely a glance, he discerned that Su Ruoxian's internal spiritual energy had nearly entirely transformed into celestial power, and it was likely that within a decade, he would ascend to the celestial realm. Stunned by this revelation, Su Ruoxian paused momentarily before responding, Indeed. I cannot conceal anything from your keen eyes, Senior Lu. I have come here with a request to entrust you with a matter. Seated comfortably in his grand chair, Lu Xunxian closed his eyes, his tone languid as he replied, Speak. I wish for you, Senior Lu, to cultivate my disciples to the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm after my ascension. Upon uttering this serious request, Su Ruoxian's expression grew grave. Lu Xunxian, too, opened his eyes in astonishment. Do you truly wish to hear the implications of your words? He was well aware that Su Ruoxian's disciples were, at best, at the peak of the Holy King realm, 2 significant levels away from the Holy Emperor pinnacle. How could Su Ruoxian have the audacity to make such a request? Yet Su Ruoxian understood the absurdity of his demand. Nevertheless, he recognized that only Lu Xunxian possessed the capability to fulfill it. With a resolute expression, he retrieved a storage ring and presented it to Lu Xunxian. Senior Lu, this contains everything I have. I implore you, consider the painstaking efforts my Wandao Academy has invested in nurturing your esteemed son and daughter, and grant my request. As he spoke, Su Ruoxian prepared to kneel before Lu Xunxian. The Wandao Academy represented his life's work, and he could not bear the thought of its decline. He had little faith in the Academy's instructors, the most powerful among them merely at the mid-level of the Holy Emperor realm, incapable of managing such a vast institution. Thus, he had dared to seek out Lu Xunxian, believing that only he could swiftly elevate his disciples to the Holy Emperor pinnacle. Seeing Su Ruoxian about to kneel, Lu Xunxian sighed in resignation, extending his hand to gently lift him, preventing him from lowering himself. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. However, I do not require this offering. If you insist on giving it, then please bestow it upon Feng Qingyu, the disciple of the second elder of the Qingfeng Holy Land. To Lu Xunxian, Su Ruoxian's wealth was insignificant. Only by offering it to Feng Qingyu could he trigger a response of monumental proportions. This was what truly piqued his interest. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian's eyes brightened, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. So, does this mean you are in agreement, Senior Lu? Given that you are about to kneel. How could I refuse? Lu Xunxian replied, exuding a tone of reluctant acceptance. Had it been anyone else, he would have likely declined. But Lu Xunxian had indeed taken great care of his children at the academy, and given the sacrifice of his life's fortune. Lu Xunxian found it difficult to conjure a reason to refuse. Recalling Lu Xunxian's earlier words, Lu Xunxian hesitated and inquired. May I ask what your relationship is with Feng Qingyu? I am not overly curious, but if I were to send her a gift, I would need a suitable rationale. There is no need for you to disclose that I requested you to deliver it. As for the reason, you may fabricate any explanation that suits you. Should I discover that you have revealed my involvement, then do not expect me to train your disciples. Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow and spoke. He had no desire to see Feng Qingyu, had it not been for the immense rewards of resources he would receive in return for delivering them to her. He would have refrained from doing so entirely. Observing this, Lu Xunxian's imagination conjured an elaborate scene, yet he stifled his thoughts upon noticing Lu Xunxian's less than pleasant expression. I shall go deliver the resources now. Once I have completed my task, I will bring my disciple to you, Lu Xunxian declared before hastily departing Lu Xunxian's residence. Making his way towards the Qingfeng's sacred land. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Xunxian couldn't help but shake his head. This old fellow, well, let him find some tasks to occupy himself with. After all, it is dreadfully dull. He had already become invincible in the heavenly Saint continent. And had it not been for his desire to wait for his son and daughter to ascend together to the immortal realm, he would have long since ventured there himself. Chapter 48. Intercepting the bone demon immortal king in the mountain of demonic beasts, Feng Qingyu stood before the desolate residence, her expression darkening. Disciple Feng, are you certain this is the place? Beside her, Wu Wuji surveyed the surroundings, noting that it had been at least 3 years since anyone had resided there. Feng Qingyu's expression was grave as she nodded. This place is unforgettable. It is indeed here. Then it seems that upon learning of your and Elder Qin's connection to the Qingfeng's sacred land, Fu Qitian must have been disheartened and departed the mountain of demonic beasts. Wu Wuji concluded after a moment of contemplation. Hearing this, Feng Qingyu grew anxious and quickly inquired, what shall we do now regarding Elder Wu? Let us return and discuss it with your master, Wu Wuji suggested, lacking a better course of action, as he was not Feng Qingyu's mentor. Feng Qingyu reluctantly acquiesced. But as she turned away, her frustration mounted, and she prepared to shatter the residence with a strike of her palm. However, despite her imperial realm cultivation, she found herself incapable of demolishing even a mere dwelling. It is only natural that you cannot destroy it. This residence was likely constructed by Fu Qitian utilizing his own sacred resonance. Your cultivation is beneath his, thus you cannot break it, Wu Wuji explained. With that, he took matters into his own hands and, with a single strike, reduced the residence where Lu Xunxian and others had resided to rubble, as they obliterated the dwelling. Lu Xunxian in the Wandering Academy sensed the disturbance. Furrowing his brow, he closed his eyes and, in an instant, perceived the happenings within the mountain of demonic beasts. What does Feng Qingyu intend to do this time? Yet, he refrained from taking action against her. Firstly, Feng Qingyu was currently bound to him by the system as a partner. Should she perish, he would lose a companion with a sacred root. Secondly, regardless of the circumstances, she remained the mother of his children, and he feared their potential resentment should he harm her. As for the destroyed residence, it was of little consequence. He chose not to dwell on it, for his 2 children had already returned. In the immortal realm, at the ascension node of the heavenly Saint continent, 2 true immortal elders from the ancient sect awaited patiently at the node. As they arrived at the ascension node of the heavenly sacred continent, 2 figures, brimming with potent magical energy, swiftly approached and appeared before them in an instant. Their expressions instantly turned grave, for they sensed that the newcomers possessed strength equal to their own. Soon, they found themselves standing before 2 ancient elders of the archaic sect, their countenance far from pleasant. We represent the bone demon immortal king. We kindly request that you step aside. They were indeed the devourers of heaven and earth. Their cultivation likewise at the pinnacle of true immortals. Standing behind them was the bone demon immortal king, instilling in them a sense of invulnerability against the majority of the immortal realm. However, in order to exercise caution, their tone towards the 2 archaic sect elders remained relatively courteous. Yet, the 2 elders, dispatched with the explicit order to halt their advance, would never yield. We apologize. We are here on the orders of our sect master to prohibit anyone from entering the heavenly sacred continent. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the devourers of heaven and earth darkened, and one inquired, who is your sect master? The archaic immortal king, they replied, pride evident on their faces at the mention of their leader's name. The countenance of the devourers of heaven and earth grew even more forbidding, after exchanging glances. One of them produced a palm-sized black jade talisman and crushed it with a slight exertion. In the next moment, dense demonic energy surged forth from the talisman, coalescing into the form of the bone demon immortal king. What has transpired? He demanded. Master, the archaic sect is intervening. The devourers of heaven and earth promptly knelt, their tone respectful. Hearing this, the bone demon immortal king finally took notice of the two archaic sect elders not far away, and their expressions turned markedly wary with his arrival. Oh, so the archaic sect intends to meddle? If you depart now, I shall not hold this against you. Otherwise, do not expect your disciples to venture outside in the future. The bone demon immortal king issued his threat unabashedly, being a solitary figure. He knew that should he target the archaic sect, they would find it difficult to contend with him. The elders of the archaic sect wore expressions of extreme displeasure, yearning to speak, but were interrupted by the bone demon immortal king. I am aware that that fellow from the archaic sect has ties to the heavenly sacred continent. Thus, I can assure you, I will not annihilate the entire heavenly sacred continent, and that is all. Should you refuse to accept this, I would not mind discussing matters with your sect master. Just then, two more figures rushed in from the distance. Oh, if the archaic sect is insufficient, how about we? The ancient wood sect, join in? The newcomers, clad in azure robes adorned with the image of a towering ancient tree, were indeed the elders of the ancient wood sect. Upon their arrival, they stood alongside the elders of the archaic sect, collectively confronting the bone demon immortal king. The expression of the bone demon immortal king soured further with the arrival of the ancient wood sect elders. While he was unfazed by the archaic sect alone, the addition of the ancient wood sect warranted careful consideration. If these two powerful factions united, they could potentially overpower him with a modest exertion. Considering the risks involved for a mere furnace yet to mature seemed unwise. With this thought, the bone demon immortal king let out a cold snort and declared, "You may safeguard him for a moment, but you cannot protect him for eternity. As the moment of his ascension approached, I shall personally take his life. For today, I shall refrain from striking, out of respect for the ancient wood sect and the primal ancient sect. Let us depart." With these words, the spectral figure of the bone demon immortal king dissipated, and without pausing, he swiftly departed, devouring everything in his path. Once they had left, the two elders of the primal ancient sect expressed their gratitude to the elder of the ancient wood sect. Thank you both for your assistance. There is no need for thanks. Had the bone demon immortal king descended, it would have only jeopardized the lineage of my ancient wood sect in the divine holy continent, replied the elder of the ancient wood sect, waving his hand dismissively and refraining from mentioning Lu Xunxian or the holy maiden of their sect. The elders of the primal ancient sect also chose not to disclose such crucial information. Despite the amicable relations between the two sects, it was deemed unnecessary to share such significant details. After exchanging polite words, they departed from the Ascension Node. Naturally, they left behind measures at the Ascension Node to prevent the Bone Demon Immortal King from reversing his decision and returning to attack. Bone Demon Mountain. The Bone Demon Immortal King suddenly opened his eyes, filled with wrath. Damn it. I never anticipated that brat would have ties to the Ancient Wood Sect and the Primal Ancient Sect. I have indeed underestimated him. Yet, it matters not. Another cauldron is nearing maturity. Once I absorb its power, I shall attempt to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. When I achieve this breakthrough, whether you are the Primal Ancient Immortal King or the Ancient Wood Immortal King, you shall perish at my hands. Cackling. The eerie laughter of the Bone Demon Immortal King echoed throughout Bone Demon Mountain. Chapter 49. A Gift in the Qingfeng Holy Land. Since Fu Qitian has departed from the Mountain of Many Demons, Qingyu, you should visit the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to acquire the latest information regarding Fu Qitian. Within the cave, Lin Changkong's spiritual decline had yet to pass. His aura remained feeble. Upon hearing that Fu Qitian had left the Mountain of Many Demons, his thoughts aligned with Wu Wujia's, both believing that Fu Qitian had retreated out of fear of their Qingfeng Holy Land. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, unlike the Wanbao Pavilion, is one of the three major commercial associations. However, unlike the Wanbao Pavilion, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion specializes in various intelligence, and one can procure even information about the Holy Emperor, provided the price is right. I understand, Master. After instructing Feng Qingyu, Lin Changkong turned his attention to Wu Wujia beside him. Old Wu, I entrust this matter to you as well. Indeed, when you send a Buddha, see it to the west, do good to the end. Since we have already waded into murky waters, we must tread this path to its conclusion. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave, revealing Lin Changkong's disciple. Master, Su Ruishan, the head of the Wandao Academy, seeks an audience. Su Ruishan? What could that fellow want? Lin Changkong was no stranger to Su Ruishan's name. Contemplating, he could not recall any prior connection with him. Yet it would be impolite to refuse, so he gestured for his disciple to bring him in. Moments later, Su Ruoxian was led into the cave by the disciple. Upon seeing Lin Shangkong, Su Ruoxian wore a courteous smile and said, "Congratulations, Taoist Lin, on your breakthrough to the Holy Emperor realm. It is an honor to meet you." "Senior Su." Lin Shangkong promptly rose, showing the utmost respect. After all, he had just recently ascended to the status of a Saint Emperor, while Su Ruoxian had been entrenched at the pinnacle of that realm for many years. Following some pleasantries and formal exchanges, Lin Shangkong's expression transformed to one of confusion as he inquired, "Might I ask if there is a pressing matter that brings you here today, Senior Su?" Upon broaching the subject of importance, Su Ruoxian's demeanor grew solemn. After clearing his throat, he spoke, "I have two primary purposes for my visit today. Firstly, I have come to congratulate you, Lin Taoist, upon your recent breakthrough to the Saint Emperor level. Secondly, I have heard of your exceptionally talented disciple, Feng Qingyu, and I seek to make her acquaintance." At Su Ruoxian's words, astonishment washed over the faces of all present, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected nature of his visit. Particularly, Feng Qingyu felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Su Ruoxian's mention of her name. It was well known that Su Ruoxian was a formidable figure, poised to ascend to the celestial realm, and the mere fact that such an esteemed individual wished to meet her was exhilarating. "May I inquire as to which among you is the esteemed young friend Feng Qingyu?" Su Ruoxian surveyed the crowd, quickly identifying Feng Qingyu. She stepped forward, bowing slightly as she addressed him. "Junior Feng Qingyu pays her respects to Senior Su. I am grateful for your recognition." As Su Ruoxian observed Feng Qingyu, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. It was evident that Elder Lu possessed remarkable discernment. Feng Qingyu was indeed a vision of grace and beauty. However, bound by Elder Lu's request to keep his name undisclosed, Su Ruoxian restrained his enthusiasm. He then began to devise a suitable rationale for entrusting most of his fortune to Feng Qingyu. Soon, Su Ruoxian formulated a plan. Indeed, as expected of Lin Taoist's disciple, "You are truly remarkable." Hearing Su Ruoxian's praise for his disciple, Lin Shangkong felt a sense of pride and joy. Su Ruoxian then turned his gaze to Lin Shangkong and Wu Wuji, his expression beseeching. "Lin Taoist, I wish to have a private conversation with your disciple. Would you kindly excuse yourselves?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shangkong furrowed his brow, unable to fathom what urgent matter Su Ruoxian would wish to discuss with his disciple alone. Nevertheless, prioritizing her safety, he intended to decline, only to be interrupted by Feng Qingyu. "Master, since Senior Su has requested this, I believe it would be prudent to acquiesce. Moreover, given Senior Su's power, if he truly intended to harm me, even your presence would not be able to ensure my safety, would it?" "Very well," Lin Shangkong replied, momentarily taken aback but eventually recognizing the validity of her reasoning. After exchanging a glance with Wu Wuji, the two departed the cave dwelling. Once they had left, Su Ruoxian waved his hand, casting a barrier to prevent eavesdropping. "What is it that you wish to discuss with me privately, Senior Su?" Feng Qingyu inquired, bowing respectfully. Su Ruoxian's expression turned serious as he began, "To speak frankly, I have taken note of your remarkable talents, young friend Feng, and thus I wish to entrust you with a matter of great importance." "Please, Senior Su, feel free to speak," Feng Qingyu replied. "I wish for your protection over the Myriad Paths Academy for a millennium after you ascend to the status of the Saint Emperor. Of course, I shall not impose upon you without recompense. This academy represents half of my foundation, and consider it a reward for you, my dear friend Feng." Su Ruoyan retrieved his storage ring and placed it into Feng Qingyu's hands. Simultaneously, Lu Xunxian received a prompt from the system. Su Ruoyan was quite efficient in his dealings. Observing the system's feedback and synthesizing it all, even Lu Xunxian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. At this moment, he would dare to confront even the Saint Emperor himself. "Is what you say true, Senior Su?" Upon receiving the storage ring from Su Ruoyan and inspecting its contents, Feng Qingyu's breath quickened. Though her master was indeed a formidable Saint Emperor, he had only just recently broken through. How could he possibly bestow such a precious gift upon her? It is no exaggeration to say that with the majority of Su Ruoyan's resources, she could navigate the entire heavenly sacred continent without trepidation. "Indeed, it is true. If you are concerned that I might reclaim the items, I can swear an oath to the heavens," Su Ruoyan declared with a grave demeanor, preparing to make his vow. Observing this, Feng Qingyu hurriedly stopped him. "Senior Su, please cease. I believe you. I promise that upon my ascension to the Saint Emperor, I shall protect the Myriad Paths Academy for a millennium. To exchange such a substantial reward for merely a millennium of protection over the academy is a choice any rational person would make, let alone Feng Qingyu." Seeing her agreement, Su Ruoyan finally revealed a satisfied expression. "Very well, I have only come for this matter. Now that it is settled, I shall take my leave." He was eager to return and entrust his disciple to Lu Xunxian for guidance. "Safe travels, Senior." Feng Qingyu watched Su Ruoyan depart, her heart brimming with excitement. At that moment, Lin Chongkong rushed in, his expression serious as he inquired, "What did Senior Su discuss with you?" "Master, Senior Su wishes for my protection over the Myriad Paths Academy for a millennium after I break through to the Saint Emperor." Feng Qingyu hesitated before responding. Afterward, she produced another storage ring. "In return, Senior Su has given me this as a reward." Receiving the storage ring from Feng Qingyu, Lin Chongkong probed its contents with his spiritual sense, surprised to discover, "I never imagined that Su Ruoyan would be so generous. Offering 2 talismans containing his full strength in exchange for your protection of the Myriad Paths Academy for a millennium." Inside the storage ring were only the 2 talismans embodying Su Ruoyan's utmost effort. Other items had already been concealed by Feng Qingyu in her own storage ring. She was not foolish. If her master were to learn that the majority of Su Ruoyan's resources were in her possession, he might attempt to seize them. To prevent any deterioration in their relationship, she had to act discreetly, hoping her master would remain oblivious to this matter. Chapter 50. Who says a young girl does not yearn for love? She simply has yet to encounter her heart's desire. Myriad Paths Academy. As Su Ruoxian hastily returned from the Qingfeng's sacred land, he made his way to a great mountain not far from his cave dwelling. In a clearing amidst the mountain, he beheld a young maiden clad in azure, her beauty striking and her long black hair cascading elegantly as she practiced her swordsmanship. Each movement appeared deceptively simple, yet was imbued with an inexplicable essence of Tao. Upon noticing Su Ruoxian's arrival, the maiden paused her training, performing a respectful bow. Disciple pays respects to the master. Rise. Su Ruoxian gently raised his hand to assist her. The maiden was none other than Lu Xunxian, the disciple he intended to entrust to Lu Xunxian. At 300 years of age, Lu Xunxian had been discovered by Su Ruoxian for her remarkable talent during his travels 290 years prior, and thus had become his direct disciple. She had not disappointed him, having ascended to the pinnacle of the Holy King realm in a mere 290 years, making her imminent ascension to the celestial realm almost a foregone conclusion. However, it pained him to think of her remaining at the Myriad Tao Academy without proper guidance upon his ascension. Su Ruoxian did not voice his thoughts. Yet Lu Xunxian sensed his unusual demeanor. "Master, do you have pressing matters?" "Indeed, I shall soon ascend to the celestial realm, and thus have found you a new mentor." Su Ruoxian spoke candidly, yet he did not anticipate the slight furrow of Lu Xunxian's brow. "Master, having you as my mentor is sufficient. Xunxian, heed my words. It is an honor for you to take that person as your master. Moreover, after my ascension, I will likely be unable to intervene in matters concerning the heavenly Saint Continent for quite some time," Su Ruoxian replied, his expression serious. Listening to her master, curiosity stirred within Lu Xunxian, and she inquired, "Master, is there truly someone on the heavenly Saint Continent more powerful than you?" Su Ruoxian had always regarded himself as the foremost figure on the continent, and given Lu Xunxian's rare ventures beyond their confines, she naturally believed his words. At her question, Su Ruoxian recalled a certain truth, a hint of discomfort flitting across his face as he cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. "Disciple, you must understand that there are always those stronger than oneself, and realms beyond realms. It is an undeniable truth that exists in this world." Yet, Lu Xunxian was still reluctant, holding her master in high esteem and desiring no other mentor. Sensing her hesitation, Su Ruoxian sighed. "Very well. If you are unwilling to seek another master, then let it be. However, I have already requested that the esteemed elder cultivate you to the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm. Regardless, you must meet them. The decision shall ultimately be yours." With her master's insistence, Lu Xunxian acquiesced. Soon after, Su Ruoxian brought Lu Xunxian to the estate of Lu Xunxian. At that moment, 2 little ones were playing merrily in the courtyard, accompanied by Wang Kai and by Yuma. As for Lu Xunxian, he lounged leisurely under the sun, wearing a white hat. Upon entering, Su Ruoxian guided Lu Xunxian to stand before Lu Xunxian. "Elder Lu, I have brought my disciple for your consideration." As Su Ruoxian spoke, Lu Xunxian removed the hat obscuring her face, opening her eyes to survey Lu Xunxian, who stood beside Su Ruoxian. Initially, Lu Xunxian scoffed inwardly, convinced that no one could surpass her master's prowess. However, upon catching sight of Lu Xunxian, she found herself utterly captivated. Even before embarking on her cultivation journey, Lu Xunxian possessed striking handsomeness. After his training, he shed all impurities, embodying an ethereal grace. Not only Lu Xunxian, but any woman who laid eyes upon Lu Xunxian would likely find her heart swayed. With merely a glance, Lu Xunxian discerned that Lu Xunxian possessed a holy grade spiritual root that rivaled that of his former wife. The distinction lay in the nature of their roots. Lu Xunxian's was a holy grade ice spiritual root, while Feng Qingyu's was a holy grade water spiritual root. Hearing this, Su Ruoshan chuckled, preparing to speak when unexpectedly, Lu Xunxian unabashedly addressed Lu Xunxian, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to master." Su Ruoshan was taken aback. Wait, did we not just agree that there would be no formalities? Yet, since Lu Xunxian was willing to acknowledge Lu Xunxian as her master, he could hardly contain his delight. Lu Xunxian, however, appeared somewhat bewildered. Old Su, this is not what we had previously discussed. Did we not agree that the goal was merely to guide her to the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor? In response to Lu Xunxian's query, Su Ruoshan had a ready reply. Ahem, Senior Lu, once a teacher, always a teacher. Your guidance to Qianxue is indeed a debt of gratitude, and it is not unreasonable for her to call you master. Very well. But let me make it clear that I will only instruct her to the peak of the Holy Emperor. Beyond that, I shall take no part. Lu Xunxian did not pursue the matter further, merely reiterating his stance. Naturally, Su Ruoshan acquiesced, turning to Lu Xunxian with a serious expression. From today onward, in order to better cultivate and receive guidance from Senior Lu, you shall move to his residence. Do you have any objections? I have none, Lu Xunxian replied eagerly, secretly wishing to share a bed with Lu Xunxian. Who says a young girl is not in pursuit of love? It is merely that she had yet to encounter the one who could capture her heart. In the past 290 years, she had not met a man who could enter her heart, but now, Lu Xunxian had done so without even removing his shoes. It seems my opinion has not been solicited, Lu Xunxian interjected, rising with a slight frown. As he stood, an aura of dominance emanated from him, causing Lu Xunxian's eyes to glimmer with infatuation, her demeanor akin to that of a love-struck maiden. Su Ruoshan mused, but my usually aloof disciple, as cold as an iceberg, has suddenly transformed? My residence is already crowded, and since this is your disciple, she should have accommodations at the Wandao Academy. No need to impose here. Senior Lu has a point. Let us do this instead. During the day, the disciple can come to you for guidance. Su Ruoshan turned to Lu Xunxian. Upon hearing this, a reluctant expression crossed Lu Xunxian's face, but she could only nod in agreement. When the master spoke, the disciple dared not to disobey. Subsequently, Lu Xunxian was forcibly taken away by Su Ruoshan. After their departure, Lu Xunxian could not help but shake his head. He was not blind to Lu Xunxian's intentions. Yet, in his view, Lu Xunxian's affections were merely a fleeting infatuation, not a true love. Once they were gone, Lu Xunxian reclined once more, basking in the sun, while the joyous laughter of his children echoed nearby. Chapter 51. The Pavilion by the Water Gains the Moon. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion O. Did you not claim you would not take a master? How is it that you now seek one? After distancing themselves from Lu Xunxian's residence, Su Ruoshan turned to Lu Xunxian with a knowing smile. At that moment, Lu Xunxian feigned a coy demeanor befitting a young lady. Master, I simply discovered the extraordinary talents of Senior Lu. Moreover, once a disciple, forever a child of the master. Since it is your command, I must acquiesce. Su Ruoshan, well aware of his disciple's sentiments, could hardly contain his desire for a closer bond with Lu Xunxian. Yet, he understood that someone of Lu Xunxian's caliber would not easily succumb to affection, especially since he already had a son and a daughter. Although the whereabouts of their mother remained uncertain, it was likely that she still lived. With this thought, Su Ruoshan felt compelled to offer a word of caution. You may pursue your desires, my disciple, but I must remind you that Senior Lu has a son and a daughter. As for his partner, I cannot say where she is or what her circumstances may be. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian's expression turned serious, momentarily suppressing her romantic inclinations. How long has Senior Lu been at our myriad Dao Academy? Unbeknownst to her, during her seclusion, Lu Xunxian had bested all the masters of the academy. For years. Since he has not been here for 4 years, he must not be of this world. Furthermore, those two children are still young and undeniably adorable. They likely yearn for maternal affection. I believe it is my duty to care for them. The romantic thoughts resurfaced, and Lu Xunxian spoke with utmost seriousness. Seeing this, Su Ruoshan chose not to press further, trusting that his disciple would exercise discretion. Very well, follow your heart. I shall enter seclusion. The day I emerge shall be the day I ascend. Yes, master. Lu Xunxian clasped her hands in respect, watching as her master departed. Once he was gone, she turned her gaze back toward Lu Xunxian's residence, her expression one of determination. Man, Lu Xunxian has set her sights on you. Seizing the early hours of the day, Lu Xunxian resolved to return and strengthen her bonds with Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Soon, she retraced her steps, causing Lu Xunxian to furrow his brow in confusion as he sensed her return. Master, do you require my guidance now? Lu Xunxian opened his eyes, perplexed. He could clearly discern Lu Xunxian's shortcomings. With just a bit of guidance, he could help her break through to the sacred king realm. Moreover, at merely 300 years of age, she still fell within the age limit for the Heavenly Saint Grand competition, and it was likely she would participate. However, to Lu Xunxian's surprise, Lu Xunxian shook her head and turned her gaze towards Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Xinyan. Master, I find your two children exceedingly charming. May I join them in their play? Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow, yet after a moment of contemplation, he did not decline. Certainly, with Lu Xunxian's consent, Lu Xunxian approached Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, who were engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with Wang Kai and Yu Yu, the name Lu Qingyun had given to the white horse. As Lu Xunxian drew near, the two children paused their game and curiously inquired, "Who are you, sister?" "I am Lu Xunxian, a disciple of your father. Here specifically to play with you," she replied with a smile, crouching down to their level. Being a woman destined to become their stepmother, she naturally aimed to leave a favorable impression. Upon learning that Lu Xunxian had come to play with them, the two little ones immediately jumped with joy. "Hooray! Sister Xunxian has come to play with us." At their tender age, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were still quite innocent, and upon hearing that Lu Xunxian was there to join their game, they eagerly pulled her into their fun. Not far away, Lu Xunxian observed the heartwarming scene of Lu Xunxian and the children, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. Perhaps this arrangement is not so bad after all. But he quickly shook his head. It was prudent to remain cautious, as this matter required careful consideration and should not be taken lightly. In Chengtian City, after some time, Wu Wuji finally arrived with Feng Qingyu. As one of the three major merchant associations of the Sacred Continent, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, like the Wanbao Pavilion, was situated within Chengtian City. They soon reached the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Upon entering, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, sporting circular sunglasses and a long mustache, approached them. "Esteemed guests, how may I assist you?" "You are not of sufficient rank. Summon your manager," Wu Wuji replied. Having visited the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion on several occasions, he understood that the messenger before him could not provide high-level information. To acquire details of the level of Fu Qitian, one would need to speak with someone of managerial status. Recognizing the distinguished attire of the two visitors, the messenger realized he was not equipped to handle their request and promptly went to fetch the manager. Soon, a manager donned in a gray robe and also wearing circular sunglasses appeared before them with a welcoming smile. "Esteemed guests, how may I assist you today? Let us retreat to a private room. This is not a suitable place for discussion," Wu Wuji suggested, surveying the surroundings before striding confidently deeper into the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Being a regular patron, he was well aware of the location of the private rooms and quickly settled into one. Once they were all seated, Wu Wuji got straight to the point. "We wish to purchase information regarding Fu Qitian's current whereabouts." Upon hearing this, the manager instantly became animated. This was indeed a significant transaction. He began to rub his fingers together, preparing to respond. "This esteemed guest, Fu Qitian, is renowned throughout the Holy Continent, and should one wish to procure information regarding him, it would undoubtedly come at a steep price. Money, of course, is not an issue. Do you perhaps think that the Qingfeng Sacred Land lacks resources?" Wu Wuji furrowed his brow and remarked. Upon learning of their affiliation with the Qingfeng Sacred Land, the steward's smile broadened, and he promptly spoke. "I understand. I shall summon the diviner at once." With that, the steward hurriedly exited the private chamber to fetch the diviner. After all, Fu Qitian is no ordinary individual, and having not made an appearance for some time, it would require the diviner's expertise to ascertain his whereabouts. Once the steward departed, Feng Qingyu frowned slightly and hesitantly inquired, "Elder Wu, might this expense be rather excessive?" "Rest assured, even if Fu Qitian were to regain his powers, he is merely at the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm. Utilizing the diviner's services to deduce his location would only cost 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals. Your master can certainly afford that amount." As soon as Wu Wuji finished speaking, the steward re-entered, accompanied by an elderly man holding a bagua compass. The diviner from the Tiangong Pavilion. Chapter 52, by Xuantian, the master of Tiangong Pavilion. "Gentlemen, will you be providing payment up front or afterward?" The steward of the Tiangong Pavilion directed a sycophantic smile toward Feng Qingyu and her companion. "We shall pay afterward," Wu Wuji replied evenly, gesturing to the diviner. Each diviner within the Tiangong Pavilion is adept in the art of divination. As long as they have information on the individual in question, they can deduce even the whereabouts of a saint emperor. However, divining the location of a saint emperor can easily attract their attention, hence under normal circumstances, the Tiangong Pavilion refrains from attempting to divine an emperor's position. The bagua compass in the diviner's hands began to levitate before him, and as he rotated the compass, he infused it with Fu Qitian's information and a drop of his own blood. As the blood fell into the compass, the current location of Fu Qitian gradually manifested within. Almost simultaneously, within the Wandao Academy, Fu Qitian suddenly opened his eyes, his expression one of profound displeasure. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to pry into his affairs, seeking death. With his words, a terrifying force rebounded from the Bagua compass before the diviner, causing it to explode. Even the diviner could not evade the backlash and was severely injured. What? Everyone within the private chamber widened their eyes in disbelief, particularly the steward, who had already discreetly contacted the pavilion master. It is known that the diviner before them is a powerful saint emperor. Anyone below that rank would hardly notice his scrutiny. Yet now, he has suffered such a grievous backlash. Could it be that Fu Qitian has ascended to the rank of saint emperor? At that moment, the diviner, struggling to maintain his composure, managed to utter, Wandao Academy. Fu Qitian is currently at Wandao Academy. With that, the diviner could no longer sustain himself and succumbed to unconsciousness. In the fleeting moment when the diviner fell into a stupor, a ripple coursed through the compartment, followed by the sudden appearance of a distinguished middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with an image of the Bagua compass on his back. Upon seeing the man, the steward immediately clasped his hands in reverence and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to the pavilion master." The newcomer was none other than Lu Xunxian, the esteemed leader of the Tianji Pavilion, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the sacred emperor realm. Lu Xunxian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze falling upon the unconscious diviner, his expression darkening. With a flick of his fingers, he channeled spiritual energy into the diviner's body, stabilizing his injuries. Having completed this task, Lu Xunxian turned his attention to Wu Wujie and Feng Qingyu, his demeanor still grim. What transpired here? The steward, trembling with trepidation, recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian directed a cold snort towards Wu Wujie and Feng Qingyu. This incident arose from your actions. Should you not bear some consequence for it? Both Wu Wujie and Feng Qingyu paled, fear etched across their faces. For the man before them was indeed the pavilion master of Tianji. Senior Bai, we were unaware of this matter. After all, Fu Qitian was merely at the peak of the Sacred King realm 4 years ago. I am unconcerned with such details. Your negligence has led to the severe injury of my diviner. Thus, you shall compensate with a spiritual treasure sufficient for his recovery or an equivalent value in spiritual liquid. Lu Xunxian showed no inclination to consider the circumstances, since the injury of his diviner was a direct result of Wu Wujie and Feng Qingyu's actions. They must shoulder the consequences. Wu Wujie gritted his teeth slightly, attempting to negotiate. Senior Bai, as we are from the Qingfeng sacred land, would it be possible to grant our lord a measure of dignity and accept half? If not, you may have the Qingfeng sacred lord come to negotiate. After a brief standoff, Wu Wujie sighed in resignation. Very well, since the fault lies with us, let this spiritual liquid serve as compensation for the injured diviner. With that, he tossed a storage ring containing 1,000 portions of low-grade spiritual liquid, nearly causing him great distress. While low-grade spiritual roots were not exceedingly precious for a cultivator of his caliber, the sheer quantity was overwhelming, enough to cultivate a sacred king at the peak level. Let us depart. Lu Xunxian accepted the storage ring, verifying that its contents would indeed suffice for the diviner's recovery, and only then did he take his leave. Wu Wujie and Feng Qingyu dared not linger, hastily exiting the Tianji Pavilion. Once they had departed, Lu Xunxian turned to the steward. Take Master Shui down, and ensure he rests well until he fully recovers. After placing the storage ring upon Master Shui, the steward hurriedly escorted him away. The compartment was left with Lu Xunxian alone, his brow furrowed in contemplation, deep in thought. Is it related to the Wandao Academy? It seems that the individual who broke through to the Sacred Emperor realm 2 years ago must indeed be Fu Qitian. I did not anticipate that he could survive the onslaught of 5 peak sacred kings and successfully ascend to the Sacred Emperor realm 2 years prior. The breakthrough of someone to the Saint Emperor realm at the Wandao Academy was something he was well aware of. However, after Fu Qitian's ascension, he departed immediately, leaving even the Tiangui Pavilion unaware of his advancement. Now, by correlating these two events, it becomes apparent that the newly ascended Saint Emperor is indeed Fu Qitian. Yet, Lu Xunxian merely shook his head, not delving further into the matter. At this moment, within the Wandao Academy, Fu Qitian stood before Lu Xunxian, his expression earnest as he recounted the earlier incident. Yes, but I do not know who has been spying on me. At this juncture, a hint of shame crossed Fu Qitian's face. Lu Xunxian, however, merely shook his head, reaching out to pluck a strand of hair from Fu Qitian's head. With a swift gesture, he soon uncovered the identity of the one who had been observing him. The Tiangui Pavilion, quite intriguing. Has your adversary sought to purchase information about you there? Lu Xunxian remarked with a hint of amusement, well aware of the Tiangui Pavilion, though he had no direct dealings with them. Upon hearing this, Fu Qitian furrowed his brow, puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. I am on amicable terms with others. Where would all these enemies come from? Coughing, Lu Xunxian shot Fu Qitian a disbelieving glance. He certainly believed that Fu Qitian was cordial with others. But he found it hard to accept that this individual was genuinely amicable. If he truly were, he would not have left a trail of over 10,000 fallen cultivators in his wake. Are you considering seeking revenge? Lu Xunxian inquired about Fu Qitian's thoughts. But Fu Qitian shook his head. No, I only wish to serve by my master's side for now. Other matters can be set aside. At this moment, the first among the Saint Emperors was no longer Fu Qitian, but merely Lu Xunxian's loyal steward. Fu Bo, very well, as you wish. Since Fu Qitian himself had not expressed any intentions, it was even less likely that Lu Xunxian would voice any. Chapter 53, Hesitation, Confidence. Fifth uncle. So Fu Qitian has indeed attained the status of Saint Emperor? On the journey back to the Qingfeng sacred land after leaving the Tiangui pavilion, Feng Qingyu's expression was rather grim as she inquired. Wu Wuji's expression was even more somber, though he still shook his head. Not necessarily. Master Shuaigua has already mentioned that Fu Qitian is currently at the Wandao Academy. It is possible that he has joined their ranks. You must understand that if a Saint Emperor is present during the divination, they can sense the calculations being made. Perhaps the Saint Emperors of the Wandao Academy intervened on Fu Qitian's behalf. That seems likely, Feng Qingyu reassured herself. If Fu Qitian had truly broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, finding Lu Xunxian and the others would become increasingly challenging. Furthermore, considering that Fu Qitian was merely at the peak of the Saint King realm 4 years ago, how could he have not only recovered from his injuries, but also attained the Saint Emperor status in such a short span? Thus, everything should be as fifth uncle has stated. Then, uncle, what shall we do now? Let us return first and consult your master for guidance. Wu Wujie shook his head. This matter not only involved the Holy Emperor, but also extended to the 10,000 Path Academy, a situation beyond his purview. Observing this, Feng Qingyu could only acquiesce, and the two hastened towards the direction of the Qingfeng sacred land. The next day, they finally returned to the Qingfeng sacred land, arriving before Lin Changkong's cave dwelling. Master, your disciple pays respects, Feng Qingyu said, cupping her hands. A calm voice emerged from within the cave. Enter. It was only then that Wu Wujie followed Feng Qingyu into the cave, and upon seeing Lin Changkong, he immediately noticed something amiss, exclaiming in surprise, Old Lin, have you overcome the spirit decline? Yes, I have narrowly passed through the spirit decline, though I now face soul decline, Lin Changkong replied slowly. He did not dwell on the matter further and turned to Feng Qingyu, asking, so, have you discerned the whereabouts of Fu Qitian? However, upon witnessing the expressions on Wu Wujie and Feng Qingyu's faces, Lin Changkong felt a surge of unease and learned from them about the happenings within the Tianji pavilion. Such a thing actually occurred. Lin Changkong's countenance darkened, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen development. So, do you believe Fu Qitian has either ascended to the Holy Emperor or joined the 10,000 Path Academy? It is inconceivable that he could recover from the pinnacle of the Holy King to the Holy Emperor in just 4 years. He must have joined the 10,000 Path Academy, Lin Changkong stated, resolutely dismissing Wu Wujie's speculation, his expression grim. This sort of event has never been heard of in the extensive history of the Holy Land. Hence the latter scenario is far more plausible. Then, since Fu Qitian has joined the 10,000 Path Academy, should we still take action against him? After all, the 10,000 Path Academy is not inferior to our Qingfeng sacred land. Wu Wujie hesitated, knowing the formidable strength of the academy. Beside them, Feng Qingyu was growing anxious. The matter concerned her own reputation, and how could she not be worried? If I had known, I should have acted decisively when we were in Lin village and taken action then. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Not to worry, not long ago, that fellow Su Ruishan sought Qingyu's protection for the 10,000 Path Academy. I believe if Qingyu approaches him now, he would not refuse to hand over Fu Qitian. Lin Changkong said, his expression calm and composed. With this, Wu Wujie and Feng Qingyu recalled their previous encounter, a newfound confidence igniting in their eyes. Indeed, even someone as powerful as Su Ruishan, at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor, personally sought to befriend Feng Qingyu. Fu Qitian is but a minor concern. Surely, Su Ruishan understands the weight of the situation. Very well, then, I shall trouble you, old Wu, to escort Qingyu to the 10,000 Path Academy. But at that moment, Wu Wujie wore a serious expression, looking at Lin Changkong and stating, while I am indeed willing to take Feng Qingyu to the 10,000 Path Academy, first, you must return the 1,000 low-grade spiritual liquids to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Changkong's eyes widened in surprise, soon learning the full story from Feng Qingyu. Sigh. So be it. You may take these inferior spiritual liquids. This matter is inherently unrelated to Wu Wujie, and thus he should not be burdened with these low-grade elixirs. After receiving the storage ring from Lin Changkong, Wu Wuji finally revealed a look of satisfaction and hastened towards the direction of Wandao Academy alongside Feng Qingyu. Once they departed, Lin Chongkong let out a sigh, his expression turning grave. He was well aware of the fact that 2 years prior, a powerful Saint Emperor from Wandao Academy ascended to the position of Saint Sovereign. Yet he could hardly believe that Fu Qitian could recover from the pinnacle of Saint King to that of Saint Emperor within a mere 4 years. If Fu Qitian truly achieved such a feat, would it not render his own stagnation at the peak of Saint Emperor for 5 millennia utterly absurd? One could only hope that it was not Fu Qitian who had broken through to the rank of Saint Emperor. However, even if it were indeed Fu Qitian, one could surmise that Su Ruoshan, who held Feng Qingyu in such high regard, would likely entrust Fu Qitian's fate to her as well. Lin Chongkong pondered inwardly. At this moment, 2 days had passed, and Lu Xunxian had been visiting daily to play with Xiaoyao and Qing Yun, swiftly forging a bond with the 2 children. Feeling that their relationship had grown sufficiently intimate, Lu Xunxian tentatively inquired, Xiaoyao, Qing Yun, where is your mother? I have yet to meet her. Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's question, the previously cheerful expressions on Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun's faces instantly soured. Noticing this, Lu Xunxian hurriedly reassured them. All right, I won't ask anymore. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao shook his head, a hint of coldness gracing his features as he replied, that woman abandoned us when we were too young to remember, leaving for the Qingfeng sacred land. In response to the children's inquiries about the past, Lu Xunxian did not conceal the truth, revealing all that had transpired. Consequently, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun harbored nothing but disdain for Feng Qingyu, devoid of any other sentiments. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian felt a pang of compassion and stepped forward to embrace the 2 little ones, saying, There, let us not speak of her anymore. From this day forth, Sister Qinxue will always be by your side. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun returned her embrace, burying their faces in her shoulder. For some reason, Lu Xunxian felt a damp sensation. Not far away, Lu Xunxian observed this scene, moved, as it had been a long time since he had seen the children so joyful. All right, it's time for dinner, Lu Xunxian declared, shaking his head before turning to the 3 nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian instinctively thought to leave, as Lu Xunxian had not invited her to dine with them in the past few days. However, she did not anticipate that the 2 little ones would tug at her hand, pulling her towards the mansion. Sister Qinxue, please stay for dinner. Well, all right. Noticing Lu Xunxian's lack of refusal, Lu Xunxian hurriedly agreed. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu, en route to Wandao Academy, was inexplicably engulfed by an intense discomfort, as though something extraordinarily precious were about to be taken from her. Chapter 54. The explosive temper of Lu Xunxian at the Wandao Academy. After entrusting Lu Xunxian to Lu Xunxian, Su Ruoshan transferred his position as the academy's head to her and then entered seclusion to strive for ascension. However, not long into his retreat, Feng Qingyu and Wu Wuji stormed into the academy, unaware of the significance of their visit. The 2 were halted at the academy's entrance by the elder in charge of opening the doors. With an air of arrogance, Feng Qingyu declared, I seek an audience with your headmaster. Lead us to him at once. The elder, a peak holy king, frowned at their words. I regret to inform you that the headmaster is currently in seclusion and not receiving guests. What? Feng Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, recalling a previous encounter. But she quickly responded, in that case, have the current person in charge of your academy come to meet me. I am afraid I must insist that you state your purpose for visiting. Otherwise, I cannot assist you, the elder said, his impatience beginning to show. Feng Qingyu was about to erupt in anger. After all, she was a prodigy bestowed with a significant portion of the academy's resources to ensure its future protection. How dare he exhibit such an attitude? Yet, before she could express her fury, Wu Wuji intervened, placing a hand on her shoulder. He shook his head, then turned to the elder with a smile. Esteemed friend, we are from the Qingfeng sacred land. We kindly request your understanding, as we have urgent matters to discuss with your headmaster. Upon hearing Wu Wuji's words, the elder sensed his formidable power, his expression softening slightly. Very well. Please wait here while I inform him. Before entering seclusion, Su Ruoshan had already notified all the elders about Lu Xunxian becoming the next headmaster. Thus, the elder swiftly made his way to the back mountain of the academy and soon arrived at Lu Xunxian's residence. Inside, Lu Xunxian was guiding Lu Xunxian in her cultivation. Upon noticing the elder's arrival, he paused outside the courtyard. After some time, Lu Xunxian concluded her training, opened her eyes, and gazed toward the courtyard. Elder Zhong, what brings you here? She inquired. Headmaster, 2 individuals from the Qingfeng sacred land have arrived, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with you, Elder Zhong replied, stepping forward to relay the details. Upon hearing they were from the Qingfeng sacred land, Lu Xunxian extended his spiritual sense and quickly identified the two visitors outside. Why is she here again? He thought, frowning. Feng Qingyu seemed to have a knack for tracking him down wherever he went. As for Lu Xunxian, having learned from the two youngsters that their mother had joined the Qingfeng sacred land, she harbored no fondness for them. Upon hearing that individuals from the Qingfeng sacred land were visiting, she expressed her disdain and resolutely rejected the meeting. Do not let them in. From now on, if anyone from the Qingfeng sacred land comes, they are to be turned away. Even a man as virtuous as Lu Xunxian was deemed expendable in her eyes, leading her to harbor a deep-seated loathing for Feng Qingyu. She vowed that when the opportunity arose, she would seek retribution against Lu Xunxian's adversaries. Upon receiving a response from the dean, Elder Zheng intended to venture out to confront the intruders. However, it was at this moment that Lu Xunxian spoke up. Let us meet them. We must ascertain their intentions to prevent their incessant disturbances in the future. Given that it was Lu Xunxian who proposed this course of action, Lu Xunxian had no choice but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, she had resolutely decided that regardless of their purpose, she would firmly refuse them. As she followed Elder Zheng outside, Lu Xunxian chose not to accompany them, for he knew he could discern the motives of Feng Qingyu and Wu Wuji from within the estate. At the entrance of the Myriad Paths Academy, Feng Qingyu and Wu Wuji had been waiting for some time. Even with his composed nature, Wu Wuji's countenance had darkened slightly. Elder Wu, why don't we simply barge in? Surely, even if Senior Su were to discover our actions, he would not punish us, Feng Qingyu suggested, her expression equally grim. Just then, Lu Xunxian approached from a distance, her demeanor far from pleasant, accompanied by a disdainful snort. Elder Zheng's expression mirrored her displeasure. If they were to storm in uninvited, would the Myriad Paths Academy retain any dignity? You two intend to force your way into our academy? Are you perhaps declaring enmity between the Qingfeng Holy Land and our Myriad Paths Academy? Who are you? Upon seeing Lu Xunxian, Feng Qingyu felt an inexplicable surge of aversion towards the woman before her. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Lu Xunxian's beauty rivaled her own, or for reasons yet unknown. What? You said you wished to see me, and now that you have, you fail to recognize me? Are you toying with our Myriad Paths Academy? Lu Xunxian, without hesitation, accused Feng Qingyu and the Qingfeng Holy Land of mockery. To her, the feelings of the Qingfeng Holy Land were utterly inconsequential. Feng Qingyu was instantly enraged. Who do you think you are? Is not the dean of the Myriad Paths Academy Su Ruoshan? Beside her, Wu Wuji displayed a hint of skepticism, scrutinizing Lu Xunxian closely. Yet, Lu Xunxian remained unfazed, retorting with a cold laugh. Must I seek your approval for the position bestowed upon me by my master? As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Wu Wuji promptly intervened, shielding Feng Qingyu behind him while addressing Lu Xunxian with a smile. My dear lady, may I inquire your name? Do we share any familiarity? In response to Wu Wuji's somewhat amicable tone, Lu Xunxian offered him a scornful glance. Wu Wuji could scarcely contain himself. As a revered elder of the Qingfeng Holy Land, a peak holy monarch, he was accustomed to respect wherever he went. Yet this insolent girl showed him no deference, which he found intolerable. Elder Wu, please, remain calm. We must prioritize the matter at hand. Seeing this, Feng Qingyu intervened to restrain her elder. With this interruption, Wu Wuji managed to regain his composure, taking a deep breath before addressing Lu Xunxian once more. My lady, we seek an audience with Senior Su Ruoshan. We would be grateful if you could inform him of our arrival. I am afraid, my master is currently in seclusion and will not see anyone. Previously, the Wandao Academy had a rather strained relationship with the Qingfeng Sacred Land. Upon learning that the despicable woman who had wronged Lu Xunxian had joined the Qingfeng Sacred Land, their disdain only deepened, evolving into outright hostility. Observant individuals could easily discern that Lu Xunxian harbored an inexplicable animosity towards them. Nevertheless, Feng Qingyu was determined to make an attempt and promptly spoke up. My dear lady, your master shares a close bond with me. Our visit to the Wandao Academy today is merely for a trivial matter. I kindly ask for your understanding. Upon hearing that Feng Qingyu had a favorable relationship with her master, Lu Xunxian's face betrayed skepticism. However, recalling Lu Xunxian's words, she tempered her impatience and inquired, what is it? We are in search of an individual with whom I share a certain connection. Recently, when we visited the Tianji Pavilion to procure information regarding him, we discovered that he is currently within the Wandao Academy. Moreover, he is not one of your own, so I beseech you to hand him over. Who? For reasons unknown, Lu Xunxian felt a surge of unease upon hearing Feng Qingyu's quest. We are looking for Fu Qitian. Chapter 55. What if I bully you? Indeed. Her nefarious intentions lingered. What could she possibly be plotting? Upon learning that Feng Qingyu was searching for Fu Qitian, it became apparent that she aimed to use him as a means to locate them. Yet, he was genuinely curious. Wasn't it Feng Qingyu who had previously asserted their disconnection? Why, then, had she come knocking on their door? Could it be that she intended to eliminate me and the child? In a flash, Lu Xunxian entertained this possibility, though he swiftly dismissed it. After all, Feng Qingyu was, in essence, the child's mother, and they had not disturbed her. It seemed implausible that she would resort to such drastic measures. Shaking his head, Lu Xunxian decided to observe further, eager to see how Luo Qianxue would address this situation. Upon hearing Fu Qitian's name, Luo Qianxue momentarily froze. She recognized that Fu Qitian was Lu Xunxian's steward. However, she soon sneered, stating, "What? Have you come to our Wandao Academy in search of someone? We have no such person here, so I kindly ask you to leave." With that, she turned to depart. Seeing this, Feng Qingyu felt a surge of urgency and stepped forward, attempting to block Luo Qianxue's path. Yet, at the moment of contact, Luo Qianxue retaliated with a swift strike, sending Feng Qingyu crashing to the ground, gravely injured. "Elder Zheng, you witnessed this. She intended to assault the academy head, and I merely defended myself." Elder Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, his expression turning grave. "Indeed, how dare you lay hands on the academy head? You are courting death. Come forth." At Elder Zheng's command, a multitude of formidable figures surged forth from the Wandao Academy, converging upon Luo Qianxue. They swiftly surrounded Feng Qingyu and Wu Wuji. "Who dares to attack our academy head?" Feeling the overwhelming presence of those nearby, several of whom were mighty saint emperors, Wu Wuji's expression soured. It became evident to him that Fu Qitian was indeed within the Wandao Academy. Yet he remained perplexed as to why Luo Qianxue exhibited such intense animosity towards the Qing Feng sacred land. If one does not yield, it is likely that they would have met their demise today. Wu Wuji rose to his feet and, bowing respectfully to Luo Qianxue, offered an apology. "I sincerely regret this incident. It was indeed our oversight. We are willing to offer our apologies and hope that you might consider the reputation of our Qing Feng sacred land and let this matter rest." With a pained expression, Wu Wuji presented the 1,000 low-grade spirit liquids he had retrieved from Lin Chongkong, placing them in Luo Qianxue's hands. Upon receiving the storage ring and inspecting its contents, Luo Qianxue sneered. "What? Do you think a mere 1,000 low-grade spirit liquids can appease us at Wandao Academy? Or do you regard Wandao Academy as inconsequential in the eyes of your Qing Feng sacred land?" Hearing her words, Wu Wuji inwardly cursed. What had provoked the new head of Wandao Academy to treat them in such a manner? Yet, he could only suppress his fury and looked at Luo Qianxue with an apologetic expression. "I truly have no more resources. I hope you can show leniency. Be gone. If you dare to cause trouble at Wandao Academy again, next time you may not return alive." Luo Qianxue understood the importance of not pushing too hard, lest the Qing Feng sacred land take action. Although with Lu Xunxian's presence, she did not believe that Qing Feng's sacred land could pose a threat to Wandao Academy. She preferred not to excessively rely on his strength. She wished to stand beside him on her own merit, not merely as a decorative figure. Seeing Luo Qianxue dismiss them, Wu Wuji did not dare to linger and hastily left with the gravely injured Feng Qingyu. Once they departed, Luo Qianxue turned to express her gratitude to the arriving academy experts. "Thank you all for coming. No need for such courtesy, headmaster. It is our duty," replied the academy's experts, all of whom were of Saint Emperor rank or higher, yet treated Luo Qianxue with utmost respect. Firstly, she possessed a saint-grade spirit root and was a disciple of the headmaster, destined for immense accomplishments. Secondly, they had all learned that Luo Qianxue had taken Lu Xunxian as her master, a formidable powerhouse capable of overwhelming their entire Wandao Academy. Naturally, she deserved their respect. After they dispersed, Luo Qianxue stored away the ring and turned towards Lu Xunxian's residence. Inside the residence, Lu Xunxian was somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting the seemingly delicate Luo Qianxue to possess such a contrasting demeanor. However, he did not feel repulsed. He understood the reasoning behind her attitude towards Qing Feng's sacred land. Soon, Luo Qianxue rushed in, heading straight for Lu Xunxian. "Master, those two came seeking Elder Fu. Are they enemies of Elder Fu? Should we deal with them directly?" "They are not enemies of Fu Qitian. Let this matter rest here. You have already given them a severe punishment, and they should think twice before returning," Lu Xunxian replied calmly, shaking his head. Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's words, Luo Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to the realization that if the person was not an enemy of Fu Qitian, could they possibly be a friend instead? However, since Lu Xunxian had indicated that she need not concern herself any further, she decided to relinquish her interest. At that moment, the two little ones had just finished their class and upon entering, spotted Luo Qianxue. "Sister Qianxue," they exclaimed, "what have you both learned at the academy today?" Luo Qianxue inquired, gently kneeling to pat the heads of the two youngsters. The children, basking in her affection, felt a warmth of maternal love they had never experienced before. All right, do not trouble your sister Xunxian any longer, for she must prepare to enter seclusion and advance to the sacred emperor realm. After guiding them for some time, and considering that Lu Xunxian had been stagnating at the peak of the sacred king level for a while, it was indeed time for her to focus on her breakthrough. Although the little ones wished for her to play with them, they understood the importance of the matter at hand and reluctantly acquiesced. Oh, you should also engage in your cultivation. Did we not agree to prepare for the Heavenly Saint competition? At your current level, it will be quite challenging to achieve commendable results. Lu Xunxian remarked to his son and daughter, knowing that Lu Xunxian would also be participating in the competition. He realized that his children would likely not secure the top position, while he had means to assist them in breaking through to the sacred emperor realm before the competition. It would ultimately undermine their foundational strength. Thus, a steady and gradual approach to cultivation was the wisest course. Chapter 56. Henceforth, this holy son shall be your strength. Ahem. How dare she? I am on amicable terms with her master. She is merely a disciple of Xunxian. How could she treat me in such a manner? Shortly after departing from the Wandao Academy, Feng Qingyu awoke, seething with anger. It was known that even her master had utilized a significant portion of her resources to request protection for the Wandao Academy in the future. How could Lu Xunxian possess the audacity to act so disrespectfully? Wu Wuji's expression was equally grim as he stated. It is possible that Senior Su Ruishan did not inform her disciples of this matter before entering seclusion, which led to today's events. Upon reflection, Feng Qingyu found this reasoning plausible. Otherwise, how could Lu Xunxian have treated them in such a manner? She resolved to remember today's incident, vowing that once she had grown stronger, she would ensure that Lu Xunxian would pay in blood for her transgressions. However, had she known that Lu Xunxian's talent was on par with her own, she might not have harbored such vengeful thoughts. Soon, they returned to the Qingfeng sacred land. What? The newly appointed dean of Wandao Academy severely injured Qingyu and has refused to surrender Fu Qitian? Upon receiving this news, Lin Shankong's face contorted with rage as he rose to his feet, an uncontrollable aura emanating from him. However, he quickly regained his composure. The reason was that he was currently experiencing the physical decline associated with the 5 declines of heaven and man. Should he recklessly expend his spiritual energy, his corporeal form would shatter. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was ablaze with fury. Feng Qingyu, a disciple held in high regard by her master, has suffered severe injuries at the hands of another, leaving her mentor in a state of profound frustration, unable to intervene. Master, what shall we do now? Feng Qingyu's expression was grim as she settled into her master's cave, consuming a healing elixir to mend her wounds. Lin Shankong inhaled deeply, shaking his head. Let this matter rest for now. Fuji Tian is under the protection of the Wandao Academy, and we cannot confront her. Moreover, you wouldn't want this incident to escalate, as it could draw the attention of Lu Xunxian and your 2 children. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. She had never experienced such humiliation since her cultivation began, nor had she ever faced defeat in such a manner. Yet, she had no choice but to accept the situation. I understand, Master. Her only hope now was that Lu Xunxian and others would refrain from disturbing her, jeopardizing her future. As for the injuries sustained at the Wandao Academy, Feng Qingyu estimated it would take her nearly half a year to fully recover. During this time, she resolved not to waste effort on Lu Xunxian and others. She needed to dedicate herself to her cultivation, striving to reach the Emperor realm before the Heavenly Saint Grand Competition. By the way, old Lin, to extricate myself from the Wandao Academy, I had to gift the new head of the academy 1,000 portions of low-grade spirit liquid. You wouldn't expect me to cover that cost, would you? At this moment, Wu Wuji suddenly recalled this matter and looked toward Lin Shankong. Upon hearing this, Lin Shankong winced slightly, but dutifully retrieved 1,000 portions of low-grade spirit liquid to return to Wu Wuji, for it was unreasonable to expect someone to work without compensation. Master, I shall take my leave now. With matters settled, Feng Qingyu rose, intending to return and enter seclusion to heal her injuries. However, she did not anticipate that upon leaving her master's cave, she would encounter Gu Tianxing. Qingyu, who has harmed you? Gu Tianxing approached, his face a mask of unrestrained fury. Upon Feng Qingyu's return to Qingfeng's sacred land, news of her injuries had reached him. Initially skeptical, given her formidable strength and the backing of the sacred land, he wondered who could dare to harm her. But upon seeing her condition, his anger ignited. He had always held Feng Qingyu in the highest esteem, fearing even the slightest harm would come to her, and witnessing her injuries naturally incited his rage. In the presence of Gu Tianxing, Feng Qingyu felt a fleeting sense of guilt but maintained her composure. It was merely an injury sustained during an outing. It is of no consequence, just a trivial matter. Impossible. How could someone dare to harm you? This is a blatant disregard for me, the Holy Son, Gu Tianxing declared, filled with murderous intent. As a prodigy endowed with divine roots, he prided himself on his unparalleled talents, having reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm in merely 20 years. Thus, he held little regard for anyone else. Given time, he vowed to trample all who stood in his way. Upon hearing the name Gu Tianxing, Feng Qingyu, whose heart should have been profoundly moved, instead found herself cursing inwardly. Could Gu Tianxing not perceive her reluctance to pursue the matter? Why did he persist in urging her to reveal the identity of the perpetrator? Thank you for your kindness, esteemed son. But I wish to cultivate diligently and avenge myself with my own strength, she declared. Please excuse me. I must return to tend to my injuries and cannot accompany you any longer. With that, fearing further inquiries from Gu Tianxing, Feng Qingyu hastily departed, returning to her cave dwelling, where she raised a protective barrier and began her healing process. Gu Tianxing's expression darkened. He was not disheartened by Feng Qingyu's refusal. In his view, a woman like her should behave this way, rejecting assistance and embracing independence and strength. As he gazed upon her cave, a flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes, and he murmured, Qingyu, have you always walked this path alone? Worry not, you need not strive so hard anymore. I shall be your strength. With that declaration, a murderous intent flickered across Gu Tianxing's face. He waved his hand, and in an instant, several cloaked figures emerged from the void, encased in black robes. They were the shadow guards assigned to him by the Saint Lord Qing Feng, tasked with protecting Gu Tianxing and assisting him in resolving various issues. Go investigate who harmed Qingyu. Once you ascertain their identity, do not act hastily. I shall take matters into my own hands, he commanded. Understood, esteemed son. The shadow guards replied before vanishing back into the ether. Gu Tianxing felt no concern for them. Each possessed the strength of a saint king and excelled in the art of concealment, rendering them undetectable even to a saint emperor unless they scrutinized closely. After the shadow guards departed, Gu Tianxing's expression grew fierce. Whoever dares to harm my Qingyu shall pay with their blood. Chapter 57. The Fusion Cave. Soon, another year passed, and with the assistance of Lu Xunxian, Lu Xunxian managed to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Thank you, Master, she said, clenching her fists as she felt the immense power coursing through her, barely able to believe it. Clearly, achieving such a breakthrough to the Saint Emperor level in such a short span exceeded her expectations. Your innate talent is formidable. Reaching the Saint Emperor realm was merely a matter of time. However, it appears your physical body is somewhat unstable, Lu Xunxian remarked after examining her. He noted that her physical form seemed weakened and could not keep pace with her newfound power. Lu Xunxian was taken aback, about to respond when Lu Xunxian continued. I intend to take Xiaoyao and Qingyun to the Fusion Cave to strengthen our bodies. You should join us. The Fusion Cave? Lu Xunxian's breath quickened. Disbelief etched on her features. Master, are you referring to the Fusion Cave that I know? Surely there cannot be another one in the Holy Saint Continent? Lu Xunxian retorted. And Lu Xunxian immediately became agitated. The Central State was renowned as the most powerful among the 5 domains, partly due to its abundant spiritual energy and partly because of the existence of the Fusion Cave. The so-called Fusion Body Immortal Cave is a cavern nestled within the sacred Chengtian Mountain, imbued with an enigmatic force. Upon entering the cave, one's physical form undergoes a cleansing by this mysterious energy. The deeper one ventures into the cavern, the more potent this force becomes. Even the mightiest of holy emperors are unable to reach its innermost depths. This cave is named Fusion Body Immortal Cave because it is said to connect to the realm of immortals through Chengtian Mountain. Master, can you enter the deepest part of the Fusion Body Immortal Cave? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xunxian cautiously inquired. She was aware of Lu Xunxian's extraordinary strength, yet the extent of his power remained a mystery to her. I do not know. I have never tried. Let us proceed, Lu Xunxian responded, stepping into the courtyard and addressing Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun about their journey to the Fusion Body Immortal Cave. He then turned to Lu Xunxian and said, Let us go? Yes. Lu Xunxian hurried to stand before Lu Xunxian. With a mere thought, he shattered the space before them, creating a spatial rift. Taking the hands of his son and daughter, he entered, prompting Lu Xunxian to follow closely behind. After a brief insensing of time, at the mountainside of Chengtian Mountain, a spatial fluctuation heralded the emergence of a rift. The figures of Lu Xunxian and his companions stepped through. Upon realizing their rapid transition from the distant Wandao Academy to Chengtian Mountain, Lu Xunxian gasped in astonishment. It had taken merely a brief moment. A feat even the most esteemed master could not achieve. Just how powerful is Master? However, Lu Xunxian felt little astonishment. Had he not wished to showcase the wonders of the heavenly holy continent to his children and allow Wang Kai to demonstrate his capabilities, he would have simply torn through space to advance. Soon, they arrived before the fusion body immortal cave. Although it was a cave, its size was formidable. The entrance alone spanned dozens of miles. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Lu Xunxian and the others sensed an intangible force gently emanating from within. Master, I have just attained the Holy Emperor realm. Would it be too perilous to enter the fusion body immortal cave now? Lu Xunxian nervously swallowed. From what she had heard from her master, the cave was exceedingly treacherous. Even a holy emperor could venture only a mile inside, and a holy emperor could not penetrate more than 10 miles. The highest recorded depth of entry was achieved by the extreme void holy emperor, who reached 38 miles before being unable to proceed further. Any deeper, and one's body would succumb to the cave's overwhelming energy. In response, Lu Xunxian remained unperturbed. Simply follow me inside. After stating this, he stepped into the fusion body immortal cave, prompting Lu Xunxian to hastily follow suit. At the entrance of the cave, several holy kings were present, receiving the cleansing energy that flowed from the fusion body immortal cave. Although their experience was not as profound as direct entry, it sufficed for their needs. At that moment, one of them noticed Lu Xunxian leading Lu Xiaoyao and 2 others into the merging body immortal cave, and, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "Look, someone is taking others into the merging body immortal cave." What? Someone is actually bringing others into the merging body immortal cave? Hiss. Does he not fear for his life? Entering alone is already perilous enough, yet he brings others along. This is tantamount to courting death. Everyone believed Lu Xunxian was seeking his own demise. However, they did not anticipate his calm demeanor. Even Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun beside him remained unperturbed. Thus, they watched in disbelief as Lu Xunxian and his companions gradually disappeared from their sight. Within the merging body immortal cave, there existed restrictions that greatly suppressed one's divine consciousness. It is said that even a saint emperor would find their awareness limited to a mere 10 miles upon entering. Stay close to me, and do not exceed a distance of 10 zhang. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, Lu Xunxian stated in a steady tone. Holding the hands of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, he had set up an energy barrier within that 10 zhang radius, as long as they remained close. The formidable force within the merging body immortal cave would not harm them in the slightest. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian's admiration for Lu Xunxian's strength continued to grow. The ease with which he led others into the merging body immortal cave left her questioning whether her master was truly a saint emperor. With a heart full of inquiries, they soon entered the 10-mile radius of the cave. Here, they observed several pinnacle saint emperors meditating within the cave, purifying their physical forms. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Xunxian's entrance with 3 companions, they were understandably taken aback and subsequently struck by that enigmatic force. Fortunately, they quickly regained their composure, thus avoiding being vanquished by that mysterious energy. Nevertheless, they were left in utter disbelief, pondering the strength of the individual before them who could bring 3 others into this space, seemingly unaffected by the profound power of the merging body immortal cave. Soon, with their gazes upon them, Lu Xunxian and his group pressed further in, reaching a distance of 20 miles. Here, they encountered several elders seated within the cave, their eyes closed, appearing devoid of life. These 3, they are saint emperors. Lu Xunxian recognized them swiftly, astonished to discover that the renowned saint emperors of the heavenly saint continent had perished within the merging body immortal cave. It is normal. They must have succumbed to the power of the immortal source upon entering, obliterated by it. After a brief observation, Lu Xunxian discerned the cause of their demise. Shaking his head, Lu Xunxian, however, seized upon an important term from Lu Xunxian's words, immortal source power. Realizing something, she swallowed hard and inquired, "Master, what is this immortal source power?" "You do not need to know just yet. You will understand once you ascend to the immortal realm," Lu Xunxian replied, clearly unwilling to divulge further details. Seeing this, Lu Xunxian resigned herself to silence. At that moment, Lu Qingyun tugged at Lu Xunxian's hand, looking up at him with an expression of earnest plea. "Father, can we allow those 3 grandfathers to find peace in the earth? They look so pitiable sitting here. The innocence of children is ever so pure. If it were anyone else, they might struggle to fulfill Lu Qingyun's request, but Lu Xunxian is no ordinary individual." "Very well. Let them rest in peace," he said with a smile, then turned his gaze to the lifeless forms of the 3 elders. In an instant, a mighty force enveloped their bodies, interring them within the depths of the Rongxian immortal cave. Naturally, the storage rings they possessed were collected by Lu Xunxian. Such items, being unable to accompany one in death, served as a fitting token for granting them eternal rest. After this brief interlude, Lu Xunxian continued onward, soon arriving at the limits reached by the extreme sky holy emperor, a depth of 38 miles. However, as Lu Xunxian observed Lu Xunxian, she detected no sign of pressure upon him. It is noteworthy that Lu Xunxian bore companions, while the former extreme sky holy emperor ventured alone, faltering at this very point. Yet, Lu Xunxian remained unfazed. Even with his strength constrained to that of a peak holy emperor, he surpassed his predecessors effortlessly. Before long, Lu Xunxian guided them to a depth of 50 miles within the Rongxian immortal cave. Upon reaching this juncture, he chose not to descend any further, for the energy present was ample to enhance their physical forms. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian's worldview had been dramatically transformed. It was only after Lu Xunxian halted that she exhaled in relief, fearing that her fragile heart could not endure any further descent. This energy is sufficient for your cultivation. Remain here while I venture deeper, Lu Xunxian declared, waving his hand to establish a formation. As long as Lu Xunxian and the others stayed within 100 feet, they would face no peril. Master, do you still intend to delve deeper? This depth seems adequate. I'm concerned for your safety, she expressed with genuine worry. For throughout the ages, no one had ever been known to reach the depths of the Rongxian immortal cave. Lu Xunxian simply waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. Do not fret, this Rongxian immortal cave poses no threat to me. My strength is more than sufficient to reach the summit. You all may cultivate peacefully here. With the formation successfully set, the chaotic celestial energy within the cave was transformed by Lu Xunxian into a gentler force, suitable for the three individuals to absorb. After completing this task, he turned to Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, instructing, Xiaoyao, Qingyun, father has matters to attend to. You shall cultivate here alongside Sister Qinxue, understood? Yes. Father, I understand. I will protect my sister well. You may go with peace of mind, Lu Xiaoyao assured, thumping his chest in confidence. Yet, the more Lu Xunxian heard, the more he felt something was amiss. Though as Xiaoyao was his son, he refrained from voicing any concerns. With that, Lu Xunxian stepped beyond the formation's perimeter, and the tumultuous celestial energy surged toward him relentlessly. As Lu Xunxian approached, he found himself impervious to the Tao rhythm emanating from him, to the extent that even the edges of his garments remained undisturbed. Thus, Lu Xunxian delved deeper, swiftly disappearing from Lu Xunxian's sight. Although she was filled with immense concern, she could only choose to follow Lu Xunxian's lead, and with Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, she began her cultivation within the array. It must be said that Lu Xunxian now possessed a terrifying mastery over the art of formations. Within the array, Lu Qinxue felt the formation continuously purifying her physical body, rendering her increasingly powerful. Her expression was one of sheer astonishment. If this trend continued, after a decade of cultivation in the fusion body immortal cave, her physique could become formidable enough to rival that of a holy emperor. The violent force of the immortal source could not hinder Lu Xunxian in the slightest. Where others could not tread, he advanced step by step, soon arriving at the very end of the fusion body immortal cave. There, he beheld an enormous cavern, at the center of which floated a massive golden sphere, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. The power of the immortal source here had reached a terrifying level. Not even a holy emperor could withstand it, and even a true immortal would be obliterated in an instant. This is intriguing, Wanzhong. Do you recognize the significance of this object? Lu Xunxian inquired with a hint of playful curiosity. Upon his words, Wanzhong the immortal king emerged from within Lu Xunxian. But the moment he did, he was nearly crushed by the force of the immortal source. Had it not been for Lu Xunxian's timely intervention, he would have been obliterated. So it is this thing. Upon seeing the golden sphere, Wanzhong could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Not only in his current state, but even at the height of his power, he would have approached this object with the utmost caution. What exactly is it? Seeing Wanzhong's reaction, Lu Xunxian's interest only deepened. Master, this object is known in the immortal realm as a Tao spirit. It is said that Tao spirits are born from the power of the heavenly Tao, possessing the strength of a true immortal from the moment of their birth. And over time, they can grow to the level of a holy emperor. Wanzhong the immortal king quickly explained. It is known that the average individual, let alone reaching the realm of holy emperor, would spend their entire life striving to attain even true immortal status. Yet, a Tao spirit begins with the power of a true immortal and can reach the pinnacle of a holy emperor, thus achieving what others could only dream of. However, Master must also be cautious. The emergence of a Tao spirit will inevitably attract the attention of many powerful beings in the immortal realm. At that time, the heavenly holy continent will likely face a storm of bloodshed and chaos. As he spoke, Wanzhong's expression grew exceedingly grave. The appearance of a Tao spirit would create a significant uproar, and it was likely that all the powerful entities of the immortal realm would take note of the commotion. Most importantly, a Tao spirit is born as a creature devoid of any intelligence, easily controlled with a little manipulation. This means that once the Tao spirit is subdued, it would equate to having a holy emperor as a formidable ally in the future. Chapter 59. Sister Xinxue, why have you been gazing at my father? If one were ignorant of the circumstances, one might disregard this spiritual essence. However, now that I am enlightened, I could hardly allow this essence to slip away. Yet, it is imperative for the master to heed a crucial point. Even if the spiritual essence ascends to the realm of the immortal emperor, its lifespan is merely 100 million years. At this juncture, the king of 10,000 layers reminded us. For an immortal king, 100 million years is but a fleeting moment of seclusion. Oh, but why is that so? Lu Xunxian expressed his astonishment, as it was commonly understood that upon transcending to the status of immortal king, one would escape the clutches of time and achieve immortality. Why then does this spiritual essence possess a mere 100 million years of life, despite having reached the immortal emperor level? The king of 10,000 layers shook his head and explained. The spiritual essence is born of the heavens and the earth. Its cultivation does not require resources. From the moment of its birth, it grows stronger, reaching the pinnacle of a mortal emperor within a century. Perhaps it is a flaw, a counterbalance against such a celestial anomaly. Thus, even at its peak, the spiritual essence is granted only 100 million years of lifespan. Nonetheless, 100 million years is ample time, Lu Xunxian remarked nonchalantly. By then, I shall have ascended beyond the immortal emperor realm, rendering the spiritual essence of little consequence. However, if a way could be devised to address the essence's predicament, it could serve as a guardian by my daughter's side. A commendable choice indeed. It appeared that the spiritual essence would require another decade before its emergence. After a brief analysis, the king of 10,000 layers observed, while Lu Xunxian waved his hand and established several celestial-grade formations around the essence to obscure it from the perception of mighty beings in the immortal realm. At present, Lu Xunxian was not yet invincible in the immortal realm, thus he needed to exercise caution. Once the essence's aura was concealed, the king of 10,000 layers returned to Lu Xunxian's body. With the essence's issue addressed, Lu Xunxian retraced his steps and soon found himself back within the formation. Observing Lu Xunxian and the others still engaged in absorbing and refining the power of the immortal source, he chose not to disturb them, instead sitting quietly to meditate. Before long, 7 days had elapsed. Lu Xunxian concluded her cultivation and, upon opening her eyes, beheld Lu Xunxian meditating not far away. Captivated by his strikingly handsome visage and the intense focus he exhibited in repose, she found herself entranced. It was only when Lu Qingyun's voice pierced the silence that she snapped back to reality. Sister Xinxue, why have you been staring at my father? Lu Xunxian finally reacted, her alabaster cheeks flushing a delicate crimson, though this hue quickly faded. I was not. I merely just finished my cultivation. Noticing Lu Xunxian's stubborn denial, Lu Qingyun was about to press further when her brother intervened, shaking his head to signal her to refrain from continuing the inquiry. As Lu Xunxian turned her gaze back to Lu Xunxian, she was astonished to find him standing before them. Yet, he seemed oblivious to their earlier exchange, directly inquiring. Have you all completed your cultivation? If so, let us depart. There is no need to inquire further. Lu Xunxian has discerned that they have achieved physical perfection and no longer require the absorption of celestial energy. Father, Qingyun has completed her training, and I feel as though I could send Wang Kai flying with a single punch. With a gleeful demeanor, Lu Qingyun gestured animatedly towards Lu Xunxian, her mind already contemplating a potential contest with Wang Kai upon their return. Within the secluded chamber of the Lu Xunxian estate at Wandao Academy, Wang Kai, who was diligently refining spiritual treasures to enhance his bloodline, suddenly awoke with a start. How peculiar. Why do I sense an unsettling premonition? He dismissed the thought, resolving to swiftly absorb and refine the remaining spiritual treasures. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes once more, his aura steadily growing in strength. As his bloodline ascended, his realm would inevitably follow suit. Let us return home, Lu Xunxian announced as they made their way out of the fusion cave. Outside the cave, several Saint Kings continued their slow-paced training. The Saint King who had previously witnessed Lu Xunxian and the others emerge from the cave opened his eyes to find them exiting. Quick look, they've actually come out alive, he exclaimed. As he spoke, the others turned towards the cave's entrance but saw no one, leading one of the Saint Kings to scoff at the speaker. Kong Laosi, are you jesting with us? That is the fusion cave. Even a Saint Emperor cannot enter, let alone remain for 7 days. Laughter erupted as they teased Kong Laosi, who, despite feeling innocent, had genuinely seen Lu Xunxian and the others appear, only for them to vanish in an instant. Even if he were somewhat naive, Kong Laosi recognized that Lu Xunxian was undoubtedly a formidable Saint Emperor, a cut above the rest. However, he refrained from sharing this insight with his companions, well aware that they would not believe him. It was wiser to remain silent and focus on his training. Half a stick of incense later, Lu Xunxian returned to Wandao Academy with the others. For Lu Xunxian, the past 7 days felt surreal, reshaping her worldview entirely. She grew anxious about the disparity between herself and Lu Xunxian, wondering if he regarded her with any esteem. With these thoughts weighing on her, Lu Xunxian turned to Lu Xunxian and offered an apology. Master, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to and may not be able to return for a while. Lu Xunxian paused, not wishing to impede her, but gently reminded her. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Master, Lu Xunxian replied with a faint smile before departing with a troubled gait. After her exit, Lu Xunxian intended to seek out the two little ones, but was unaware of their whereabouts. Back at Wandao Academy, Lu Xiaoyao had returned home and led his sister to a secluded corner of the academy, where they finally came to a halt. Brother, why did you stop me in the fusion cave earlier? It was only at this moment that Lu Xingyun displayed a curious gaze. Being relatively innocent, she was, of course, unaware of the implications behind Lu Xunxian's earlier expression. However, Lu Xiaoyao, more mature for his age and influenced by his peers, possessed a better understanding of matters of affection between men and women. Thus, he discerned that Lu Xunxian was likely enamored with their father. What? Sister Xunxian has taken a liking to father? Lu Xingyun exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she turned to her brother. Should we assist Sister Xunxian? Yet. Lu Xiaoyao wore a mysterious expression, folding his arms behind his back, and shook his head. No, little sister. Our time spent with Sister Xunxian has been brief. What if her interest in father is merely due to his formidable strength? We must ascertain that her affection for him stems from his essence as a person, not merely from his prowess. After all, wasn't it because that woman viewed father as an ordinary man that she chose to leave us? At the mention of past events, both Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun's spirits dampened. Their father had elucidated the circumstances surrounding their mother's departure, and they understood why she left. Thus, they were apprehensive. If Sister Xunxian were to become their mother, what if their father were to lose his strength in the future? Or what if Sister Xunxian were to surpass him? Would she then choose to abandon him and, by extension, them? Therefore, they felt it prudent to approach the matter of selecting a mother with caution, believing it necessary to observe Sister Xunxian for a longer period. Unbeknownst to the two little ones, their musings had already reached Lu Xunxian's ears. He chuckled softly, shaking his head at their earnest endeavors to find him a partner. Having experienced love during his years with Feng Qingyu, he was not inclined to pursue romantic entanglements again in the near term. At that moment, the two children entered the room but exhibited a hint of awkwardness upon seeing Lu Xunxian. Despite their precociousness at the tender age of 9, they struggled to conceal their emotions. Soon, Lu Qingyun hurried to Lu Xunxian, her large eyes blinking innocently as she asked, Father, do you like Sister Xunxian? Why do you ask such a question? Lu Xunxian feigned surprise, intrigued by her inquiry. However, Lu Qingyun, with her hands behind her back and her gaze cast downward, shyly replied, I wish to know if you like Sister Xunxian and if she might become our mother. Not far away, Lu Xiaoyao widened his eyes at this exchange. No, little sister. We agreed to create opportunities for father to grow closer to Sister Xunxian. Why did you go and ask her directly? But it was too late to retract her question, and he could only watch anxiously as he turned his gaze toward Lu Xunxian. He hoped for Sister Xunxian to become their mother, yet he worried that her affection was insincere, stemming solely from their father's strength. Observing their anxious expressions, Lu Xunxian chuckled and shook his head. At present, the elder harbors no romantic feelings for Sister Xunxian. However, he cannot guarantee that such sentiments may not arise in the future, nor can he assure that Sister Xunxian will not eventually become your mother. The events to come are uncertain, even for the current Lu Xunxian. Nevertheless, he did not speak too definitively, as Lu Xunxian was eavesdropping just outside the courtyard. Outside, Lu Xunxian concealed her presence, and upon hearing Lu Xunxian's words, a myriad of emotions flickered across her face. She had not anticipated that after spending over a year with Lu Xunxian, he felt no affection for her whatsoever. However, after hearing his subsequent remarks, she took a deep breath, reaffirming her resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not concede. She was determined. As the saying goes, one does not relent until reaching the Yellow River or turn back until hitting the southern wall. This embodies the current state of Lu Xunxian. Within the courtyard, upon hearing Lu Xunxian's words, Lu Qingyun and Lu Xiaoyao felt their earlier tension dissipate. They wished for Sister Xunxian to become their mother, but were also apprehensive about the possibility of past events repeating themselves. Thus, hearing their father's response brought them a sense of relief. They simply were not prepared yet, and when they were ready, it would not be too late for Sister Xunxian to assume the role of their mother. All right, you two go play. Your father has matters to attend to. Lu Xunxian waved his hand, sending his children away before turning back into the mansion. Not long after, Lu Xunxian managed to compose herself and return to the courtyard. accompanying the two little ones in their training. However, the moment the children realized that Sister Xinxue could potentially become their mother, their attitudes towards Lu Xunxian subtly transformed, though they remained oblivious to this shift. Inside the mansion, Lu Xunxian observed the grave expression on Fu Qitian's face and discerned that he had something significant to convey. As anticipated, Fu Qitian spoke up moments later. Master, I wish to return and seek vengeance. Vengeance? Are you certain that with your current strength, you can go back for retribution? Lu Xunxian inquired, shaking his head. Previously, he had been unable to fathom Fu Qitian's background, but now, he perceived his past clearly. Upon hearing this, Fu Qitian's face reflected bitterness, yet he resolutely declared, the vendetta against my clan cannot go unavenged. I once vowed that the day I reached the rank of Saint Emperor would be the day of my retribution. Fu Qitian's past was far from idyllic. He had once lived in a family of modest strength overseen by a Saint Emperor. However, this tranquility was short-lived, as the clan was soon obliterated by a more formidable family. Fu Qitian, along with two maidservants, narrowly escaped thanks to the valor of the clan's strongest members. Following this, the surviving Fu Qitian dedicated himself to relentless training, ultimately attaining the pinnacle of Saint Emperor. Consequently, when his former clan learned of his ascension, they dispatched 5 peak Saint Emperors to hunt him down. Had it not been for Lu Xunxian's fortuitous arrival, compounded by their own provocations toward him, Fu Qitian would have surely met his end. Thus, having cultivated to the rank of Saint Emperor and solidified his power, his foremost intention became vengeance. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Xunxian realized that persuading Fu Qitian was futile. He extended his hand and presented a sword to Fu Qitian, the very artifact from that day. Master, what is this? Fu Qitian inquired. Accept it. This weapon is of little significance to me, yet it may prove invaluable to you. If you acknowledge me as your master, then take this celestial sword, Lu Xunxian insisted, his tone resolute. Hearing this, Fu Qitian's expression turned somber, and after a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze and accepted the celestial sword. Thank you, master. Your benevolence is beyond measure, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Upon avenging my family, I shall serve you faithfully for eternity. Fu Qitian knelt before Lu Xunxian, bowing 3 times in deep reverence. After completing this act, he turned and departed, setting his sights on the Li family, the sworn enemies responsible for the ruin of his clan. Chapter 61. The Li family, though fraught with peril. With my celestial sword to safeguard him, Fu Qitian would not face life-threatening dangers. Everything lay within Lu Xunxian's control, and Fu Qitian's future was transparent to him. He would likely sustain some injuries, but death was not a concern. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell further. Gifting the celestial sword was already the greatest assistance he could render as a master, and the remainder of the matters would require Fu Qitian to resolve on his own. The Tianxin continent is vast and expansive. While it is true that supreme beings at the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm are exceedingly rare, numbering merely over 20, there are nonetheless more than 200 Saint Emperors. Among them, those who preside over forces can dominate a region for at least 100,000 years. In the western heavens, the Li family of Tianzhou is currently adorned in festive decorations, basking in jubilance. Countless esteemed guests and powerful figures have journeyed from afar. For today marks the 70,000th birthday of the Li family's ancestor, Lu Xunxian. Numerous allies and vassals of the Li family have sent representatives to extend their congratulations. The Huang family of Tian Huangzhou presented a pair of Tianqing holy jade bracelets as a congratulatory gift. The Lin family of Yuanzhou sent 3,000 portions of low-grade spirit liquid as a tribute. The Feng family of Linglongsao brought forth an 11th-grade spirit sword as a present. At the entrance of the Li family, the steward, responsible for receiving gifts, called out as guests entered, approaching a middle-aged man clad in a red robe with a benevolent demeanor. This man is none other than Li Kai, the head of the Li family. With a smile gracing his face, Li Kai welcomed the arriving guests. At that moment, the steward, upon receiving a gift, caught sight of the name inscribed upon it, and gasped in surprise, quickly regaining composure as he announced, Elder Lin Changkong from the Qingfeng Holy Land has sent an 11th-grade spirit treasure. As the steward's words echoed, the powerful figures within the Li family turned their attention towards the entrance, where they beheld the unassuming figure of Feng Qingyu. Goodness! The Qingfeng Holy Land has actually sent someone? It appears the Li family is destined for great success, one murmured. Should we not consider the fact that the Li family has always been on the rise? In my opinion, they are poised to ascend even higher, another remarked. Who would have imagined the Li family had such a close relationship with the Qingfeng Holy Land? It seems that in the future, apart from the Holy Land, none would dare to provoke the Li family. They whispered among themselves, their words filling Li Kai with immense pride. Establishing a connection with the Qingfeng Holy Land was indeed a remarkable honor for the Li family. Simultaneously, a signal was sent, instilling a sense of trepidation in the enemies of the Li family regarding the connection between the Qingfeng's sacred ground and the Li clan, thereby deterring them from taking action. After tidying his attire and adjusting his demeanor, Li Kai approached Feng Qingyu with a smile. He paused before her and politely inquired, "May I ask who this young lady is?" "I am Feng Qingyu, here on the behest of my esteemed master to congratulate elder Lu Xunxian on his birthday," came Feng Qingyu's calm response. Upon learning that she was a disciple of Lin Chongkong, Li Kai felt a surge of respect. "Oh, so you are a disciple of Elder Lin. May I inquire as to your companion?" At that moment, he noticed the figure beside Feng Qingyu, none other than Gu Tiansheng, who was always in her company. "I am Gu Tiansheng, the saint's son of the Qingfeng's sacred ground," he declared with a serene smile. Li Kai gasped in astonishment. Clearly taken aback by the presence of the saint's son. He was aware that the Qingfeng's sacred ground had a saint's son, but it was known that they kept him well concealed, seldom revealing himself to the public. He never anticipated his father's 70,000th birthday would attract such esteemed company. "This matter should not be publicized. The consequences may be dire," Gu Tiansheng remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of warning. Naturally, Li Kai could only acquiesce. For to incur the displeasure of the saint's son could spell calamity for the Li family. "Very well, we merely wish to present a gift and then depart," Feng Qingyu stated, preparing to turn away. She had to focus on her training, striving for a commendable ranking in the forthcoming Heavenly Saint tournament. Had it not been for her master's directive, she would not have attended such an event. Gu Tiansheng had followed her upon learning of her whereabouts. Seeing this, Li Kai attempted to retain them, but at that moment, a figure appeared in the skies above the Li family estate. It was Fu Qitian, come to exact vengeance for the annihilation of his clan. "Members of the Li family, come forth to meet your demise." Upon hearing Fu Qitian's words, Li Kai's countenance fell darkly. He looked up at Fu Qitian, but promptly fell silent upon sensing the overwhelming sacred aura emanating from him. That was a holy emperor, far beyond his capacity to confront. Feng Qingyu and Gu Tiansheng, initially intending to leave, found their steps halted, particularly Feng Qingyu, who lifted her head in alarm. Upon recognizing Fu Qitian, her expression soured considerably. She was acutely aware of the formidable presence of a holy emperor and understood that Fu Qitian had indeed ascended to that status. This realization made her quest for information regarding Lu Xunxian and others significantly more challenging. Gu Tiansheng wore a bemused expression, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. "Qingyu, let us withdraw a safe distance. It would be unfortunate to be caught in the crossfire," he suggested, recognizing that Fu Qitian appeared to be prepared for a confrontation, one that could soon erupt into a fierce battle. Though Feng Qingyu longed to stay and observe whether Li Xunxian could vanquish Fu Qitian, she understood the necessity of caution. If possible, she would have preferred to incapacitate Fu Qitian herself and then extract information about Lu Xunxian and his son and daughter from him. However, she knew she must not appear overtly conspicuous, lest Gu Tiansheng discern her intentions. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Feng Qingyu nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure surged forth from the depths of the Li family, standing defiantly before Fu Qitian. It was Lu Xunxian, the esteemed ancestor of the Li clan. His long white hair flowed wildly in the tempest, and his countenance was a portrait of fury as he glared at Fu Qitian. "It is you. Weren't you meant to perish at the hands of my 5 revered sovereigns of the Li family?" he scoffed. "By a stroke of luck, I survived then, but now, it is your clan's turn to face annihilation. I have obliterated the Fu family once, and I can certainly do so again. If you were to bide your time, retreat to a secluded place, and cultivate until you reach the mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm before seeking revenge, I might have hesitated. But you erred gravely by coming to retaliate so soon after your breakthrough." Lu Xunxian could easily discern that Fu Qitian's aura of sanctity was weak, indicating that he had only recently attained the Saint Emperor status. In contrast, Lu Xunxian had spent years solidifying his own power at the mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm. His strength was unfathomable. Even though Fu Qitian was hailed as the foremost individual beneath the Saint Emperor, he was absolutely no match for Lu Xunxian. Chapter 62. The Confrontation. "Oh, is that so? Do you truly believe I am all bravado and no strategy? Today, I shall surely obliterate your Li family." With that declaration, Fu Qitian unsheathed his celestial sword. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, for the celestial weapon could only be forged in the celestial realm, and its use in the mortal world would inevitably provoke a cosmic phenomenon. Upon witnessing the celestial sword in Fu Qitian's grasp, Lu Xunxian's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized that this weapon far surpassed the 12th grade spiritual weapon category and was likely a legendary celestial artifact. Yet, before he could utter a word, Fu Qitian launched an attack, charging at Lu Xunxian. Seeing this, Lu Xunxian gritted his teeth and shouted, "All of you, come forth to assist me. Activate the family formation. Though Fu Qitian wielded a celestial weapon, Lu Xunxian was not to be underestimated. With a slight advantage in realm and the support of the family formation, he stood a chance to defeat or even slay Fu Qitian. If he could seize the celestial weapon from him, the Li family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. As Lu Xunxian's command echoed, the elders of the clan sprang into action, activating the family formation. In an instant, beams of light ascended, transforming the Li estate into a fortress. Countless powerful individuals trapped within the Li family were on the verge of erupting, but Li Kai hastily stepped forward. Everyone, please remain calm. With my father's strength and the aid of our family's formation, he will soon dispatch this intruder. With Li Kai's reassurance, the onlookers regained their composure. Their expressions grave as they turned their attention to the fierce battle unfolding above between Lu Xunxian and Fu Qitian. They were filled with curiosity, wondering whether today would witness the fall of a saint emperor or the obliteration of the Li family. In the skies above, in a mere exchange, Lu Xunxian was sent hurtling away by Fu Qitian's strike. Without the celestial artifact, it would be exceedingly challenging for Fu Qitian to vanquish Lu Xunxian. However, with the artifact at his disposal, it would become a formidable task for Lu Xunxian to defeat Fu Qitian. Lu Xunxian's heart was gripped by fear, yet he forced himself to regain composure. The power of the formation, lend me your strength. As Lu Xunxian uttered these words, an immense force surged forth from the Li family's grand formation, instantly healing the injuries he had previously sustained. This was the essence of the Li family's formation. As long as he remained within it, the primary practitioner, Lu Xunxian, could recover from any wounds that were not instantaneously fatal within mere breaths. With this newfound assurance, Lu Xunxian could not help but let out a hearty laugh. Within this formation, I am an invincible entity. You cannot kill me. Oh, is that so? If that is the case, then I shall first eliminate the holy emperors sustaining the formation, shall I? Fu Qitian scoffed, and in the next moment, he vanished before Lu Xunxian's eyes, reappearing beneath the Li family estate. There, he found dozens of holy emperor elders diligently operating the grand formation. Before they could react, Fu Qitian swiftly wielded his sword, cleaving them in half, leaving them lifeless. At the moment of their demise, the formation crumbled, and by the time Lu Xunxian arrived, it was already too late. Gazing upon the slain holy emperors of the Li family, Lu Xunxian's eyes turned crimson with rage. You seek death, he bellowed, charging once more at Fu Qitian. Yet, bereft of the formation's backing, Lu Xunxian found himself at a distinct disadvantage. His injuries continued to mount, and his vitality waned increasingly. Defeat was evidently only a matter of time. Just then, however, Fu Qitian sensed a chill approach from behind. He raised his celestial sword defensively, but a tremendous force struck it, sending him hurtling away. Once he regained his footing, Fu Qitian turned to face his assailant, who donned a long blue robe, with dark hair and a sinister visage. Who are you? Why do you interfere in my affairs with the Li family? Fu Qitian inquired, his expression grave. He could discern that this individual was nearly equal in strength to Lu Xunxian. While he could handle one Lu Xunxian, the presence of an additional mid-tier holy emperor would likely plunge him into a fierce struggle. The person before you is under the protection of the Qingfeng sacred land. Depart. The mysterious powerhouse replied with an unruffled tone, revealing himself as the ancestral guardian of the Qingfeng sacred land and protector of Gu Tianxing. Earlier, seeing Lu Xunxian in peril, Feng Qingyu became increasingly anxious. In her view, Lu Xunxian must have ingratiated himself with Fu Qitian, and if Fu Qitian continued to rise, it would not be long before Lu Xunxian came to the sacred land with his children. At that point, the pristine image she had painstakingly cultivated within the sacred land would surely be shattered. Contemplating this, Feng Qingyu turned to Gu Tianxing beside her, took a deep breath, and spoke earnestly. Tianxing, I implore you to lend your assistance in dealing with Fu Qitian. As the gentle winds whispered, Feng Qingyu pondered that if she could not extract information regarding Lu Xunxian and her children from Fu Qitian, the only recourse would be to eliminate Fu Qitian himself. Once Fu Qitian was dealt with, the restraints binding her children would dissipate, allowing her to employ her mystical arts to locate them. Oh, Qingyu, pray tell me why? Gu Tianxing was taken aback upon hearing Feng Qingyu request assistance concerning Fu Qitian. Throughout their acquaintance, he had never witnessed her in a position of supplication. The Li family maintains a cordial relationship with my Qingfeng sacred land. Should we, as members of Qingfeng sacred land, stand idly by while the Li family faces annihilation, we risk being exploited by those with ulterior motives, which would undoubtedly tarnish the prestige of our sacred land. Feng Qingyu articulated her thoughts with impeccable clarity. Gu Tianxing contemplated her words for a moment before waving his hand decisively. Old ancestor, act now to preserve Lu Xunxian. Understood, holy son. As the holy son of Qingfeng's sacred land, Gu Tiansheng was accompanied by a guardian. His protector was none other than the mid-stage Saint Emperor, Qin Dao. It was precisely his intervention that transformed the once certain victory into an unpredictable scenario. Chapter 63, Qin Dao's Retreat. The 10,000 Paths Secret Realm. Upon witnessing the interference from Qin Feng's sacred land, Fu Qitian's expression darkened. Do you intend to make an enemy of me, Qin Feng's sacred land? Fu Qitian did not retreat. With the backing of Qin Feng's sacred land, Lu Xunxian had the support of his master. He dismissed the Qin Feng's sacred land as a mere trifling opponent. Qin Dao, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully. Since you are so arrogant, let us see how much substance lies beneath your reputation as the strongest beneath the Saint Emperor. Old ancestor, let us strike together. With that, Qin Dao charged forward, followed closely by Lu Xunxian, creating a pincer movement against Fu Qitian. If it were any other early-stage Saint Emperor, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Yet, he was Fu Qitian, the strongest beneath the Saint Emperor. Ha ha ha, come forth then, let all of you perish. Fu Qitian laughed heartily, turning to assault Lu Xunxian. He needed to find an opening, and it was evident that the already injured Lu Xunxian was the prime target. As Fu Qitian charged towards him, Lu Xunxian's countenance changed dramatically, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, with Qin Dao's assistance, it was Lu Xunxian who was destined for death. However, in the next instant, Fu Qitian unleashed his might. Celestial Slash. This was the martial technique that had earned Fu Qitian his fame, having once slain an early-stage Saint Emperor with his peak Saint King prowess. Now, having ascended to the Saint Emperor realm, Fu Qitian had refined it to an even higher degree. Yet, this technique demanded a tremendous expenditure of spiritual energy, reserved for only the most dire situations. As the blade descended, Lu Xunxian found himself frozen in place, his body reduced to dust, his life extinguished. What? Qin Dao was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his wits. Indeed, such a formidable technique must exact a terrifying toll on one's spiritual energy, making it unlikely for a second execution. However, at that moment, Fu Qitian turned around, grasping his celestial sword tightly, and bellowed, Ling Tian Slash. What? You can still perform it? Qin Dao's countenance changed drastically. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Naturally, he did not forget to take the Holy Sun and Feng Yu with him. Leaving them behind would surely incur significant punishment upon his return. Upon seeing Qin Dao escape, Fu Qitian finally breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, his spiritual energy could only sustain one execution of Ling Tian Slash. If he failed to slay Qin Dao, it would be his demise. Thus, he would not attempt Ling Tian Slash again. At most, he would flee after eliminating Lu Xunxian, planning to seek revenge at Qin Feng Holy Land once he had grown stronger. Nevertheless, he had already harbored resentment towards Qin Feng Holy Land, and given the past events, he vowed to seek vengeance when he became more powerful. In the next moment, Fu Qitian soared into the sky, seemingly departing from the Li family. The members of the Li family, witnessing this harbinger of death finally leaving, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet, at that instant, a blade of sword energy surged from the distance, descending upon the Li family and razing it to the ground, leaving no survivors. How could the grudge of annihilation be settled by the death of merely Lu Xunxian? At the very least, the Li family had to meet a fate akin to that of the Fu family for Fu Qitian to be appeased. Thus, the vengeance of the Fu family was finally avenged. At this moment, within the halls of Wandao Academy, Lu Xunxian gazed towards the direction of Fu Qitian's return, murmuring to himself, how did this become entangled with Qin Feng Holy Land again? Very well, what is destined to be will not be thwarted. If Qin Feng Holy Land provokes me, then let them be extinguished as well. With hands clasped behind his back, his tone remained calm. He had already seen through many matters and no longer feared encountering Feng Qingyu. Should Qin Feng Holy Land bring their troubles upon him, then they too would face annihilation. Today, the teachers of Wandao Academy had taken the two young ones and their classmates out for training, their destination being a secret realm crafted by Lu Xunxian. After some contemplation, Lu Xunxian decided to discreetly follow them. After all, this was the inaugural battle for the two youngsters, and as their father, how could he possibly miss witnessing this moment? Meanwhile, on another front, Qin Dao had led Gu Tiansheng and the others a considerable distance away. Once he confirmed that Fu Qitian was not in pursuit, he finally came to a halt. I apologize, Holy Son. Fu Qitian is far too powerful. I am no match for him. Although Qin Dao could certainly slay Fu Qitian at a tremendous cost, he felt there was no necessity for such a sacrifice, as this was not his own affair, but merely a private matter of the Holy Son. Hearing this, Gu Tiansheng's expression darkened considerably. Feng Qingyu had painstakingly persuaded him to undertake this task, yet now it had failed. How would Feng Qingyu perceive him now? Elder Qin, you are a mid-stage holy emperor. while Fu Qitian has only just broken through to the Holy Emperor. Are you truly no match for him? Qin Yidao's face revealed a bitter expression as he shook his head. The Holy Son, you remain unaware of the formidable prowess of Fu Qitian. For he is indeed the foremost individual beneath the Holy Emperor. Were it not for his possession of a celestial sword, I would hold no fear. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Fu Qitian has somehow acquired such a divine weapon. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Yidao's expression grew exceedingly grave. It is imperative to note that celestial artifacts are a rarity, even within the confines of our Qingfeng Holy Land. With this realization, Qin Yidao took a deep breath and spoke. Holy Son, our immediate priority is to return to the Holy Land and inform the Holy Master of this matter, urging him to intervene and seize the celestial artifact from Fu Qitian. If we can obtain that celestial sword, our Qingfeng Holy Land shall undoubtedly grow even more powerful. Although Gu Tiansheng is often lost in matters of the heart, he is aware of the necessary actions to take in critical moments. This is not the time for idle chatter. Qingyu, I apologize, but we must depart, leaving Fu Qitian to the Holy Master's handling. I understand, replied Feng Qingyu, recognizing the gravity of the situation and nodding in agreement. Thus, the group hastened back to the Qingfeng Holy Land, within the Myriad Path secret realm. Upon breaking through to the Saint King realm and comprehending the Saint's resonance, one can harness the power of heaven and earth to create a secret domain. The Myriad Path secret realm was established specifically by Lu Xunxian for the students of Myriad Path Academy to undergo their trials. Once students enter this realm, they leave behind a restriction that ensures they are forcibly transported out upon the moment of death, thus preventing them from recklessly challenging beasts far beyond their capabilities and facing annihilation. As Lu Xunxian entered the Myriad Path secret realm, the trials for the students commenced. In but an instant, he found himself before his son and daughter. However, he chose not to reveal himself. They must ultimately grow independent, and remaining by their side would not foster their true autonomy. Consequently, Lu Xunxian concealed himself in the shadows, observing quietly. Inside the secret realm, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were not alone. They were accompanied by 4 other youths of similar age, though their cultivation was significantly inferior, the strongest among them merely at the mortal transcendent stage. After all, both Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun possessed celestial-grade spiritual roots and the sacred body, complemented by intermittent assistance from Lu Xunxian. It is only natural that they would excel by a considerable margin. Thus, it resulted in Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun having no opportunity to intervene as they watched their companions take down the beasts one after another. However, this cannot be blamed on Lu Xunxian. Throughout the history of Myriad Path Academy, no students have matched the innate talent of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. In other factions, such promising talents would be carefully nurtured in secrecy. Only Lu Xunxian would bring them to Myriad Path Academy. Brother, why have we not even had the chance to exert ourselves, and yet those beasts are already slain? Lu Qingyun remarked, glancing at the trembling beasts not far away, recalling how their leader was effortlessly reduced to a mist of blood by her single punch. The beasts, in their frustration, lamented. Didn't we agree that only students below the mortal transcendence realm would enter? What on earth are these 2 slaughtering deities? Lu Xiaoyao let out a helpless sigh, then clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of invincibility. Sister, it seems we are far too powerful. These demon beasts are no match for us. Beside him, 4 young companions gazed at him with admiration, for they were indeed his followers, at least for the time being. Boss, what should we do now? One of the slightly stronger followers, possessing the peak of the condensation Dan realm, stepped forward and respectfully inquired. What else can we do? We shall scour this secret realm to our heart's content. After all, we have 3 more days before we are sent out, Lu Xiaoyao declared, embodying the demeanor of a formidable leader. The Wandao Academy had opened the Wandao secret realm for only 3 days. After that, they would be teleported away. Good. The 4 companions shouted in unison, their spirits high. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Lu Xunxian observed this scene with his hands covering his face, seemingly unable to believe that this was his son. Where had the obedient child gone? Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Such a demeanor would prevent him from being deceived in the world of cultivation. However, the purpose of entering the secret realm was to hone their skills. If there was no significant battle to be fought, how could they gain experience? Therefore, my son, do not blame me. All of this is worthwhile for you to excel in the Heavenly Saint competition. Lu Xunxian shook his head, already formulating a plan. Quietly, he made his way to a certain location within the Wandao secret realm, where a long-bodied, black-scaled dragon, exuding an aura of chilling cold, coiled up in a ball. It was the sovereign of this secret realm, a dragon at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Yes, you are the one, Lu Xunxian said with satisfaction, gazing at the dragon. As he spoke, the dragon slowly opened its eyes and regarded him, hissing, Human, begone. The dragon, well aware that it resided within a secret realm crafted by powerful humans, recognized that Lu Xunxian's presence indicated that someone was secretly observing it. Should it take action? It feared that powerful human cultivators would soon intervene. Chapter 64. Trial, Part 1. Confronted by the arrogant dragon, Lu Xunxian's tone remained calm. He merely exchanged a glance. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended, pinning the dragon's proud head to the ground. Feeling this tremendous force, the dragon's expression turned to one of terror. Who are you? Why do you seek trouble with a mere heavenly realm beast? I merely have a small task for you. If you satisfy me, I may grant you your freedom. Lu Xunxian replied indifferently, revealing his request for the dragon to engage with Lu Xunxian and Lu Xunxian. Upon hearing that he was to confront two peak stage royal talents, the dragon's eyes widened in shock. Me? A peak heavenly realm beast taking on two at the peak of the royal realm? Surely you jest? Lu Xunxian anticipated this reaction and reassured him. Rest assured, I will not ask you to work for nothing, should you assist me. I can elevate your realm to the pinnacle of the royal level in a short time. Despite the arduous path that lies ahead for the dragon, it bears no consequence to Lu Xunxian. He understands that this represents a monumental opportunity for the dragon, and that alone suffices. Upon hearing this, the dragon displayed a flicker of hesitation, meticulously contemplating Lu Xunxian's words. The spiritual energy within the myriad path secret realm has dwindled to such an extent that it is incapable of nurturing formidable beasts. This is precisely why Su Ruan Mountain felt secure allowing students to venture within for training. If the dragon agrees to Lu Xunxian's proposal, it could ascend to the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, and perhaps even depart this realm in search of its own celestial destiny. With this thought, the dragon raised its head. Senior, I am willing. Very well, let us prepare, Lu Xunxian replied, retracting his pressure. He raised his hand, and in an instant, a gentle force surged into the dragon's body. Within mere moments, the dragon's realm began to ascend at a visible pace, king realm, sovereign realm, until it finally halted at the peak of the sovereign realm. It was not that Lu Xunxian lacked the ability to elevate the dragon to an even more powerful realm, but rather that the sovereign peak was already sufficient. A breakthrough to the emperor realm would render the trials for his offspring excessively daunting. Thus, the sovereign peak sufficed. Thank you, senior. The dragon, feeling the surge of formidable power within, was astounded. It had never encountered such divine prowess, perhaps due to its confinement within the myriad path secret realm. Nevertheless, to achieve the pinnacle of the sovereign realm in such a short span of time suggested that the individual before it had reached an unfathomable level of strength. Go forth. Confront them. Remember not to hold back. I shall not permit the instructors of the Myriad Path Academy to intervene. If they are slain, it is simply their fate. The four acolytes cautiously approached Lu Xiaoyao, swallowing nervously as they inquired. A dragon, and a sovereign peak dragon at that. Lu Xiaoyao exhaled deeply, yet a shadow of gravity lingered in his brow. Prior to entering, he had conducted thorough research and was aware of the presence of a dragon at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm within the secret domain. He had initially intended to wait until the realm was on the verge of upheaval before attempting to subdue it. As he matured, he had come to find the wealth of his fortune less appealing compared to the imposing presence of the dragon. However, he did not anticipate that the dragon would seek him out, and moreover, that it had ascended from its initial heavenly peak to the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. As the dragon drew nearer, Lu Qingyun and Lu Xiaoyao stood side by side, both gazing toward the approaching creature, already suspecting that the dragon was targeting them. You should leave. The dragon is likely coming for us. Your presence will only hinder our efforts, Lu Xiaoyao instructed the four followers. They were merely at the condensation realm. In such a battle, they would not only be unable to intervene, but would surely perish if even caught in the residual waves of the conflict. Upon hearing this, the four acolytes hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Be careful, boss, they cautioned. With that, they quickly retreated, vanishing from Lu Xiaoyao's sight. Not long after their departure, the colossal dragon appeared before them. The dragon loomed in the air, its form stretching an impressive 1,000 feet, its obsidian scales emanating an aura of chilling power, exuding an overwhelming majesty that cast a shadow over the heavens and the earth. Chapter 65. Trials, Part 2. Is that a dragon? Sister, I shall engage first. Lu Xiaoyao exhibited no fear, summoning 36 10th-grade spirit swords. Though he possessed celestial artifacts, their immense energy consumption rendered them seldom utilized. Moreover, he deemed the dragon before him to be of a manageable caliber, thus perceiving no need to deploy celestial weaponry. Universal sword formation. With a flick of his hand, Lu Xiaoyao gestured, and the 36 10th-grade spirit swords began to whirl behind him. Under his command, they surged toward the dragon. The universal sword formation wielded formidable might. especially as Lu Xiaoyao, being an ancient sacred body, possessed a profound reservoir of spiritual energy, amplifying its potency. It was likely capable of slaying even those at the initial stage of the Emperor realm. However, the dragon was an exceedingly powerful beast. Its bloodline sufficient to elevate it to the sacred Emperor realm since birth. The universal sword formation, albeit mighty, could not vanquish it. The dragon's form shifted, soon transforming into a small dragon humanoid, standing 8 feet tall and enveloped in dark scales. In such high-stakes combat, larger forms were more susceptible to being struck. As the 36 spirit swords flew toward the dragon, it adeptly evaded each strike with remarkable agility, closing the distance towards Lu Xiaoyao with alarming speed. In mere moments, it stood before him, its claw aiming directly for Lu Xiaoyao's heart. Yet, upon contact, an overwhelming sensation of hardness reverberated through the air. Before the dragon could react, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Lu Xiaoyao, sending the dragon hurtling backward, while his attire was torn asunder. It became evident that he wore a blue spirit armor, graded at 12th tier. What? The dragon's expression soured instantly. Though unfamiliar with spirit armor, it instinctively sensed that it could not breach Lu Xiaoyao's defenses. How could I have overlooked this? The dragon lamented, realizing it could not penetrate the defenses of Lu Xiaoyao. At the exit of the secret realm, Lu Xunxian witnessed this scene and felt a wave of regret wash over him as he slapped his forehead, lamenting his oversight. Yet, he could not intervene. Doing so would reveal his meddling to his children, undermining their trial. Thus, he resolved to let the course of events unfold. Lu Xiaoyao, glancing at the spirit armor adorning him, then lifted his gaze toward the dragon, declaring, "Dragon, if you serve me as your master, I can lead you out of this secret realm, otherwise, perish." He had firmly resolved to capture the dragon as a steed, envisioning the envy of his peers at the academy. However, the dragon clan was inherently proud. How could they ever submit to a mere human child? The dragon offered no verbal reply, instead choosing to convey its decision through action, swiftly closing in on Lu Xiaoyao with relentless ferocity. However, it seemed that the Jiaolong realized it could not contend with Lu Xiaoyao. Consequently, Lu Xiaoyao stood with his hands on his hips in midair without making a move. After a while, seeing that it could not harm Lu Xiaoyao, the Jiaolong turned its attention to Lu Qingyun, preparing to strike. Yet, Lu Qingyun also refrained from attacking. And soon, a pink 12-layered spirit armor appeared upon her. Witnessing this scene, the Jiaolong was driven to madness, transforming back into its original form and opening its massive maw to swallow both Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. "Since I cannot defeat you, I shall simply devour and refine you," the Jiaolong thought smugly. However, within its belly, the two young ones were causing a ruckus, employing various techniques. Before long, a mask of agony appeared on the Jiaolong's face. It could no longer endure the commotion and violently expelled the two youngsters. After regurgitating them, the Jiaolong turned and fled into the distance. Indeed, it wished to escape, let Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun fight as they pleased, for it knew it could not prevail against them. "Not good, brother. The Jiaolong is escaping. We must pursue." Seeing their mount about to flee, Lu Xiaoyao waved his hand and summoned his flying sword, chasing after the direction of the Jiaolong's escape. Alas, their disparity in cultivation, coupled with the Jiaolong's inherent advantages, soon rendered them unable to track it further, and the Jiaolong vanished from their perceptive reach. "What a pity, it managed to escape," Lu Xiaoyao growled fiercely. It was essential to note that the Jiaolong was exceedingly rare. Even in the outside world, encounters with such a creature were scarce, and he pondered when he might have the opportunity to find another. Thus, Lu Xiaoyao was unwilling to concede defeat and continued searching within the secret realm. Unfortunately, the Jiaolong had hidden itself remarkably well and evaded their detection. Meanwhile, having escaped the pursuit of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, the Jiaolong found a cave to conceal itself, displaying a visage of relief after narrowly avoiding disaster. "Ah, finally saved." The Jiaolong sighed, realizing that if it had known the situation would prove so troublesome, it would have declined the undertaking. Nevertheless, it consoled itself that it had achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Although unable to leave the secret realm, it could at least prolong its existence for a while. Yet, the Jiaolong's contentment was short-lived, for soon, Lu Xunxian appeared before it. Upon seeing Lu Xunxian, the Jiaolong immediately prostrated itself. "Senior, this matter is not my fault. Those two individuals you mentioned are extraordinarily powerful, and their possessions are immensely valuable. I could not contend with them." The Jiaolong expressed, making its position clear. It had fulfilled its part of the task. Yet the reward provided was insufficient for dealing with Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. In response to its words, Lu Xunxian's expression remained unchanged, calm as ever, as he replied, "You have done well, but now that you have failed to meet my requirements, return what I gave you." As he spoke, Lu Xunxian waved his hand, and the spell Dream of the Ages was cast upon the Jiaolong, directly stripping it of its cultivation, reverting it back to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Upon feeling the alteration within itself, the Jiaolong began to panic, kneeling before Lu Xunxian in desperation. "Senior, I implore you, grant me another chance. This time, it is my fault, but next time, I assure you, I shall succeed." "No, there will be no next time. The secret realm is on the verge of closure, and they shall not enter again." Lu Xunxian shook his head and turned to leave. Yet, the dragon, in a swift motion, leaped before him, clutching his thigh and pleading earnestly. The greatest fear of any being is to savor the taste of success, only to lose it. Even the dragon is not exempt from this. Had he not previously experienced the power at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, he would have felt no loss. However, having tasted that power, how could he endure its absence? Gazing at the dragon's desperate demeanor, Lu Xunxian's expression shifted to one of contemplation, soon formulating a plan. "If you desire me to restore your strength at the peak of the Emperor's realm, then I require you to become my son's steed." He recalled his son's words and, with the birthday approaching, saw fit to gift this dragon to his son as a mount. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed the dragon's face. Pride was ingrained in the very essence of the dragon clan. Even without the cultural inheritance of his lineage, he remained exceedingly proud. Noticing the dragon's reluctance, Lu Xunxian shook his head. "It seems you are unwilling. Then, I shall take my leave." This prompted the dragon to act without further ado, kneeling down at once. "Senior, I understand. I am willing to become your son's steed." At this moment, the dragon was resolute. Having experienced the peak of the Emperor's realm, he could never return to the days of the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Now, he could only hope that the senior's son would be an agreeable master. "Are you certain? If you change your mind later, do not blame me." "Senior, I am certain." The dragon gritted his teeth, accepting the terms. Once the dragon acquiesced, Lu Xunxian did not press further, raising his hand to restore the dragon's mastery of the Emperor's realm. Upon feeling the familiar power return, the dragon exhaled in relief. Lu Xunxian then raised his hand again, and the surroundings shifted, transporting them directly before the Saint Emperor teacher. "Senior." Upon seeing Lu Xunxian, the Saint Emperor bowed respectfully. But upon noticing the dragon beside him, his brow furrowed. After all, he was aware that the director had once plunged into the dragon clan's territory, battling their leader for 3 months to procure this very dragon. What would the director do if he discovered this? "I am taking this dragon with me. You have no objections, I trust?" Lu Xunxian stated with a calm demeanor, yet his tone bore an undeniable authoritative edge. The Saint Emperor realized that should he dare utter even a single word of dissent, he would likely find himself rendered unconscious by Lu Xunxian's might. Thus, he hastily replied, "No problem, Senior. Please proceed as you wish." Upon receiving the agreement from the other party, Lu Xunxian finally departed the myriad Dao secret realm with the Jiaolong. Although he could have directly taken the Jiaolong out of the secret realm, he deemed it more courteous to announce his departure first. As he prided himself on being a person of etiquette, watching Lu Xunxian leave with the Jiaolong, the Holy Emperor teacher finally felt a sense of relief. However, a twinge of anxiety crept in as he pondered. Would the Academy head blame him, a mere Holy Emperor, for the Jiaolong's departure? Perhaps not. Yet he dismissed his worries, realizing it was time to escort his students out of the realm. Outside, upon exiting the secret realm, the Jiaolong greedily inhaled the rich spiritual energy in the air. Overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting on his past existence, he lamented how he might have reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm had he been allowed to cultivate freely. Anger bubbled within him at the thought of one day confronting the old man who had captured him, vowing to exact a 1,000-fold vengeance. Under Lu Xunxian's guidance, the Jiaolong soon arrived at his residence. Once inside, it was imperative that he concealed his true form unless venturing outside. Lu Xunxian furrowed his brow and spoke. "A peak Emperor realm Jiaolong is an immense presence, revealing it would be too ostentatious." "Understood, Senior." The Jiaolong obediently responded, gradually shrinking until he assumed the size he had been during his battle with Lu Xiaoyao. "Find a suitable spot within the residence to settle. Remember, my son must not see you yet, as you are a birthday gift for him." Lu Xunxian's expression turned serious as he imparted this instruction. With the birthday still a few days away, the gift must be given on the day itself. Hearing this, the Jiaolong's mouth twitched, yet he nodded in agreement. Just then, a terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the residence, causing the Jiaolong's expression to shift dramatically. He lay low, trembling in fear, gazing towards the source of the ominous energy. The sky above the residence darkened as thunder rumbled, as if heralding the emergence of a forbidden entity. "It seems the bloodline of Wankai has evolved to that of a celestial beast. I wonder if he can successfully transcend the tribulation. I hope he can," Lu Xunxian mused, shaking his head as he led the Jiaolong and the Baiyu horse away from the residence. The transformation of a first-grade spiritual beast's bloodline to that of a celestial beast would unleash a tribulation as formidable as when Fu Qitian ascended to the Saint Emperor realm. Thus, as the tribulation thundered into existence, the entire central continent was engulfed in upheaval, with countless formidable beings directing their gaze toward the myriad Tao Academy, their expressions grave. Just a few years prior, a Saint Emperor had emerged from the Academy. Could they soon witness the birth of another? Quickly, to the myriad Tao Academy. A storm is brewing there. Within the Qingfeng Holy Land, Ancestor Qini Dao had already informed the Qingfeng Holy Master of Fu Qitian's possession of a celestial artifact. Why did you choose to act against Fu Qitian? Upon learning that Qini Dao had taken action against Fu Qitian, the Holy Master of Qingfeng could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. The foremost figure beneath the Holy Emperor was not to be underestimated, especially now that he had ascended to the realm of the Holy Emperor, his power becoming even more unfathomable. Furthermore, with an immortal artifact in his possession, even the average mid-stage Holy Emperor would likely find themselves outmatched. Holy Master, if anyone is to be blamed, let it be me. It was I who urged Elder Qin to act, for I believed it to be a matter of honor for our Qingfeng Holy Land. If we were to stand idly by while Fu Qitian annihilated our allied forces, what dignity would remain for our Qingfeng Holy Land? Seeing this, Gu Tianxing stepped forth without hesitation. As the esteemed Holy Son, he knew that even the Holy Master would not impose severe punishment upon him. However, the situation was different for Qin Yuyan. Should the Holy Master become aware of her involvement, she would likely face harsh repercussions. Tiansheng, if you had diligently focused on your cultivation within the Holy Land, you would have likely already attained the Holy King realm by now. Nevertheless, since the matter has arisen, I shall take responsibility for it. However, now that we have irreparably offended Fu Qitian, we must ensure that we eliminate him before he grows too powerful. Second Ancestor. Third Ancestor, come forth and meet me. With a heavy sigh, the Holy Master of Qingfeng spoke in a grave tone. As his words fell, two figures appeared before him moments later. They bore the appearance of age, devoid of any discernible aura, yet their mere presence exuded a formidable strength. They were the two venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm within the Qingfeng Holy Land. Though Fu Qitian was merely at the initial stage of the Holy Emperor realm, his possession of an immortal artifact compelled the Holy Master to remain vigilant. If they were to act, they must do so decisively without granting the enemy any leeway. Chapter 67. The Counterattack of the Qingfeng Holy Land. Holy Master, I have something to convey. At that moment, Feng Qingyu could no longer contain herself and stepped forward with a respectful bow. The Holy Master was naturally familiar with Lin Changkong's disciple and inquired, Feng disciple, do you have something to say? Holy Master, was it possible that the Holy Emperor who once underwent tribulation at the Wandao Academy was Fu Qitian? Feng Qingyu was certain that Fu Qitian was present at the Wandao Academy. However, in order to protect her own integrity, she could not divulge too much information. In response, Gu Tianxing echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Holy Master, 3 years ago, a Holy Emperor did appear at the Wandao Academy to undergo tribulation. It is likely that this was Fu Qitian. I implore the Holy Master to investigate the truth at the Wandao Academy. As he spoke, Gu Tianxing could not help but grit his teeth, for he had previously discovered that Feng Qingyu had ventured to the Wandao Academy, resulting in her injury. However, due to the Academy's formidable strength, he had been unable to seek vengeance. Yet now it was not too late. As long as the Holy Master agreed to act against the Wandao Academy, he could accompany him and take his revenge on behalf of Feng Qingyu. Contemplating the words of both individuals, the Holy Master of Qingfeng found their reasoning compelling. After all, the commotion caused by Fu Qitian's breakthrough to the Holy Emperor realm could not have gone unnoticed. It aligned with the account of the Holy Emperor who had broken through at the Wandao Academy. Initially, the Wandao Academy had effectively concealed the news, preventing the powerful beings who came to witness the Holy Emperor's tribulation from glimpsing his true form. Elders, I must trouble you to visit the Wandao Academy. The Holy Master instructed. Very well, Holy Master, the two elders replied, preparing to take their leave. At that moment, Gu Tianxing hurriedly interjected, Holy Master, I request to accompany you. Unthinkable. You are the Holy Son of our Qingfeng's sacred land. This matter is far too perilous for you. The Holy Master decisively countered before Gu Tianxing could finish his plea. The Qingfeng sacred land had only recently discovered a disciple with a divine spirit root. How could they possibly place Gu Tianxing in jeopardy? The Holy Master intended to allow Gu Tianxing to shine brilliantly at the Heavenly Saint Grand Competition 9 years hence. However, Gu Tianxing was still contemplating pressing for something, only to be interrupted again by the Holy Master's firm tone. There are no buts. Your immediate priority is to focus on your cultivation and secure the top position at the Heavenly Saint Grand Competition in 9 years. I have heard that this competition will feature numerous outstanding talents, potentially including a holy emperor. As he spoke, the Holy Master's expression grew solemn. Holy emperors, typically aged 500 years, are generally beings of spirit roots above the immortal grade, making ascension practically a certainty. Nevertheless, the Holy Master held steadfast confidence in divine spirit roots. Throughout the long history of the heavenly Saint continent, only 3 individuals with divine spirit roots had emerged, each ascending to the immortal realm after merely a century of cultivation. Thus, it could be said that, with diligent effort, Lu Xunxian would undoubtedly secure the championship title at the Heavenly Saint Grand Competition in 9 years. I understand, Holy Master, but I have one request. After I obtain the championship title, I hope you will grant me permission to wed Qingyu, Lu Xunxian professed, his gaze tenderly fixed on Feng Qingyu. Faced with the request of a prodigy possessing a divine spirit root, the Holy Master would naturally not refuse, even without consulting Feng Qingyu, and he nodded in agreement. Yet you have not sought my opinion, Feng Qingyu interjected, gazing at the Holy Master fearlessly. Oh, what opinion do you have, dear disciple Feng? The Holy Master raised an eyebrow, looking inquiringly at Feng Qingyu. In his estimation, she would surely not object. After all, Lu Xunxian was not only exceptionally talented but also devoted to her, leaving Feng Qingyu with little reason to decline. As the saying goes, the command of parents and the matchmaker's words. Since Feng Qingyu's parents were no longer present, the matter of marriage naturally fell to her master's discretion. I will abide by my master's decision, she declared, deftly redirecting the responsibility to her mentor. If she were to accept outright, it would only lead Lu Xunxian to perceive her as a woman of loose morals. Upon hearing her response, the Holy Master gestured grandly, summoning Lin Chongkong. However, Lin Chongkong's breath remained weak, still afflicted by the 5 declines of heaven and man, burdened by misfortune. I greet the Holy Master. Upon arrival, Lin Chongkong respectfully clasped his hands in greeting to the Holy Master. Ah, Elder II, the Holy Son has requested that I, the Holy Lord, bestow marriage upon him and the Wind Master's nephew after he secures the championship in the Heavenly Sacred Tournament. What are your thoughts on this matter? The Holy Lord of Qingfeng spoke directly and without preamble. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongkong was momentarily taken aback. He cast a glance at Feng Qingyu before responding. The Holy Son and my disciple are indeed a match of talent and beauty. I believe this marriage can be arranged. Very well, then this matter is settled. The Holy Lord continued, turning to the 2nd and 3rd ancestors. You two shall take the celestial artifacts and hasten to the Wandao Academy to apprehend Fu Qitian. Should that fellow Su Ruishan attempt to intervene, let him come to confront me directly. Having resolved the marriage issue, the Holy Lord then addressed the 2nd and 3rd ancestors, aware that Fu Qitian also possessed a celestial artifact. Thus, he did not underestimate the situation, instructing them to take their celestial artifacts along. In the next instant, the 2nd and 3rd ancestors vanished, racing towards the Wandao Academy. At that moment, both the Holy Lord of Qingfeng and Lin Chongkong sensed something amiss, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gazed in the direction of the Wandao Academy. Such a terrifying aura. Is that coming from the Wandao Academy? Has someone there broken through to the Sacred Emperor level? The Holy Lord's countenance grew grave. It had not even been a decade since the last occurrence. And now another Sacred Emperor had emerged from the Wandao Academy, coupled with Fu Qitian's possession of a celestial artifact. The Holy Lord began to ponder whether the Academy had acquired some sort of celestial inheritance. Yet, he dismissed these thoughts quickly. With both the 2nd and 3rd ancestors joining forces, even if the Wandao Academy had indeed gained a celestial inheritance, it was highly improbable that 2 peak Sacred Emperors would pose a threat. The Holy Lord held a firm confidence in this regard. Chapter 68. Chun Wangu arrives outside the Wandao Academy. The scene resembled that of several years prior, with all individuals having vacated the vicinity of Lu Xunxian's residence for miles around. Dark clouds swirled ominously, and lightning crackled, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. Master, what is happening? At this moment, Lu Xunxian approached, gazing at the alarming spectacle in the distance, swallowing hard. Despite the great distance, the overwhelming pressure was still palpable, rendering those of weaker cultivation unable to face the impending lightning tribulation. Wang Cai's bloodline has merely transformed to that of a celestial beast, Lu Xunxian stated with an unruffled tone, uttering words that caused Lu Xunxian to catch her breath in shock. Merely? That is a celestial beast's bloodline, she exclaimed. If it can break through to the celestial beast level, the path to ascension is merely a matter of time. Then, Master, do you believe Wang Cai will successfully undergo the transformation? Not a significant issue. Lu Xunxian expressed a certain trust in Wang Cai, having nurtured it for so long. If it were to fail now, it would be better to perish beneath the lightning tribulation. At that moment, a figure rushed in from the distance. soon halting before Lu Xunxian. Master. It was Fu Qitian, who had hurried back, just as he was about to discuss matters concerning the holy land of Qingfeng. Lu Xunxian interrupted him. There is no need to elaborate. I am already aware. If the holy land of Qingfeng dares to come, let us deal with them swiftly. I understand, Master. Relieved that his master was not angered, Fu Qitian felt a sense of ease. After all, the holy land of Qingfeng was hardly a match for his master. It appears I have been overly concerned. I should trust the master. Beside me, Lu Xunxian, upon hearing this, exhibited a hint of confusion, wondering what had transpired. Soon, she learned the details from Fu Qitian's mouth, and excitement swiftly surged within her. Rest assured, Master. Should the Qingfeng sacred land dare to take action, there is no need for your intervention. Our Wandao Academy can manage it. Oh, then I shall entrust this matter to you, responded Lu Xunxian with utmost seriousness, as if the matter were of grave importance. However, Lu Xunxian suddenly found herself at a loss for words, feeling that her master was not adhering to the usual order of things. In the worldly realm she had observed, her master typically claimed he could resolve such matters himself. Noticing her awkward demeanor, Lu Xunxian chose not to continue teasing her, shaking his head and saying, "This is a matter for the master alone. You need not concern yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. If our Wandao Academy were truly to engage in conflict with the Qingfeng sacred land, the outcome would be uncertain. Moreover, she could not ascertain whether the powerful figures within the academy would join her in confronting the Qingfeng sacred land. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. "Old Lu, it has been a while. Have you missed me?" Chen Wangu rushed over, intending to embrace Lu Xunxian, only to be elbowed away by him. "What brings you here? And could you not act so recklessly?" Lu Xunxian shook his head in exasperation. He had no desire for the embrace of a large man. Not far away, Chen Wangu finally steadied himself, casting a look of deep grievance at Lu Xunxian. "What? You won't let me see you?" Noticing Lu Xunxian preparing to elbow him again, Chen Wangu quickly adopted a serious demeanor, his face displaying a hint of sulkiness. "It's just that the commotion caused by your pet's bloodline transformation was too great, and since we haven't seen each other for quite some time, I thought I would come and check on you." Although Qingtian City was indeed quite distant from Wandao Academy, the uproar surrounding the emergence of a celestial beast's bloodline was undeniable, especially since Lu Xunxian had previously purchased a spiritual treasure from him to promote the transformation of his celestial beast's bloodline. Beside them, Lu Xunxian had already recognized Chen Wangu's identity, her breath momentarily catching as she hastily addressed him with respect. "Junior pays respects to Senior Chen." With Lu Xunxian speaking, Chen Wangu finally shifted his attention toward her, scrutinizing her before commenting, "You must be the disciple of that fellow, Ruoshan. You indeed possess some talent. Why not join my Wanbao pavilion? I could make you the vice master." "How dare you, Chen Wangu, poach my disciple?" Su Ruoshan descended from above, glaring fiercely at Chen Wangu. "What of it? You are about to ascend, and I cannot take my disciple with me. What is wrong with my poaching?" Chen Wangu, however, displayed no shame, wearing a proud expression. "You. Enough, both of you, quiet down," Lu Xunxian finally interjected. Upon this, Chen Wangu and Su Ruoshan fell silent, though they continued to exchange glares, neither willing to yield. Before the watchful eyes of countless powerful beings, Wankai finally commenced its tribulation. The transformation of the demon beast from the bloodline of a spirit beast to that of an immortal beast is akin to defying destiny itself. Naturally, the heavenly laws would unleash a tribulation to impede such an ascent. However, this trial is considerably more favorable than the tribulation faced upon reaching the Saint Emperor level, as it merely requires one to endure the lightning tribulation. Thus, it was not long before Wang Sai's figure appeared suspended in midair. Wang Sai's true form is that of a sky-eating tiger, which he promptly manifested, roaring towards the heavens as the lightning tribulation descended. Yet, it was effortlessly warded off by Wang Sai's innate divine abilities. The surrounding cultivators quickly discerned that this was not a tribulation for breaking through to the Saint Emperor level. Rather, it was the metamorphosis of a spirit beast into an immortal beast. However, to my knowledge, the guardian beast of the Wandao Academy had ascended to the immortal realm 300 years ago. Could it be that this is indeed a sky-eating tiger? Regardless, observing the tribulation is undoubtedly beneficial for us. As for other matters, they can be addressed once the tribulation has dissipated. Although the cultivators were puzzled, they decided it best to witness the tribulation first. The terrifying bolts of lightning continued to rain down, yet none could harm Wankai. As Lu Xunxian had stated, he had imparted numerous invaluable teachings to Wankai. Should he fail to withstand such a trivial tribulation, it would be better for him to perish. Thus, it was not long, approximately a day, before the lightning tribulation began to dissolve, revealing a radiant spectrum of colors emerging from the void. This signified Wansai's official transformation into the bloodline of an immortal beast. The white jade horse, standing beside Lu Xunxian, cast a glance filled with envy towards Wang Kai, pondering when he might receive such an opportunity. Nevertheless, he believed that as long as he remained by his master's side, he too would eventually undergo a transformation into the bloodline of an immortal beast. At that moment, Lu Xunxian sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow. He waved his hand to draw the flood dragon into his inner space. With a cultivation level formidable enough to reach the Saint King realm, he harnessed his sacred aura to simulate the forces of heaven and earth within, creating a small world of his own. Upon reaching a certain level of power, he could even rival or surpass the realm of the Tianxian continent. Shortly after Lu Xunxian contained the flood dragon, two figures hurriedly approached from the distance. "Father, we are back." It was Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, emerging from the secret realm. "Ah, father, I missed you so much," Lu Xunxian exclaimed affectionately, crouching down to embrace Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. At that moment, the siblings noticed Chen Wangu beside them and curiously inquired, "Grandpa Chen, what brings you here?" They were quite familiar with Chen Wangu, who had gifted them their 12th grade spirit armor. "Of course, I came to see you both," Chen Wangu replied, extending his arms. "Come, let Grandpa Chen give you a hug." However, the two little ones turned their heads away. "No, we only want a hug from father, not from Grandpa Chen." Instantly, Chen Wangu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Su Ruoshan could not help but burst into laughter. Noticing this, Chen Wangu shot him an annoyed glance. "What are you laughing at? I just remembered something amusing." Su Ruoshan struggled to suppress his laughter, but after a considerable time, he ultimately could not hold back and burst into hearty laughter. Chen Wangu, on the other hand, wore a face of mixed emotions, and just as he intended to speak, his expression turned grave as he gazed towards the west. There, two figures were swiftly approaching and soon came to a halt outside the Wandao Academy. They were none other than the second and third ancestors from the Qingfeng sacred land. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wandao Academy, the second ancestor, Xinjin Bing, looked at the third ancestor, Gu Jixiao, who immediately understood and addressed the academy. "Friend Su, I kindly request your presence for a discussion." After all, Su Ruoshan was a peak saint emperor, and it was only natural for them to extend courtesies before resorting to force. Should Su Ruoshan refuse to cooperate and hand over Fu Qitian, they could resort to confrontation later. With that said, Gu Jixiao unleashed an overwhelming aura characteristic of a peak saint emperor. As this formidable energy erupted, the onlookers, who had come to witness the emergence of the celestial beast, were struck with astonishment, clearly not expecting such a significant event during what they thought would be a mere observation of a tribulation. However, they prudently maintained their distance, positioning themselves far enough to escape should a conflict arise. Hearing Gu Jixiao's words, Su Ruoshan furrowed his brow, ready to step out when he was halted by Lu Xunxian. Soon, Su Ruoshan learned from Lu Xunxian that the two were ancestors from the Qingfeng sacred land, come for Fu Qitian, which left him somewhat troubled. "Senior Lu, what do you think?" Su Ruoshan hesitated, glancing at Lu Xunxian. He could discern that the two outside were indeed peak saint emperors, indicating that the Qingfeng sacred land had come prepared. If he acted recklessly, he feared he might not be their match. Before Lu Xunxian could utter a word, Chen Wangu, beside him, pounded his chest and spoke first. "Old Lu, it's been a while since I've had a good spar. Allow me to handle these two." Chen Wangu, already formidable in strength, had connections above and had fortuitously obtained an immortal artifact, making him capable of contending against two peak sacred land ancestors. Moreover, he wished to test the limits of his abilities. If he could not best Lu Xunxian and the Huangsha Saint Emperor, how could he possibly fail against the two ancestors from the Qingfeng sacred land? Very well, then, Lu Xunxian conceded without reluctance, nodding in agreement. In the next moment, Chen Wangu soared into the sky, swiftly arriving before the two ancestors of the Qingfeng sacred land. Shen Jinbing regarded Chen Wangu with a furrowed brow, fully aware of his identity but curious as to why he had appeared here. However, judging from the intense battle intent radiating from Chen Wangu, it was evident that he was not here with benign intentions. "Friend Chen, this matter pertains to us and the Wandao Academy. Are you truly intending to interfere?" The forces of Wanbage were formidable, especially Chen Wangu, so they were reluctant to provoke him. Upon hearing this, Chen Wangu could not help but laugh heartily. How interesting. Who in the entire Tianxian continent does not know that the head of Wandao Academy, Su Ruoshan, is my close friend? His affairs are my own. Should you have any issues, feel free to address them with me directly. Only then did Shen Jinbing and Gu Jixiao notice a subtle twitch at the corners of their eyes. They had never heard of such matters before. However, they forcibly suppressed the agitation within them, taking a deep breath to regain their composure. Taoist Chun. Fu Qitian has offended our Qingfeng sacred ground by slaughtering one of our affiliated factions. We have received word that Fu Qitian is currently within the confines of the Wandao Academy. If you surrender him to us, we shall take our leave. Shen Jinbing believed his words were phrased delicately, preserving Chun Wangu's dignity while upholding the authority of their Qingfeng sacred ground. After speaking, Shen Jinbing intended to enter the Wandao Academy alongside Gu Jixiao to seek out Fu Qitian. However, to their surprise, Chun Wangu showed no intention of yielding, even sporting a hint of amusement on his face. I have never stated that I would allow you to pass. Today, the Wandao Academy is under my protection. Depart swiftly, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Chun Wangu summoned a celestial weapon, a spear exuding a terrifying chill. The moment it was unleashed, the temperature within 1,000 miles plummeted, and frost began to form in waves. The onlookers, merely there to witness the tribulation, gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated witnessing a clash between Chun Wangu and the two ancestors of the Qingfeng sacred ground. This trip was worth it. Observing the situation, Shen Jinbing and Gu Jixiao's expressions darkened significantly. They exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, chose to strike first. In an instant, the two flanked Chen Wangu, attempting to encircle him. Yet, Chen Wangu showed no fear, bursting into laughter. This is quite interesting. I hope you can provide me with some excitement. With that, he engaged in combat with the two. As the second and third ancestors of the Qingfeng sacred ground, Shen Jinbing and Gu Jixiao's prowess was formidable. Upon witnessing Chun Wangu's initial summoning of a celestial weapon, they followed suit without delay, with both sides wielding celestial artifacts. It was a contest of strength that would determine the victor. In the distance, Lu Xunxian observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Elder Lu, do you think Chun Wangu can win? Lu Xunxian inquired with concern for Chun Wangu's fate. No problem, they are no match for him, Lu Xunxian discerned effortlessly. Recognizing the disparity in power, given the current trend, Chun Wangu's victory was merely a matter of time, provided no one intervened. Chapter 70. Qingfeng's Sacred Lord. Forbearance. What? Chun Wangu has intervened? The Qingfeng Sacred Lord soon learned of the news, his face darkening considerably. He was no stranger to Chun Wangu, and was shocked that he would take action, especially since Chun Wangu seemed to have no connection to the Wandao Academy. Nearby, Feng Qingyu also received the news, her expression turning grim. If Chun Wangu intervened, did that not imply that Fu Qitian could not be resolved? After all, she was aware that Chun Wangu had comprehended the power of spatial laws within the Aurora realm. A typical peak sacred emperor would likely not stand a chance against him. However, the matters known to Feng Qingyu were equally known to the revered Qingfeng Saint Lord. With a swift motion, the Saint Lord struck the armrest, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. At that moment, the clash between Chun Wangu and the two Saint Emperors was exceedingly grand, with shockwaves radiating outward. Should there be no one to contain it, the entire Wandao Academy would likely be reduced to ruins. Seeing this, Lu Xunxian intended to intervene, but he was taken aback as Lu Xunxian raised his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier that contained the battle's aftermath within a confined space, thus preventing any destruction to Wandao Academy. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xunxian was profoundly astonished. Each of Lu Xunxian's interventions left him in a state of wonder. The ability to effortlessly establish a barrier and withstand the residual forces from three peak Saint Emperors. Was he truly just a Saint Emperor? Nearby, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun gazed at the sky, observing the fierce battle among Chun Wangu, Shen Jinbing, and Gu Jixiao, their faces bearing a hint of confusion. Father, why is Grandpa Chun fighting with them? Because they wish to destroy your academy, and Grandpa Chun is stopping them. They are wicked. Go, Grandpa Chun. Upon hearing that their academy was under threat, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun were instantly filled with indignation, shouting encouragement to Chun Wangu. Motivated by the encouragement of the two little ones, Chun Wangu fought with renewed vigor. In contrast, Shen Jinbing and his companion grew increasingly pallid, regret gnawing at their hearts. Had they known of Chun Wangu's formidable prowess, they should have retreated to confer with the Saint Lord before proceeding with any actions. Yet, retreating now would surely invite severe reprimands from the Saint Lord upon their return. With no choice but to continue the battle, they hoped to endure until the Saint Lord arrived. Once he did, the situation would undoubtedly turn in their favor, and it would be Chun Wangu who faced doom. In the distance, the onlookers bore grave expressions. Truly, Chun Wangu was an extraordinary elder, managing to hold his own against two adversaries, his strength seemingly nearing ascension. I would relish witnessing the Qingfeng Holy Land's downfall, for they have been insufferably arrogant. So, you two have been bullied by the Qingfeng Holy Land? Indeed. It seems we all have suffered under their tyranny. High above, the battle between Chun Wangu and the two peak Saint Emperors intensified. Yet, Chun Wangu grew more valiant with each encounter, gradually gaining the upper hand against his opponents. It appeared that his victory was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a figure emerged on the battlefield, his expression grim, exclaiming, "Cease this at once." As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, allowing Xin Jinbing and Gu Jixiao to retreat to his side. Saint Lord. However, Chun Wangu showed no fear. Gripping his celestial spear as he gazed at the Qingfeng Saint Lord, bursting into laughter, "Old thief Qingfeng, what brings you here? Do you wish to engage me in battle as well?" Observing the defiant demeanor of Chun Wangu, the holy master of Qingfeng suppressed the anger simmering within and calmly addressed him. "Friend Chun, I believe there exists no enmity between us at Qingfeng's sacred land. Why then, do you adopt such an aggressive stance? Huh, what nonsense about enmity or lack thereof. Are you satisfied with the reason that I simply find your Qingfeng's sacred land displeasing?" Chun Wangu retorted, his long spear directed menacingly at the holy master. "If you wish to fight, then let us engage. If not, begone." At these words, the expression of the holy master darkened, yet he managed to regain his composure. Clearly, opposing the Wanbao Pavilion was not a prudent decision. In that case, let this matter conclude here. Ancestor 2, Ancestor 3, we shall take our leave. With that, the holy master intended to depart with Xun Jinbing and the others. Master, Ancestors 2 and 3 were momentarily taken aback, astonished that their usually assertive leader would choose to retreat. However, the holy master shot them a fierce glance and said, "We shall discuss this upon our return." Having spoken, he left without further ado, and Ancestors 2 and 3 had no choice but to follow suit. "TSK, what a bore. I had anticipated a grand showdown," Chun Wangu remarked, visibly disappointed. Since his last battle against the Holy Emperor of the Yellow Sand, he had longed for a worthy fight. Moreover, he had recently encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, yearning for a vigorous confrontation to catalyze his ascension. As the Holy Master and his companions departed, the onlookers, comprising various cultivators, wore expressions of dismay, having hoped to witness the fall of an emperor, only to realize it had merely been a trivial skirmish. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and Chun Wangu approached Lu Xunxian. "What do you think, old Lu? Is my strength commendable?" "Indeed, it is quite formidable," Lu Xunxian readily acknowledged, offering genuine praise. Apart from himself, Chun Wangu's abilities were indeed impressive. Hearing Lu Xunxian's commendation, Chun Wangu's face finally revealed a hint of satisfaction. At that moment, the recently transcended Wankai soared into view, having progressed from the early stage of Holy King to the early stage of Holy Emperor, achieving a significant breakthrough. "Wow, Father! Look how splendid Wankai has become. With the transformation of its bloodline to the level of a celestial beast, the fur of the devouring tiger shone more brilliantly, emanating an aura of supreme majesty. An important advantage of this bloodline metamorphosis was that the devouring tiger could instill a sense of intimidation in opponents of a lower bloodline tier, thus enabling it to dispatch adversaries more swiftly. However, this effect had its limitations. It could only intimidate foes no more than one minor realm below its own, with minimal effect against those exceeding that threshold. Upon seeing Wankai, Lu Qingyun's eyes lit up, and she couldn't resist reaching out to stroke it. Wankai, in turn, raised its head proudly, casting a glance at the enviously watching Baiyu horse. "Just you wait. I am the favored steed of the little master." Chapter 71. The Celestial Heaven Ruins. With Wang Cai's transformation complete, Lu Xunxian gestured, bringing everyone to the front of his residence. Upon returning to the estate, Lu Xunxian finally turned his gaze towards Chun Wangu, his expression grave as he spoke. "Old Chun, you did not seek me solely due to the commotion caused by Wankai, did you?" At his words, the crowd turned their attention to Chun Wangu. Taken aback, Chun Wangu realized he could no longer conceal the truth from Lu Xunxian, and his demeanor grew serious in turn. "It seems I cannot hide it from you any longer. Very well, I shall be direct. Those present are not outsiders. I wish to request that you accompany me to the Xiantian ruins." As Chun Wangu finished speaking, astonishment washed over the faces of everyone present. Save for Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, Su Ruishan, in particular, expressed his disbelief. "Old Chun, are you serious? You truly intend to venture to the Xiantian ruins? Given your talents, a few more centuries of cultivation would surely allow you to ascend to the immortal realm without risking such a journey." Meanwhile, Lu Qingyun gazed curiously at her father and inquired, "Father, what is the Xiantian ruins?" "The Xiantian ruins," Lu Xunxian replied, "is the location closest to the immortal realm. It is said that one can absorb the celestial energies from the immortal realm there, thus facilitating a swifter breakthrough to the status of immortal." Lu Xunxian was no stranger to this place and continued, "However, there are both advantages and disadvantages. The Xiantian ruins are often plagued by spatial turbulence. A moment of carelessness could result in being swept away from the holy continent. If fortune smiles upon one, they may find themselves in another world. If misfortune strikes, they might be torn to shreds by the very turbulence itself. Despite Chen Wangu's prowess at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor stage, he had been trapped there for 25 millennia. If he could not ascend soon, he might face entrapment within the Holy Continent for eternity. Are you prepared? Lu Xunxian inquired solemnly, regarding Chen Wangu. If Chen Wangu was indeed ready, Lu Xunxian, given their bond, would not hesitate to accompany him to the Saintess ruins. Certainly. I am prepared. I have brought my utmost resources, Chen Wangu replied, revealing his 12th grade spirit armor beneath his garments. Following Chen Wangu's declaration, Su Ruishan quickly interjected. If it is not too much trouble, I would also like to join. I wish to join as well, exclaimed Lu Xunxian and others, with Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun echoing their sentiments. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Without Lu Xunxian's company, they would not dare venture forth alone. However, with his presence, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. Very well, since everyone wishes to go, let us depart at once, Lu Xunxian stated decisively. He was a man of action. Having resolved to journey to the Saintess ruins, he saw no reason to delay. At that moment, Wang Kai, ever cooperative, expanded its form and addressed Lu Xunxian. Master, please board. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he had intended to employ his grand powers to transport them directly to the Saintess ruins. Yet, given Wang Sai's eagerness, it seemed impolite not to comply. Thus, the group swiftly mounted Wang Sai's back. However, just before their departure, Wang Kai suddenly remembered something and, with a somewhat chagrined expression, asked, where exactly is the Saintess ruins? Lu Xunxian exclaimed, Damn it, why on earth has Chen Wangu intervened in this matter? Upon returning to the Qingfeng Holy Land, the Holy Master of Qingfeng erupted in fury. Despite racking his brains, he could not fathom the connection between Chen Wangu and the Wandao Academy, as the intelligence within his Qingfeng Holy Land clearly indicated no ties existed. However, with the situation at hand, he had no choice but to accept it. Holy Master, how shall we resolve this? Should we confront Fu Qitian? The expression of Ancestor Gu Jixiao was grim, feeling the sting of being unjustly subdued by Chen Wangu. Confront? With what means? Are you two even capable of standing against Chen Wangu? This matter ends here, after all. The Qingfeng Holy Land has its own backing even within the celestial realm. No matter how audacious Fu Qitian might be, he would never dare to attack us. The Holy Master of Qingfeng's countenance was dark, and he rebuked them. After being scolded by the Holy Master, the expressions of the second and third ancestors were equally displeased. Yet they could only endure in silence. Soon, the news reached Feng Qingyu. Damn it, how could this happen? Feng Qingyu's expression darkened, and the temperature around her plummeted. Initially, she merely sought to escape from that painful history. How had it devolved into the current situation? Yet, deep down, she understood that there was no turning back. She could only focus on her cultivation, no longer hoping to have control over Gu Tiansheng. But before that, she needed to extract sufficient value from him. Thus, Feng Qingyu closed her eyes and resumed her cultivation, striving to reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Simultaneously, the news reached Gu Tiansheng. Damn that Chen Wangu. It's him again. Long before, Gu Tiansheng had harbored resentment towards Chen Wangu, as he had yet to comprehend the power of spatial laws, while Chen Wangu had already grasped it, stealing his thunder. Although Chen Wangu was now more formidable, Gu Tiansheng remained exceedingly confident. Given another century, the world would remember him. Gu Tiansheng the Emperor. It was regrettable, however, that he had promised Qingyu to assist her in eliminating Fu Qitian, and now he could only postpone this task. Killing Fu Qitian after a century would not be too late. Though the Chengtian Mountain was the closest location to the celestial realm, its space was remarkably stable. In contrast, the Saintess ruins were situated at the juncture of Zhongzhou and Beima, a secret realm rumored to have formed when a celestial power descended upon the Tianxin continent, failing to control his strength and inadvertently destabilizing the space, thus creating the Saintess ruins. After breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm, Wang Sai's speed increased considerably, and within merely 3 days, he led everyone to the entrance of the Saintess ruins. Approaching the entrance, Lu Xunxian sensed the extreme instability of the surrounding space, confirming its connection to a certain part of the celestial realm, albeit a precarious one, prone to collapse at any moment. Should the Saintess ruins ever collapse, the entire Tianxin continent could be torn to shreds by the chaotic spatial currents. However, for Lu Xunxian, this was not a significant matter. It would soon be resolved with ease. Prior to entering the Saintess ruins, numerous cultivators had come seeking its famed allure, though they dared only to observe from the periphery, too fearful to step inside. In no time, Lu Xunxian and his companions, under the scrutiny of countless cultivators, ventured into the Xiantian ruins. Chapter 72. The ancient divine beast Qilin. The moment they stepped into the Xiantian ruins, Chun Wangu and the others were captivated by the scenery, their expressions turning grave. Even formidable figures like Chun Wangu and Su Ruishan had never set foot in this realm. Tales of its perils were widely spread throughout the Holy Continent, declaring that anyone beneath the Saint Emperor would meet certain death within its confines. Even a Saint Emperor would face a harrowing struggle for survival. Within the Xiantian ruins, the fabric of space lay shattered, with countless islands drifting chaotically, appearing and disappearing at whim. Be cautious, Lu Xunxian warned, positioning himself protectively before his companions. As the tempestuous spatial currents approached, an unseen force halted their advance. Chun Wangu and Su Ruishan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Yet they also felt a sense of reassurance. It was undoubtedly the wisest choice to have Lu Xunxian lead them. This journey was secure. Let us proceed, Lu Xunxian declared, closing his eyes to attune himself to the area imbued with the richest celestial energy. With a sweeping gesture, he guided Chun Wangu and the others through the tumultuous realm, the chaotic currents proving utterly powerless against them. Soon, they were nearing the region of densest celestial energy. However, at that moment, a tremor rippled through the space of the Xiantian ruins. Before them, the fabric of reality quaked and erupted, revealing a colossal divine beast adorned with resplendent, multicolored scales that obstructed their path. What manner of beast is this? Upon sighting the majestic creature, both Chun Wangu and Su Ruishan sensed an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from it. This was undoubtedly a divine beast surpassing even the Saint Emperor. Humans, begone. Leave this territory at once. The beast, resembling the ancient divine Qilin, spoke with an air of supreme authority, yet it refrained from attacking Lu Xunxian and his companions. All eyes turned to Lu Xunxian, their steadfast anchor in this moment of uncertainty. A faint smile danced upon Lu Xunxian's lips as he remarked, "An ancient divine beast Qilin? How rare indeed. I wonder what brings you to this place." His recognition of the creature as a Qilin stemmed from the knowledge imparted by the myriad celestial kings within his mind. The Qilin, an ancient divine beast, had seen its bloodline diluted over the ages, yet even a newborn Qilin possessed an awe-inspiring celestial lineage, capable of evolving into an ancestral bloodline, the bloodline of divine beasts, through diligent cultivation. Surprised that the individual before it recognized its identity, the Qilin displayed a hint of astonishment, though it remained largely unperturbed. Even within the celestial realm, the Qilin clan is regarded as one of the 10 most formidable races, thus being recognized is hardly surprising. He let out a cold laugh and declared, "Since you have discerned my true identity, why not hastily depart?" Intrigued, he thought to himself that he would quite like to acquire a Qilin as a mount. Since it had presented itself so conveniently, it would henceforth serve as his steed. As Lu Xunxian spoke, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before the Qilin. He then pointed a finger, directly touching the Qilin's head. In that fleeting moment, a surge of spiritual power infiltrated its being, forcibly establishing a master-servant contract. This transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time the Qilin comprehended the situation, the contract had already been inscribed upon it. "Human, what have you done?" The Qilin seethed with fury, prepared to strike down Lu Xunxian. Yet, it found itself bound by the contract within, unable to lay a hand upon him, merely gritting its teeth in resentment. Simultaneously, an overwhelming shock coursed through its mind. Although it was constrained by the laws of the heavenly Saint Continent and sealed in this place, its realm suppressed to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor, it was unfathomable that even a true immortal could inscribe a master-servant contract upon it without any visible means. "What manner of being are you?" "Nothing so grand. Merely compelling you to become my mount. Should you comply, perhaps one day I may spare your life. However, should you resist, I would not hesitate to obliterate you." "Human, do you not fear the retribution of my Qilin clan?" The Qilin threatened. "We are among the top 10 clans in the celestial realm. If my kin were to learn of this, you would find no escape from your fate." The Qilin clan has always been proud, never willing to be reduced to mere mounts for others. In the celestial realm, even the most exalted immortals dare not take a Qilin as a steed. There was once an immortal who, emboldened by their own strength, forcibly claimed a Qilin as a mount. Not long thereafter, the Qilin clan learned of this transgression and dispatched an ancestral immortal emperor to subdue him, dragging him back to their ancestral lands, where he was subjected to the heart-eating celestial fire for a millennium before finally meeting his demise. It is precisely for this reason that thereafter, no one in the celestial realm dared to claim a Qilin as a mount. Nearby, Chun Wangu naturally understood the implications, and his expression darkened as he turned to Lu Xunxian, urging him, "Old Lu, perhaps we should release this Qilin." The Qilin clan is indeed powerful within the celestial realm, and should they become aware of this event, it is unlikely to end well for us. While the human race is also one of the 10 formidable clans in the celestial realm, it does not share the same unity as the other 9. They primarily fight for their own interests, rarely banding together unless facing an existential threat. Thus, in the celestial realm, the human race can be considered among the top 10 clans, yet simultaneously, they may not be regarded as such. However, Lu Xunxian shook his head, gazing earnestly at Chen Wangu, and asked, "Do you truly believe that if we were to release this Qilin, it would spare us?" The answer is no. The Kirin clan has always held grudges. Today's events are etched in their hearts, and even if we were to release him, he would never spare us. Moreover, a mere Kirin clan is not something I take too seriously. Lu Xunxian waved his hand dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned about the Kirin clan. Yet, in truth, this was indeed the case. Although he had yet to ascend to the rank of immortal emperor, reaching that pinnacle was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, he was destined for more than just that. When the time came, he could consider capturing the ancestor of the Kirin clan to serve as a steed. Upon hearing this, Chen Wangu was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, he found Lu Xunxian's reasoning quite sound. With a sigh, he conceded, "Since this is your choice, old Lu, I shall follow you to the end." The others felt little concern. They merely knew they had to unconditionally trust Lu Xunxian, who had never disappointed them. Perhaps he truly was not to be underestimated against the Kirin clan. Chapter 73. The Kirin speculation. Lu Xunxian did not waste words with the Kirin. He extended his hand and touched its forehead, instantly reading its memories. So it was, a certain immortal king had sealed him here? Lu Xunxian was somewhat astonished. From the Kirin's memories, he learned that the creature before him was once a formidable being at the pinnacle of true immortality. However, during his time in the immortal realm, he had inadvertently quarreled with a powerful immortal king. Fearing that the Kirin clan might discover this, the immortal king decisively sealed the Kirin within the heavenly sacred continent for a staggering 300,000 years. The reason for not eradicating him entirely was that the Kirin clan bore restrictions. Should he accidentally perish, they would perceive it, and he would be doomed. Thus, he resorted to this strategy, sealing him away, hoping to wait until his lifespan dwindled. Little did he anticipate the unexpected emergence of Lu Xunxian, who had taken the Kirin as his steed. Listening to Lu Xunxian recount his past, the Kirin was engulfed in murderous intent, longing to rend that immortal king to pieces. Yet, at present, he had no means to do so, not even the ability to leave the immortal heaven ruins. "If you would take me as your master, when I eventually journey to the immortal realm, I could assist you in avenging yourself," Lu Xunxian pondered, considering it a small boon for his steed. After all, to make a horse run, one must provide it with fodder. The Kirin's face was filled with indignation, yet he recognized he had no other choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, in another 50,000 years, when his lifespan expired, he would be left unable to seek vengeance. As for Lu Xunxian, once he returned to the immortal realm, he could discreetly contact the ancestor of the Kirin clan, and then he would find ways to deal with this audacious man who dared to claim him as a steed. "I see, master," the Kirin uttered through gritted teeth. Nevertheless, Lu Xunxian paid no mind to this. As long as he became his steed, the Kirin's sentiments would likely change in due time. Lu Xunxian showed no hesitation as he swiftly mounted the Qilin with Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun. Let us proceed to the place within the Xiantian ruins that is closest to the immortal realm. The principle behind the sealing of the Qilin by the immortal king lay in its confinement between the lower realm and the immortal realm, effectively obstructing the probing of powerful beings. Unless one undertook a meticulous investigation, even an immortal emperor might struggle to locate it. Moreover, the Qilin clan typically embarked on journeys of cultivation that spanned tens of thousands of years. Although it was rare for them to be absent for 300,000 years, it was not without precedent. As Lu Xunxian's words fell, the Qilin swiftly carried them towards a certain location within the Xiantian ruins. Soon, a shattered rift in space appeared before them, from which a continuous flow of immensely rich immortal energy surged forth. In the immortal realm, breaking through from the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor to the immortal stage was considerably easier. In the lower realm, a Holy Emperor at the peak must convert their internal spiritual energy into immortal power to ascend, whereas in the immortal realm, the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor merely needed to absorb immortal energy to directly transform it into immortal power. However, the breakthrough to the immortal stage in the immortal realm did not possess the same magnitude as that in the lower realm, as the challenges were not comparable. As they approached the incredibly dense immortal energy, Chen Wangu and Lu Xunxian sensed their own realms beginning to loosen, as if a period of cultivation would suffice to break through to the immortal stage. Without further ado, They seated themselves on the ground and commenced absorbing the immortal energy to convert it into immortal power. Meanwhile, the two young ones, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Xunxian, found the absorption of immortal power to be immensely pleasurable. Father, this feels wonderful. Indeed, it does. Focus on your cultivation. Once you break through to the immortal stage, you will be able to journey to the immortal realm, Lu Xunxian replied with a smile. He did not intend to take the children directly to the immortal realm, but rather aimed to nurture them into holy emperors. With the resources currently at his disposal, cultivating several peak holy emperors was not a daunting task. As Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Xunxian began their training, the Qilin noticed the unique constitution they possessed and expressed its astonishment. Remarkably, they are both holy bodies. In the immortal realm, beings above the rank of immortal king were predominantly holy bodies, with very few possessing immortal bodies. Thus, it could be said that as long as Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Xunxian cultivated methodically, without lacking in resources or opportunities, breaking through to the immortal king would not be an arduous feat upon learning that Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Xunxian were descendants of Lu Xunxian. The Qilin regarded Lu Xunxian with a scrutinizing gaze. According to logic, there were two conditions necessary for the birth of a holy body lineage. Either one must be a powerful being far above the immortal emperor level or possess ancestral ties to an unparalleled existence. Coupled with the earlier display of prowess by Lu Xunxian, the Qilin was nearly certain that Lu Xunxian was indeed a being above the immortal emperor. Yet, despite this realization, the Qilin felt no trepidation. After all, immortal emperors were plentiful within its own clan. When he returned to the immortal realm, it would be the time of Lu Xunxian's demise. Occasionally absorbing immortal energy also benefited the cultivation of the two young ones. So Lu Xunxian permitted them to cultivate in this place. As for his own situation, absorbing celestial energy had ceased to yield any effects for him. His current advancement primarily relied on his comprehension of the principles of the Great Tao, which was, in reality, a result of Feng Qingyu's cultivation. The Qilin, on the other hand, was unable to absorb celestial energy due to being sealed by the Celestial King. However, for Lu Xunxian, it was not a daunting task. With a mere wave of his hand, he erased the restrictions imposed on the Qilin by the Celestial King. At the very moment Lu Xunxian lifted the restrictions, a fearsome entity, currently in the midst of cultivation within a Tao mountain in the 20th tier of the celestial realm, suddenly opened its eyes. Its expression turned grave, shrouded by an invisible aura of the Great Tao, with starlight seemingly reversing within its gaze. The seal placed on the Qilin by its true self had vanished. Was it due to the exhaustion of its lifespan, or had it been rescued? It murmured to itself, a wave of trepidation washing over its heart. Despite having fortuitously advanced from Celestial King to Celestial Emperor over the span of 300,000 years, in the face of the vast Qilin clan, it still felt no different from an ant. It raised its hand to deduce the situation but hesitated, suddenly recalling something. If the seal had dissipated due to the end of its lifespan, that would be acceptable. However, if it had been rescued by a powerful figure from the Qilin clan, wouldn't its deductions merely signal its presence to them? Hence, even though its heart was filled with urgency, it could do nothing but wait for the storm to pass. Fortunately, having lived in seclusion for many years, coupled with its past fear of exposure, it had mastered numerous concealment formations. Over the years, it had laid down many high-level concealment arrays, such that even a celestial sovereign would be unable to locate it without its blood or birth date. Chapter 74. The 9-year ascension plan. The time for cultivation passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The two little ones displayed remarkable patience, absorbing and refining celestial energy for an entire fortnight. Everyone was engrossed in their cultivation, except for Lu Xunxian, who was engaged in a conversation with the Qilin. Do you have a name? Lu Xunxian inquired, gazing at the Qilin. After all, he only knew of the existence of such a creature, but was uncertain whether Qilins possessed names akin to the human race. Upon hearing this, the Qilin proudly lifted its head and proclaimed, "Of course, I am known as the true monarch of the rising sun." The true monarch of the rising sun? That name is rather unappealing. Allow me to bestow upon you a name, Lu Xunxian mused, resting his chin on his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "As your master, I shall grant you the surname Lu, and your name shall henceforth be Lu Lin." Listening to Lu Xunxian bestow a name upon it, the true monarch of the rising sun widened its eyes in disbelief. "No, did I not mention that I already possess a name? Why bestow another upon me?" Thus, as Lu Lin prepared to retort, it was met with a piercing glance from Lu Xunxian, causing it to feel as though its very essence had been severed. It's all right. I shall await my ancestors' arrival to rescue me. We can settle matters with Lu Xunxian later. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 1,000-fold in the future." Soon, Chun Wangu and Su Ruishan completed the transformation of their internal spiritual power into immortal energy. They merely needed to return to the heavenly sacred continent, make adequate preparations, and then confront the tribulation of ascension. Thank you, old Lu, Chun Wangu said, rising to stand before Lu Xunxian, bowing solemnly in gratitude. He had never anticipated that one day his relationship with Lu Xunxian would deepen to such an extent. Indeed, without Lu Xunxian, he might not have even entered the immortal sky ruins. Beside him, Su Ruishan hurriedly expressed his thanks as well. Thank you, Senior Lu. It's no trouble at all. I just happen to need a mount, Lu Xunxian replied, glancing at Lu Lin, who stood not far away. With the matter resolved, it was time to return. At Lu Xunxian's gesture, Lu Lin, feeling a deep sense of humiliation, nevertheless obediently approached him, carrying Lu Xunxian and his family as they made their way outside the immortal sky ruins. Outside the immortal sky ruins, a multitude of cultivators had gathered. Unsurprisingly, when Lu Xunxian and his family emerged, they were witnessed by the onlookers, albeit for only a fleeting moment. They were the same group of cultivators who had entered a fortnight prior. Could it be that some unforeseen event transpired within the immortal sky ruins, stabilizing the space? One cultivator speculated, cautiously entering the immortal sky ruins, only to be instantly torn to shreds by the violent spatial turbulence. At the Vandao Academy, in Lu Xunxian's residence, upon returning, Chun Wangu rose to take his leave, but was halted by Lu Xunxian. If possible, ascend to the immortal realm in 9 years. Why? Chun Wangu and Su Ruishan exchanged curious glances, wondering if there was some monumental reason behind this. Yet Lu Xunxian's expression remained earnest. Because in 9 years, Xiaoyao and Qingyun will also be ready to ascend to the immortal realm. At this revelation, Su Ruishan and the others gazed in astonishment at Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, falling silent as they sensed the potent aura of late-stage emperor realm emanating from them. Old Lu, could this be somewhat exaggerated? Chun Wangu swallowed hard, hesitating, but then recalled something and quickly spoke up. Of course, I do not doubt you. It just seems rather incredible. In 9 years, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun will only be 20 years old. Ascending to the immortal realm at such a young age? This is unprecedented on the entire heavenly sacred continent. Not to mention, it is likely a rarity even in the immortal realm. However, Lu Xunxian shook his head, his tone solemn. I am not jesting. Within 9 years, I am confident I can help them break through to the immortal realm. Master, what about me? Upon hearing her master's plan to take Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun to the immortal realm in 9 years, Lu Xunxian became anxious. She was uncertain if she could break through from the early stage of the Holy Emperor to the immortal realm within that time. Upon hearing her, Lu Xunxian scrutinized Lu Xunxian, causing her to shyly lower her gaze. With your talent, under my guidance, ascending within 9 years should not be an insurmountable task. After a moment, Lu Xunxian spoke earnestly. Although Lu Xunxian's talent may slightly pale in comparison to that of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, she has nonetheless achieved the remarkable feat of breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. Attaining the immortal realm within 9 years is not an insurmountable challenge. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian finally exhaled in relief. Chun Wangu and Su Ruishan exchanged astonished glances, sensing that they were on the verge of witnessing a miraculous moment in history. In contrast, Lu Lin let out an untimely scoff. What are you thinking? Even I, at the age of 20, was merely a saint emperor. Although the saint body is formidable, achieving a breakthrough to the immortal realm before turning 20 is simply implausible. Before he could finish, Lu Xunxian snapped his fingers, silencing Lu Lin. Once Lu Lin was quiet, Lu Xunxian turned his attention back to Chun Wangu and Su Ruishan. We shall meet at the Heavenly Saint Grand Competition in 9 years. Indeed, we shall meet at the competition in 9 years, Chun Wangu replied with a smile, before tearing apart the fabric of space and vanishing from sight. Su Ruishan, not one to linger, also prepared to retreat into seclusion, readying himself for their ascent to the immortal realm in 9 years. After their departure, only Lu Xiaoyao, Lu Qingyun, and Lu Xunxian remained. Meanwhile, Wang Kai and Bai Yuma, upon hearing of Lu Xunxian's intention to ascend to the immortal realm in 9 years, hurriedly returned to their own cultivation. They certainly did not wish to be left behind on the heavenly saint continent. Contemplating the three before him, Lu Xunxian's mind was busily devising a training regimen for them. Although the task was challenging, the rewards were equally substantial. Thus, he swiftly formulated an intricate training plan for the trio. From this day forth, you shall undergo rigorous training under your father. Are you prepared? Lu Xunxian gazed at the two young ones with a serious expression. The two children, wise beyond their years, straightened their postures and exclaimed, "We are ready." Lu Xunxian then turned to Lu Xunxian and asked, "And you? Are you prepared?" Mimicking the others, Lu Xunxian replied, I am ready. Very well. Then let us journey to the immortal realm. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun maintained their composure. While Lu Xunxian quickly realized the gravity of the situation, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gasped. Huh? Chapter 75. Immortal Realm. Jade Emperor Sect Master. Are you serious? Lu Xunxian swallowed hard, her heart racing with tumultuous excitement. Are you truly capable of taking us to the immortal realm? Is this something a Saint Emperor can accomplish? Of course, I am serious, Lu Xunxian replied without hesitation. At this, Lu Lin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his mind racing with possibilities. If Lu Xunxian dared to take him to the immortal realm, it would be the perfect opportunity to break free from his control and exact revenge. However, it was evident that Lu Xunxian was fully aware of Lu Lin's thoughts. While he did not fear the Qilin clan, it was wise to avoid unnecessary complications whenever possible. Moreover, the Qilin clan is one of the 10 most powerful clans in the celestial realm, boasting several celestial emperors among its ranks. With Lu Xunxian's current prowess, he might contend with a single celestial emperor, but facing multiple would pose considerable challenges. For now, let us keep Lu Lin on the heavenly sacred continent, he decided. To prevent Lu Lin from establishing contact with the Qilin clan and inadvertently inviting unnecessary troubles, Lu Xunxian planted various restrictions on him with a mere thought, ensuring he could not connect with the celestial Qilin clan. In response to Lu Xunxian's actions, Lu Lin could only cast him a resentful glare, rendered powerless to do anything further. Once all matters were settled, Lu Xunxian addressed the three companions, saying, "If you are prepared, let us depart." With that, he extended his hand, a formidable force enveloping his palms, and with a slight exertion, the fabric of space was torn asunder. Simultaneously, at the ascension node of the heavenly sacred continent within the celestial realm, a spatial passage materialized as Lu Xunxian ruptured the void. After Lu Xunxian and the others emerged from the passage, it vanished without a trace, as they sensed the exceedingly rich spiritual and celestial energies surrounding them. Lu Xunxian felt a wave of astonishment wash over her, swallowing hard. The celestial realm is revered not merely for its more stable spatial dimensions and grandeur compared to the lower realms, but primarily for the celestial energy that nurtures beings of great power above the Saint Emperor level. They found themselves in the first heaven of the celestial realm, which is divided into 33 heavens. The first heaven primarily serves as a node for ascension from the lower realms, with few formidable powers establishing legacies there. The higher one ascends, the more potent the forces become. Clans like the Qilin and the other top 10 clans reside in the upper heavens. Observing the sudden disappearance of the spatial passage, Lu Xunxian, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Master, what shall we do now that the passage has vanished?" "Fear not. We shall create another spatial passage," Lu Xunxian replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively before looking upwards. "Let us proceed. We have important matters to attend to." His intention in bringing them here was to facilitate their cultivation and growth, not for leisure. With a mere thought, Lu Xunxian led the trio towards higher realms. Shortly after their departure, two celestial beings hastily approached, gazing at the untroubled ascension node with furrowed brows. Odd, did we not just sense someone ascending from the lower realms? Where are they? Could the ascension stone have malfunctioned? After all, it has been 100,000 years since anyone ascended from the heavenly sacred continent. Dismissing the concern, they decided to search, for it was a critical time for their sect to recruit new members to expedite their mining efforts. Having reached an unfathomable realm of cultivation, Lu Xunxian guided Lu Xunxian and the others through the swirling surroundings, and in less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the 30th heaven. Upon arrival, Lu Xunxian waved his hand, summoning the myriad-weighted celestial king. The sudden appearance of the myriad-weighted celestial king startled Lu Xunxian, but she quickly acclimated to his presence. Returning to the celestial realm, even without a physical form, the face of the immortal King Wanzhong radiated an overwhelming sense of ecstasy. "Ah, the celestial realm. I have finally returned." He could not help but exclaim loudly. However, upon witnessing a change in Lu Xunxian's expression, Wanzhong instinctively silenced himself. "Master, may I inquire who this is?" Lu Xunxian asked cautiously, swallowing hard. Although Wanzhong was merely a spirit, he exuded an aura of terrifying danger. "He is but a fallen immortal king, unworthy of concern," Lu Xunxian replied nonchalantly, for to him, an immortal king, whether at the peak of power or in decline, was merely a thought away from being subdued. Yet, Lu Xunxian felt increasingly unsettled. Despite the fact that there were no beings above the Holy Emperor in the heavenly sacred continent, she was not unfamiliar with the realms beyond that level. Thus, upon realizing that Wanzhong could effortlessly obliterate the entire heavenly sacred continent, her anxiety deepened. Nevertheless, Lu Xunxian appeared unfazed as he addressed Wanzhong. "Lead the way. This is the 30 heavens you mentioned." Shifting to a serious demeanor, Wanzhong carefully oriented himself before gazing westward. Master, Kunlun Mountain lies in that direction. Let us proceed. However, a hint of concern crept into his voice as he added, yet, to my knowledge, the clear void divine pool within Kunlun Mountain has been seized by the Jade Emperor sect, and they are protected by a peak immortal emperor. Do you have confidence, Master? Upon hearing about the clear void divine pool and the peak immortal emperor, Lu Xunxian looked anxiously at Lu Xunxian. Yet, he remained as composed as ever. A peak immortal emperor is nothing to fret over. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xunxian summoned them onward toward the west. To the west of the 30 heavens stood a towering mountain, Kunlun Mountain. Atop its summit resided a formidable force known as the Jade Emperor sect. Within the sect, the atmosphere was jubilant and festively adorned, as countless powerful factions sent envoys or even their leaders to extend their congratulations. The occasion was none other than the 3 millionth birthday of the sect's leader, the Jade Emperor. In the Jade Emperor sect, as Lu Xunxian and his companions arrived, they bore witness to this spectacle. With just a glance, Lu Xunxian discerned the current situation. Master, are we truly going to strike directly? Wanzhong inquired, feeling somewhat apprehensive. It was not a matter of doubt in Lu Xunxian's abilities. Rather, Wanzhong had some ties to the Jade Emperor sect and was reluctant to engage in conflict unless absolutely necessary. However, since he was now aligned with his master, he felt compelled to consider Lu Xunxian's interests. Observing the celebratory atmosphere of the Jade Emperor sect, Lu Xunxian pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us proceed with courtesy before resorting to force. First, I shall enter to extend my birthday wishes and engage in discussions with the Jade Emperor. Should he be amenable to my request for the use of the pure void divine pool, it would be most fortuitous. However, should he decline, I shall not hesitate to act with ruthlessness. As Lu Xunxian aptly observed, he is a man of great civility. Causing a disturbance during another's birthday celebration is entirely incongruent with his character. Chapter 76. The Pure Void Divine Pool Deep within the Jade Emperor sect. A middle-aged cultivator clad in a golden robe, his demeanor dignified, bowed slightly before the grand throne carved from a single piece of Xiantian immortal jade. Ancestor, over 300,000 guests have arrived to celebrate today. Do you intend to make an appearance? Upon the throne sat an elderly man with a bald head and a long white beard that cascaded down to 3 feet, exuding an air of warmth and approachability. He was none other than the founding ancestor of the Jade Emperor sect, the Jade Emperor himself. I am already aware. It is time for me to make my presence known, he replied. As the guest of honor at the banquet, the Jade Emperor could not remain absent, especially with numerous old friends in attendance. Hearing this, the sect leader, Yu Baichuan, brightened and stood upright. Ancestor, may I accompany you? No need. You may attend to your own matters. I shall walk alone. The Jade Emperor gestured dismissively, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Yu Baichuan was momentarily taken aback. Then a bittersweet smile crossed his face. The ancestor remained as he had always been. Very well, I shall entertain the guests myself. Bah. Always using this old ancestor to collect gifts, yet the presents have yet to reach my hands, the Jade Emperor muttered fiercely as he materialized outside the Jade Emperor sect. Clearly, he was reluctant to partake in such festivities, having attended countless similar occasions over his 30 million years of existence. He had grown weary of them. Just as the Jade Emperor contemplated wandering about, he suddenly caught sight of something that made his pupils tremble. Was that Wanzhong? Had he not already perished? Before the Jade Emperor's eyes stood Lu Xunxian and his companions, yet his focus was not on them. Instead, he gazed intently at Wanzhong, who appeared beside them. No, that seemed to be his divine soul. Indeed, that fellow possessed numerous stratagems, so leaving behind his divine soul was not unexpected. However, it was regrettable that the 3 had already ascended to the rank of immortal emperor. Even if he were to return, it would likely be too late to alter their fates. The Jade Emperor was well aware of the events of that bygone era. Although he had a passing acquaintance with Wanzhong, he could not be expected to take action against 3 immortal emperors on his behalf. At that moment, Lu Xunxian turned his gaze toward the Jade Emperor's direction. It seemed that he was indeed the person we seek. Without waiting for the others to respond, Lu Xunxian led them to stand before the Jade Emperor. The current visage of the Jade Emperor had transformed into that of an unremarkable middle-aged man, devoid of any evident cultivation. As Lu Xunxian and his companions approached, the Jade Emperor feigned madness, trembling in a manner that suggested fear. Might I inquire if the esteemed seniors have a matter to discuss? If not, I would appreciate the opportunity to pass. The Jade Emperor, self-proclaimed as an elusive figure beyond scrutiny, asserted that only a peak celestial sovereign of equal caliber could possibly unravel his essence. Enough pretense. You are indeed the Jade Emperor. Lu Xunxian remarked with a calm demeanor, yet his words bore an air of ambiguity. No, I am not, the Jade Emperor retorted, stubbornly maintaining his facade. Convinced that Lu Xunxian had merely stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. In an instant, Lu Xunxian raised his hand, effortlessly stripping away the Jade Emperor's disguise. All present were momentarily rendered speechless. The myriad celestial kings were taken aback. Lu Xunxian gazed on with reverence, while Lu Xiaoyao remained indifferent. And Lu Qingyun wore a look of disdain. However, none were as astounded as the Jade Emperor himself. His pupils quivered in disbelief. As a peak celestial sovereign, he had unwittingly obliterated his own disguise, and most critically, he sensed not a trace of Lu Xunxian's aura. Could he be a celestial lord? Or perhaps an even more formidable celestial emperor? The very thought sent a shiver down the Jade Emperor's spine, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain composure before respectfully addressing Lu Xunxian. I, the Jade Emperor, pay my respects to you, esteemed senior. I was unaware of your arrival and hope for your understanding. In the celestial realm, the mighty are revered, despite the Jade Emperor's seemingly boundless glory before countless powerful beings. He felt no different from an insignificant insect in the presence of a celestial lord or emperor. Rise. I have come to your Jade Emperor sect to utilize the clear void divine pool. I trust you have no objections, Lu Xunxian stated, his tone remaining unperturbed. The Jade Emperor, fully aware of his precarious position, knew he had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, the Jade Emperor sect would be consigned to oblivion. I have no objections, he quickly affirmed, eagerly offering to guide them to the clear void divine pool. He was not foolish. He understood that this was an exceptional opportunity for the Jade Emperor sect to align itself with the Celestial Lord or even the Celestial Emperor. Lead the way. Soon, under the guidance of the Jade Emperor, they arrived at the inner sanctum of the Jade Emperor sect, where a grand formation lay in place. The clear void divine pool was the very foundation of the sect, necessitating a protective array. With a flick of his hand, a golden token emerged from the Jade Emperor's being, and as it touched the array, a breach opened. Esteemed senior, please enter. As they traversed the formation and entered the clear void divine pool, an ineffable sensation enveloped them, leaving Lu Xunxian and the others utterly astonished as they felt their beings being profoundly refined. Before them lay a milky white pond, serene and tranquil, exuding wisps of ethereal aura, yet shrouded by the formation, presenting a scene of celestial mist swirling around the entire clear void divine pool. Esteemed senior, this is the clear void divine pool of my Jade Emperor sect. Immersion within it can significantly transform one's physique and enhance one's aptitude. As he spoke, the Jade Emperor's countenance radiated pride, for such a marvel was exceedingly rare even in the vast celestial realm. Fortune had smiled upon him, granting him dominion over this extraordinary treasure. Oh, has there been no significant opportunity for seizing power during this period? Gazing at the ethereal clear void divine pool, Lu Xunxian expressed a hint of surprise. In response, the Jade Emperor's expression turned somewhat disgruntled. Indeed, there have been opportunities, but I share a connection with a certain celestial dignitary. It is under their esteemed name that no one dares to cause disturbances at my Jade Emperor sect, except for you. Esteemed senior, the Jade Emperor spoke the truth, though he refrained from articulating the latter part of his statement. Noticing the unspoken words, Lu Xunxian chose not to pursue the conversation further and turned his attention to Lu Xunxian and the others. Prepare yourselves. Let us descend into the clear void divine pool to enhance your talents. Yes, master. Lu Xunxian gazed at the clear void divine pool, feeling an overwhelming allure emanating from it. Had it not been for her master standing beside her, she would have rushed in already. However, just as she was about to descend, an exceedingly important question surfaced in her mind. Should she wear clothes while entering? Chapter 77. The rebirth of the physical form. Seemingly aware of Lu Xunxian's embarrassment, Lu Xunxian addressed the Jade Emperor and the others. Let us step outside for a moment, allowing them to bathe in peace. With that, Lu Xunxian strode out, prompting the Jade Emperor and the others to hastily follow suit. Once they exited, Lu Xunxian finally exhaled in relief. While she did not mind shedding her facade before Lu Xunxian, the presence of the myriad celestial kings and the Jade Emperor made her uneasy. Nevertheless, watching Lu Xunxian leave left her feeling a touch despondent as she cast her gaze downward, noticing the undulating waters, quite substantial indeed. Did it mean that Lu Xunxian preferred a more modest form? Perhaps something petite could be charming as well? Lu Xunxian's thoughts wandered until she felt a gentle tug at her sleeve from Lu Qingyun. Sister Xunxian, we should descend now. Yes, let us proceed. With that, she dismissed her errant thoughts, donned her garments, and gracefully entered the clear void divine pool. As the waters caressed her snowy shoulders, Lu Xunxian sensed an enigmatic force permeating her limbs, gently transforming her innate qualities, a most pleasurable experience. Glancing at the two little ones beside her, She found them blissfully reclining within the clear void divine pool, eyes closed, utterly at ease. Outside the clear void divine pool, the Jade Emperor remarked, "Esteemed senior, the enhancement of their talents will require some time. Why not grace my Jade Emperor sect as guests in the meantime?" Observing Lu Xunxian's demeanor, the Jade Emperor seized the opportunity. Today marked his 3000th birthday, and fostering a deeper connection with Lu Xunxian would be most fortuitous. However, Lu Xunxian shook his head, expressing disinterest in forging ties with the Jade Emperor sect. Were it not for the necessity of the clear void divine pool, he would not have come at all. The Jade Emperor, noting Lu Xunxian's reluctance, could not help but display a hint of disappointment. Yet, upon recalling something, Lu Xunxian turned to Lu Xunxian and inquired, "Since you have come to the celestial realm, do you intend to seek any treasures for the rebirth of your physical form?" The Lu Xunxian, presently possessing only his spirit, was unable to manifest his true strength. Lu Xunxian's intention in accepting the Lu Xunxian was naturally to avoid the need to personally intervene in every matter. A formidable figure should not engage in every triviality. However, Lu Xunxian shook his head. "Master, the process of reshaping my physical form requires some time. It would be best to wait 9 years before I undertake this transformation. The reformation of a celestial being's body is not a task to be rushed, often demanding centuries to achieve." Yet, Lu Xunxian countered, "In my presence, time is of no great concern." At this moment, Yu Huang hastily interjected, "Senior, if you do not mind, I possess celestial treasures for reshaping the body that you may utilize." With that, Yu Huang presented several extraordinary treasures from his storage ring, each exuding an exceptional aura. "Your kindness is noted, and I shall remember this favor," Lu Xunxian replied, not declining the offer, turning his gaze toward Lu Xunxian. Given the gravity of the situation, Lu Xunxian could hardly refuse. His voice filled with emotion. He expressed, "Thank you, master. I vow to serve you diligently, even at the cost of my life. Let us not dwell on such matters. Focus on reshaping your body," Lu Xunxian urged. Upon his words, the celestial treasures in Yu Huang's palms soared into the air, merging into a humanoid form resembling a lotus root. This body was crafted from mid-grade celestial treasures, the primal body-shaping lotus, the Hunyuan divine water, and the heaven-mending mud. The creation of such a physique would require at least 30,000 portions of mid-grade celestial liquid, a precious resource even for Yu Huang. Nevertheless, for him, cultivating a rapport with Lu Xunxian rendered every sacrifice worthwhile. As the primal body-shaping lotus took shape, adorned with various organs from the heaven-mending mud, Lu Xunxian instructed, "Enter." "Yes, master." Without hesitation, Lu Xunxian plunged into the primal body-shaping lotus. Observing this, Lu Xunxian poured the Hunyuan divine water over the primal body-shaping lotus. The Hunyuan divine water possesses the ability to stabilize and enhance the divine soul, facilitating Lu Xunxian's swift acclimatization to this new body. Nevertheless, he would still require several years to fully adapt and move freely. While Yu Huang was curious about how Lu Xunxian would proceed, he was taken aback as a mysterious force emanated from Lu Xunxian's hand, enveloping the primal body-shaping lotus. Upon sensing this power, Yu Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the force of the time law. As previously mentioned, breaking through to the true immortal realm necessitates an understanding of certain laws, which are categorized into various tiers within the celestial realm. Laws such as those governing time and space rank among the highest. Even within the celestial realm, few beings grasp the time law. Most significantly, it is rare to find individuals who have cultivated the time law to the extent of becoming celestial sovereigns or even celestial emperors. Consequently, Yu Huang began to speculate about Lu Xunxian's true identity. After considerable reflection, he found no comparable existence in his memories. However, it was not entirely surprising. Lu Xunxian had likely employed some form of disguise to conceal his true appearance. What the Jade Emperor was unaware of was that Lu Xunxian had never concealed his true appearance. Nor did he realize that Lu Xunxian was not merely practicing the laws of time. Unlike others who ascended to the realm of immortal sovereigns through reckless consumption of elixirs, Lu Xunxian steadily progressed in his cultivation through a systematic approach, thus mastering more laws than the average cultivator. He had dabbled in all 3,000 laws. Under the influence of the law of time, the shape of the primordial body-shaping lotus continuously transformed, soon resembling the form of the 10,000 heavy immortal king. As Lu Xunxian ceased his actions, the 10,000 heavy immortal king's eyes fluttered slightly. Upon opening them and examining his body, he clenched his fists in satisfaction, finding it indistinguishable from his former self. In the next moment, without a word, the 10,000 heavy immortal king knelt before Lu Xunxian, expressing, "I shall never forget the grace of my master's recreation. Please accept my bow. Lu Xunxian accepted this gesture with a sense of rightful contentment. Nearby, the Jade Emperor chuckled. Congratulations, 10,000 heavy Taoist, on your rebirth. It is indeed a joyous occasion. I must also express my gratitude to you, esteemed Jade Emperor, for lending me your celestial treasure. Once I achieve further success in my cultivation, I shall certainly repay your immense kindness. The 10,000 heavy immortal king also thanked the Jade Emperor, though his gratitude was not as profound as towards Lu Xunxian. He understood that the Jade Emperor had only lent him the celestial treasure out of respect for his master, yet he still cherished this favor in his heart. After the 10,000 heavy immortal king was reborn, Lu Xunxian inquired, "Do you require my assistance to eliminate your enemies?" He had not forgotten that the 10,000 heavy immortal king still had several adversaries. Chapter 78. Master's wife. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Master, would you? Upon hearing this, the 10,000 heavy immortal king fell silent. The Jade Emperor, with a slightly grave expression, interjected, 10,000 Taoist. The trio of Chongshui have already broken through to the immortal emperor stage, and even Su Kuan has reached the pinnacle of the immortal king level. Given your current state, you may not be their match. The Jade Emperor's words subtly urged the 10,000 heavy immortal king to seek Lu Xunxian's intervention. After all, if it were his own situation, he would not hesitate to call upon Lu Xunxian's powers as an immortal sovereign. Eradicating 3 immortal emperors would likely be a mere flick of his wrist. However, the 10,000 heavy immortal king, with unwavering resolve, shook his head. Master, it is my duty to eliminate my enemies myself. They are my inner demons. Only by personally vanquishing them can I dispel the darkness within. Moreover, I am already grateful for your resurrection. I dare not ask for more. The 10,000 heavy immortal king possessed his own dignity. He was reluctant to rely excessively on Lu Xunxian's strength, feeling he had already owed him enough. Furthermore, he sought to prove his worth to Lu Xunxian, determined to show that he was no worthless being. Upon hearing this, a satisfied expression emerged on Lu Xunxian's face. This was a small test for the 10,000 heavy immortal king, had he resorted to seeking the aid of Lu Xunxian. Although Lu Xunxian would still keep him by his side, he would never invest such effort into nurturing him again. However, if the celestial king of 10,000 layers chooses to resolve his grievances on his own, it would indeed elevate my esteem for him, and in the future, he may very well be cultivated as a trusted confidant. Then, this matter shall be left to your own resolution. Very well, my master. Meanwhile, the moment the celestial king of 10,000 layers completed the reconstruction of his corporeal form, in the 25th heaven of the celestial realm, atop a towering divine mountain, a young man with flowing red hair sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a terrifying aura with every breath he took. Yet, in the next instant, he sensed something, abruptly opened his eyes, and retrieved a small lamp emanating a vivid azure light from within himself. This was the soul lamp, which, with merely a drop of blood, could reveal the life and death status of its owner. Upon witnessing the lamp illuminate, the young man's expression soured. Master, it seems you are quite difficult to kill. However, it matters not, with the soul lamp in hand, and considering you have just reconstructed your body. You likely aren't as formidable as before. If I could slay you once, naturally, I can do so a second time. Once you truly perish, I am certain that my master's wife will willingly submit to me. He was none other than Su Kuan, the one who betrayed his master and killed the celestial king of 10,000 layers. As a thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Su Kuan's betrayal of the celestial king of 10,000 layers was solely for the sake of a woman, yet regrettably, even after slaying the celestial king, his master's wife refused to yield to him. He rose to his feet, and, with a flicker of his figure, found himself beneath the towering divine mountain. Below the mountain lay another small world, within which stood 8 colossal pillars, each intricately inscribed with profound runes that radiated a golden light, forming a grand prison formation. As Su Kuan stepped forward, he entered the formation. At the center of this grand formation stood an opulent palace. Upon entering, he beheld a woman of exquisite beauty and remarkable grace, seated in meditation at the heart of the palace, her breath a continuous cycle of cultivation, yet hindered by the formation's constraints. Upon noticing Su Kuan's arrival, she opened her eyes, filled with disdain. Did I not make myself clear? You should abandon this notion. If you attempt to force me, I would rather self-destruct than grant you any advantage. The woman was none other than the consort of the celestial king of 10,000 layers and Su Kuan's master's wife, the enchanting celestial queen of 10,000 flowers. In the face of her contempt, Su Kuan remained unfazed, even licking his lips with a greedy expression. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he relished witnessing her in such a state. Do not be anxious, my master's wife. I have not come here to coerce you. Su Kuan remarked with a cold smile, instilling an unsettling feeling within the celestial queen. When he produced the soul lamp, which radiated a dazzling brilliance, the celestial queen's heart surged with alarm. "Brother Tian, are you still alive?" For many years, Su Kuan had deceived her, claiming that Lin Chongtian had perished. Yet she had always held on to the belief that the celestial king of 10,000 layers had not fallen. Her unwavering faith had sustained her until now. However, the words Su Kuan uttered next made her heart leap into her throat. "The master's wife, 53,000 years ago, saw the demise of our esteemed master at the hands of the heavy water immortal emperor and his associates. Now, having just reformed his physical body, he may not even possess the strength of an immortal. If I were to disclose this information to the heavy water immortal emperor and his companions, what do you think their reaction would be?" Upon hearing this, the 10,000 flower immortal king's expression darkened. "After all, he is your master. What is it that you truly desire?" "Ah, what do I desire? Master's wife, have you not always been aware of my intentions? It was I who first laid eyes upon you, yet it was the master who seized the opportunity." Su Kuan's visage twisted in malice as he recalled something, his murderous intent towards the 10,000 flower immortal king intensifying. He then turned to the 10,000 flower immortal king with eyes brimming with avarice. "Master's wife, I am no less than the master. Consider my proposal. I genuinely harbor affection for you. Moreover, you wouldn't want the news of the master's survival to reach the heavy water immortal emperor and his ilk, would you? You are shameless." The 10,000 flower immortal king's face was aflame with anger, yet ultimately, she did not yield. If Tiangu were to learn that I engaged in such acts for his sake, he would never forgive himself. Thus, abandon this line of thought. Su Kuan was taken aback. Despite invoking the master's life and death as leverage, the master's wife remained unmoved. "Very well, if that is the case. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, Su Kuan soared into the heavens, arriving outside the celestial mountain. There, he witnessed the soul lamp in his hand float before him, as he formed seals with his hands, channeling an invisible force into the lamp. The soul lamp serves not only to ascertain the life or death of its master, but also to locate its master's whereabouts. At the very moment Su Kuan took action, in the 30 heavens above, Lu Xunxian sensed this disturbance and could not help but snort. In an instant, the heavenly secrets surrounding Lin Chongtian were concealed. Even an immortal sovereign could not discern Lin Chongtian's location. After Lu Xunxian concealed Lin Chongtian's heavenly secrets, atop the celestial mountain, upon seeing the sudden extinguishing of the soul lamp, Su Kuan's eyes widened in shock. What has transpired? Could it be that the master perished shortly after reforming his body? Yet, that seems implausible. The master had fled with the primordial power, and if he has reformed his body, it would be impossible for him to fall again so swiftly. No, this matter must be discussed with the 3 immortal emperors. Otherwise, when the master returns in wrath, I fear we shall all meet our doom. Su Kuan's expression darkened, and with a flicker of movement, he sped towards the 25 heavens above. Chapter 79. Rescuing the 10,000 flower immortal king. Was someone probing my location just now? Lin Chongtian's expression was grim. Although he had only just reformed his body and had yet to regain his peak cultivation, he could still sense the disturbance from earlier. "Not to worry. I have concealed the heavenly secrets surrounding you, and even an immortal sovereign would be unable to detect your existence." Lu Xunxian waved his hand nonchalantly, a serene expression on his face. This earned him Lin Chongtian's profound gratitude. However, upon recalling something, Lin Chongtian's expression turned hesitant. Yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and spoke. "Master, I have another request. I hope you will grant it." But recalling something else, Lin Chongtian hastily continued. "It is not that I seek revenge for my master. Rather, I possess a companion known as the Flower Fairy King. My disciple betrayed me solely out of envy for my companion. Now, I find myself uncertain of my companion's circumstances, and thus, I implore my master to discern her state." The Flower Fairy King remains unwaveringly devoted to Lin Chongtian. How could Lin Chongtian possibly neglect her? However, before Lu Xunxian could speak, the Jade Emperor interjected, his expression laden with hesitation. "I do possess some knowledge of the Flower Fairy King. I hope the esteemed Jade Emperor can enlighten me," Lin Chongtian urged, his visage etched with urgency. "Rumor has it that after your demise, that scoundrel Su Kuan attempted to coerce the Flower Fairy King, only to be met with her resolute rejection. In a fit of rage, Su Kuan imprisoned her beneath the heavenly god mountain. However, this information is merely hearsay. Its veracity remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Lin Chongtian's eyes blazed with fury as he declared, "Su Kuan, I swear I shall not be human if I do not slay you." With that, Lin Chongtian knelt before Lu Xunxian without hesitation. "I beseech you, master, to aid me in rescuing my companion." Though he could ultimately resolve this matter himself, he could not bear to allow his companion to suffer further torment. This is not an excessive request, and naturally, Lu Xunxian would not decline. Very well, but where is the heavenly god mountain? In the 25th heaven, came the reply. We must not delay, let us depart at once. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lu Xunxian enveloped the three of them in a surge of celestial energy, propelling them toward the 25th heaven. In a short while, Lu Xunxian beheld the heavenly god mountain, a sight that haunted his dreams and stirred deep-seated resentment within him. Yet, recalling something, he turned to Lu Xunxian and respectfully requested, should we encounter my rebellious disciple, I hope my master will spare his life, allowing me to deal with him personally. I shall do my best, provided he does not provoke me, Lu Xunxian replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Su Kuan. Aware of the urgency, Lu Xunxian hastened toward the heavenly god mountain. Although his strength had yet to return to its peak, he still possessed the pinnacle of true immortal prowess, and with his myriad techniques, he could easily surpass ordinary immortal kings. However, upon arriving at the heavenly god mountain, the Jade Emperor intercepted them, his expression grave. Just as he prepared to speak, Lu Xunxian waved his hand, effortlessly dissolving the restrictions upon the mountain. Unnoticed even by Su Kuan. After the fall of the 10,000 heavy immortal king, the heavenly god mountain had been seized by Su Kuan, who had imposed numerous barriers. Even someone as formidable as the Jade Emperor could not dismantle these restrictions without alerting Su Kuan. Enter, Lu Xunxian commanded. As the barriers were lifted, he strolled in leisurely, with Lu Xunxian hastily following, leaving the Jade Emperor in a state of astonishment, which he soon accepted. Indeed, Lu Xunxian was an immortal sovereign. Dismantling a few barriers was a trivial matter for him. Shortly thereafter, they arrived within the small world beneath the heavenly god mountain. With a mere glance, Lu Xunxian spotted the imprisoned Wanhua immortal king within the grand formation, and a wave of urgency washed over him. Huame, as Lu Xunxian called out. The Wanhua immortal king trembled violently, eyes widening in disbelief. Upon seeing that long-yearned figure, she could no longer restrain herself and stood up, making her way to the edge of the formation. Tiangu, I knew you were still alive. After speaking, a thought struck her, and with a worried expression, she urged, Tiangu, you must leave quickly. That vile creature has gone to find Chong Shui and the others. It won't be long before they discover you are alive. However, Lu Xunxian paid little heed to her concerns and turned to Lu Xunxian, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Master, I implore you. As Lu Xunxian spoke, the Wanhua immortal king's attention was drawn to Lu Xunxian beside them. Given Lu Xunxian's current capabilities, he was unable to unravel the grand formation. In a swift motion, Lu Xunxian raised his hand, and the towering pillars sealing the formation shattered with a resounding crash, thereby dispelling the formation. At the very moment the formation was broken, Su Kuan, who had arrived at the 29th heaven, abruptly halted, his expression darkening with fury. Damn it, my esteemed master, what a masterstroke you have executed. It was clear to Su Kuan that his master had rescued his wife. Yet now, even if he rushed back, it was likely that his master and the others had already departed from the heavenly divine mountain. All he could do was inform the three immortal emperors of his master's situation and collectively decide how to address it. Below the heavenly divine mountain, once the formation was dismantled, Lu Xunxian stepped forward and embraced the Wanhua immortal king. However, she quickly regained her composure, her expression hesitant as she looked at Lu Xunxian and asked, Tiangu, what on earth has happened? Lu Xunxian shook his head in response. Huame, let us leave this place first. I will explain everything once we return to the Jade Emperor sect. Though her heart brimmed with questions, the Wanhua immortal king ultimately nodded in agreement. Seeing that the task was accomplished, Lu Xunxian chose not to linger on the heavenly divine mountain, swiftly leading them back to the 30th heaven. In just a few breaths, they arrived at the 30th heaven. Upon returning to the Jade Emperor sect, the Wanhua immortal king recognized the identity of the Jade Emperor immortal and promptly bowed respectfully, saying, Junior pays respects to the esteemed Jade Emperor. There is no need for such formality between us. Rise. The Jade Emperor immortal replied hastily. Now, Lu Xunxian had become a formidable immortal sovereigness subordinate, and through the identity of Lu Xunxian's partner, he was deemed an equal. After greeting the Jade Emperor immortal, the Wanhua immortal king turned her gaze toward Lu Xunxian and then back at Lu Xunxian, her expression complex as she inquired, Tiangu, what on earth transpired over these 530,000 years? Where have you been? Chapter 80. Accepting the Wanhua immortal maiden soon. The Wanhua immortal king learned of Lu Xunxian's experiences during these 530,000 years, and her face reflected waves of heartache. Upon hearing that he had sought vengeance to survive, even taking Lu Xunxian as his master, her heart ached even more. Tiangu, you have endured so much. The flower fairy stepped forward and embraced Lu Xunxian with profound tenderness in her voice. Yet, Lin Xunxian shook his head, his tone imbued with a hint of lightness. It's nothing, truly not burdensome at all. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. As for that wretched disciple and the trio of Chongshui, I shall undoubtedly seek my vengeance. As he spoke, a fierce determination etched across his face. He vowed that he would not rest until he avenged this grievance. However, a moment of hesitation flickered across his features as he gently pushed the flower fairy away, saying, Sister Hua, I have now taken a master, and you are free. If you wish to remain by my side, then. Before he could finish, the flower fairy placed her fingertip delicately against his lips. Tiangu, were it not for you, I would have perished long ago. I have vowed before the heavens that in life, I am yours. In death, I shall be your spirit. Therefore, wherever you go, I shall follow. With that, the flower fairy leaned in and kissed Lin Xunxian. This scene prompted a cough from the watching Jade Emperor, interrupting their moment. I say, you two lovebirds might consider the presence of us elder folks. Save your affections for the privacy of your chambers. In the heart of the Jade Emperor, despite Lu Xunxian's youthful appearance, he was indeed an exalted being, with at least 1,000,000 years of existence. Historical records in the celestial realm indicate that the youngest exalted being took over 300,000 years to ascend to that level. With the Jade Emperor's interruption, Lin Xunxian and the flower fairy finally paused. The flower fairy then gracefully approached Lu Xunxian, bowing slightly as she said, Senior, I wish to follow my husband, and I hope you will grant this. As you wish, Lu Xunxian replied, not refusing her request. After all, the flower fairy was a formidable being in her own right, a potential asset for future endeavors. Upon receiving Lu Xunxian's consent, the flower fairy breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could stay by Lin Xunxian's side, that was sufficient. At that moment, the long-awaited master of the Jade Emperor sect, Yu Baichuan, finally arrived at the Qingshu Divine Pool. Spotting the Jade Emperor, he hurriedly approached and grasped his arm. Ancestor, where have you been? The guests are waiting for you. There are dozens of exalted ones eager to meet you. Suddenly, Yu Baichuan noticed Lu Xunxian and the others nearby, quickly recognizing the mighty Wanchong and the flower fairy. You are Wanchong, the mighty one, and the flower fairy? Wanchong, I thought you had perished. The Jade Emperor sect was not a minor power in the celestial realm, and as a peak exalted being, Yu Baichuan was well aware of past events. However, he never anticipated that Wanchong had returned to life and appeared within his sect. In response, Wanchong could only smile wryly and shake his head. It's a long story, but let us not dwell on it. Ancestor, we must go. The guests are still waiting. Yu Baichuan had no time to entertain Lin Xunxian's exposition, as numerous guests awaited the presence of the ancestor. Especially since today marked the Jade Emperor's 30th million birthday celebration, and the guest of honor's absence would be most unseemly. Upon concluding his words, Yu Baichuan directly seized the somewhat distressed Yu Xianhuang and departed. As for Lu Xunxian, he stationed himself outside the Qingshu Divine Pool, awaiting the improvement of his son and daughter's aptitude, which would take approximately 7 days. Having no pressing matters, he found solace in waiting at the Yu Huang sect. Meanwhile, Lin Xunxian refrained from confiding his years of longing to the Wanhua fairy. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture to commence his cultivation. He was eager to restore himself to the realm of the immortal king and perhaps even transcend to the immortal emperor, with the intent of exacting vengeance upon his former adversaries and vanquishing his inner demons. In the realm of the immortal world's 29 heavens, it is regarded as a significant domain, accessible only to those of immortal emperor rank or higher who can leave behind their legacy within this exalted sphere. 200,000 years prior, the trio of Chongshui, Renfeng, and Qihua ascended to the immortal emperor realm and subsequently migrated their legacy from the 25th heaven to the 29th, firmly establishing their presence over the span of the ensuing millennia. Su Kuan's first destination was the Heavenly Water sect, the very bastion of Chongshui, Xianhuang's lineage. Upon arrival, Su Kuan merely exuded a subtle aura, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a cerulean robe with a distinctive mustache appeared before him. Having previously encountered Chongshui Xianhuang, Su Kuan, though only a minor rank above him, promptly expressed his respect. Chongshui Xianhuang merely inclined his head slightly and inquired in a neutral tone, "What brings you to seek me?" With the matter of importance broached, Su Kuan's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "My master has returned." "What?" Upon hearing this, Chongshui Xianhuang's expression darkened with palpable trepidation. Although they had once joined forces to obliterate the physical form of the 10,000 Heavens Immortal King, he had escaped with the essence of his power. Thus, the name of the 10,000 Heavens Immortal King had become a taboo in their minds over the years. After all, he had once eclipsed them with his prodigious talent, ascending from obscurity to the pinnacle of immortal kings in a mere 500,000 years. coupled with the grievances each of their factions held against him. Should he advance to immortal emperor first, their demise would be inevitable. Hence, they had allied with Su Kuan to strike against the reclusive 10,000 Heavens immortal king during his breakthrough. However, they had not anticipated his successful escape. Soon, Chongshui Xianhuang gleaned the full scope of the situation from Su Kuan, his expression grim. He was astonished to learn that even the Wanhua fairy had been rescued by the 10,000 Heavens immortal king. Did this not imply that the 10,000 Heavens immortal king had at least regained his status as an immortal king? With this realization, Chongshui Xianhuang hesitated no longer. He retrieved a communication jade talisman to contact Renfeng and Qihua, summoning them to the Tongtian Divine Mountain to deliberate on a strategy. Chapter 81. The three immortal emperors assemble within the forbidden grounds of the Xianhua sect. A violet pillar of fire ascended into the heavens, drawing the attention of numerous disciples towards the direction of the sanctum. In the next moment, a figure enveloped entirely in violet flames, obscured from view, emerged from the depths of the forbidden grounds and swiftly vanished before the eyes of the assembled immortals of the Xianhua sect. In the forbidden area of Shenfeng Valley, tempestuous winds howled, transforming into unseen blades of fury. Even a true immortal would be reduced to a mist of blood in an instant should they venture within. In the heart of the tempest, an elderly man clad in green slowly opened his eyes. He was none other than the Blade Wind Celestial Emperor. Upon learning that the 10,000 layers Celestial King was still alive, a fierce intent for vengeance flickered across his face. Yet beneath this murderous aura lay a profound apprehension. Damn it, Lin Chongtian, your tenacity is truly remarkable. You dare return for revenge. This time, you shall find no opportunity to escape. With that, the Blade Wind Celestial Emperor transformed into a myriad of wild gales, hastening towards the heavenly peak. An hour later, Su Kuan led the water-heavy Celestial Emperor back to the heavenly peak. Upon their return, Su Kuan eagerly made his way to the small world at the foot of the peak, only to find the great formation shattered, with no trace of the Orchid Fairy remaining. Damn it, Master, you have truly crossed the line. However, the water-heavy Celestial Emperor did not share Su Kuan's fury. Instead, he closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the lingering aura within the small world. He was exceedingly confident that Lin Chongtian had yet to ascend to the realm of Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would not have departed but would have awaited their return. As a Celestial Emperor, he was highly attuned to the energies beneath his station. If he could detect even the faintest trace of Lin Chongtian's presence, the latter would surely meet his demise. However, after 2.5 hours of concentrated effort, the water-heavy Celestial Emperor abruptly opened his eyes, his expression darkening with dismay. Why is there not a single remnant of his aura? Within the small world, not only was Lin Chongtian's presence absent, but even the Orchid Fairy's essence had vanished completely. Beside him, Su Kuan discerned the water-heavy Celestial Emperor's intent and shook his head with a bitter smile. Given my master's nature, if he had taken action, he would undoubtedly leave no trace behind. Sigh. In that case, we shall wait for the Blade Wind and Blaze Fire to arrive before deliberating further. The water-heavy Celestial Emperor exhaled deeply, clearly having come to this conclusion himself, and chose not to dwell on it any longer, opting to confer with the two Celestial Emperors upon their arrival. As the water-heavy Celestial Emperor concluded his thoughts, the winds howled atop the heavenly peak, and even the fabric of space seemed to tremble under the strain. With the tempest subsiding, the figure of the Blade Wind Celestial Emperor emerged. Shortly after his arrival, the sky above the heavenly peak was enveloped in a violet glow as a purple fireball hurtled from the distance, crashing down with a thunderous boom and creating a chasm several thousand feet deep. As the smoke cleared, a flamboyantly dressed young man clad in garish purple emerged from the depths of the pit, revealing himself to be the Blaze Fire Celestial Emperor. Blaze Fire, you have remained as ostentatious as ever, remarked the Blade Wind Celestial Emperor, his expression unchanging and his tone subdued. Naturally, if I were not flamboyant, what use would my Celestial Emperor cultivation serve? Replied the Blaze Fire Celestial Emperor, his head held high and brimming with arrogance. The Blade Wind Celestial Emperor chose not to engage further and turned his gaze towards the heavenly peak, calling out, "Water Heavy, we have arrived." In the next moment, the Water Heavy Celestial Emperor emerged from within the peak alongside Su Kuan. Thus, the three Celestial Emperors who had once acted against the 10,000 layers Celestial King were finally gathered together. What on earth has transpired? Why has Lin Chongtian returned with such vengeance? Questioned the Blaze Fire Celestial Emperor, his expression fraught with concern. In those years, although a fragment of Lin Chongtian's true spirit, imbued with primordial power, managed to escape, a staggering 530,000 years have passed without a trace. Consequently, they had long since concluded that this fragment had dissipated and paid little heed to it. Yet, unexpectedly, after 530,000 years, Lu Xunxian has returned with a vengeance, compelling their attention. I am unaware of the specifics. All I know is that my master has returned and, while I was attempting to contact the three of you, he rescued my mistress. Furthermore, even the soul lamp failed to sense my master's presence. Su Kuan's expression grew solemn as he produced the dim soul lamp. Upon hearing this, the Blade Wind Celestial Emperor scoffed. Could it be that this young man Su Kuan is deceiving us? If the elder believes I am misleading you, feel free to search my soul directly, Su Kuan retorted. Unperturbed, he harbored no fear of the Blade Wind Celestial Emperor. Should it come to a confrontation, he would be willing to risk mutual destruction, knowing that the Blade Wind Celestial Emperor would likely emerge severely injured. Observing the tension, the Heavy Water Celestial Emperor stepped forward to mediate. Enough, Su, my young friend, is on our side. How could we doubt him? Our immediate priority must be to locate Lu Xunxian. Otherwise, once that fellow has completed his cultivation, none of us shall find respite. What thoughts does Heavy Water have on this matter? The celestial realm is vast, and if Lu Xunxian is determined to hide, we might not find him even after 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000, the Blaze Fire Celestial Emperor remarked gravely. In response, the Heavy Water Celestial Emperor, with a serious demeanor, produced a storage ring. My suggestion is that the four of us attend the Celestial Bounty Conference and offer a reward for Lu Xunxian. Once he finished speaking, the Blade Wind and Blaze Fire Celestial Emperors contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. For them, eliminating the threat posed by Lu Xunxian was worth the price they would have to pay. Moreover, they had been Celestial Emperors for 300,000 years and still possessed some resources. Offering a bounty for Lu Xunxian was feasible. However, Su Kuan's countenance darkened. Esteemed seniors, it seems somewhat unreasonable to include me in this plan. Su Kuan was well aware of the Celestial Bounty Conference, a faction dedicated to executing tasks for a fee, reputedly capable of slaying even Celestial Emperors if the payment was sufficient. Yet, the price was exceedingly steep. Given the current circumstances, Lu Xunxian had likely regained his status as a Celestial King, and to place a bounty on a being of such caliber would require at least 10,000 units of high-grade celestial liquid, divided among the four. He would need to contribute 2,500 units, which was quite a hefty sum for someone at the peak of Celestial King. Upon hearing this, the Heavy Water Celestial Emperor gave a cold chuckle. What? Does this matter not concern you? If you wish to eliminate Lu Xunxian, then you must obediently provide the celestial liquid. Moreover, under the present circumstances, the first person Lu Xunxian will target upon his return is you. Surely, you do not wish to see him alive before you again. Confronted by the looming threat of the Heavy Water Immortal Emperor, Su Kuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He found himself in a precarious situation, compelled to join forces with the Heavy Water Immortal Emperor and his companions to confront Lu Xunxian. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Kuan clenched his teeth, nearly biting through to the blood. Chapter 82. Cleansing completed shortly thereafter, prior to the Immortal Reward Conference. The Immortal Reward Conference is a renowned bounty organization within the immortal realm, with branches established in every layer of the celestial heavens. Naturally, the party led by the Heavy Water Immortal Emperor would not make a special journey to the 33 heavens, as it posed significant dangers for them. Upon witnessing the three immortal emperors and a peak immortal king entering together, a messenger clad in interwoven black and white garments approached with a smile. Esteemed guests, how may I be of assistance to you? Having previously engaged in transactions with the Immortal Reward Conference, the Heavy Water Immortal Emperor was well aware of the messenger's capabilities. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Please summon the manager. We have a substantial business proposition." Upon hearing this, the messenger's smile widened. Within the Immortal Reward Conference, any transaction exceeding 1,000 superior-grade immortal liquids is classified as a significant business deal. Thus, the manager hurriedly arrived, escorting the Heavy Water Immortal Emperor and his companions to a private room. The manager, a cultivator at the early stage of the Immortal King realm, did not require formidable strength for his position. A commanding presence was sufficient. Esteemed seniors, how may I assist you? The manager inquired with a friendly demeanor. The Heavy Water Immortal Emperor wasted no time. He presented an image of Lu Xunxian. This individual is Lu Xunxian, once a celebrated immortal king of the 10,000 layers. We wish to issue a bounty on him within the Immortal Reward Conference. As for the terms, we are aware of the protocol. Here is the deposit, with the remainder to be settled upon successful completion. Producing a storage ring containing 5,000 superior-grade immortal liquids. The Heavy Water Immortal Emperor had gathered these resources prior to their arrival, entrusting them to his care. After inspecting the storage ring and confirming the precise quantity of the immortal liquids, the manager, wearing a beaming expression, assured them, "Rest assured, esteemed seniors. We will take on this task. We shall endeavor to bring back the head of Lu Xunxian as swiftly as possible. The Immortal Reward Conference does not concern itself with the identities of its clients. As long as the price is right, they are willing to engage even the most formidable of clans. After issuing the bounty, the Heavy Water Immortal Emperor and his party were sent off with smiles. Once outside the Immortal Reward Conference, the Heavy Water Immortal Emperor turned to Su Kuan and spoke in a neutral tone. During this period, be sure to observe Lu Xunxian's soul lamp. It may illuminate at any moment. I understand, Su Kuan replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He was determined not to be careless. After acknowledging, the three immortal emperors parted ways, each bound by their respective lineages and unable to remain absent for long. Once they had departed, Su Kuan spat quietly in disdain. Those old wretches, once they break through to become immortal emperors, I will ensure that today's grievances are repaid tenfold. Yet, Master, I never anticipated your audacity in infiltrating the Celestial Mount to rescue the mistress. Su Kuan was filled with profound regret. He should have anticipated this. Given his master's character, it was unfathomable that he would allow his beloved disciple to suffer after learning of her plight. Consequently, they squandered the only leverage that could have posed a threat to their master. However, at this juncture, lamentation was futile. They could only hope that the Immortal Appreciation Conference would extinguish their master before he had the chance to mature. Otherwise, they would all face a purging. Within the confines of the Jade Emperor sect, accompanied by the illustrious Yu Baichuan, the Jade Emperor was compelled to force a smile to greet the numerous guests. After a considerable effort to see the guests off, the Jade Emperor intended to return to Lu Xunxian's side, only to be halted by Yu Baichuan. Ancestor, why is the 10,000 heavy immortal king present in our Jade Emperor sect? Yu Baichuan inquired, his expression grave. He was well aware of the past events and the enmity between the 4 of the Heavy Water Immortal King and the 10,000 Heavy Immortal King. Should the Heavy Water Immortal King and his companions discover the latter's presence in their sect, it would undoubtedly invite unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor comprehended Yu Baichuan's concerns and let out a cold snort, exuding an air of dominance. What? Are you afraid? Even if the 3 of them joined forces, how could they contend with me, your ancestor? The Jade Emperor stood at the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm. While the trio of the Heavy Water Immortal King were merely at the initial stage, combined, they were no match for him. That is not the case. I merely worry about attracting needless difficulties. However, since you have spoken, we shall proceed as you suggest. Yu Baichuan naturally prioritized the commands of his ancestor. At that moment, the Jade Emperor recalled something, his demeanor turning serious. You must have seen that esteemed elder earlier, remember? You must regard him with even greater respect than you do for me. Observing the gravity with which his ancestor spoke, a terrifying thought flickered through Yu Baichuan's mind, prompting him to swallow hard. Ancestor, who exactly is that esteemed elder? Some matters are best known than spoken. With his ancestor's clear implication, Yu Baichuan quickly deduced the immense power of Lu Xunxian. I understand, ancestor, he replied solemnly, contemplating how best to curry favor with such a formidable being. As he turned to look for his ancestor, he found the spot empty. His ancestor had vanished. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Within the clear void divine pool, the aura of Lu Xunxian was steadily intensifying. The pool had nearly perfected her innate qualities. As Lu Xunxian's body trembled, the once tranquil waters of the clear void divine pool erupted with ripples, signaling the completion of her enhancement. My innate quality has approached the divine grade. Upon opening her eyes, Lu Xunxian had ascended from the initial stage of the Saint Emperor realm to the later stage, achieving 2 successive breakthroughs. Yet, what astonished her most was her spiritual root, while it still remained a saint-grade root. The speed at which she absorbed and refined spiritual energy had accelerated 5-fold compared to before. She was now infinitely close to a divine-grade spiritual root. Turning her gaze aside, the 2 little ones remained in slumber, their potential gradually revealing itself under the transformation brought forth by the clear void divine pool. Upon realizing that the clear void divine pool could no longer facilitate her progress, Lu Xunxian gracefully rose, donned a flowing white gown with a mere wave of her hand, and approached the shore to await the 2 little ones. Of course, Lu Xunxian did not remain idle. She engaged in cultivation by the water's edge, though it was evident that substantial breakthroughs would not come swiftly. After all, being at the peak of the Saint Empress realm, even those prodigies from the celestial realm required years of dedication to advance a minor stage. Before long, the 2 little ones awakened in succession and, upon seeing Lu Xunxian nearby, quickly dressed and made their way toward her. Sister Xunxian. The 2 little ones felt a surge of excitement. For with the assistance of the clear void divine pool, their realms had surged from the Emperor realm to the Emperor realm, with their spiritual roots now nearing the divine quality. This time, I shall seize the first place in the Heavenly Sage Grand Competition, Lu Xiaoyao declared, his fist raised triumphantly, a determined expression adorning his face. Before Lu Xunxian could respond, Lu Xunxian entered alongside the Jade Emperor and others. You must cultivate diligently, for your sister Xunxian has already reached the Saint Empress realm. Father, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun laughed and rushed forward to embrace Lu Xunxian. As Lu Xunxian gazed upon Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, a complex expression crossed his face. He had not anticipated that his son and daughter would grow so quickly. Merely a decade had passed, yet they now appeared as young adults, a stark contrast to the memories he held of their childhood, which felt as recent as yesterday. Chapter 83. The matter concluded. Shaking his head, Lu Xunxian chose not to dwell on these thoughts, for he knew that some matters must eventually be confronted. With the tasks in the celestial realm now complete, it was time to depart. Since everything is resolved, we should take our leave. The Jade Emperor, puzzled by Lu Xunxian's words, inquired, where to? However, Lin Chongtian and Wanhua Fairy understood the implication of Lu Xunxian's statement and were about to speak when they were interrupted by him. You two may remain in the celestial realm to cultivate and develop my influence. After all, both Lin Chongtian and Wanhua Fairy are beings above the Saint Emperor level. Their presence in the Heavenly Sage continent would only hinder their cultivation. It is far better for them to thrive within the celestial realm and await my ascension to seek them out. Understood, Master. Lin Chongtian replied with a deep bow, his tone filled with utmost respect. Having thought of something, Lu Xunxian waved his hand and produced some celestial liquid, handing it to Lin Chongtian. This celestial liquid should suffice for you to cultivate to the celestial sovereign realm. Cultivate diligently. I hope to see you restored to the pinnacle of Celestial King when I ascend to the celestial realm. Master, this is too much. I have already received countless favors from you. How can I accept more of your resources? As previously noted, Lin Chongtian possessed his own dignity and was reluctant to accept excessive assistance from Lu Xunxian. Yet, Lu Xunxian was resolute, pressing the storage ring into Lin Chongtian's palm. If I were to assume the role of a master, I would graciously accept this. However, if it merely pertains to the realm of the immortal king, it would not serve me greatly. Given that Lu Xunxian has expressed himself to such an extent, it would be somewhat ungracious of Lin Chongtian to decline. Accepting the storage ring, Lin Chongtian spoke with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, Master, I shall repay you doubly once I achieve success in my cultivation. Yet, upon glimpsing the quantity of celestial liquid within the storage ring, Lin Chongtian fell silent, for it contained nothing but the finest celestial liquids, amounting to over 1,000 portions. It is worth noting that this is indeed top-tier celestial liquid. 100 portions of inferior celestial liquid can be exchanged for a single portion of medium-grade celestial liquid. And as tiers ascend, a single portion of superior celestial liquid is equivalent to 1 million portions of inferior celestial liquid. Over 1,000 portions of superior celestial liquid are exceedingly precious, even for an immortal sovereign. Lin Chongtian was profoundly moved. He had not anticipated Lu Xunxian to value his talents so highly, and he resolved to cultivate diligently, determined not to disappoint Lu Xunxian's expectations. However, he did not realize that, at this juncture, a mere 1,000 portions of superior celestial liquid were no longer significant for him. Long before, when Su Yushan had bestowed the majority of his resources upon Feng Qingyu, the system had rewarded him with resources of an extraordinarily terrifying magnitude, surpassing even the wealth of Lu Xunxian at present, even at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor finally reacted, asking with a hint of confusion, Senior, are you still residing in the lower realms? What? Is that a problem? Lu Xunxian shot a glance at the Jade Emperor, who promptly fell silent. Such a formidable being was beyond the interference of someone at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. Turning his gaze toward Lu Xunxian and the others, he understood Lu Xunxian's purpose for descending to the lower realms. It was undoubtedly to deepen their foundations. Even the Jade Emperor's sect would send disciples who had not yet ascended to the immortal realm to undergo trials in the lower realms before ascending. Only in this manner could the disciples grow stronger. According to relevant records, immortals who ascended from the lower realms were often more powerful than those born in the immortal realm. Before departing, Lu Xunxian instructed the Jade Emperor, I entrust this servant to you. Rest assured, as long as I live, my friend Wan Chong shall come to no harm. Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's words, the Jade Emperor immediately recognized this as a splendid opportunity to curry favor with Lu Xunxian. If he could earn Lu Xunxian's goodwill, perhaps a slight guidance from him would allow him to break through the immortal emperor peak that had confined him for millions of years. After issuing his commands, Lu Xunxian exerted a slight force, shattering the void before him, and then vanished into the ether with Lu Xunxian and the others. Once Lu Xunxian had departed, the Jade Emperor turned to Wan Chong, his eyes reflecting a tinge of envy. Lin, my friend, you have indeed found a worthy master. From their previous conversation, it was clear that Lu Xunxian had secured Lu Xunxian's favor, and even the contents of that storage ring must surely far surpass his own wealth. Yet, despite this, the Jade Emperor felt no trace of greed, only because he understood that if he were to seize something belonging to Lu Xunxian, Lu Xunxian would likely take matters into his own hands and eliminate him. Faced with a mysterious immortal, who may not even be an immortal, he knew that even if he fled to the farthest corner of the immortal realm, he would be dragged back by his adversary. It was merely a stroke of luck. Lu Xunxian wore a modest expression. Even now, as well as before his downfall, he was an exceedingly humble cultivator. Upon hearing his words, the Jade Emperor shook his head and gestured dismissively. Let us not dwell on this matter. What are your intentions moving forward? Do you wish to remain here in my Jade Emperor sect to recover to the peak of the Immortal King, or do you prefer to venture out for training? However, the Jade Emperor had already surmised Lu Xunxian's thoughts, and indeed, Lu Xunxian spoke up directly. I intend to stay here under your guidance, esteemed senior, to restore my cultivation to the pinnacle of the Immortal King, and thereafter, I will venture out for training. With the essence of the Immortal King and the experience from his past life, Lu Xunxian needed only to proceed steadily. Within a few years, he would undoubtedly restore himself to the summit of the Immortal King. The subsequent realm of Immortal Emperor would require both training and fortuitous opportunities to comprehend. After breaking through to the true Immortal realm, the next stage emphasizes the understanding and cultivation of the laws. The deeper the comprehension, the faster the breakthrough. In that case, you may reside in the cave dwelling adjacent to mine. In the Immortal realm, it is unlikely that anyone will find this place. Should the likes of the Heavy Water Immortal Emperor arrive, I shall intervene on your behalf, the Jade Emperor remarked, gesturing towards the location of his cave. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian nodded in agreement and soon settled in under the Jade Emperor's arrangement. Without further ado, Lu Xunxian commenced his pursuit of the Immortal King realm, without even indulging in a moment's tenderness with the Flower Fairy. Meanwhile, after shattering the void, within merely an hour, Lu Xunxian and his companions traversed directly from the 30th heaven to the 1st heaven. Upon returning to the Ascension node of the Heavenly Saint Continent, Lu Xunxian closed his eyes briefly, quickly sensing the position of the Heavenly Saint Continent. With a slight exertion, the space before him fractured, revealing a passageway leading to the Heavenly Saint Continent. Let us return, he declared, leading Lu Xunxian and the others into the spatial passage, which vanished as soon as they entered. However, at the very moment of their departure, two peak Immortal Realm beings hastily arrived at the Ascension node of the Heavenly Saint Continent. They were disciples of the Immortal sect who had come up earlier when Lu Xunxian and his companions ascended. Upon reaching the Ascension node, they furrowed their brows in confusion. Strange, we clearly sensed activity at this Ascension node moments ago. Why is there no one here? Could it be that there was indeed an error with this node? Never mind. We should send an elder from the true Immortal Realm next time to investigate the situation. After exchanging these words, the two departed from the Ascension node to report back. Chapter 84. Return to the Heavenly Saint Continent within the Myriad Path Academy. A spatial passage quietly manifested, from which Lu Xunxian and his companions emerged. Although they had only been away for 7 days, their return felt as though an entire era had passed. Master, may I take my leave now? Lu Xunxian tentatively spoke, expressing that her recent days in the celestial realm had been fruitful, and she needed to enter seclusion for a period. Perhaps upon her emergence, she would achieve a breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm. Naturally, Lu Xunxian did not deter her. Gesturing for Lu Xunxian to depart, after her exit, he turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, hesitating for a moment before he finally spoke. Do you both wish to journey to the ancient Holy Land and the ancient Wood Holy Land for further study? Within these two sacred sites, there exist specialized methods for nurturing the saint body, and considering the substantial knowledge you have already acquired at the Academy of 10,000 Paths, it would be prudent to avoid any resentment from Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng should you neglect these opportunities. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun seemed to recall something and asked with concern, Father, does this mean that if we travel to the two great holy lands, we shall be separated? Fear not. Dear sister, I can remain alone at the ancient Holy Land. You should have father accompany you to the ancient Wood Holy Land, Lu Xiaoyao declared confidently, displaying the demeanor of an elder brother. However, Lu Xunxian waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm as he replied, It is not so troublesome. I shall establish a stable spatial passage between the ancient Holy Land and the ancient Wood Holy Land, thanks to his formidable strength and the extensive knowledge of Feng Qingyu. Lu Xunxian had achieved a terrifying proficiency in both formations and spatial manipulation. Creating a stable passage between the two holy lands was a trivial task for him. Even establishing one between the heavenly Saint continent and the celestial realm would pose no significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian's furrowed brows relaxed, and she embraced Lu Xunxian, playfully exclaiming, "I knew father was the most formidable. Then it seems you both are indeed set on visiting the two great holy lands. I shall grant you a day to finalize your affairs," Lu Xunxian stated. Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun had made numerous friends at the Academy of 10,000 Paths, and Lu Xunxian wished to ensure they left without any regrets. The two children nodded vigorously before turning to rush out of the residence. Meanwhile, Lu Xunxian directed his attention inward. Originally engrossed in his cultivation, Fu Qitian, upon learning of the impending journey to the ancient Holy Land in 3 days, hastily withdrew from his practice. For someone of his Saint Emperor caliber, it was all too easy to become absorbed in cultivation, losing track of time and affecting his master negatively. After resolving matters concerning the Fu and Li families, Fu Qitian had vanquished his inner demons, achieving significant progress in his realm. He was destined to break through to the mid-Saint Emperor stage within the next decade. Within the ancient Holy Land, Yi Wushuang had been cultivating when he learned that Lu Xunxian was to bring Lu Xiaoyao for an extended stay. Instantly invigorated, he quickly summoned the elders of the ancient Holy Land to the sacred hall. Upon their arrival, the elders exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation. They had merely heard the Saint Master mention an urgent matter, prompting their hurried assembly in the sacred hall. Once everyone had gathered, the Grand Elder of the ancient Holy Land stood and, bowing respectfully to Yi Wushuang, inquired, "Saint Master, may I ask what pressing matter has arisen?" Yi Wushuang let out a long breath, calming his exceedingly excited heart before he turned to the crowd and spoke gravely. "Do you still remember my status as the Holy Son of the ancient sacred land?" As Yi Wushuang spoke, the attendees recalled that indeed, 10 years prior, the ancient sacred land had accepted a Holy Son. However, due to the Holy Master's assertion that the Holy Son was not within their domain, coupled with Yi Wushuang's long silence on the matter, they had all but forgotten it. Upon hearing Yi Wushuang mention it again, a realization dawned upon them, and their breaths quickened. The Grand Elder, Cheng Long, swallowed hard, unable to believe his ears. "Holy Master, could it be?" "Indeed. Senior Lu has informed me that 3 days hence, he will bring the Holy Son to the ancient sacred land, where he shall reside." Upon hearing the news they had longed for from Yi Wushuang, the elders present erupted with fervor. Although they were unaware of the current realm of the Holy Son, the fact that he was an ancient sacred body, coupled with his celestial grade spiritual root, suggested he must at least have reached the King's realm. Under the tutelage of the ancient sacred land, it was not inconceivable for him to break through to the Emperor realm in 8 years. An emperor at the age of 20 is a rarity even across the vast expanse of the heavenly Saint continent. Should he ascend to the immortal realm and be accepted as a holy son by the dominant sect there, it would be even more extraordinary. The Holy Master summoned you to gather in order to convey this news. Within the next 3 days, we must ensure the Holy Son's residence is prepared. Furthermore, he may participate in our ancient sacred land's disciple competition in 2 years. Typically, sects host such competitions to encourage their disciples to strive harder in their cultivation, and the ancient sacred land is no exception. The only requirement to participate in the disciple competition is to be under 100 years of age, making the Holy Son perfectly eligible. Although, in 2 years, even with the support of the ancient sacred land, the Holy Son may only reach the pinnacle of the King's realm. It is likely that few disciples under 100 years of age in the vast ancient sacred land could rival him. Understood, Holy Master. The elders present bore various expressions, predominantly characterized by excitement. As per reliable information, among the various sacred lands of the heavenly Saint continent, only the ancient sacred land and the ancient wood sacred land had their holy sons and daughters absent. All other sacred lands had their own holy sons and daughters, showcasing formidable talents. They anticipated that this upcoming heavenly Saint competition would be exceptionally fierce. Thus, they did not impose the expectation that the Holy Son would claim the top spot. Securing a position within the top 100 would be quite commendable. The Heavenly Saint competition has only 500 slots available. The 10 sacred lands collectively hold 100 slots. The forces under the Holy Emperor have another 100, while the remaining 200 are allocated to other factions. The last 100 slots are reserved for independent cultivators. While most talents are recruited by the major forces in advance, there are always exceptions, individuals who, for various reasons, have not entered the ranks of these forces yet possess astonishing gifts. In previous Heavenly Saint competitions, there have indeed been instances where independent cultivators have claimed the championship. As a thought crossed his mind, Cheng Long's expression shifted, and he swallowed nervously, inquiring, "Will the Holy Lord, that man, accompany the Holy Son?" Upon hearing Cheng Long's words, the elders present turned pale, recalling the terror they once felt under Lu Xunxian's dominance. Chapter 85. Journey to the Ancient Holy Land. Rest assured, Elder Lu will be coming. Yi Wushuang reassured the elders, who felt a sense of impending doom. Even contemplating whether to send themselves away to avoid Lu Xunxian during his time at the Ancient Holy Land. Yi Wushuang, however, dismissed their concerns. In his view, Lu Xunxian was not their adversary, and there was no need for alarm. After giving some instructions, he turned his gaze towards the back of the Holy Land and, with a firm step, arrived there. Behind the Holy Emperor lay the celestial abode of the Holy Lord and the elders, with the Holy Sun among them. Yi Wushuang approached a grand mountain, effortlessly dispelling the restrictions placed upon it. Halfway up the mountain, a magnificent palace emerged before him. The residence prepared for generations of holy sons by the ancient Holy Land. Unfortunately, it had remained unoccupied for a long time. But Lu Xiaoyao's arrival signified that this palace would soon welcome a new master. Before long, Yi Wushuang had arranged everything and awaited Lu Xunxian's arrival with the Holy Sun. Meanwhile, in the ancient Holy Land, upon receiving the news, Gufeng swiftly summoned the elders. Unlike the elders of the ancient Holy Land, those of the ancient Wood were filled with excitement, for they had never encountered the Holy Maiden, nor had they been subjected to Lu Xunxian's authority. Remember, the Holy Maiden's father is an immensely powerful being. In 3 days, do not provoke that elder. Gufeng, recalling the time he was suppressed by Lu Xunxian's overwhelming presence, spoke with a grave demeanor. Of course, he refrained from sharing the details of his humiliation, realizing that such admissions would only bring disgrace upon himself. The elders of the ancient Holy Land, intrigued, wondered about the terrifying existence the Holy Lord had spoken of. Surely, one must possess the peak cultivation of a holy emperor. However, in the realm of the heavenly sacred continent, the peak holy emperors were typically renowned figures, and they had not heard of any such holy emperor with a daughter possessing the formidable holy body. Yet, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further and decided to wait for the Holy Maiden's arrival to ask their questions. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, the son and daughter managed to settle their affairs. As they prepared to part ways at the entrance of Lu Xunxian's residence, Lu Xiaoyao's four companions wept bitterly. Filled with reluctance, "Boss, don't forget us." One pleaded, "Fear not. Once I establish myself in the ancient Holy Land, I will bring you all there." Lu Xiaoyao promised. Equally reluctant, for they had been by his side for so long. He thumped his chest in assurance. "All right, it's time for us to depart," Lu Xunxian interjected. With a heavy heart, Lu Xiaoyao approached his father, casting a lingering glance back at the residence they had inhabited for several years, etching the memory into his mind. However, just before their departure, Lu Qingyun had a sudden thought and tugged at her father's sleeve. "Father, should we inform Sister Qianxue of our departure? Your sister Qianxue is currently in seclusion, honing her skills. We shall wait until she emerges to convey the news," he replied. Presently, Luo Qianxue was engrossed in her contemplative training, oblivious to such matters. Even if a message were sent, she would not receive it. Furthermore, having promised Su Ruoshan to cultivate Luo Qianxue to the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm, he had no intention of abandoning this commitment. "All right," Lu Qingyun replied, somewhat downcast, as she had hoped that Sister Qianxue could accompany them on their journey. Yet, she had matured and understood that some matters could not be forced. As Lu Xunxian shattered the void before him, a passage leading directly to the ancient sacred land materialized. Traversing this spatial conduit, Lu Xunxian brought everyone before the ancient sacred land. Upon their arrival, a mere thought was sufficient for Lu Xunxian to inform Yi Wushuang of their presence. Before long, Yi Wushuang, brimming with excitement, appeared before Lu Xunxian. "Senior Lu." Lu Xunxian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His first glance fell upon Lu Xunxian, with the second directed at Lu Xiaoyao. Upon observing Lu Xiaoyao and sensing the aura emanating from him, Yi Wushuang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Senior, has the Holy Sun reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm?" He swallowed hard, hardly able to believe that the Holy Sun had ascended to such heights after merely a decade of cultivation. It was almost beyond comprehension. "That is indeed the case. You should consider who this Holy Sun is," Lu Xiaoyao declared with a proud demeanor. With this confirmation, Yi Wushuang could scarcely contain his astonishment. It was worth noting that the Holy Sun was but 12 years old, yet had already attained the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, a feat unprecedented across the entirety of the heavenly sacred continent. If he were to continue his cultivation for another 8 years, by the time of the heavenly sacred great competition, would he not be on par with the Holy Emperor realm? A 500-year-old Holy Emperor possessed the qualifications to contend for the title in the heavenly sacred great competition. Reflecting on this, and remembering his earlier decision, Yi Wushuang could not help but break into a radiant smile. "Senior Lu, Holy Sun, please follow me." Due to the prior harrowing experiences, The other elders had made excuses to refrain from attending, leaving only Yi Wushuang to welcome Lu Xunxian and his companions. Soon, they arrived before the palace. Holy Son, may I inquire if this residence meets your satisfaction? It is acceptable, Lu Xiao replied, hands clasped behind his back, a look of contentment gracing his features. Hearing this, Yi Wushuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Fu Qitian guided the two maid-servants into the palace, and before long, the interior was prepared. Master, please enter. Yet, just as Lu Xunxian and the others were about to step into the palace, Yi Wushuang suddenly recalled something and hesitantly looked at Lu Qingyun beside him, inquiring with uncertainty. Senior Lu, may I inquire if the Saintess intends to journey to the ancient wood sacred land? There is no need for such inconvenience. I can forge a spatial passage directly connecting the ancient land and the ancient wood sacred land. You would not object, would you? However, before Yi Wushuang could voice his thoughts, Lu Xunxian waved his hand, effortlessly creating a passage that linked the ancient land with the ancient wood sacred land. Upon witnessing this, Yi Wushuang fell silent. If it were anyone else, he would undoubtedly have opposed it. Although the ancient wood sacred land maintained a favorable relationship with his ancient land, what if that were to change in the future? Leaving a spatial passage behind would be akin to weaving a web of one's own entrapment. Yet, the decision made by this esteemed figure was beyond his influence. Thus, even harboring dissent, Yi Wushuang could only muster a smile and acquiesce. Chapter 86. Residing in the ancient wood sacred land, what astonished Yi Wushuang the most was that Lu Xunxian, with but a mere gesture, had forged an incredibly stable spatial passage spanning trillions of miles, connecting the ancient land and the ancient wood sacred land. Even at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm, one could not achieve such a feat. Reflecting on the events involving the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter, Yi Wushuang's mind began to entertain a bold hypothesis. Just as he cautiously prepared to voice his inquiry, Lu Xunxian seemed to sense his thoughts, a playful smile gracing his features. Some truths are best left unspoken. Though Lu Xunxian did not explicitly acknowledge it, the implication was clear. In that moment, Yi Wushuang's heart was stirred by a tempest of realization. No wonder Lu Xunxian showed no fear of the bone demon immortal king. His strength was indeed formidable. Within the ancient wood sacred land, shortly after the spatial passage had formed, Gu Feng sensed the disturbance and arrived at its entrance. Gazing at the passage, Gu Feng wore a grave expression. He had no idea who could silently establish a spatial connection within his ancient wood sacred land, but there was no doubt that this individual was extraordinarily powerful. Just as Gu Feng prepared to destroy the passage, he saw Lu Xunxian and Lu Qingyun emerge from its depths. Senior Lu Saintess? Upon witnessing Lu Xunxian, Gu Feng could hardly deduce who had created the passage. However, when he turned his attention to Lu Qingyun, his astonishment surpassed even that of Yi Wushuang. It should be known that the 10,000 wood sacred body was not particularly adept at cultivation, unlike the ancient sacred body. Yet here stood a 12-year-old 10,000 wood sacred body who had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, an unprecedented occurrence. Gu Feng swallowed hard, struggling to believe his eyes. Saintess, how did you reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm? Is that so strange? Lu Qingyun blinked innocently, seemingly unfazed by the inquiry. At her response, Gu Feng fell silent. This was not merely strange, it was utterly unheard of. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As he was slightly older than Yi Wushuang, and could certainly fathom what Yi Wushuang had contemplated. He had previously thought Lu Xunxian to be merely at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, but it was clear now that this was far beyond such limitations. Nevertheless, the paramount concern remained to solidify the relationship between his ancient wood sacred land and Senior Lu. Upon this reflection, Gu Feng forced a wrinkled smile and inquired, Senior Lu, have you constructed a spatial passage with the intent of residing within our ancient wood sacred land? Yet, before Lu Xunxian could respond, a voice emerged from the spatial passage, heralding the arrival of Yi Wushuang, who appeared visibly enraged. How dare you, Gu Feng? Senior Lu had previously agreed to dwell within my ancient sacred land. What do you mean by this? Are you attempting to usurp him? How can this be termed as usurpation? I am merely demonstrating utmost respect for Senior Lu's wishes. Gu Feng retorted, dismissively waving his hand, devoid of any shame. Yi Wushuang, upon hearing this, was ready to engage Gu Feng in a fierce debate, but was interrupted by Lu Xunxian. I shall indeed reside within the ancient wood sacred land. After all, my daughter is here, and it is only natural that I remain close. As for my son, should he wish to visit, he can utilize the spatial passage. Upon hearing Lu Xunxian's decision, Gu Feng's face lit up with joy, while Yi Wushuang felt a twinge of regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have ensured that Lu Qingyun was also brought into his ancient sacred land, rather than allowing Gu Feng to benefit. However, it was too late for regret. Moreover, There were indeed no suitable cultivation techniques for Lu Xunxian within his ancient sacred land. Yet, a thought struck Lu Xunxian, logically. A being of Lu Xunxian's caliber should possess countless techniques at his disposal, and it seemed peculiar that he would seek a technique from a mere ancient sacred land. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, trusting that Senior Lu had his own reasoning. Soon, Gu Feng, wearing an apologetic smile, escorted Lu Xunxian to the palace of the Saintess. Having already adorned it according to her preferences, the moment Lu Xunxian laid eyes upon the palace, her delight was unmistakable. "Father, Xunxian loves this palace," she exclaimed, turning to Lu Xunxian with excitement. Hearing this, Lu Xunxian smiled slightly and replied, "If you like it, then make it your home." With his approval, Lu Xunxian began to explore the palace, leaving Lu Xunxian, Gu Feng, and Yi Wuxuang together. Senior Lu, once Lu Xunxian had departed, Yi Wuxuang and Gu Feng clasped their hands in respect and addressed Lu Xunxian. "If there is something you wish to discuss, please do so." Lu Xunxian's tone was calm. He could easily surmise that the two had matters to discuss. "Senior Lu, may I inquire if that bone demon immortal king is your adversary?" Yi Wuxuang asked cautiously, clearly concerned about the matter. Gu Feng shared this concern, having previously exerted considerable effort to persuade the sect leader to protect Lu Xunxian. "Certain matters are best left known. I do not regard even an immortal king, let alone an immortal emperor, with any apprehension," Lu Xunxian stated plainly, laying the facts bare. Upon hearing this, both Yi Wuxuang and Gu Feng felt as though they were in a dream, yet an inner voice assured them that Lu Xunxian spoke the truth. In that moment, their hearts surged with elation, for it signified that they had indeed allied themselves with an extraordinary force. As ancient sentiments stirred within him, Gu Feng hastily inquired, "Might we create an opportunity for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter?" He coughed lightly, clarifying, "What I mean is to showcase their exceptional talents to the cultivators of the heavenly sacred continent." Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian lowered his head in contemplation before ultimately acquiescing. However, for him, the exposure of his children's talents would inevitably reach Feng Qingyu. Yet, for Lu Xunxian at this moment, the past was but a distant memory. Even if Feng Qingyu were to appear before him, even if she were to perish at his feet, his eyelids would not flutter in the slightest. With Lu Xunxian's consent, Yi Wuxuang and Gu Feng were overwhelmed with joy, hastily bidding farewell to him before setting off to prepare for their respective Holy Son and Holy Daughter. After their departure, Lu Xunxian gazed towards the direction of the Qingfeng's sacred land, his eyes reflecting a moment of deep thought, yet he ultimately shook his head, choosing to dismiss the troubling matters from his mind. Chapter 87. The Secret Realm of Tian Nan in the Qingfeng's sacred land. Feng Qingyu found herself at a critical juncture, struggling to break through to the imperial realm. A sense of unease washed over her as she pondered, "Why do I feel that something is missing, preventing my ascension?" Frustrated, she withdrew from her cultivation. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind, "Disciple, hasten to my cave dwelling." It was the voice of her master, Lin Chongkong. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyu wasted no time and quickly made her way to Lin Chongkong's abode. Upon her arrival, she beheld Lin Chongkong sitting cross-legged, emanating an overwhelming presence. Having reached the final tribulation of the 5 declines of heaven and man, fortunately for him, he still possessed a lifespan of 100 years, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to endure. Within the cave, not only was Lin Chongkong present, but also several cultivators at the Holy King realm. Upon seeing them, Feng Qingyu promptly clasped her hands in respect and addressed them, "I greet my 4 esteemed senior brothers and sisters." Lin Chongkong's disciples were not limited to her. There were 4 other talented senior siblings, each under 1,000 years old and at the Holy King realm. Upon hearing her words, the 4 senior siblings regarded Feng Qingyu with smiles, nodding in acknowledgement. After all, her talents were evident, and it was merely a matter of time before she surpassed them. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group turned their attention back to Lin Chongkong, whose expression had grown solemn. "The reason I summoned you here is that the secret realm of Tian Nan is soon to be unveiled, providing you with an opportunity to enter and hone your skills within." The secret realm of Tian Nan? A burly young cultivator standing before Feng Qingyu and the others displayed a flash of astonishment as he spoke. He was Su Nan, their eldest senior brother, at the pinnacle of the Holy King realm, aged 932. "Indeed, I possess 5 spots for entry, and I intend to arrange for you to participate in this experience." With a wave of his hand, Lin Chongkong summoned 5 rectangular dark green iron tokens that floated into their hands, each inscribed with the characters Tian Nan. "Master, may I inquire as to the nature of this secret realm of Tian Nan?" The 4 individuals present were aware of the situation, save for Feng Qingyu, who remained in the dark. However, from the tone of her master and senior brother, she discerned that the Tiannan secret realm was likely a remarkable place. The so-called Tiannan secret realm is a sanctuary of celestial mysteries, which opens its gates once every 300 years, permitting only cultivators under a millennium in age to enter. It is said to be replete with myriad opportunities, prompting countless cultivators to seek entry. Each opening lasts for 5 years, and with your talent, it is feared that by the time you emerge from the Tiannan secret realm, you will have attained the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Lu Xunxian had never doubted Feng Qingyu's aptitude, and thus held great expectations for her. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyu felt a surge of emotion and quickly replied, "I understand, Master. I shall not disappoint your high hopes. There is no need for further discussion on that matter. Sunan, the Tiannan secret realm will open in a month. You shall lead the team into the realm," Lin Chongkong instructed, his gaze shifting to Sunan, his tone serious. "Understood, Master," Sunan replied dutifully. After giving his instructions, Lin Chongkong waved them away. He deemed it unnecessary to accompany them to the Tiannan secret realm, for the Holy Master would personally guide them there. Sunan's sole responsibility was to protect his junior brothers and sisters within the realm. At the entrance of the cave dwelling, Feng Qingyu cupped her hands in a gesture of respect towards Sunan, speaking courteously, "Senior brother, I will trouble you in the realm." "Not at all. It is my duty," Sunan replied, dismissing her gratitude with a wave of his hand. He was cautious not to become too familiar with Feng Qingyu, as he was aware that she had already caught the eye of the Holy Sun. Should the Holy Sun observe any closeness between him and Feng Qingyu, he feared retribution. However, at that moment, an exuberant voice called out from a distance, "Qingyu, let us journey together in the Tiannan secret realm in a month." Gu Tianxing rushed over, but the smile on his face vanished upon noticing Su Nan standing beside Feng Qingyu. "Qingyu, who is he?" Gu Tianxing inquired, his tone icy. Although Feng Qingyu had yet to acquiesce to his affections, in his heart, she was already his cherished possession, and he would not permit any unfamiliar man to approach her. Before Feng Qingyu could respond, Su Nan quickly interjected, "To the esteemed Holy Sun, I am Qingyu's senior brother, Su Nan." Upon realizing Su Nan was Feng Qingyu's senior brother, Gu Tianxing's displeasure lessened considerably, although traces of it still lingered. At that moment, Feng Qingyu spoke, her expression less than favorable. "I appreciate the Holy Sun's kindness, but I would prefer if you could undertake your journey alone within the realm. After all, traveling together would only burden you, esteemed Holy Sun." Although Feng Qingyu bore no ill will toward Gu Tianxing, she was not keen on becoming involved with him so soon. She believed it would be prudent to wait until he secured the top position in the Tiansheng Grand Competition. Upon hearing her words, Gu Tianxing seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening as he eagerly responded, "Qingyu, do you favor those who are independent and self-reliant? If so, I shall make a commendable impression in the secret realm." After speaking, Gu Tianxing turned and began to prepare the items needed for the Tiannan secret realm. At this moment, his cultivation had already reached the Saint King realm, and it was certain that he would break through to the Saint Emperor realm before the age of 100, a feat that could only be described as terrifying. After Gu Tianxing departed, senior sister in Luan, adorned in a flowing sky-blue gown, approached Feng Qingyu and curiously inquired, "So, junior sister, when do you intend to accept the Saint Prince's pursuit?" As Luan spoke, the other three turned their gazes toward Feng Qingyu. Upon hearing this, a trace of bitterness crossed Feng Qingyu's face as she replied, "The Holy Lord has already promised the Saint Prince that once he secures the championship in this Tiansheng Grand Competition, he shall bestow upon me a marriage with the Saint Prince." "The championship of the Tiansheng Grand Competition, is it? With the Saint Prince's talent, he is indeed likely to achieve it," murmured the fourth disciple, Li Mu, clad in a blue robe, exuding an otherworldly aura. After all, they had never encountered a being with such formidable talent as the Saint Prince. Seizing the championship in the Tiansheng Grand Competition was hardly a daunting task for him. "Then I shall preemptively wish you joy in your upcoming union with the Saint Prince," congratulated third sister Rong Daoyu, clasping her fists, and the others echoed her sentiments. "All right, brothers and sisters, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. We must prepare thoroughly. While our foundation is strong, the Tiannan secret realm is equally perilous, and we must ensure we are fully prepared." Chapter 88. Dissolution of the Tianmo sect. The Tiannan secret realm is a realm of celestial pathways, and the requirements for entry are not stringent. From the Saint Emperors to the entry-level spiritual practitioners, all may enter. However, the dangers within are exceedingly formidable, rife with beasts of the Saint King and Saint Emperor realms. Thus, if one wishes to enter, comprehensive preparation is essential. After agreeing to meet a month later to journey together to the Tiannan secret realm, Feng Qingyu bid them farewell and returned to her dwelling to make preparations. She needed to strive to break through to the Emperor realm before entering the Tiannan secret realm. Otherwise, Her peak cultivation at the Emperor realm would merely render her a burden to her senior brothers and sisters within the realm. Within the Gu Mu sacred land. Senior, this is the situation at hand. I wonder if you have any plans to allow the Saintess to enter the Tian'an secret realm for training? Gu Feng stood before Lu Xunxian, slightly bowing as he spoke. Beside him, Yi Wushuang hastily added, Senior Lu, I also earnestly request that the Saint Prince be allowed to enter for training. The Tian'an secret realm is a realm of celestial pathways, rich with countless opportunities. If the Saint Prince does not enter this time, he may not have another chance. Yi Wushuang discerned that given the talents of Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, they would likely ascend to the celestial realm before the next opening of the Tian'an secret realm, thus it was imperative to secure them an opportunity to enter. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian pondered for a moment, and then turned to Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun to seek their opinions. Father, may I bring Wu Yin and the others with me? Lu Xiaoyao, recalling his 4 companions from the Wandao Academy, hurriedly asked. Of course, came the reply. Then I shall go. Lu Xiaoyao exclaimed eagerly upon hearing that he could bring his 4 companions along. Beside him, Lu Qingyun heard her brother's intention to enter and quickly expressed her desire to follow him inside. At that moment, Yi Wushuang's face revealed a hint of concern. Senior Lu, the slots for entering the Tian'an secret realm are limited. If we were to accommodate 4 more, it may prove quite challenging. Challenging? Perhaps I should eliminate a few factions and seize their slots? Lu Xunxian stood up, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang became anxious. Senior, I will arrange it. I will take care of it. She was well aware that Lu Xunxian was the type who acted on his words. And if factions were to be annihilated because of him, the repercussions would be severe. Seeing her distress, Lu Xunxian settled back down. In his memory, he had some understanding of the Tian'an secret realm. 300 million years ago, the realm emerged, its immense opportunities enticing countless formidable beings to explore. Although entry was restricted to cultivators under 1,000 years of age, numerous cultivators ventured inside. As time elapsed, the resources within the secret realm diminished at a visible pace. Eventually, a peak holy emperor could no longer stand idly by, intervening to restore order by uniting the 5 major sacred grounds to limit the number of entrants. Each opening allowed only 1,000 cultivators to enter, with 400 slots reserved for the 5 sacred grounds, while 300 were allocated to factions led by holy emperors, leaving the remaining 300 for loose cultivators. Given the vastness of the Tianshan continent, the number of loose cultivators was considerable. Thus they deserved a share of the slots. Even Yi Wushuang, as the leader of the ancient Holy Land, possessed only 30 slots, with the remaining 50 to be distributed by the elders and ancestors. After Lu Xunxian agreed, Yi Wushuang hurriedly returned to make preparations. Although the Holy Sun was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, the cultivators entering the Tian'an secret realm were formidable, including many holy kings and holy emperors. Therefore, he needed to carefully select those who would accompany him, ensuring Lu Xiaoyao's safety. The same was true for Gu Feng. As they departed, Lu Xunxian turned his gaze toward the direction of the southern wilderness, the location of the Tian'an secret realm. I recall there is also the Tian'an sect. I shall take the opportunity to deal with them. Although the Tian'an holy emperor had fallen, the faction still existed, and given that they were all demon cultivators, Lu Xunxian felt no moral burden in their annihilation. However, that would not be addressed now. He would wait until a month later when he headed to the Tian'an secret realm. In the southern wilderness, within the Tian'an sect's forbidden grounds, the 5 elders gathered, their expressions grim. The sect leader has perished, remarked one elder, adorned in a striking red robe, his voice slow and heavy. What should we do now? With the sect leader's demise, we may be next, another elder voiced their concern. Our best course of action now is to disband the Tian'an sect and conceal ourselves across the Tianshan continent, regrouping when the time is right, suggested Gu Zhenren, the most powerful elder remaining after the Holy Emperor, his cultivation at the late stage of the Holy Emperor realm. As the ancient sage began to speak, the other 3 elders lowered their heads in deference, ultimately acknowledging his words. After all, it was the presence of their leader that had once instilled fear across the entire righteous sect of the heavenly holy continent. With the leader's untimely demise, it was only a matter of time before the righteous sects would receive word and come to hunt down the demon sect. Shortly thereafter, within the assembly hall of the demon sect, the disciples clad in identical black robes emanated a faint aura of demonic energy. Their expressions were grave, clearly indicating that they had also learned of their leader's fall. What shall we do now that our leader has perished? It was under his formidable reputation that I joined. Yet merely 2.5 years later, he is gone. Where do we go from here? One murmured. Alas, let us sleep on it. If we cannot endure, we shall all return to our homes. The disciples whispered among themselves, their voices laced with apprehension for what lay ahead. However, before they could deliberate for too long, A voice resonated within their minds. Silence. As the words echoed, they turned to see the 5 elders standing upon the elevated platform at the front of the hall. Their arrival compelled the disciples to hush. Today's events are clear to all, stemming from the demise of our leader. The demon sect is now leaderless, and I fear the righteous practitioners will soon descend upon us. Thus, with a heavy heart, I have made a difficult decision to dissolve the entire demon sect. Everyone depart. Chapter 89. Who agrees, who disagrees? As the ancient sage's proclamation concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room, soon followed by a cacophony of voices expressing disbelief. Clearly, they found it impossible to accept such an edict. After all, they had made tremendous sacrifices to join the demon sect, and now, before they had even begun to cultivate, they were to disband. Who could bear such news? In response to the uproar, the ancient sage snorted coldly, then waved his hand. In an instant, nearly half of the disciples in the hall transformed into swirling mists of blood, drawn into the sage's being. Now, do you still have objections? Faced with this display of power, the remaining disciples fell silent, too fearful to speak, lest they be consumed as well. You may leave. However, those whose names I call will remain. Seeing this, the disciples hastily exited the hall, effectively vacating the demon sect. The ones summoned by the ancient sage numbered over 300, all elite members of the demon sect. They exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of the reason for their retention. Noticing their apprehension, the ancient sage softened his tone slightly. There is no need for concern. I have chosen to retain you for an important task. With that, he waved his hand, and a torrent of memories flooded into their minds, revealing the recorded messages that he had previously prepared. Upon learning that the 5 ancient ancestors had chosen to conceal themselves throughout the heavenly sacred continent, awaiting the day when the heavenly demon sect could rise to power once more, their expressions grew gravely serious. They were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and turned to the ancient master with solemn faces. Might we inquire, esteemed ancestor, when shall we gather again? Perhaps when our heavenly demon sect produces another peak, holy emperor. The ancient master lifted his gaze and could not suppress a sigh. At his words, a wave of sorrow swept through the hearts of the assembly, for they understood all too well the monumental difficulty of producing another peak, holy emperor. Although a holy emperor would emerge every few hundred or thousand years within the heavenly sacred continent, those who could successfully break through to the peak were exceedingly rare. It had been a full 5 millennia since the last peak holy emperor had appeared, and there was no telling when the next would emerge. Without lingering for pleasantries, the ancient master waved his hand, saying, "Let us part ways. We shall meet again in the future. Take care, ancestor." The disciples of the heavenly demon sect displayed their reluctance, yet ultimately gathered the profound legacy entrusted to them by the ancient master and departed from the sect. After their exit, the ancient master turned to the remaining 4 ancestors and clasped his fists. "We shall part here. Each of us must depart. Traveling together would only heighten the risk. Indeed, until fate brings us together again." The 5 ancestors clasped their fists and, having spoken, each departed from the heavenly demon sect. Thus, the heavenly demon sect was disbanded. As the ancient master had anticipated, following the dissemination of the news regarding the fall of the heavenly sacred emperor, the righteous sects from the other 4 domains began to stir restlessly. Though the southern wilderness had fallen into desolation, its resources were not to be underestimated. To gain control over the entire southern wilderness would indeed be an enticing prospect for them. However, many forces coveted the southern wilderness, and soon, the holy master of the Green Maple issued a decree, summoning the righteous sects from across the realm to the Green Maple sacred land to discuss matters concerning the heavenly demon sect. Most factions showed respect to the Green Maple sacred land, but the Wandao Academy, the ancient ruins, and the ancient wood sacred land did not extend the same courtesy, opting not to send envoys to the Green Maple sacred land. Days later, within the Green Maple sacred land, leaders of various factions began to arrive. As the matter pertained to the southern wilderness, given that the Green Maple sacred land was a formidable force within the heavenly sacred continent, they deemed it necessary to attend personally. Otherwise, they might be branded as disrespectful to the Green Maple sacred land. Outside the Green Maple sacred land, the Grand Elder had been waiting for a considerable time. As the arrival swelled, the Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze devoid of any emotion. "Esteemed guests, since you have arrived, please enter." With that, the Grand Elder turned and strode directly into the sacred land, offering no courtesy to the leaders before him. Observing this, their expressions soured, yet they ultimately refrained from showing any outrage. After all, they could not afford to provoke the Green Maple sacred land, especially considering that the Grand Elder before them possessed the strength of a late-stage holy emperor, a figure they could ill afford to offend. Soon, within the hallowed halls of the Qingfeng's sacred land, the Qingfeng sovereign had prepared the seats for the gathering. Upon their entrance, The Qingfeng sovereign greeted them with a warm smile, saying, "Esteemed guests, please take your seats." The leaders of the various factions, upon acknowledging the Qingfeng sovereign with a respectful gesture, settled down. As time progressed, the Qingfeng sovereign rose, poised to speak. However, at that moment, a figure rushed in from outside, prompting the Qingfeng sovereign to furrow his brow and inquire, "Who are you?" "I am the leader of the Jinma sect." The Jinma sect leader replied, hastily donning a contrite smile. The Qingfeng sovereign's frown deepened. "Why have you arrived so late?" "My apologies, the journey was long." The Jinma sect leader continued to smile apologetically, fully aware of his lesser standing before the Qingfeng sovereign, despite being a mid-level holy emperor. "Since you are here, take a seat," the Qingfeng sovereign said with a hint of amusement. Upon receiving permission, the Jinma sect leader quickly scanned the room for a place, only to find that every seat was occupied. Instantly, an overwhelming embarrassment washed over him. "Can't find a seat? If you can't, then be gone. Do you think the Qingfeng sacred land lacks dignity?" The Qingfeng sovereign scoffed, waving his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that sent the Jinma sect leader flying. The fact that he spared the Jinma sect leader's life was already a concession of grace. This display of power left the other holy emperors present in awe, instilling a sense of fear and rendering them silent. After expelling the Jinma sect leader, the Qingfeng sovereign resumed his benign demeanor, declaring, "Now that everyone is present, let us commence today's agenda. The Qingfeng sacred land shall take the lead in addressing the Tiansha sect. However, as a condition, we demand 1/3 of the southern wilderness region for ourselves. The remainder can be managed as you see fit." With that proclamation, the Qingfeng sovereign stood tall, exuding an air of authority as he surveyed the gathered leaders, who, intimidated, remained silent and begrudgingly accepted his terms. After all, even without the Tiansha sovereign, the Tiansha sect still boasted 5 formidable holy emperors, their strength not to be underestimated. While they coveted the southern wilderness, they were also unwilling to incur losses within their own factions. Thus, the leadership of the Qingfeng sacred land offered a considerably safer alternative. Chapter 90. The support of Lu Xiaoyao predecessor. Do you truly have no interest in the southern wilderness? In the forbidden grounds of the back mountain of the Gomu sacred land, Lu Xunxian was instructing his daughter in her cultivation when Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng rushed in, evidently informed of the Qingfeng sacred land's impending division of the southern wilderness with the righteous sects of the 4 regions. They were all too aware that the Tiansha sovereign had been dealt with by Lu Xunxian, thus the southern wilderness rightfully belonged to him. After all, when the Tiansha sovereign was alive, they had not been so audacious. "The mere southern wilderness does not pique my interest," Lu Xunxian replied dismissively. Lu Xunxian did not look back, calmly instructing his daughter in swordsmanship. His demeanor remained remarkably serene. Not even the southern wilderness could stir him. Even if the entire holy land of Tiansheng stood before him, he would remain unperturbed. "But, venerable one, the heavenly demon Saint Emperor you vanquished seeks to claim your achievements. Do you not feel the slightest concern?" Yi Wushuang hesitated, yet felt compelled to voice her thoughts. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xunxian's movements momentarily paused, a frown crossing his brow. His disinterest in the southern wilderness stemmed not from a lack of curiosity, but from an unwavering desire to keep others from tainting what belonged to him. "This matter shall be handled by me. You need not intervene," he replied. With those words, Yi Wushuang and Gu Feng finally exhaled in relief. Their concern for Lu Xunxian was one matter, however. The current equilibrium among the 5 major sacred lands of the Holy Land of Tiansheng was precarious. Should the Qingfeng sacred land seize a significant portion of the southern wilderness, this delicate balance could easily be disrupted. "Then, venerable one, we shall not disturb you. By the way, I have already selected the disciples for this expedition into the heavenly south secret realm. Would you care to take a look?" As they prepared to leave, Yi Wushuang suddenly recalled an important matter and hastily spoke up. In their view, the foremost priority for the disciples entering the heavenly south secret realm was to ensure the safety of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, thus necessitating a careful selection process. However, Lu Xunxian waved his hand, responding with calm assurance, "There is no need for that. You may decide this matter amongst yourselves." He had no intention of relying on the disciples of the ancient Holy Land and the ancient would Holy Land to safeguard his children. A mere heavenly south secret realm posed no threat to them. The two were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped this truth, thus opting not to linger further and turning to depart. After their exit, Lu Qingyun, who had been practicing her swordplay, paused and blinked, inquiring, "Father, does this mean you intend to visit the southern wilderness?" "No, such matters can be entrusted to Uncle Fu," Lu Xunxian replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Qitian appeared before him in an instant. "Master," he greeted, exuding a formidable aura. After overcoming his inner demons, he had successfully advanced to the mid-stage Saint Emperor realm. With Lu Xunxian's guidance, even a late-stage Saint Emperor would struggle to contend with him. Yes, proceed to the southern wilderness at once. Should anyone dare to tarnish it, eliminate them without hesitation, Lu Xunxian commanded. With his own formidable abilities and the celestial sword at his disposal, he had no doubt that no one in the holy land of Tiansheng could harm Fu Qitian. Upon receiving the order, Fu Qitian soared into the sky, heading towards the southern wilderness. After Fu Qitian's departure, Lu Xunxian resumed guiding his daughter's training, while his son had already made his way to the Wandao Academy, not forgetting his promise to bring along his 4 companions. Within the Wandao Academy, a resounding boom echoed as Lu Xunxian opened her eyes in her secluded chamber. A powerful aura, indicative of her peak Saint Emperor realm, erupted forth. At last, she had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor stage. A wave of elation surged within her. At her current pace, ascending to the immortal realm together in 18 years no longer seemed a distant dream. At the very moment of her breakthrough, Lu Xunxian's foremost desire was to share this joyous news with Lu Xunxian. However, as she rose to her feet, she suddenly realized something amiss and hurriedly retrieved a communication jade talisman from her storage ring. After listening to the message Lu Xunxian had left for her, Lu Xunxian stood frozen in disbelief, her expression reflecting utter astonishment. She had not anticipated that during her brief seclusion, Lu Xunxian would bring along 2 such adorable children to Wandao Academy. Doubting whether Lu Xunxian was jesting, she rushed to his residence. Upon discovering the empty abode, she finally accepted the heart-wrenching truth that Lu Xunxian's family had departed from the academy. In that moment, an overwhelming sorrow engulfed her heart, and she could not restrain her tears. After all, Lu Xunxian was her first love. How could she not be devastated by his sudden silence and departure? Just then, a voice emerged from behind her. "Sister Qianxue, what troubles you?" Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Qianxue stiffened momentarily, but quickly composed herself, wiping away her tears. Turning around, she beheld Lu Xiaoyao standing behind her, accompanied by his 4 companions. "Ahem, Xiaoyao, why have you moved away?" Lu Qianxue managed to muster a smile as she inquired. "Well, Father said that we are the holy son and holy daughter of the ancient sacred land and the ancient with sacred land, so he took us there for guidance," Lu Xiaoyao explained, pondering for a moment before sighing. "However, what is it?" Lu Qianxue detected an unusual tone in Lu Xiaoyao's voice and pressed him further. "After arriving at the ancient with sacred land, Father has worn a frown every day. He said he misses the days spent at Wandao Academy. And he also misses Lu Xiaoyao's expression turned somewhat melancholic and complex." "Misses what?" Lu Qianxue urged, her heart already harboring a vague suspicion. "All right, I can share this. But Sister Qianxue, you mustn't tell Father that I revealed it." Lu Xiaoyao adopted a conflicted expression before finally mustering the courage to say, "Father also misses the time spent with you, Sister Qianxue." Instantly, Lu Qianxue felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her face flushed a deep crimson. She had not expected to hold such significance in Lu Xunxian's heart. Did this imply that he had feelings for her as well? Lu Qianxue did not doubt Lu Xiaoyao's honesty. In her eyes, he was an obedient and endearing child, incapable of deceiving her. "Then, do you like Sister Qianxue?" she asked hesitantly. Yes, I like Sister Qianxue the most." Lu Xiaoyao, perceiving her reaction, nodded eagerly, sensing the potential for something more. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated before finally resolutely stating, "Sister Qianxue, I have a small favor to ask of you. I wonder if you might grant it." "Please, go ahead," she encouraged him. Immersed in overwhelming joy, Lu Qianxue turned to Lu Xiaoyao with a gentle smile and inquired softly, "Sister Qianxue, could you possibly move to the ancient with sacred land? I truly wish to no longer witness my father's perpetual melancholy." Chapter 91. Su Ruishan's increasing astonishment. "I am indeed a genius. Father, you ought to express your gratitude towards me." Lu Xiaoyao mused inwardly. His feelings for Lu Qianxue were exceedingly positive, and should she become his mother, he would be more than pleased. However, he understood that this matter ultimately rested upon his father's decision. His role was merely to facilitate the flow of events before him. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianxue instantly displayed an expression of profound conflict and discomfort. It was not that she was unwilling to accompany Lu Xunxian to the ancient with sacred land, but rather that she currently held the position of dean at the 10,000 Paths Academy, an institution that was the culmination of her master's efforts, and she could not allow it to perish under her stewardship. "I apologize, Xiaoyao. While Sister Qianxue longs to join you at the ancient with sacred land, I must attend to the affairs of the 10,000 Paths Academy and cannot leave. However, rest assured, Sister Qianxue will visit you at the ancient with sacred land whenever she has the opportunity." Lu Qianxue gently leaned down to pat Lu Xiaoyao's head in a comforting manner. Lu Xiaoyao pouted slightly, wearing a glum expression. Yet he understood the situation and responded dutifully with a soft "Oh. Did you come back specifically to find Sister Xinxue? Where are your father and Xinyan?" At this moment, Lu Xunxian recalled something and hastily glanced around, attempting to locate Lu Xunxian and Lu Qingyun. But Lu Xiaoyao shook his head. "Not exactly. I came this time to take Wu Xian and the others to the ancient sacred land, while also preparing to enter the Tiannan secret realm." Upon hearing about the Tiannan secret realm, Lu Xunxian recollected this matter. As the prized disciple of Su Ruoshan, she was well aware of the Tiannan secret realm. Though regrettably, she had not entered during her last opportunity. Suddenly enlightened, Lu Xunxian eagerly asked, "So you and Qingyun will both be entering?" "Indeed. Then wait for Sister Xinxue. I shall accompany you." With that, Lu Xunxian soared into the air, hastening towards the secluded area where Su Ruoshan was in seclusion, intent on requesting a token to enter the Tiannan secret realm. Within the confines of Su Ruoshan's secluded cave, he exuded an extraordinarily powerful aura. His internal spiritual energy nearly fully converted into celestial energy. In merely 10 years, the remaining spiritual energy would also transform into celestial energy. Yet, before Su Ruoshan could continue his cultivation, he heard Lu Qianxue's voice from outside. "Master, your disciple Lu Qianxue seeks an audience." Interrupted by her call, Su Ruoshan paused his cultivation, his brow furrowing slightly. However, he did not refuse. With a wave of his hand, the cave's barriers dissolved. "Enter." In the next moment, Lu Qianxue hurriedly rushed inside. Upon seeing her, Su Ruoshan intended to admonish her for her lack of decorum, but he froze in place upon sensing her formidable strength. "Qianxue, have you broken through to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor level?" Caught off guard by her master's inquiry, Lu Qianxue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, my revered master took me on a journey to the celestial realm, and upon our return, I ascended to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor rank." "What? The celestial realm? You ventured into the celestial realm?" Su Ruoshan was instantly thrown into a state of disbelief, springing up with wide eyes, unable to fathom the revelation. One must understand that the celestial realm is a realm of legends. Ordinarily, one must cultivate to the peak of the Saint Emperor rank, transforming all inner spiritual energy into celestial force to attain ascension. Furthermore, they not only ascended but also returned. "Ah, my master, your prowess is undoubtedly beyond our imagination." As she spoke, a flicker of complex emotion crossed Lu Qianxue's brow, unnoticed by Su Ruoshan. At this moment, Su Ruoshan was filled with a tumult of emotions. He had originally perceived Lu Xunxian as a golden prodigy from the celestial realm, but had not anticipated that he was, in fact, a formidable being from above who merely descended to display his might, to possess the ability to take individuals up and bring them back down. Lu Xunxian must possess at least the strength of a celestial king. Contemplating this, Su Ruoshan felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that the Wandao Academy had not opposed Lu Xunxian. After reminiscing, Su Ruoshan suddenly recalled something and turned to Lu Qianxue, hastily inquiring, "Is there something of importance you wish to discuss?" "Master, the Tiannan secret realm is about to open, and both Xiaoyao and Qingyun will enter it. So I wish to accompany them," Lu Qianxue promptly responded, remembering the pressing matter. Su Ruoshan then recalled the matter of the Tiannan secret realm and retrieved a token for entry. "You may enter directly using this token for the Tiannan secret realm. Additionally, bring along the talented disciples from the academy to enter together." As Wandao Academy is one of the foremost powers in the entire Tianshan continent, it naturally possesses multiple quotas for entry into the Tiannan secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianxue accepted the token with a nod. Just as she was about to depart, she could no longer restrain herself and turned to Su Ruoshan, asking earnestly, "Master, may I pass on the position of dean to another?" "Oh, why?" Su Ruoshan's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. His curiosity was piqued, not out of anger at Lu Qianxue's intention to transfer the position, but rather due to the unexpected nature of her words. Lu Qianxue did not conceal her thoughts, sharing what Lu Xiaoyao had expressed. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoshan's breath caught in his throat, and without further ado, he acquiesced. "However, master, you have consented to this marriage." Had it been earlier, Su Ruoshan might have hesitated, but now, knowing that Lu Xunxian possessed at least the strength of a celestial king, he readily yielded. To establish a familial bond with Lu Xunxian is indeed a fortuitous prospect. Hearing her master's words, Lu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face flushing with color. "Master, what are you saying? I am well aware of your thoughts. Ahem, in any case, if you do not wish to take on the role of Dean of Wandao Academy, I shall select another candidate." Su Ruoshan waved his hand dismissively. In comparison to Lu Qianxue's future, he prioritized her happiness and well-being above all. With her master's approval, Lu Xunxian finally felt a sense of relief and bowed gratefully to Lu Xunxian. Thank you, master. The disciples shall take their leave. With that, Lu Xunxian turned and departed from the cave dwelling, hastening towards Lu Xiaoyao's location. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xunxian displayed a warm and affectionate smile. My disciple, whether I may achieve great success depends upon you. Ah, who could be pondering over me? Within the ancient wood sacred land, Lu Xunxian was guiding his daughter in her cultivation, when suddenly, he furrowed his brow. After reaching the pinnacle of the immortal sovereign realm, Lu Xunxian could sense, in a vague manner, that someone was thinking of him. Perhaps with a little effort, he could discern who it was, yet he refrained from doing so. After all, he felt that the thoughts directed towards him were not malevolent, thus there was no need for further inquiry. Following this minor episode, Lu Xunxian recalled another matter, whether or not he should enter the heavenly south secret realm. Chapter 92, Journey Together, Fu Qitian versus Gu Jixiao. Considering the current circumstances, Lu Xunxian was merely 30 years old, well within the requirements for entering the heavenly south secret realm. However, he was significantly more powerful than the average cultivators who entered. After much contemplation, Lu Xunxian resolved not to accompany them, but to venture in alone. Should he enter alongside them, his son and daughter would undoubtedly follow, thereby diminishing the purpose of their experience. At this moment, within the 10,000 Paths Academy, Lu Xunxian hurried to the location of Lu Xiaoyao. Sister Xunxian, have you completed your tasks? Lu Xiaoyao asked with innocent curiosity, blinking his eyes. Yes, I have finished. Sister Xunxian can now accompany you back to the ancient wood sacred land. Having resolved her matters, a smile unconsciously graced Lu Xunxian's face. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyao leapt up in excitement. Hooray! Sister Xunxian, I knew you were the best. All right, let us depart. I miss your sister as well. What about my father? Doesn't Sister Xunxian miss him? Of course, Sister Xunxian misses him, Lu Xunxian answered without hesitation, yet a fleeting blush appeared on her face. Lu Xiaoyao, satisfied with her reply, smiled contentedly. Then let us go. Come forth, little Jiao. With a swift motion, Lu Xiaoyao summoned a massive black dragon from his spirit beast pouch. The very dragon that Lu Xunxian had captured from the 10,000 Paths secret realm. Upon seeing the dragon, Lu Xunxian immediately recognized its identity, astonished. She had anticipated that Lu Xiaoyao had tamed this dragon. A sense of pride illuminated Lu Xiaoyao's face as he boasted to Lu Xunxian, Sister Xunxian. Isn't it magnificent? This is a birthday gift from my father. Indeed, it is beautiful. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian quickly pieced together the circumstances, realizing that Lu Xunxian had captured the dragon as a birthday present for Lu Xiaoyao. However, she was taken aback to learn that the dragon, which had once been at the peak of the heavenly realm, had now remarkably broken through to the pinnacle of the sacred king realm. Such rapid advancement seemed rather extraordinary. Yet she did not dwell on it for long. Judging by the tactics displayed by Lu Xunxian, everything appeared to be perfectly reasonable. The dragon lowered its massive head, allowing Lu Xiaoyao and his companions to ascend. Once everything was in place, Lu Xiaoyao waved his hand, and in an instant, the colossal and imposing form of the dragon soared into the sky, heading back towards the ancient wood sacred land. Within the southern wilderness, the Qingfeng Saint Lord did not personally lead the righteous cultivators into the territory. In his opinion, the heavenly demon sect, now bereft of the heavenly demon Saint Emperor, was hardly worth his attention. However, to ensure caution, he dispatched the three ancestors, Gu Jixiao, to lead them, along with an immortal artifact. Gu Jixiao wasted no time, leading tens of thousands of righteous cultivators towards the heavenly demon sect. In his view, once the heavenly demon sect was dealt with, the remaining demonic forces in the southern wilderness would pose no threat. Before long, they arrived at the heavenly demon sect. However, upon witnessing the desolation of the sect, Gu Jixiao's brow furrowed in concern. Had they caught wind of their approach and vacated the premises prematurely? Aside from this possibility, no other explanation seemed plausible. Just as Gu Jixiao was preparing to signal for his men to disperse and confront the other demonic forces in the southern wilderness, a figure burst forth from the heavenly demon sect. Upon recognizing the individual, Gu Jixiao's pupils constricted in shock. What a stroke of fortune to find you here. Fu Qitian, will you willingly surrender and accompany me back to the Qingfeng sacred land for your reckoning, or shall you meet your end here? Fu Qitian stood before Gu Jixiao, his expression betraying no fear whatsoever. Begone. The southern wilderness belongs to my master. Anyone who dares to meddle shall perish. Fu Qitian replied in a calm tone. As he spoke, Gu Jixiao's brow tightened, clearly sensing the confidence emanating from Fu Qitian. Yet he remained perplexed. Who in the vast Tianxin continent would dare oppose them? Even the Qingfeng sacred land could not claim dominion over the entire southern wilderness. With this thought, Gu Jixiao snorted coldly. If you are so audacious, then you shall die here. With that, Gu Jixiao summoned the immortal artifact and charged towards Fu Qitian. He did not underestimate Fu Qitian. After all, Qini Dao had warned him that Fu Qitian possessed an immortal artifact. Without such assistance, it was conceivable that he might not actually be a match for Fu Qitian. Seeking death, Fu Qitian declared, undeterred by Gu Jixiao's advance, as he summoned his immortal sword to meet the challenge. In the next moment, the two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying power that left the righteous cultivators who followed them in utter astonishment. They had not anticipated that Fu Qitian, merely a mid-stage Saint Emperor, could withstand a strike from Gu Jixiao. In that instant, all of them believed that Gu Jixiao had not yet unleashed his full strength and was merely probing. Otherwise, how could Fu Qitian possibly endure? Yet only Gu Jixiao comprehended the depth of his own astonishment. He had held nothing back. It cannot be allowed. This individual must not be permitted to remain. If left unchecked to ascend to the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor, I fear that no one within the Qingfeng sacred land would stand a chance against him. Gu Jixiao mused inwardly. A mid-level Holy Emperor wielding a celestial artifact could contend with me. Should he break through to the peak of the Holy Emperor, would I not be vanquished in a single blow? With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Gu Jixiao clenched his teeth and, after distancing himself from Fu Qitian, expelled a mouthful of vital blood onto the celestial artifact, simultaneously turning to the righteous cultivators behind him, exclaiming, "This fellow has already stepped onto the path of darkness. I urge you all to assist me in dealing with him swiftly. Once accomplished, the Qingfeng sacred land shall reward you handsomely." Relying solely on his own strength would not suffice to subdue Fu Qitian. They must hold him at bay to afford Gu Jixiao even a sliver of opportunity to vanquish him. Furthermore, he had discreetly contacted the Sacred Lord, and as long as he could endure until the Sacred Lord's arrival, Fu Qitian could be dealt with. Behind Gu Jixiao, the faces of the righteous holy emperors displayed a flicker of hesitation, clearly torn in their decision. After all, Fu Qitian appeared quite formidable, yet in comparison, the Qingfeng sacred land seemed even more daunting. With this in mind, they swiftly reached a consensus. They would strike against Fu Qitian. Chapter 93, The God of Death. Fu Qitian in an instant. The 83 holy emperors present launched their assault on Fu Qitian simultaneously. The formidable display was akin to the end of the world, causing the remaining demonic cultivators in the southern wilderness to gaze in terror towards the direction of the heavenly demon sect. Such a terrifying aura. Are the southern wilderness demonic cultivators to be utterly exterminated? Fellow cultivators, the heavenly demon sect harbors great terror. We must retreat at once. Quick, flee. At this moment, those who had been cowering in the southern wilderness finally comprehended that it was no longer a sanctuary for demonic cultivators. If they did not depart soon, they would face a relentless onslaught from the righteous cultivators. Outside the heavenly demon sect, Fu Qitian faced the combined might of 83 holy emperors without a trace of fear. Laughing heartily, "Haha, come forth. If that is the case, then let you all perish here." With that, Fu Qitian produced a talisman, and as he infused it with spiritual energy, it ignited, channeling a terrifying power into his body. From the late stage of Holy Emperor to the pinnacle of Holy Emperor, and halting just before ascension. This was the trump card bestowed upon him by Lu Xunxian, the dream of ancient times talisman, which, upon activation, would temporarily elevate Fu Qitian's realm by 100 years. Thus, it was clear that within a century, Fu Qitian would undoubtedly break through to the peak of Holy Emperor. Feeling the sudden shift, the expressions of the holy emperors present were filled with alarm. They had never witnessed such an exquisite maneuver. "Fear not, for I too am at the pinnacle of Holy Emperor, and with the assistance of a celestial artifact, the advantage is ours." Gu Jixiao discerned the wavering hearts of the crowd and bellowed. Hearing Gu Jixiao's words, the others pondered and found merit in his reasoning, their internal dread somewhat alleviated. Seizing the moment, Gu Jixiao charged towards Fu Qitian, shouting, "You all support me from the sidelines." As Gu Jixiao advanced, Fu Qitian let out a cold snort. "You overestimate your own abilities." During the mid-period of the Holy Emperor, he could engage in a back-and-forth battle with Gu Jixiao. Now, at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor's power, how could he possibly fear Gu Jixiao? Ling Tianzhan. With a furious shout, Fu Qitian unleashed a chilling flash of light, and the overwhelming sword aura struck towards Gu Jixiao. This strike transcended the realm of the Holy Emperor, possessing the terrifying power to slay immortals. Alas, Gu Jixiao was momentarily paralyzed by this sword and instinctively attempted to flee. However, as the sword energy swept past, he found himself frozen in place, his body disintegrating into nothingness. Fu Qitian extended his hand to claim the celestial spear, for it was his hard-won trophy that deserved to be collected. The surrounding holy emperors were also struck by terror at this horrifying scene, their expressions shifting to fear as they turned to escape. Yet, Fu Qitian afforded them no opportunity. Since they dared to strike against him, they would perish here. He was no saint. He believed in the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they offend me, they must face death. In just half a day, Fu Qitian had utterly decimated the righteous cultivators from the other 4 realms who had come to the southern wilderness. Meanwhile, the major righteous factions within the other 4 realms watched in horror as the soul lamps of their holy emperor ancestors extinguished, their faces changing dramatically as they soared towards Qingfeng's sacred land. They all understood that this time, the powerful figures of Qingfeng's sacred land had accompanied their ancestors. And should anything have occurred, it was only fitting to seek an explanation from Qingfeng's sacred land. At that moment, the holy master of Qingfeng, who was rushing towards the southern wilderness upon receiving news, was suddenly halted by the shocking tidings of the fall of the 3 ancestors. His face was filled with disbelief. What? The 3 ancestors have fallen. He was well aware of their formidable strength. Ordinarily, he would not be surprised by their demise. However, this time, the 3 ancestors were accompanied by no fewer than 80 holy emperors. Furthermore, news from the Holy Land indicated that all the holy emperors who had set out alongside Gu Jixiao to conquer the southern wilderness had perished. The expression of the holy master of Qingfeng turned grim, his visage shifting through various emotions. He had not anticipated Fu Qitian's strength to reach such heights. Capable of eliminating the 3 ancestors and over 80 holy emperors, which represented nearly half of the holy emperors in the heavenly Saint continent. As if struck by a thought, the holy master of Qingfeng let out a long breath. Fu Qitian was undoubtedly backed by an immensely terrifying presence, likely a being of the immortal king level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how Fu Qitian could have grown so powerful in such a short span of time while wielding a celestial artifact. Upon considering this possibility, the holy master of Qingfeng abandoned his journey to the southern wilderness and turned back towards the sacred land. He intended to contact the main sect of the upper realm to conduct a thorough investigation into which immortal king had influenced their heavenly saint continent. In the southern wilderness, after vanquishing the righteous cultivators, Fu Qitian stood atop the ruins of the heavenly demon sect, surveying his surroundings as he spoke with a calm demeanor. From this day forth, the southern wilderness belongs to my master, Xunxian. No one shall interfere. Violators shall be executed without mercy. As the words fell, the voice resonated throughout the southern wilderness, and soon it would echo across the entire expanse. After accomplishing his task, Fu Qitian hurried back to the sacred ancient tree before the power of the Dream of Ages talisman faded. He believed that today's events would sufficiently intimidate them, deterring any interference in the southern wilderness. Within the sacred ancient tree, Lu Xunxian was naturally aware of everything happening there. Presently, any significant fluctuations in battle within the holy continent could not escape his notice. The Dream of Ages talisman was indeed quite useful. It could provide a momentary enhancement for his son and daughter at a critical juncture. Lu Xunxian mused to himself, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The Dream of Ages talisman allowed him to harness the power of ages, temporarily storing it within the talisman, enabling the user to elevate their cultivation to a level akin to that of a century hence. This implied that within 100 years, Fu Qitian could only ascend to the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor. While this might suffice for Fu Qitian, it appeared somewhat inadequate to Lu Xunxian. After all, Fu Qitian would accompany him to the celestial realm in the future, and his strength must keep pace. Just as Lu Xunxian contemplated formulating a strategy for Fu Qitian's enhancement, he glanced towards the direction outside the sacred ancient tree, somewhat astonished. Why has she come? As the thought crossed Lu Xunxian's mind, a colossal dragon appeared, carrying Lu Xiaoyao and his companions back. Under normal circumstances, such an entrance would be prohibited in the sacred land, but who could deny Lu Xiaoyao? Soon, the dragon steadied itself before the cave dwelling. Before they arrived, Lu Xiaoyao's voice resonated from atop the dragon. Father, look who I've brought. With that, Lu Xiaoyao eagerly introduced Luo Qianxue to Lu Xunxian. Before Lu Xunxian could speak, Lu Qingyun excitedly rushed forward and enveloped Luo Qianxue in a warm embrace. Sister Qianxue, what brings you here? I missed you all, so I came, Luo Qianxue replied, looking down at Lu Qingyun. Her eyes filled with affection as she gently ruffled Lu Qingyun's hair. Afterward, she lifted her gaze, her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing tenderly at Lu Xunxian, leaving him somewhat flustered, prompting him to cough awkwardly and turn his head away. Are you planning to stay here then? Yes, my master has permitted me to reside here. Moreover, I intend to enter the southern secret realm with Xiaoyao and Qingyun. Luo Qianxue openly stated her intentions. Upon hearing that Sister Qianxue would join them in the southern secret realm, Lu Qingyun was instantly elated. Yay! Cough, cough. Well, since you are back, let us focus on our cultivation and see if we can advance further before entering the southern secret realm. Lu Xunxian advised with a serious demeanor. At present, all three were at the pinnacle of their realms, mere steps away from further advancement, and with nearly half a month remaining before the southern secret realm opened. There was a possibility of a breakthrough. Lu Xunxian nodded, and then departed with Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun to commence their training. As she departed, Lu Xunxian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully react, an overwhelmingly terrifying force descended upon him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your Tao partner has broken through to the Emperor realm, and you have received a feedback of immeasurable cultivation. With the sound of the system echoing in his mind, Lu Xunxian was instantaneously transported from the heavenly Saint continent to the celestial realm. Almost simultaneously, several ancient beings within the celestial realm opened their eyes, each radiating an aura of tremendous Tao rhythm, as if surrounded by stars and existing in their own worlds. They were all celestial emperors. Their expressions turned grave as they extended their fingers to initiate calculations, for they sensed that a new celestial emperor was about to emerge. However, their expressions soon grew even darker. The identity of this new celestial emperor eluded their divination. Interesting. Someone hastened to visit the pinnacle celestial sovereigns and ascertain who has ascended to the rank of celestial emperor. It has been 53 million years since anyone has broken through to this level. This new emperor may very well cause upheaval within the celestial realm. Investigate and ensure to cultivate a favorable relationship with this individual. In an instant, the entire celestial realm stirred with Lu Xunxian's breakthrough, as countless factions dispatched personnel to seek out his whereabouts, yet the protagonist himself remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, in the first heaven of the celestial realm, a vast expanse of billions of miles was engulfed in destruction due to Lu Xunxian's ascension, but with a mere wave of his hand, he restored the ravaged celestial realm to its former glory. At last, he had attained the emperor realm. Was this the true power of a celestial emperor? Lu Xunxian felt an overwhelming sense of freedom upon his ascension, as if nothing in the celestial realm could restrain him. No one could stand against him. Even the fabric of time and space would succumb to his will with but a thought. He did not perceive this as mere delusion, but rather acknowledged the undeniable terror of an emperor's power. It was said that within the celestial realm, the emperor stood as the pinnacle, yet he wondered if there existed an even more potent realm beyond that. From the memories of the myriad celestial kings, he learned that the emperor was indeed the strongest entity within the celestial realm, and the existence beyond the emperor had never been heard of nor seen anyone break through to that level. Nevertheless, Lu Xunxian recognized that this was not the moment for such contemplations. When the time was ripe, he would explore whether realms beyond the emperor truly existed. Just then, three figures hastily approached from afar and soon halted before Lu Xunxian. It was Lu Xunxian and the Jade Emperor, along with the Celestial Emperor. Upon reaching him, the Jade Emperor swallowed hard, his heart filled with astonishment. Predecessor, was that commotion earlier caused by you? Merely a slight breakthrough, Lu Xunxian replied nonchalantly, dismissing the significance of his own advancement. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor fell silent. Predecessor, you refer to this as merely a slight breakthrough? You were already at the celestial sovereign level. To break through now would mean you have become a celestial emperor. Upon contemplating this, the Jade Emperor felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful that he had not antagonized Lu Xunxian in the past. Had he done so, he feared the height of the grass atop his grave would be unknown to him. Nay, it would be more accurate to say that even his ashes might have been lost. Turning his gaze to Lu Xunxian, he noted that the latter had now regained his status as a celestial king. For him, it was akin to retracing his previous path. Master, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Lu Xunxian asked respectfully, undeterred by Lu Xunxian's recent breakthrough. As the conversation turned to matters of significance, Lu Xunxian's demeanor became grave. I require you to establish a faction within the celestial realm. If I were solitary, such aspirations might not have crossed my mind. However, with children to consider, it is imperative to lay a foundation for their future. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunxian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly acquiesced. I understand, Master. After Lu Xunxian's affirmation, Lu Xunxian extended a hand and lightly tapped his forehead. In that instant, a torrent of profound and intricate gravitational principles surged into his mind. As he absorbed this knowledge, Lu Xunxian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his master possessed such formidable mastery over gravitational laws. Had he not dedicated himself to the study of temporal laws? Nearby, the Flower Fairy and the Jade Emperor shared similar astonishment. For it was rare in the celestial realm for one to cultivate multiple laws. Most practitioners focused solely on a singular path. These principles should enable you to ascend to the celestial sovereign realm in a short span. Cultivate diligently. I await your good news. Yes, Master. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. Lu Xunxian felt deeply moved and quickly responded. After concluding their discussion, Lu Xunxian imparted a few more words to Lu Xunxian before departing the celestial realm and returning to the Holy Continent. Beyond the celestial realm lay an even grander world known as the Tao realm. Within the ancient clan of the Lu family, a white-robed elder sat cross-legged in the void, his eyes tightly shut. With each breath, a terrifying aura emanated from him, far surpassing the laws of the universe. This was the essence of Tao. Suspended before the elder was a golden stone, which erupted in a dazzling brilliance at the precise moment Lu Xunxian attained the rank of Celestial Emperor. The elder suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the radiance emitted by the stone, his voice filled with delight. Our Lu family has produced another Celestial Emperor, and from the direct bloodline no less. With that, he placed his hand upon the golden stone, aware that such intense light could only emanate from the purest of bloodlines. However, the elder's brow soon furrowed in confusion, his tone laced with uncertainty. Strange, why can I not perceive the presence of this individual? The bloodline stone is a family treasure into which every descendant must infuse their blood upon birth, allowing for clear observation of their status within the clan. Such manifestations of radiant gold upon a breakthrough to Celestial Emperor are expected. Yet now, the stone stirs, yet I cannot discern the identity of this person. Who could they possibly be? Chapter 95. The Convergence at Wandao Academy. Before long, several esteemed ancestors of the Lu family arrived before the bloodline stone. And with a grand gesture, the previous scene unfolded once more. It is likely that the bloodline of our Lu family, which has fallen into obscurity, must be sought after with urgency. Indeed, on the divine Holy Continent, Lu Xunxian swiftly returned to the ancient with sacred land. Shortly after his return, Fu Qitian, having completed his mission, also arrived back. Master, the task has been accomplished. Upon returning to the ancient with sacred land, Fu Qitian's cultivation level had restored to the mid-stage of the Holy Emperor, with the power of the dream of ancient symbols having dissipated. Although Lu Xunxian could elevate Fu Qitian's cultivation to the peak of the Holy Emperor, he deemed it unnecessary, as it would dissuade Fu Qitian from further pursuing his cultivation. With the matters in the southern wilderness resolved, preparations for entering the southern secret realm must now commence. Naturally, Lu Xunxian intended to enter. As he had yet to reach a millennium in age, it seemed quite reasonable for him to accompany the expedition. At this moment, within the Qingfeng sacred land, Lin Changkong stood a short distance away, observing Feng Qingyu, who was enveloped in the tribulation of ascension to the Emperor realm, a look of pride etched upon his face. Though the divine Holy Continent was rife with prodigies, few achieved the Emperor realm at such a tender age. Lin Changkong did not expect Feng Qingyu to secure a top 10 position in the divine Holy Tournament, yet a place within the top 50 seemed well within reach. Soon, Feng Qingyu successfully navigated the Emperor tribulation and approached Lin Changkong. Master, indeed, continue your diligent cultivation. Be especially cautious as you enter the southern secret realm. Lin Changkong advised with a serious demeanor. Despite her decade of training and experience in various secret realms, the perils of the southern secret realm far surpassed those she had previously encountered, necessitating utmost vigilance. Yes, master. Feng Qingyu was naturally obedient to Lin Changkong's words. Just as he was about to impart further counsel, his expression suddenly shifted, and after hastily uttering a few words, he hurried towards the sacred hall. What has transpired? Watching her master depart, Feng Qingyu was filled with confusion but refrained from asking further. She surmised that if it were indeed a significant matter, she would soon be informed. Within the sacred hall of the Qingfeng sacred land, upon Lin Changkong's arrival, he observed a gathering of formidable beings. Most were not elders of the Qingfeng sacred land. Yet their prowess was commendable, all possessing the strength of the Holy Emperor. Turning his gaze forward, he noted the Qingfeng sacred master, who sat upon the throne with a grim countenance. Once Lin Changkong took his seat, the Qingfeng sacred master finally spoke. Esteemed guests, I have only just learned of this troubling news. Our 3 ancestral masters, led by Gu Jixiao, have penetrated the southern wilderness to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness, only to be completely annihilated. Reports from Gu Jixiao indicate that Fu Qitian was involved in this calamity. As the Qingfeng sacred master concluded, the powerful entities present exchanged glances. Evidently aware of Fu Qitian, yet skeptical of his capability to eliminate over 80 holy emperors. Moreover, one cannot overlook the presence of formidable beings such as the Saint Emperor Gu Jixiao at the pinnacle of power. I am aware of your doubts, however. I can assure you that Fu Qitian is likely not the mastermind behind this affair, for there seems to be another individual orchestrating events from the shadows. Potentially a powerful entity from the celestial realm. According to the intelligence I have gathered, Fu Qitian is currently in hiding within the Wandao Academy. Thus, I urge all of you to unite and take action against the Wandao Academy. compelling them to surrender Fu Qitian. With a decisive gesture, the Qingfeng Saint Lord rose first, emanating an unwavering aura of resolve. The assembled powerhouses exchanged glances and soon began to chant in unison. We are willing to follow the Qingfeng Saint Lord. Witnessing their fervent support, a satisfied expression graced the face of the Qingfeng Saint Lord. In that case, I shall personally lead you all to the Wandao Academy in 3 days, demanding the handover of the perpetrator. Following his declaration, the countenances of the powerful figures grew solemn as they returned to their respective factions. They required time to rally their strongest members for the impending confrontation with the Wandao Academy. Once they departed, Lu Xunxian approached the Qingfeng Saint Lord, his expression grave. My lord, this venture may be somewhat rash. We should deliberate further to avoid unforeseen consequences. Lu Xunxian was acutely aware that in the hierarchy of realms, should a celestial being intervene, even the mightiest saint emperors would be at a disadvantage. In response, the Qingfeng Saint Lord waved his hand dismissively, his tone measured. Rest assured, I am fully aware that they are merely bait, intended to uncover the true nature of the Wandao Academy. Furthermore, I will reach out to the Upper Realm's main sect, requesting that they dispatch powerful individuals to address this matter. Each of the 5 great sacred grounds possesses means to contact the Upper Realm's main sect, and Qingfeng Sacred Land is no exception. Additionally, it is not solely the celestial kings who can traverse to the lower realms, with certain enhancements. True immortals, and even celestial beings can manifest in our domain. Moreover, should a celestial being descend, their abilities and strength would far surpass those of any ordinary saint emperor at the pinnacle of power. This is the foundation of the Qingfeng Saint Lord's confidence. Upon hearing the Saint Lord's strategy, Lu Xunxian and the other Saint Emperor powerhouses felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, even the Qingfeng Sacred Land could not possibly eradicate a total of 83 Saint Emperors within the span of half a day. Moments later, the Qingfeng Saint Lord soared into the sky, heading towards the Sacred Land's forbidden area, prompting Lu Xunxian and the others to hastily follow. Upon reaching their destination, the Qingfeng Saint Lord halted before a colossal communication array. I appreciate your efforts, esteemed elders, he addressed the 5 elder Saint Emperors. They nodded in acknowledgement and positioned themselves at the 5 corners of the array. Once they infused their spiritual energy, the Qingfeng Saint Lord's soul was instantly transmitted to the celestial realm's main sect, the Qingfeng sect. As one of the most powerful factions within the 15th heaven, the sect boasts several true immortals and nearly 10 celestial kings. Most importantly, 2 peak celestial kings among its ranks. At the moment the communication array stirred, the disciple guarding it immediately reacted, momentarily taken aback before swiftly retrieving the communication jade talisman. Elders, the communication array is active. Shortly after the disciple dispatched the message, several figures appeared from the distance, arriving before the communication array in mere breaths. Upon seeing the esteemed elders of the main sect, Qin Mufeng, the holy master of Qingfeng, hastily cupped his hands in respect and spoke with deference. I am Qin Mufeng. Greetings to the esteemed elders. Rise, Mufeng. What transpired in the heavenly sacred continent? A middle-aged man, tall and clad in a blue robe, directed a serious inquiry towards Qin Mufeng. He was none other than Qin Mufeng's master, Hu Pogu, the 3rd elder of the Qingfeng sect, a being of the immortal king realm. Master, it appears that a powerful figure from the immortal realm has intervened in the heavenly sacred continent. Without hesitation, Qin Mufeng recounted the events occurring in the lower realm. After all, should the communication array remain active for an extended period, it would significantly impact the 5 venerable holy emperors. Upon hearing this, Hu Pogu and the other elders present grew solemn. Clearly, they all recognized that only an immortal could have slain a total of 83 holy emperors in such a brief span of half a day. Thus, the disciple earnestly requested his master and the elders to dispatch an immortal to resolve the matter. Qin Mufeng, with a serious demeanor, bowed once more and spoke. The elders pondered for a moment, and Hu Pogu waved his hand, stating, As your master, I shall make the decision. I will send your 3rd senior brother to assist you in the lower realm. 3rd senior brother? I am grateful to master. Qin Mufeng's expression brightened, for he understood the terrifying prowess of this senior brother. Before his trials in the lower realm, his 3rd senior brother had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm. And now, after 25 millennia, he likely had ascended to the true immortal realm. With the matter resolved, Qin Mufeng had no intention of lingering in the immortal realm. Given his talents, it would not be long before he returned. However, just as Qin Mufeng was about to descend, Hu Pogu, with a grave expression, inquired, What of Gu Tianxing? In response to master, Gu Tianxing has cultivated to the late holy king stage. Qin Mufeng replied, Encourage him to advance swiftly to the immortal ascension. Understood, master. With that, Qin Mufeng's figure vanished. After his departure, Hupogu appeared contemplative, yet ultimately said nothing further. In the heavenly sacred continent, as Qin Mufeng's consciousness returned to his body, the 5 ancestors, their faces pale, ceased the operation of the communication array. Master, what is the situation? A slightly older holy emperor, in the late stage of his realm, hurriedly approached Qin Mufeng, his tone urgent. He was Gu Tianlin, the grand elder of the Qing Feng sacred land. The main sect has agreed to dispatch an immortal to descend, likely within this time frame, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Changkong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the involvement of celestial forces in the affairs of the southern wilderness is beyond their capacity to manage. Presently, having celestial beings descend to assist is indeed a fortunate turn of events. Upon concluding his thoughts, Qin Mufeng rose, gesturing grandly. Proclaim the campaign against the Wandao Academy 3 days hence. Yes, Holy Master. The gathered individuals understood Qin Mufeng's intentions, which were merely to compel the Wandao Academy to surrender its members. If they could achieve this without resorting to violence, it would be most desirable. Thus, the news swiftly reached the Wandao Academy. At that moment, Su Ruoshan had just entrusted the position of president to a trusted late-stage Saint Emperor when he received word that the Qingfeng Holy Land would mobilize against the Wandao Academy in 3 days. What has transpired? Su Ruoshan's expression darkened. He was aware of the impending assault, but remained ignorant of the underlying reasons. President, what should we do now? The teachers of the Wandao Academy, gathered before Su Ruoshan, wore expressions of anxiety and fear. While they were confident in facing other forces, their opponent was none other than the Qingfeng Holy Land, one of the 5 great holy lands. Leave this matter to me. You need not intervene. Although the specifics eluded him, Su Ruoshan had a vague suspicion that it might pertain to the affairs of Fuqitian. With that, he set off towards the ancient wood holy land, knowing that only Lu Xunxian could save the Wandao Academy. Before long, within the ancient wood holy land, Su Ruoshan, with urgency etched on his face, implored, Elder Lu, this is the situation. I beseech you to intervene and rescue my Wandao Academy. Beside him, Lu Xunxian appeared equally anxious, fearing that Lu Xunxian might not take action. However, upon hearing that an assault was being planned against their academy, Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun stepped forward resolutely. Grandfather President, do not worry, we shall protect the academy. At this, Su Ruoshan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was well aware of the temperament of these 2 young masters. As long as they had spoken, the situation would likely be manageable. As anticipated, Lu Xunxian responded calmly. Fu Bo, you shall handle this matter. Understood, Master. In the next moment, Fu Qitian's figure materialized. Yet, upon seeing Fu Qitian, Su Ruoshan hesitated, noting that Fu Qitian was merely a mid-stage Saint Emperor. Could he truly resolve the Wandao Academy's predicament? Sensing Su Ruoshan's apprehension, Lu Xunxian chuckled softly. You need not fret. Such matters can be resolved by Fu Bo alone. The Qingfeng Holy Land's intent to act against your academy arises solely from Fu Bo's slaying of 83 Saint Emperor powerhouses in the southern wilderness. This situation is a consequence of my actions, and I assure you, I will see it through to resolution. Hearing this, Su Ruoshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the implications of Lu Xunxian's words stirred a tempest within his heart, he was astonished to discover that the seemingly unremarkable Fu Qitian harbored such a terrifying depth, having slain 83 holy emperors. Thus far, there had been no record as fearsome on the entire Tianshan continent. Naturally, the minor machinations of the Qingfeng sacred land could not escape Lu Xunxian's keen perception. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xunxian presented a piece of jade to Fu Qitian. By shattering this jade, one could create a domain wherein any individual's realm would be diminished by 1 minor level compared to yours, a crucial tool for times of need. Yes, Master. Fu Qitian replied solemnly as he accepted the jade. Given that his master entrusted him with such a precious item, it was evident that this battle would demand considerable effort. Beside him, Su Ruoshan gazed on with deep envy, yet he understood that his envy was futile, for he could only blame his own tardiness. Father, may we go to watch? Lu Xiaoyao and Lu Qingyun, concerned for the safety of the academy, tugged at Lu Xunxian's arm. Certainly, I shall take you there. Lu Xunxian replied with a smile, and with a grand gesture, he transported them back to the Wandao Academy. Each time he witnessed Lu Xunxian's prowess, Su Ruoshan felt a surge of astonishment, knowing Lu Xunxian was indeed a great fortune for him. With Lu Xunxian's assistance, the crisis facing the Wandao Academy should be surmountable.